can like do like a morning intro. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. That one. Yeah, yeah.
Welcome, Longboard fans. Thanks for tuning in from wherever you are around the world to the 2023 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. Brought to you live from El Sunzal. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined by Rachel Tilley in the booth. And Rachel, we've got a decrease in wave period today, but we've got an increase in wave size, so still spectacular conditions as we move on to main round 3 of the men's division, as we see João Dantas for Portugal, who was looking incredible yesterday, getting his singlet ready to paddle out for a 25-minute heat.
Yeah, yes, an afternoon of competition with that swell increasing, and we're seeing João, we're seeing Piccolo, who's also in this next heat, go into those excellent range with their scores. So I'm really excited to see what they're going to bring in this heat. These heats are only getting more and more difficult, and with the swell overnight continuing to build, and it's really clean as it's the first heat of the morning, we're going to see some excellent surfing.
Absolutely. So we had the period peaking yesterday afternoon, but now we've got the wave height peaking. So we might find that it's going to be a pretty similar size, but we certainly saw some juicy sets this morning in the free surf.
Yeah, seeing everyone out there getting their waves, warming up. I think we're in for a really great day. I've been seeing some people actually even breaking their leashes. Like, just so much action has been happening. So if this morning's free surf was any indication for what's to come today, I am over the moon.
So it's 5 to 8 feet. We've got that south-southwest swell direction. It's prime south swell season here in El Salvador. A light southeast wind. We'll expect that wind to blow a little bit onshore through the late morning. Low tide just after lunch, 1 p.m. High tide will be just before 7 p.m. Of course, that warm, toasty water temperature and that equally toasty air temperature. So big factor for the competitors is heat regulation. You know, long paddles, the adrenaline adrenaline. You know, how do they stay hydrated and keep their blood sugar levels up under such hot tropical conditions?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, a lot of surfers also don't like to eat right before their heats, and so they're trying to balance that a lot, drinking lots of water and trying to give everything they can for these 25-minute heats.
Dantas Clemente Bahia and Dorian Torres Casida from Costa Rica, Portugal, Peru, Brazil, Costa Rica represented. João Dantas from Estoril, a really fantastic right-hand point break in the heart of Portugal, in the capital city of Lisbon. Of course, our reigning gold medalist, Benoit Piccolo Clemente, surfboard shaper from Huanchaco, Peru. He won gold in 2019, the last time we hosted the ISA World Longboard Championship. Carlos Bahia from Brazil. He is an incredible longboarder and a regular here, comes 3 to 4 times a year to El Salvador. He's been visiting for the last 9 years. Dorian Caseda Torres is from Punta Arenas in Costa Rica. He's a regular at Boca Barranca. Very stylish nose rider, very good dancer. I've seen him partying before, and he's got some good break dance moves.
Yeah, actually, I'd say I've seen all these guys party before. They're all good dancers.
Well, Dantas has just come off the back of competing at the Mexi Log Fest with his brother João and, well, his brother Antonio. And the Dantas brothers yesterday just put on an incredible display.
Yeah, I think that kind of took everyone by surprise. Maybe not by surprise, but they really put themselves as surfers to be looking out for. They put their competitors on alert. This is the first time we're seeing Antonio on the Portuguese team representing at a ISA World Longboard event. And he dropped some excellent scores yesterday, too. He'll be coming up in a few heats as well.
I love this moment, Rachel. Before the heat begins, no priority. The heat hasn't started. It's going to be 25 minutes. It's going to kick off any second. And that hustle, it's all about that positioning. Because we see our first rider up and riding. It's Carlos Bahia. Takes a deep line, gets a beautiful opening 5. Low in the wave, tied in the pocket, soul arches, and stays hanging on to an absolute smoking, streaming hand up soul arch. And then shuffles back to a wide open cutback with his stance super wide on the spray throwing wave there as he drops back down into a smooth clean section, and you really get a flavor of how glassy the conditions are as he gets nice and high and then just relaxes here. He's done some busy good nose ride work outside, a really strong opening carving cutback. He gets that third hang 5, and now this wave here starts to get into that deeper channel, but he gets himself nice and deep, navigating the bounce and just staying loose and lively from the tail, readjusting those feet. He knows he's got an opportunity for a crack of the nose. There it is. There's the 5. There's the soul arch. Photographers are going to love that. He loves that. He gives it a little El Salute. He jumps off, and what a strong start for Bahia right on the beach there in front of the judges.
Yeah, you can hear the beach cheering. They loved that. I loved that soul arch and that calm composure. Right in the shore break there, we were seeing it absolutely eat up and clean up competitors yesterday. So it's really technical, and the timing is important in that shore break to have that relaxed stance and then pedal back quick enough to be able to straighten out in time.
Absolutely. You see different strategies in the shore break. You see some surfers just straightening out after a critical nose ride, others going for the float, some surfers even veering off to the left. But let's get the replay of this from Bahia, Rachel.
Yeah, that deep bottom turn straight into this nose ride, navigating that whitewash coming through, that's nice and critical, showing his relaxed upper body there, and then going straight into a big open cutback. Lots of spraying power. Little flick of the leash here. You see his back foot try and get that off then too, which is always a little bit frustrating, but seems like he got through it. Only 2 steps up to the nose. That's something that the judges will be noting. Judges love seeing multiple steps up to the nose, I think, because it shows just dynamic footwork, control, confidence in your footwork. However, he's getting up to the nose and doing the relaxed, beautiful surfing where it counts. And as we see him get back up to the nose here, and then he goes relaxed again. Look at that style. Nice tight 5. That was really good. And the rocker of his board just came in that curve of the wave at the bottom really nicely. He's happy with that.
Absolutely. I think he's going to be getting a shot of that on his Instagram account. That soul arch was looking really good. And he played the tactical card. He got himself in a good position at the beginning of that heat. And none of the other 3 surfers have ridden a wave yet. So smart movement from Carlos Bahia perhaps demonstrating the experience he's gained from multiple trips here to El Sunzal.
Yeah, with a 25-minute heat, there's plenty of time, but it's always really nice to kick off a heat right at the start with a wave, as we see Dorian going for a paddle now.
Nice high line, straight up to the tip, 2 steps, holds a 5, stretching low on the wave there. High degree of difficulty to stay on the nose as you drop down into that section. Pedals back to the tail, comes off the top. You can see he's riding a much bigger board than Carlos Bahia, so it'll have quicker trim speed, but he's still putting that board on rail beautifully. Again, you can see how clean and smooth and oily those sections are as he gets a high line with 4 steps up for a nice touch of the nose. Great footwork, moving back to the tail, puts in a couple of small cutbacks, trying to stay in the pocket of the wave, eyeing up the potential shore break opportunity for another critical nose ride, staying nice and busy, keeping his eyes on this shore break section and starting to wonder if he needs to kick out, as he does, and gets a score on the board as we see João Dantas answering back with his first wave on the backside from Estoril, Lisbon. A really good right-hand point break that lights up in the winter time in Portugal. João Dantas just a little bit too deep on that one, as we can really get to see the size of the swell, Rachel.
Yeah, I think that is an indication, too, of the very start of the heat with no priority established. It looks like Piccolo and João would have maybe just paddled each other a little bit deep to try and hold that inside position, because, of course, without priority, the person deepest on the wave is the person who has priority or right of way for that wave. So in an effort to maintain that right of way, he kind of got himself out of position going a little too deep.
Bahia drops an 8.50.
Wow.
Incredible start for Carlos Bahia. Perhaps that opening nose ride was really the money moment on that big score. I felt it lacked a little bit of clean footwork, but it did have all of those elements of rail work and nose work.
Yeah, I think that's the balance that the judges are kind of dealing with, is maybe there's certain things that they're going, okay, well, I wish he actually took 4, 6 steps up to the nose, demonstrating that clean, concise, and control in the footwork.
Looks like a sticker moment. Wasn't de-waxing it. That felt like just de-waxing a section for a sticker. Cole Robbins coming up next against Julian Schweizer from Uruguay. And I got the sense then that there was some wax being removed. Maybe a sticker fell off, or maybe he's got a new sponsor between today and yesterday that he wants to showcase.
Yeah, I think it looked like he was putting on that ISA competitor sticker. You'll see all the surfers here using that sticker on the top and bottom of their board.
Yeah, of course, that's to demonstrate that the board's been measured and it fits the regulations, as we see Cole Robbins from Santa Barbara. Of course, a surfer who's really comfortable in fast right-handers.
You know what? That actually indicates to me that he is choosing a different board for this heat upcoming, because he would have just had to get that rechecked and regulated and just got that sticker of approval.
Piccolo Clemente straight up with the 5 into the 10, staying true on that crispy, nice 5, and beautiful footwork, all clean and precise, walking back to the tail. Again, a second cut back. So opens up with a strong 5, a quick 10, gets that second nose ride section with a 5 and a quick 10, putting that board on rail. There's the drop knee turn, demonstrating variety in the approaches to the cutback. This is the kind of composed surfing we saw from Piccolo Clemente yesterday. So elegant, so strong. He's not the tallest competitor, but he has that beautiful upright posture with a lot of power in his ankles, his knees, his legs, and just does the standing island kick out there, 60s style, as he paddles out for more.
Well, as a 2-time world champion and an ISA gold medalist, you know that he knows exactly what he needs to do out there to get the scores.
And he looks like he's riding a bigger board than we're used to seeing Piccolo on. We have seen him win 2 World Surf League world titles and 1 ISA World Longboard Championship. Probably on boards with slightly more pulled in tails, but still that wide nose and that big nose rocker. But it seems like he's now on boards that have wider tails and more tail kick. Is that going to give Piccolo an advantage in these bigger waves?
Yeah, well, that's an interesting discussion. I think 2 people that really stood out yesterday were Edward Del Perro and Antoine Del Perro, of course, dropping the 2 highest heat totals of the day. And they were both on more speed shapes with pulled in tails, pin tails, so not a lot of surface area in the back region of their board. And it kind of looked like that was really suited to the quick, fast, speedy conditions that we're seeing these waves offer. And so I think Piccolo looked like he managed that really well. It's also always about personal choice and what you're going to perform best on. But I think the more traditional type log shapes that we're seeing out there, some of the surfers are struggling to control them a little bit in these fast conditions.
Yeah, it's interesting because the advantage would come in those wider tail boards when you can nose ride from behind a section and gain lift. But because we've had big conditions, it's all trim speed, and the nose rides are more hanging on rather than coming behind, locking and lifting. So it certainly demonstrated yesterday that the Del Perro brothers on the narrow tail boards were cutting into the rail work very easily, but also doing some very strong long nose rides.
Yeah, I think that's important to note that the criteria isn't just about turns or just nose rides. It's about finding a board that will allow you to do both out there to the best of your ability.
2 steps up to the nose for our heat leader, Carlos Bahia, adding to that 8.5. A little bit wide on the shoulder there. So great nose ride, but you can see how he's wide of the pocket. But if he connects with this steep section, the judges will start to recognize the degree of difficulty. And sure enough, it was a long nose ride. But one of the critical factors that the judges like to really analyze is how close to the pocket is the nose ride. We saw some great nose rides yesterday where the surfers were sometimes lower down in the wave. This wave still has got a lot of scoring potential as he moves into that second section there with flair, with control, with style, with hold. Long hang five for Carlos Bahia, looking really lively, and jams that board on rail into the pupusa section and stands tall. And there's some sand to wash around your ears in that section, Rachel.
He's just getting to a great start on this heat. Looking at this replay, goes 2 steps up to the nose, and you can see how fast this board is. So kind of what we're talking about, this looks more like a speedy shape. Surfing away from that pocket, he would have that rocker on that board that would still allow him to lift him up in that kind of wider section, but length of time on that nose will still be rewarded. Beautiful turn. I like that he stayed high there, and he's going to keep going back into the whitewash. That's something that the surfers have been learning about this wave, is that if you stay too wide too early, you will go out on that wide, you'll go out the back of the wave. So took his time to reline up for this nose ride, and this is a way to finish it, jamming it. That will be an extra added maneuver rather than just straightening out. That's another reason for the judges to give him points.
And how does this compare to the 8.5 that he kicked off with?
So looking at this opening nose ride, I think this opening nose ride was more critical. He was able to really stand and pronounce himself, and you know, with that flick of the leash there again, he reads the section similar again, making sure he's back in that pocket before relining up for that nose ride. I think these nose rides were allowed to be a little bit more pronounced on this wave. He had the opportunity to have those like kind of relaxed soul arch moments that the judges and the audience love to see.
And this was the money shot on the inside here. When he gets that soul arch here, this was just fantastic.
Yeah, I think he got to do a little bit more work on this wave too, connecting all these maneuvers with flow. And look at that. That soul arch, that is classic traditional. And even that's just a nice, stylish surfing.
So I think that next wave is probably going to come out a bit lower because the nose rides were more on the shoulder compared to that opening wave.
I think so. I mean, that opening nose ride that he had where he actually did manufacture it from his positioning on the takeoff of the wave to come behind that section a bit. And you could see him kind of navigate that whitewash, hitting at his ankles while he maintained on the nose. The judges would have really rewarded that by giving him the 8.5. He didn't have that same opportunity. He was a little bit wider on that second nose ride, or the opening nose ride of that second wave. So, you know, I think that's why the judges maybe won't go as high.
So Piccolo Clemente drops a 6.5 for his opening wave, and it comes in at an 8.17. So some judges really enjoying that. One judge dropping, a couple of judges dropping a 9, one dropping a lower 7.5. So the average is taken from the remaining 3, and that creates the 8.17. So sometimes you see that score and you think, why would the judge not drop an even number when it comes to the decimal points, but it's because that's the average taken from the remaining 3 scores after you lose the lowest and the highest. And that's why we commonly get things like an 822 or an 877, and you think the judges aren't necessarily dropping that score. They normally tend to drop a whole number or a half decimal point.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think you can, as a surfer too, when you're out there and you get a low 8 versus a high 8, that means more judges kind of fell on that lower side, maybe towards that 7.58 range, like for this 817, where that 8.5, the judges were evenly split between giving it that 9 or that 8 or bang on that 8.5.
Absolutely, and it's all about staying in the pocket of the wave. You know, what's so interesting about ISAsurfing is it's this long finger point break, almost like a V, and you can really see that impact zone there. That's the area, that pocket just between the lip and the impact zone, where we want to see the surfers perched on the nose. So that's why that slightly wider nose ride from Carlos Bahia didn't get such high scores. So if the surfer's out on the face or shoulder, of course, that's where they're going to move to the tail and get the cut back. And it's that high degree of difficulty on that opening nose ride for Bahia that generated the highest score of the 8.50, as we see João Dantas finally getting an opportunity, because that opening wave of 2.50, he was just a little bit deep on that big set. Nice and loose and lively. Kicks off with a 5, stalls it, goes back up to the nose, but that wave just not really delivering. So unfortunate for Dantas, because he had such an incredible performance yesterday, but he kicks off this really challenging heat of the morning filled with world-class surfers without getting the types of waves he wants to get. But Dorian Torres gets straight up there with a 5. Soul arch, pedals back, second nose ride, nice and fast, streaking out onto the shoulder. Again, we just saw the anatomy of the wave, and we see that shoulder area and that face area. Once the board is out there, that's when the surfer walks back to the tail and cuts back to the pocket, because the pocket is where the power is. And as you improve your surfing, that's the part of the wave that you want to be in to maximize your maneuvers, because it's where you're moving quicker.
Yeah, and you can see the 2 surfers that have been able to surf all the way to the beach and complete a wave, Carlos and Piccolo sitting in first and second, where João and Dorian haven't really had that opportunity to have that wave that goes all the way through to the beach. And the judges are obviously reflecting that in their scores. João, unfortunately, just lost a bit of, he went a little bit high when he went to stall for that nose ride, and that's the section that we saw Carlos kind of going deep and around to make sure he bottom turned. So instead of stalling there and losing his speed, it probably would have been better if he stayed towards the pocket of the wave to reset up for that next nose ride section.
Allez le bleu, as they say in France, representing the tricolore. It's Antoine Del Pero, 2 times ISA World Longboard Champion, 1-time ISA SUP World Champion, having a little bit of banter with his good friend Cole Robbins. Those 2 regular footers have competed around the world for a long time. Antoine runs Del Pero Surf Experience in Côte de Basque in Biarritz, France, with his brother. You'll see his brother coming up in heat number 3. So thanks so much for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, because you've definitely chosen a good morning to join us here live from El Sunzal, Surf City, El Salvador, because we've got not only the best men, but we got the best women. We'll be moving on to women's main round 3 after these 4 heats of men's main round 3. So this is still non-elimination. The surfers getting first and second will progress to main round 4. The surfers getting third and fourth will move into repechage round 3, as we see João Dantas straight up for a tight nose ride there. Gets a really feet together 5, pulls it up to a near 10, gets nice and lively, loose off the tail, coming low. He's poised, ready to pounce as he sets himself up on a high line with 4 steps up for another nose ride. Chasing a 5.3, Rachel, do you think this wave's going to give the scoring potential for a 5.3?
Potentially. He's putting a lot of work into this. It is that smaller sized wave, but depending on how far he was able to get into the inside section, holding that nose ride, I mean, these things are really beautiful that the judges are, looking at.
That was a heavy section.
My live reactions to that.
So he's got a 2.83 and a 2.50, so not a strong heat for João, but he's chasing that 5.3 4. So that could be a contender as we see him just dip under that wave just in time, with Bahia out there in the lead with a really incredible heat total of 16.67. 2 excellent scores, 185, 187. But it's our surfer in first priority up and riding, getting his second score, our reigning ISA World Gold medalist for longboarding, Piccolo Clemente, with a 5, with a 10, with the hold, with the speed, with a second 10, with a third 10, staying hood ornament, stylish on the nose with a fourth 10. Oh my gosh, Rachel Tilley, that is absolutely world-class nose riding.
That was incredible. I was just holding my breath, wanting it to continue. I'm so glad that this is turning out the way it is. I can't wipe the smile off my face. This is so exciting.
And now it's about the rail work. He's done the nose ride work. Not such a long ride, but that nose ride work on the outback, I'm fascinated to see how the judges reward that, because there wasn't a massive amount of variety, but degree of difficulty on the nose was strong, as we see Dorez answering back.
Yeah, I think you can tell from his board that he's actually on a little bit more of a traditional shape. You can see his board's not surfing with as much speed through all of these sections, and that would be because the back half of his board is 50-50 rails, which means there's no hard edge, so it holds the water more. Those boards are best for nose riding, have been a little bit difficult out here on the turning sections and trying to best use them through that speed. As we see the next heat paddling out, this heat is winding down. It's all going by so fast.
Sam Christensen in the white singlet, Julian Schweizer in the red singlet. There's the board caddy. We got a nice duck dive from the green singlet surfer. Deepest there it is Antoine Del Perro. But moving back to Piccolo, I'm fascinated to see this score, Rachel, because this nose riding was incredible.
Yeah, this was the best nose riding of the heat so far. He just held it forever, and you know, when he's on his back foot, he was really trying to stall that. You can see him shifting his weight to the back, and then as it gets steep, he capitalizes on that section with that long hang 10. That was really exciting, and I think the judges will really reward this. Back to the nose, it was critical nose riding. The wave stood up. It wasn't kind of that mushy out on the shoulder hang 5.
And interesting as we see the replay of Dorian Torres, because it wasn't such a long wave for Piccolo, that will be fascinating to see where they go on the score. But this was great nose riding for Dorian Torres as well, and he's going to be feeling good about that.
Wow, absolutely. That was exactly what the judges want to see. And I like his narrow stance when he's back on the tail, just navigating these sections, showing a really clean, concise footwork. That nose ride a little bit out on the section, but he got a lot of work done already, and he takes this one all the way to the beach.
So this is an interesting score dropped for Piccolo. It comes in lower than we probably would have thought, at a 7.57. For me, that says that length of ride can matter and variety of rail work, as we see replay action of the nose rides from Piccolo. We really get to see the degree of difficulty. I actually thought the judges were going to go higher for these nose rides alone, but the wave wasn't as long as Bahia's 2 rides that went into the 8s.
Yeah, and of course, length of ride specifically isn't in the judging criteria, but what length of ride allows you to do is add in multiple maneuvers and just kind of add up those points.
Absolutely, and that was the difference to the 8s we saw from Bahia. Live action up and riding now. Carlos on the nose with a 5, gets a quick 10, pedals back to the tail, going blow for blow with Piccolo Clemente, who's now got a total of 14.07, but it's Bahia with the 8.5 and 8.17 who's out there in the lead. Soul Arch set up there and just snakes back and forth, back to a high line, 2 up to the tip and gets a 10, and Soul Arch is nice and lively off the heels, cross step turn. So I think that's a big statement for the surfers, is that yes, of course, critical nose ride's important, but they do want to see flow and rail work. And like you said, length of ride isn't necessarily scored, but as we see now from Bahia, length of ride facilitates the opportunity to do more, and doing more might be the difference between winning this gold here in El Sunzal, as we see Piccolo looking to wash off that 6.5, sets himself up with 4 steps to the tip, up to a 5, gets a 10, gets a second 10. That board really locking on the nose rides, but it looks to not be as buttery through the rail work as Bahia's board, and that's a little bit of a difference in approaches, but we know that Piccolo is incredible off the rail when he needs to be, and again gets that big second nose ride and then bounces off that foam. If he heard that score of a 7.57, he'll probably think, I want to milk this wave all the way through to the inside, Rachel.
Yeah, I think he would have known exactly what the judges were telling him through that, of saying, hey, that was a great start, but we want to see, we really value this inside section too and the work being done. And he does that, finishing that off.
That was fruity. I mean, you know, he really kind of got lively to deal with that. As you see João Dantas chasing a big score. So he's got that 4.60, Rachel. We're down into the last 30 seconds. He needs to wash off that 2.83, but he's chasing a massive score up in the 9s to really stand a chance of staying in the main event and not slipping down into the repechage. But he's giving this one everything he's got, and there's a lot of scoring potential left.
There is. Unfortunately for him, this timing means that he will have to get the 9.47 all on this one wave instead of splitting it up between two different scores to get to that total. But he's putting the work in. This is a bigger sized wave. I don't think it will go into that excellent range, though.
So we're waiting for a score for our Costa Rican, Dorian Torres. He needs a big score of a 9.57. João Dantas really put everything into that. He's feeling that. So the judges will have to really study that video replay. All surfers waiting for a score to drop. And this was behind red on that last wave. So what do we think of this from Dorian, chasing also a big score in the mid-9s?
That's a really nice nose ride. You can see that some of that levitation under his nose. Not as strong of a turn, as he kind of has to nurse his board. That's what we were talking about with that more traditional log out there. But back up to the nose, feeling really comfortable up there, you can tell. And then let's see, he gets a little bit more speed, a nice S turn, down carve, really beautiful. That is right to the criteria, and getting that relaxed upper body posture and finishing that out. He is looking to replace a 4.5, and I think that will replace a 4.5.
Absolutely, but he needs now an 8.37 to move up into first position. So still waiting for scores to drop for João Dantas, for Piccolo Clemente, for Carlos Bahia, and for Dorian Caseda-Torres. So the heat is finished. As we stand, Bahia in first, Piccolo in second. Those two surfers, if the situation doesn't change, will progress to the main event round 4. If Dorian and João do get eliminated, they're not eliminated from the event. They just move into the repechage round. But what a great heat to kick off the day, and we got so much more exciting action to come, Rachel. I'm very interested to see what those last scores will be delivered by the judges.
Yeah, as you can see, those two surfers washing off that heat, putting everything they had into those dying seconds is exhausting. You have to work for it until the horn blows, though. So we'll see how those come in.
Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll deliver the scores very soon. But coming up, we've got Schweizer, Robbins, Del Pero, and Christensen live from Surf City, El Salvador. So the important thing about the 2023 ISA World Longboard Championship is the judging criteria being about traditional surfing. So the judges want to see the surfers utilizing all of the board and all of the wave using traditional longboard surfing in the critical section of the wave, but with style, flow, and grace. And that's about using the footwork to connect with critical nose rides in the hang 5 and the hang 10 in the pocket of the wave, but then from the tail of the board engaging the rail in carving, flowing surfing and connecting this together. So you utilize all of the board, all of the wave in this traditional style. Welcome back to heat number 2, soon to kick off here on day number 4 at the ISA World Longboard Championship in Surf City, El Salvador. As we can see, the judges there getting the opportunity to study the video replay to determine the last scores to drop. It turns out that Piccolo Clemente drops a 7.37, doesn't really improve his situation, so he's still sitting in second. João Dantas needs a combination of scores now to move up into first position, and Dorian Torres also needs a combination of scores. So it will be Bahia and Clemente that move through into the progression round 4, and it will be Dorian and João that move into the repechage, and they're going to be big threats in the repechage. As we see Piccolo there discussing things with his fellow Peruvians, they've got a really strong team. One of the teams that have got all of their surfers still in the event. That also includes France, USA, Brazil, Australia, South Africa, and the Philippines. And Rachel, I'm really stoked to see the Philippines so well represented here. It's a really great team, and I look forward to seeing maybe a potential medalist from them. Follow us on social media, hashtag ISAsurfing. Look at our Instagram account at ISAsurfing and go online, read the bios, learn about all of the great work that the El Salvadorian government has been doing to facilitate these world-class events. The 4th time we have come to El Salvador with the ISA, and we move on to the World Surfing Games later in the month here, just down the beach here at La Bocana. We will see heats in the World Surfing Games at El Sunzel. But let's move on now to the interview with the winner of that last heat. It is the mighty Brazilian on fire, Carlos Bahia.
Sam, Rachel, thank you very much. Winner of that last heat. Representing Team Brazil, Carlos Bahia. Primeiramente, muito parabéns.
Valeu, obrigado. Poxa, graças a Deus deu tudo certo. Achei 2 ondas na casa do 8 ali. E, poxa, uma honra surfar com 4 amigos dentro d'água. Sunzal perfeito desse tamanho. Então, é isso, é só se divertir.
Again, we're going to have their teammate, Ms. Abras. He's going to do the Portuguese translation for us.
He's very happy. He's thinking about surfing in a heat with a lot of friends in a very good condition like this. So he's very happy.
So my first question is going to be his first ride really early in the heat, 8.50, showing very, very locked in nose rides, and riding all the way to the beach, kicking out in the shore break. And so with that first wave, what I wanted to ask is if he felt something besides the difference in size. Did he feel a difference in the wave today?
Se você sentiu...
Poxa, me senti confiante para cair com a tática de puxar bastante o nose rider. E, poxa, as ondas veio e foi isso que aconteceu. Estiquei bastante, o inside aqui está bem casca, está um pouco parecido com minha casa, mas não consegui completar. Mas é isso, vamos para a próxima.
Also, Piccolo's first good score, he got some great nose rides, great combinations, but he kicked out early, and he didn't take the wave all the way to the beach. Was he paying attention to how the judges were scoring the length of the ride? Because he was finishing all of his waves on the beach.
Ele está perguntando se você percebeu que na onda do Piccolo, a onda dele não foi tão longa. Então, se isso está sendo usado no critério dos juízes, de usar a onda toda até o final, pegando essa parte do inside, fazendo um bico no inside.
Sim, com certeza. Eu acho que, poxa, essa onda é longa, um point break desse. Então, quanto mais você pegar uma onda longa e trabalhar todos os clássicos de manobras, não só o hang five, curvas, re-entry, rasgadas, batidas, e completar na areia, acredito que vai ser uma nota, vai vir bem mais alta que uma onda curta acabada no caminho ali.
Yes, he said that it's a really long wave, so he needs to use all his repertoire of maneuvers like curves and nose, and use the whole length of the wave to have a good score.
Okay, and last I'm going to ask him, he calls his board the princess. I'm going to see how many kisses he's given his board today. ¿Cuántos besos has dado a tu princesa? Porque parece que te ama mucho.
Dou muitos beijos, Eu ainda vou mostrar ela para vocês aqui. Mais uma vez, obrigado, Luffy, time Luffy. Obrigado, Luffy Brasil. Cris, valeu por toda essa oportunidade e tamo junto. Valeu, turma.
Thank you very much. Back to the booth with you guys.
Wonderful surfing there. And just talking a little bit about that Piccolo Clemente ride that we thought was going to go really big, but of course not connecting through to the inside. So demonstrating to all the other competitors that really riding that wave through is quite important. And I think demonstrating variety. Initially I was imagining that supercritical nose rides out back would get heavily rewarded, but I'm now starting to realize what the judges are liking is flow and also variety, doing a lot of different stuff on the ride.
Yeah, with such a long wave too, and these length of rides are just going on forever, and so the judges want to be seeing these surfers incorporating more than just the same turns, same hang fives. That's why you see some of these surfers on the nose going for that soul arch, adding in those drop knees. It's all opportunities to add in those changes and add in that variety to wow the judges and make them excited.
Making them excited. That's the key thing, wowing the judges. That what we call the halo maneuver, that opening part of the ride. If you can really capture the attention of the judges at that moment, that's an exciting way to start. But we've had a slow start to this heat, 25 minutes, no waves ridden. So demonstrating that yesterday that period peaked, and now with the slightly lower period, we are getting some longer lulls. Positioning very interesting right now. No waves ridden, so no priority. Rachel, what's your tactic when you're in this no priority situation at the start of a heat? Do you like to hustle and try to get deep, or you just like to play the patient game?
I think I like to hustle and get deep. I love being the person to get the first wave of the heat, especially when the time is counting down like this. You give yourself that more time and opportunity to get that backup score. Sometimes if you wait too long, you box yourself into a corner. I mean, we saw that with João Dantas in his last heat. He didn't really get that strong opening ride until the back, 5 minutes left, and didn't have enough time to go and back it up. And everything was then reliant on that one score in order to advance, and you're just making it harder on yourself as a competitor.
So we'll keep these competition days going until the finals on May the 13th, so stay tuned to enjoy our progression through the event. We had an incredible opening ceremony with some incredible dancing in this wonderful world of El Salvador that has the most enticing tropical climate, great food, and an incredible country. 6 million people population, the smallest in Central America, but certainly the biggest investment in surfing that we have seen, as we see our American team there watching Cole Robbins as the first set rises up. And Sam Christensen is sitting deepest there. He rises up on his board. Cole Robbins looks to be in a fairly good position. And then the surfer who's gone wide is Julian Schweizer. So Julian looking to see if he can get the corner of this, but it seems to be Cole Robbins who's in the prime spot. Sets himself up on his Wayne Wrench board with a stall there, 6 steps up to a 5, gets a quick 10, pedals back. Cole actually using a leash, so playing it sensible there. And of course we might be seeing Cole on a board he didn't ride yesterday, so this might be the first session he's had on that slightly different design, and then maybe that just showed in that cutback, just not quite feeling it out yet.
Yeah, and we were saying that because we saw him putting on that ISA competitor sticker onto his board when he was preparing for his heat in the last heat. And that just kind of demonstrates, of course, all the surfers have can ride whatever equipment they want within a few specifications. Being at least 9 feet long is the main, most important one. The contest doesn't tell you how many fins to have in your board. You can ride a 2+1 or a single fin. There's the team from Uruguay, Nacho, supporting his teammate Julian, who is out there right now.
And Julian's mum there in the hat there, so that is nerve-wracking for her. She's obviously watching her son competing, and he beat Piccolo for the first time in a high-level competition yesterday. So that was a great confidence booster for Julian Schweizer, and he's riding his Michael Takayama boards as we get to see our Costa Rican Dorian Torres talking about the turns, analyzing the approaches, discussing the criteria, thinking about what reward he thinks he should have got for a particular score, or whether he should adapt, or how he's going to get those scores in the excellent range, which he's going to need to do to get to the final.
Well, this kind of debrief after a heat is important. You can kind of see some frustration from him. Maybe that's in the score, or maybe that's in his own surfing, or whatever those emotions. He has to debrief them and then talk. He's talking with his teammates there to go, what should I have been doing in those sections better? How can I best go into my next heat? Because of course he's not knocked out. He'll be in the reprecharge round later today.
This is pretty much a 17-minute heat now for all of these surfers, because Cole has got a wave, but he won't want to carry that score. No surfers really ridden anything substantial at the beginning of the heat, but it looks like Cole Robbins staying lively. He doesn't catch that wave. So now we see Sam Christensen sitting deepest, the 25-year-old from Durban. He's unable to get that wave, and Julian Schweizer there also. So both of the surfers in the deepest situation there. A little bit too far out for that set, but this looks like a good one for Cole Robbins. He takes it further inside, but he's going to get a big, beautiful rail wrap. That board just stalling there, and he kicks out. So, lively start for Cole, but nothing really to carry. He'll have a 2-1-7 and another score to drop, but neither of those scores he'll be needing to carry if he wants to progress to the main event, round 4.
He's sitting in 4th priority now once he gets back out there, where priority hasn't been established for the other 3 surfers yet. So they're still working on all their positioning and tactics to be the deepest, or however they want to use their strategy. Sam Christensen, being the deepest right now, does have that prime position for wave selection. However, sometimes if you go too deep, you then take yourself out of prime position of surfing the actual wave.
Sam Christensen, he has got a self-shaped board that he was using yesterday. It looked to me to be going really nicely, a very kind of wide point back involvement era longboard, but it seems to be that Antoine Del Pero is in the spot. So here we go. He already got scores in the 9s yesterday. Antoine Del Pero, 2 times ISA World Longboard Champion, straight to the 5, tight 5 into the iconic Del Pero Soul Arch, riding that Minvel speed shape. Nice pintail on that board and great crisp footwork out of that turn with 4 steps back up to a second nose ride, and you can see how buttery it is on rail as he puts his distinctive drop knee turn then and gets nice and low off the bottom, and then variety in the cutback, so mixing up the drop knee and the classic arcing cutback. Good footwork back up for a high section and rolls onto a 5 and then readjusts his feet again, keeping that board nice and lively, attacking that shore break with a kick out, looking so fruity, fit, light-footed, very dynamic surfing from Antoine Del Pero as Sam Christensen from Durban holds on to a streaking high 5, lifting on that nose. He might be able to get up into a 10. He does get the touch of the 10. He stays on an exceptional long nose ride and walks back to the tail, puts that board on rail, and then just nicely readjusts and rebounds off the foam, and a great stylish low rail grab cut back, and setting himself up with a variety of rail maneuvers. This wave looks like it's got a big opportunity to strike the nose through the inside. So he's going to stay nice and active. He's going to eye up that opportunity, and there it is. There's the nose ride. It's going to get fruity on the inside here. Really stylish surfing from Sam. I love this, Rachel. What a wave that was from Christensen.
A great opening for both Antoine and Sam. I think Antoine's might get a little bit better, but it'll be interesting because Antoine's opening nose ride was shorter, although he had that nice soul arch, as we see a replay and live action of Julien.
Well, this is a replay of Julien, so what do you think of this?
Oh, well, straight up to the nose, holding this one across. That's a great opening nose ride on his Michael Takayama. Nice down carve. Just looking really smooth. Kind of some downtime waiting, whereas in Antoine's wave, it kind of looked like he never had downtime. He kept that flow, kept everything looking busy. Back up to the nose. Now this wave is starting to get busy again for Julien as he goes, banks off the whitewash, adding in that variety of cutback, back up to the nose ride, quick 10, and then cuts out. Doesn't get to finish it off on the beach like we are seeing the judges reward, but that was a nice opening ride for Julien. A great way to start the heat, and I think we are now just waiting for Cole to really give us a strong opening ride.
And here he is, Cole, setting up on the Wayne Rich board. 4 steps to a 5, holds the 5, low in the wave there. High degree of difficulty to stay on the nose ride through that section. Big, heavy chandelier hanging on. Sweeping turn there. Whooshing, gliding, carving, arcing, and then roundhouse opportunity to smoothly just come back off the foam. It's getting nice and loose and glassy in here, but he's got to stay lively and deep in the section if he wants to get behind the 8 ball to stall and get up on that tip. Here it is, up nice and high in the wave. He'll be using the stall with 6 steps up to the 5, holds the 5, pointing back now towards the beach, pedals back to the tail, eyeing up the opportunity to deal with this shore break. Now in the brain, he'll be thinking, how am I going to cope with this section? And he copes with it in style. Cole Robbins. He's going to replace one of those 2s, and he's finally got this heat underway, but with just 12 minutes remaining, he's going to have to scramble himself out back as Antoine drops a 7.5, Rachel. So now, putting you on the spot a little bit here, Rachel, where is Sam Christensen's ride going to fall relative to what we just saw from Antoine Del Pero? Do you think it's on par, less, or higher?
Wow, that is putting me on the spot. I was thinking Antoine's was maybe going to go a little bit higher. I thought he kind of did get into that excellent range. Maybe that's just because I really liked the flow and the lack of downtime. He seemed to always be moving into a maneuver. Maybe with that, they might go a bit higher with Sam Christensen's because of that opening nose ride and it was a bit bigger of a wave.
Live action, Julian Schweizer. Beautiful nose ride there. Had some lift on that. And now low in the wave, but staying on that 5, moves onto the tail on his annihilator, Michael Takayama board. And you can just really see the body language in these sections. The surfers opting to cut back, stay in the pocket, and then they often come high in the section to find the second nose ride. Now he's got a wall ahead of him. Stretch 5, holds on nice and tight. This wave getting a little bit bouncy, but he's still got a lot of trim speed, and you know that Papusa shore break section is going to be pretty heavy to handle. Is he going to go for the Rio? He goes for the kick out with style. 5.67 for his opening ride. Antoine Del Pero answering back to replace that, well, to add to that 7.5. So that would be a small score for Antoine, sensibly recognizing it wasn't high scoring potential, knows a lot of the surfers are still paddling out, just decided to kick out of that and choose a better wave.
Yeah, and we only saw a quick in and out of it, but you could kind of see him coming down that face with bump, and that indicates to me that he didn't really like how the start of that wave kicked off anyways, and like you said, with no one else sitting out there, he was like, you know what, I can start the next wave off stronger, and I'm just going to kick out, sit with first priority, and wait with that advantage as he has the highest score at the moment, but we're still waiting for that score of Sam Christensen. The judges taking their time and comparing. Sam wants to know how much time, what his score is, and where he's positioned in the heat.
Absolutely. He needs to know, and this is a really great time to know because it's between sets and he's not out back yet. So he wants to know in his head what he's got to build on, because if he gets a score that he thinks he deserves, he's going to feel really confident. If he feels like he gets less than he thought in his head he got, that makes you feel a bit more anxious, but it also gives you that motivation to go even harder and think, okay, well, if they gave me X, I need to do this much more to get Y.
Yeah, I think this is something that I kind of repeat myself with this, but the judges communicate to the surfers what they want to see through their scores, and the surfers are able to sit out there and
we see Julian Schweizer in the Paposa section there, getting all of that set on the head. And Christensen drops a 6.67. So your instinct, which is often tends to be the right score when you see live action, was that it would come out lower than Antoine's. And, you know, why do you think it did come out slightly lower, Rachel?
You know what, I think compared to yesterday, even maybe both of them I was expecting to be a little bit higher. Maybe Sam's being that 7.5 and Antoine's being that 8. But the judges, knowing that they have lots to come today, they're not wanting to box themselves in either. They know more sets are coming. Those weren't the biggest sets of the day that we're seeing. So keeping the scale consistent across heats is important to them as well. And they would have compared it to those 8s that we saw in that last heat and would have gone, okay, they're not as big, not as long of nose rides, and that's why they would have tried to reflect that in the scale.
Best looking surfer in the men's division, Antonio Dantas. What do you say, Rachel?
Yeah, he is new to the scene. Zhao and Antonio are a fun pair of brothers to be here representing Team Portugal.
He had a great performance yesterday, and he's going to be coming up surfing against Edward Del Pero, Rodrigo Schweizer, who is a 2010 ISA World Longboard Champion, a gold medalist, Rodrigo Schweizer. And then we've also got Brendan White, Style Master, the Goofy Footer, the Michael Takayama rider from Southern California. So Brendan, Antonio, Rodrigo, Edward, They're going to be surfing for 25 minutes in heat number 3. But let's draw our attention back to heat number 7. Julian Schweizer has now moved up into the lead, Rachel. He's dropped a 5.67 and a 5. Cole Robbins has gone into second with a 6.43 and a 2.17. But the surfers with the highest scores are currently in third and fourth. That's Antoine in third and Sam in fourth. They need to get that second score. So they're kind of in a good position here. Antoine's in first priority, Sam's in second priority. But of course, they need to get those second scores. But there should be enough time for maybe 2 more sets.
Yeah, Julian, he's paddling back out, doesn't have priority yet. Although he's sitting in first, he knows that he has the lowest high wave score in his score line out of the 3. So he knows that the other 3 surfers don't need to do much in order to get into that leading position. So he's going to want to throw away both of those to be more on par with those 6s and 7s. And of course, as a surfer, you're actually really always trying to post those 8s, 9s.
And Rachel, you can really see the difference in tail shapes between Antoine Del Perro's board with the speed shape. Very, it's a Minvel from France, but very characteristic of the classic Donald Takayama speed shapes. And then you can see the self-shaped board that Sam Christensen is riding. It's got a wider tail, and it looks also like our surfer in blue, Cole, has got the rounded pintail as well.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the difference of what Cole did in his switch of equipment, seeing the success of Antoine and Edouard yesterday on their pintails with this speed and the size overnight that we've seen with this swell come in. Those pintails seem to be managing the turns and the speed of the turns a little bit better, a little bit more succinctly.
How nice is this set looking? And of course, all of these surfers there at water level, so they've really got to adapt and move. We get the privilege of the drone clip here, so we could really position ourselves much easier than them, but they've got to scramble to get into position because this looks like it could be a wide swinger, so it might be that some of those surfers are a little bit too deep. Antoine Del Perro has first priority. Sam Christensen has second priority. Now he has first priority because Antoine's up and riding with 4 steps up for a beautiful Soul Arch 5. The Côte de Basque styler, born in Marseille, based in Biarritz, puts that board on rail, speed shape Minvel surfboards, throws in the drop knee turn, comes nice and low off the bottom, just a little touch of the bottom turn there as he wraps around and rebounds off the foam, and again puts that board into a carving drop knee turn. Flow 100% here, and footwork 100% as well, as he has to just bounce through that little moment through the end of the wave, but he'd already delivered some exceptional surfing as Cole Robbins has to deal with a lot of foam. Not easy to do when the wave gets foamy, but hanging on his Wayne Rich board, and now he might get out onto a cleaner section here. This looks like the bigger wave of the set, but the surfing that we saw from Antoine just was so dynamic and smooth. Cole Robbins, though, has got a big section ahead of him, Rachel.
Yeah, he's trying to navigate this bump. You can see it all under his board, and he's just going through that chatter, trying to stay calm, looking for that nose ride section. There it is, back up onto the nose. Getting that second nose ride section on the inside has been really important.
He was going so fast through that last nose ride. He was like near the El Tunco Pig Rock. I mean, that was one of the fastest nose ride shore break sections I think we've seen, and you could see he did consider cracking that wave and then recognize that board body could suffer the consequences if he went for it.
Yeah, exactly. That will back up his 6.43 really nicely. Although Antoine Del Perro has a good score, I think, on the way for him too. Sam Christensen, I think he did lose priority during that, so I think he had just kind of a quick in-out because we saw him paddling back over Cole's wave when Cole was on that wave.
Yeah, so Sam Christensen staying patient now. He's got second priority. Julian Schweizer is out there with first priority. So Sam's still waiting to get a solid second score. Of course, when that score comes in for Antoine, you would imagine it's going to take him up into first position. And Cole Robbins, I mean, the busy work was at the end of the wave, but he had to deal with a lot of foam for the first half of the wave. So it was bigger, faster, longer, but it was not easy to ride in the opening section, as we see our surfer from Uruguay, Julian Schweizer with a really nice opening 5 sole arch and second section on the 5. Just a beautiful upright hang 5, holding onto it and getting nice and low in the wave. And there's the footwork opening up the rail on his Annihilator Michael Takayama board, setting up for a high line into a 5, quick 10, using footwork to get back to the rail, keeping that board looking lively, eyeing up the opportunity for a high line into a 5, again into a 10. So a lot of really dynamic nose riding from Julian Schweizer, who beat Piccolo Clemente in round 2 yesterday, and carving into the Papusa section and feeling the buzz of that one, knowing that he's going to replace one of those ones, and doing the biggest ollie in the backwash that I've seen all event as Christensen answers back. And what do you think of this, Rachel?
Wow, that was a nice loose turn and straight back up to the nose. I think this is looking really good. If he can just, he's done a lot of hard work already. If he can just take this one all the way into the inside, I think this one obviously will replace his 107 already. Keeping onto that whitewash as he's getting through that kind of fatter section that we see some surfers losing their wave. So good reading of the wave here as he is trying to stay busy through this downtime. Look at all that bump on the wave and finishing it off.
I mean, what a heat, Rachel, this has been. I mean, this is muscle and power and grit, long paddles, powerful fast right-handers, you know, stamina needed, control, leg strength, technique. Board design, such a huge feature on scoring opportunities for these high-speed waves, as we see Antoine Del Pero up for a 5, sole arch. Great footwork back to the tail, rebounds off the foam, able to just elegantly weave and set himself up. He's going to get low here. He stalls and sets himself up with 6 steps for a 5, holds that 5, pulls up for a tight 5, stays on that nose ride and cross steps back, waiting for a score to drop for Antoine. When this wave is finished, there'll be 2 scores that we're waiting for him. Julian Schweizer, he's also waiting for a score to drop as we see Antoine navigate that inside section and safely go onto his knees, with all surfers waiting for scores to drop, which could be extremely impactful for the end result. And entertainment factor, you know, 99%, if not 100% throughout that heat. It was a slow start, but once things kicked off at 17 minutes, it was all Formula One.
Yeah, it was then non-stop, and I think the scores that we have to see from Antoine will probably push him into the lead, with Cole and Sam both having good scores to drop too. I think Julien not having the same high backup score, so I think his score that that wave that we just saw him on will replace that 5.0, but I don't know if it will be enough to compete against Cole and Sam, who have those 6s in their score line with scores to still drop.
And you can really see the pulled in tail and nose on that speed shape, shaped by Minvel in the Basque country of France. So waiting for a score to drop there. You can see a nice embrace between Christensen and Del Pero, good friends, recognizing that that was a heat surfed well. That was world-class stuff, and really interesting to see what the judges deliver. So Schweizer, Cole, that's how we are at the moment, 1 and 2. Uruguay, USA, Del Pero 3rd, Christensen 4th, but all surfers waiting for a score to drop. So like you said, you're feeling that Antoine will probably go into 1st, but who do you think might come into 2nd as these scores drop?
As we actually just see Antoine's come in at a 6.83 with another score to drop. I think they're being really conservative with their scores dropping here in this heat, and you know, not going into that 9 range that we saw him going into yesterday. They're kind of keeping their scale open with more opportunity as sets come in throughout the day to go into that excellent range and staying true to the scale.
It really opens the door now for Sam Christensen, because he's already carrying a really good 6.67, and you know, maybe the video replay might prove otherwise, but I got the flavor that his ride was better than his 6.67.
Yeah, I think so too, and I'm now trying to remember Cole's wave. It would be easier to see if we saw it on a replay and just like that, here it is, Cole's wave, straight up to the nose. Right, so this was the one where he navigated all that bump and froth, which is a little bit frustrating as a surfer. You don't get to do as much work cleanly like you'd want to. I know he would have been looking for another nose ride section there, but instead was just kind of having to manage all this froth with those ankles and knees and that lower body control. And he did it really nicely, but not able to get the amount of maneuvers, I'm sure, as he wanted.
And it comes in at a 5.83, and that's why. It was a big wave, and I mean, the speed on this nose ride here, Rachel, I mean, he was going Mach 100 miles an hour there, and he ended up so far down the beach. And look at the juice there. I mean, that was a really smart kick out there. But what about this from Julian Schweizer that comes in probably pretty big?
Yeah, this nose ride, opening nose ride, was so nice. He's a little bit wider out of the pocket there with lots of speed, though. The only downside of this is he had to kind of nurse these turns, and that's the difference that we were seeing of Antoine Del Perro's turns, where he was really able to project through. You can see he's kind of nursing it a little bit more there, not able to get that projection through. But once he gets onto the nose ride, it's just as good as the rest. Those nose rides are looking so beautiful, calm, and confident. Redirecting there, not really able to like get that speed and projection. He gets it there, feeling more comfortable, finishing that wave off. I think that will replace his 5, but I'm not sure if it will be enough to overcome Sam Christensen. I think we're about to see Sam go into second place.
There it is. You called it. Rachel Tilley gets a 6.97. Amazing. You know, a world champion, a silver medalist for the ISA World Longboard Championship. Antoine Del Perro in first. Sam Christensen in second. Julian Schweizer, though, we still need to tabulate that last score. So as it stands, Cole and Julian, if he doesn't get the score he needs, will stay into third and fourth and move into the repechage, and Antoine and Sam will progress into that main round 4. He's needing a 7.97, which would be the highest score of the heat. You would think relative to other rides, it's probably not going to be there, even though he surfed it brilliantly.
Yeah, surfed it brilliantly, had that nose ride, looked really calm and confident on the nose, but I think, you know, judges are looking for both strong nose rides and turns, and unfortunately, just I think with the speed of the wave, the positioning of the wave, where he was at, he just wasn't able to project through that turn. I know, like he normally can.
Well, Antoine's definitely going to get through, because even if Julian moved into first, Antoine will still be in second, but it doesn't change the situation. Antoine takes the lead, stays in the lead, and it's our surfer from South Africa in second. So stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, because coming up, we've got Edouard Del Perro, Rodrigo Schweizer, Antonio Dantas, and Brendan White here for heat number 3, main round 3 on day 4 of the ISA World Longboard Championship.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasure to have your company here at Surf City, El Salvador for the 2023 ISA World Longboard Championship. We've just seen 2 incredible 25-minute heats of round 4 of the main event for the men, and now we move into heat number 3 as we see Antonio Dantas from Estoril, Sao Pedro, Lisbon, coming unstuck deep on the nose ride, and then that edge flicking, falling deep on that section. So he will have to have the rest of this set on the head as his counterpart there from Brazil, Rodrigo Schweier, on fire on the nose, a 2010 ISA World Longboard gold medalist. Schweier looking super fruity and lively on his blue-built Luffy there, dealing with the bouncy foam there. So this is the foam from the wave that we just saw travel through. I heard the Dantas brothers talk about how they prefer to choose the 3rd or the 4th wave of a set. That's been an interesting point because I've been very curious to hear what the competitors are thinking about with regards to whether the first wave is better or a later wave. But look at this soul arch from Edward Del Pero, a near perfect heat combination yesterday with 3 9s in one heat, well up into the 19 heat range there, as Edward Del Pero, whose brother Antoine has just booked himself a spot in the next round, looks super lively and loose. Again riding the Minvel boards. If this is the same board he was on yesterday, it's also got that pulled in tail, but he was on more of a kind of single fin setup, whereas his brother liked to use the 2+1, but it looks as though Edward is just absolutely sizzling through this, and he's been out free surfing this morning looking equally lively. He might well be the man to beat, as Brendan White from Southern California on his Michael Takayama board wearing Sans leash. I mean, that is just too cool for school. To go out there in these conditions and not wear a leash is brave and brilliant, and it takes a lot of confidence.
It does. I mean, even Cole Robbins opted for a leash in that last heat, and he's a surfer that we've been seeing opt for no leash in past rounds.
Absolutely. Many an event where waves are breaking hard onto harbour walls or rock groins, even in those situations, Cole has not worn a leash. And there we go. Brendan, he has lost his board. So Brendan White will be swimming in to find that board. Luckily, it looks like there's a little bit of a lull, which is going to give him some time. However, that rip can be quite extreme. And we get a score drop for... Waiting for a score to drop for Edward Del Pero and Rodrigo Schweier and Antonio Dantas. And the trouble with the paddle-in now, the swim-in, is that current is really hard to work against. And the jet ski assist can't help you unless you want to really eliminate the opportunity of being in the heat, because you can only be helped if you're really in danger. So he's going to have to do that swim himself. But what do you think of that opening nose ride, Rachel?
That was a beautiful opening nose ride. On his backside, he's really using his he was using his upper body and heel edge to make sure he stayed on that high line, navigating that Michael Takayama well. So obviously he's very comfortable with his equipment. This is the same style of board or the same shaper Michael Takayama that Julian Schweizer was just on in that heat right before, and looking nice, confident, and loose as he's kind of just waiting through this downtime, cuts out. I actually think that might have been Antonio Dantas that we saw swimming for his board, so I wonder if his leash broke or something.
Ah, interesting. So there we go. Good call. So it's the surfer in green. Yes, so my mistake. So apologies for all you Brendan White fans tuning in, but look at this replay of Edward Del Pero, Rachel, looking really good.
Yeah, looking as smooth as ever, and I think something that is differentiating him and his brother to get these higher scores is just their flow. They never have this downtime. They're constantly thinking 3-4 step maneuvers ahead, so making sure they're always in the best part of the wave when it does come around, and that I think will be a great opening score for him.
And with that, let's get down to brother of Edward, Antoine Del Pero, 2 times ISA World Longboard Champion, is on the sound with Ben.
Thank you, guys. So we had to delay the interview as Edward reached the shore break. Antoine had to run down, kind of whistle for his brother. First of all, congratulations. That was an amazingly surfed heat.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
So breaking down the equipment, yesterday I got to listen about Edward's new model that he's working with Menville, the composite construction, EPS core, epoxy resin, single fin with a pulled in tail. Today you're on the custom Menville with a traditional construction polyurethane blank and the polyester resin, and it has the side fins. The large side fins definitely seem like they came into play at these higher speeds, needing the stability and really putting it on rail.
Yeah, that's my thought. I'm staying with Mainviel and always surfing the custom boards, but this one, yeah, is a speed shape with 2+1 fin. It has a lot of width on the nose, so it hangs really well on the nose. But when you want to turn, you're really putting the surfboard on the rail, and you can push and having really good lines on these big massive waves. So I think for myself, it's way more adapted than a single fin, pretty large on the tail, where you're gonna little bit struggle to turn it. So yeah, no, it felt really good in the water.
I come from the days when Donald Takayama used to have glass on side fins. You didn't have a chance to take the side fins out. That's the way he wanted it surfing. He's one of the most stylish surfers ever. Apart from that, you're on the speed shape with a narrow nose. And for the people who are kind of trying to choose their own equipment, who aren't familiar with boards, the speed shape at these kind of speeds still provides plenty of lift up in the nose, even though the nose is narrower. Is that correct?
Of course, when you have speed and you have a good critical section in front of you, this speed shape, you can hang on the nose, hang 10, no problem. Like, you don't need a really thick and a lot of widthness on the nose. Even if it's more narrow, it's not really narrow, this one. It's like 45 centimeters. We call it in centimeters, but it's 45, so it's pretty width on the nose. The thing is just pointy at the end and a little bit more narrow on the tail, so it really allows you to turn it on the rail, and it goes really fast.
Your first score, beautiful score of 7.5. Everyone at the end of the heat was waiting to hear scores for both Sam, for Julian. You already had your jersey off, and I said, hey, hold on, and really nobody knew who took that heat.
As I was a little bit not in the right timing in my heat, that's what I felt, because I didn't catch wave for 10 minutes. I had a good one, it was a 7.5, but my next one wasn't that good. So I'm like, okay, I don't have two excellent scores. And I saw Julian Schweizer. He had a perfect nose ride at the end, at the first section. So I'm like, okay, he has already a score. Probably he's gonna get a second one. I didn't hear everybody's score, but I thought he was gonna get first with his last wave. But I didn't hear all the scores, so I couldn't. And I'm really bad in mathematics, so.
Well, part of the reason you didn't hear scores is there was constant waves ridden. Everyone was waiting scores well after the heat. So excellent heat management. Your last wave at 28 seconds, making sure you just stamped something else just in case. And beautiful job out there. We love your surfing, and we can go back to watching your brother too.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks.
All right, back to the live, guys.
Congratulations, Antoine. Thanks, Ben Way. So let's just clear up a little situation. I made the fatal error of mixing up white and green. When I saw someone swimming, I apologize, Brendan White. I thought it was Brendan, but it was Antonio Dantas. We saw him get that opening set. He nose rode deep, and then he fell, and he got caught, and he broke his board, and he had to swim in. And he's paddled back out on, to me, what looks to be his brother's board, which is obviously going to be nerve-wracking for his brother. But this guy, Edward Del Perro, has just dropped a 9.0, and he's getting his second score. Runs up for a 5. Gets nice and low here. And this is the section where we saw Antonio break his board. It wasn't probably on the fall, but it might have been the white water afterwards. It might well have been on the fall because it was pretty gnarly. But look at this backside nose riding from Rodrigo Schweizer. This is absolutely next level. Low in the pocket. That was incredible, Rachel. I have never seen a nose ride from the white water behind the section like that, done with such a high degree of difficulty. That was insane.
Yeah, that would be a testament to him understanding his equipment too and his positioning, really using that upper body and that back leg to kind of pull that nose ride up, and that you can see the rocker and the flick in that front half of his board would have allowed him to make it through that section like he just did.
And you just hope that there's more to come, because if he can back up that opening incredible nose ride with a bit of variety in this last section, not so keen on the bouncing, feel as if that kind of spoils what's been an incredible ride, just adding that kind of hop to it. But that opening nose ride was just insane that he didn't nose ride. He trusted that his Luffy board was going to just allow the trim, the lift. He was so behind the whitewater and so low in the wave. Big score's probably going to drop for Rodrigo Schweizer. He kicks off with a 4.83, waiting for that second score after the ride we just saw. Eduardo Del Pero. He's going to drop a second score. And of course, now we have our surfer from Portugal out on the backup board. But what about this, Rachel? This was incredible.
Yeah, so straight up to the nose, standing nice and tall. And then he had so much speed. I just don't know how he does this. He held onto that back rail, and using that front shoulder, he was kind of trying to guide himself, always maintaining that lift. Beautiful S-turn there. And this wave is just looking so clean for him. He's not really having to navigate too much bump. However, this is kind of that downtime section where we see the surfers making sure they get into the right position to be in the next half of that wave. And he's going to go for his redirection here before then he starts making his way back up to the nose for the second half of this ride. It's kind of like these waves are split into two, you know, with that downtime section in the middle. And back up to the nose, and then tries to kind of get back into the inside. That hop, not replicating that style and flow that the judges are looking for, but it was just on the inside, not consequential.
And this was the 9 from Eduardo Del Pero, Rachel.
Yeah, straight up to the nose, looking so confident and stylish, going straight into that nose ride. And this is flow to me, his surfing right now, and this is why it went into that excellent range of that 9, because he never stops. Even through this downtime of the section, he's never really waiting. He's always thinking ahead, and I think the judges are really liking that, finding his way back up to the nose, navigating that bump, even getting some levitation for a quick second under that nose, which is crucial for showing the criticalness. The judges look for those indications and that variety at the end there. Edward seems to be the king of variety, I think, at the moment. He's staying very attuned to that.
Live action, Brendan White on his Michael Takayama. Beautiful line. Up for a 5, holds that 5 low in the pocket there, deep in the pocket, really long, stylish, crisp nose ride, and so nice to see the way that board just locked in there, and then moves to the tail and sweeps that turn off the top, and then just stalls again, and then 2 steps up for another 5, cross steps back to the tail, just eyeing up this opportunity with a drop knee setup here, staying high in the wave, thinking about use of the cross stepping, walks back to the tail. Distinctive trademark drop knee setup for Brendan White there. This wave now getting a little bit more lively, moving towards the inside section. I love the use of the drop knee stall setup. Back up for another touch of the nose. Cross steps back to the middle of his Michael Takayama. Still looking very strong and kicks out with style. It's going to add to his 5.50. So really incredible surfing for Brendan White, and very interesting to see the scores drop for Rodrigo Schweier. But what about this from the Southern Californian?
This was a nice opening nose ride in the pocket. You can see the back of his board just locked into that critical section of the wave where the whitewash meets the open face of the wave. That's what we call the pocket, and that's where the judges want to be seeing these surfers doing these nose rides. So that was a great demonstration of that. Looking nice, loose, and lively, standing up nice and tall, having that Southern Californian style, adding in the drop knee and variety here, just kind of waiting for that next opportunity, and he does end up finding his way back up to the nose, looking so loose, position that board exactly where he wanted it to, above. He went for that high line to kind of try and avoid all this bump that's on the face of the wave, and then cuts out of that one. I think that will be a nice backup score for him.
So Rodrigo Schweier drops a 5.77 for that. You know, one judge put it as low as a 4.2, another judge got it up at a 6.5, the average taken. And I think that that incredible opening nose ride was so mind-blowing, but the rest of the wave just didn't improve the scoring potential. So it feels as though all of that score was probably primarily from that opening incredible nose ride.
Yeah, and I think the thing about that nose ride is the judges, the best nose rides are done tall, confident, kind of like that soul arch hang 5 that we saw from Edward with speed. Now, the reason he was able to, Rodrigo was able to stay on the nose and get through that section was more because of his equipment and his technique through that, but not so much a demonstration of critical nose riding, and that actually is what gets the high score. So it was kind of one of those mind-blowing maneuvers, but not one that the judges went, well, that's not actually in our criteria of high scoring.
So Antonio Dantas has paddled out on the backup surfboard. It might well be the board from his brother. So he had such a great performance yesterday. Bit of disappointment to probably break what is his magic board, but Brendan White has moved into first position. He's dropped a 5.63, so that adds to that 5.50. He's not out back yet, so he's not in the priority. He's got Edward Del Pero with first priority with a 9 and a 2.10. Rodrigo Schweier with second priority. Rodrigo sitting a little bit deeper there. What will be going through Edward's mind now that he's carrying that big score of a 9?
Well, he knows he just needs a score to back it up. He only needs a 2.13 to get him into the lead, and that's nothing for him. And so he's going to just sit there patient. He has first priority. He has 7 minutes to wait for another set, which he's going to try and do to solidify himself into that first position. But even with first priority, if he gets down to the dying seconds, he'll then try and paddle in, find that little backup wave where he will be able to get the 2.13. So he's sitting extremely confident. I'm extremely sad, though, for Antonio Dantas. This is not the heat that he has wanted. I know yesterday in his post-heat interview, when he was asked what's the difference between him and his brother's equipment, he was saying he favors nose riding a little bit more, so his board was more of a nose rider, while his brother's was more suited for tail surfing. So, you know, this is a different board than what he's used to riding, paddling out on his brother's board.
But it might well be, we don't know that for sure. It could be his backup board. We'll have to ask afterwards. But that looked to be maybe either a mistake or just feeling out a slightly different board than he broke.
Yeah, I mean, he just stepped off right off the front of the nose. That he went straight to the hang 10, so he looked really comfortable. You can see that frustration from him. Looking at this a nice bottom turn, great footwork up to the nose, straight to the 10. That is critical in the pocket. That back half of his board just in the wave, and then he just stepped off the front of the nose. And I think this is just he's feeling out of sorts. Not the way he's wanted to start the heat, of course. I'm so sad for him to be losing such a good board. That was a beautiful hang 10, a smaller wave, but a great way, and then just front foot went straight off. We're all have been subject to that. It's really frustrating, I know.
Live action, Edward Del Pero from France sets himself up with 4 steps to a 5, holds the 5. Nice, strong posture on the 5, staying really long on the nose, cross-stepping 4 steps back to the tail, and then puts that board on rail, grabs the rail, climbs and drops, and snakes back with a big carving S-turn, holds a 5, low down in the face, pedals back with the cross-stepping, and then he'll rebound in the roundhouse off the foam, and he'll touch the wave face low, and he's got that drop knee turn like his brother, 4 steps back up for a tight 5, pedals back again with cross steps to the tail, and again you'll see him rebounding off the foam and then accelerating with a little touch of the bottom turn as he just uses his hands to touch the face. There once again touches the face with his hands and cross steps up for a quick touch of the nose and then decides to kick out before the shore break. So he's got a 2.10 to replace. He's going to add a very strong score to that 9.0.
Yeah, that is what he was waiting for. Edward just seems to have excellent wave selection out there, always knowing which ones to take off on that will provide that that smooth face so that he's not navigating that bump.
Smooth operator, the Del Pero brothers. So Brendan White stays in first position but waiting for a score to drop. Probably going to change the situation because as long as it's higher than a 2.13, which it's very certain to be, he's going to move up into first. That'll put Brendan down into second position. Rodrigo Schweier, he needs to replace that 4.83 to move up into first. Antonio Dantas, a really great wave set up with that first nose ride. He gets the 5, gets the 10, but then takes the fall on the second nose ride. Unfortunately, he broke his board early in the heat, so really had to recalibrate and a long swim in, which would have been exhausting as we see Rodrigo Schweier straight up for a 5, tight 5, staying on that 5, shuffles back to the tail, uses a power setup there to go nice and high, 2 steps back up for a nice, tight, long, fast 5. His Luffy board lifting, pulling it super tight, really shrieking and speeding through that section, and then just cuts back radically, and he's gonna eye up this inside section again. Like most of the surfers, they start to recognize whether they need to get that high line and then cross step up for a nose ride, or whether they need to cut back once more in order to see if there's a nose ride section through the shore break. But here it is. There's the stall, and you'll think he's been eyeing up the opportunity to get the nose ride here. 4 steps. There's the 5 through the inside, and good timing to just cross step back to the tail and cleanly ride out of that last nose ride in the inside, as we see Antonio Dantas getting a really dynamic long 5 with the soul arch, with the arm up, really low down in the wave, really putting everything into this. I can hear his Portuguese teammates on the beach hooting and cheering. Rachel, that was a really nice opening nose ride.
That was beautiful. He absolutely shook off everything that he's been dealing with the front half of this heat, showing that he is just so comfortable on the nose. And you can see with each turn, he's starting to feel the tail out and get more comfortable. Almost commentator's curse, but gets back up to the nose. Wow.
This could really make a difference, Rachel, but he might well, he's going to need a second score as well. So he's got to just get out back there super quick. It might not even be time to get right out to the very takeoff spot, so it might mean that he ends up needing to take something on halfway down just to make a difference. But a really strong ride for Brendan White, currently our heat leader, but we're still awaiting for tabulation of scores from Rodrigo Schweier and Edward Del Pero.
Yeah, so much action that just happened. We know that Edouard's going to improve his situation, most likely put himself into the lead. I think the wave that we saw of Rodrigo was the best that we've seen of him. As we see this wave of Brendan straight up to the nose, up to that hang 10, looking so confident on that nose rides out the back. It's
no leash as well.
And no leash. That is definitely high risk. Although the judges won't look at the fact that he has no leash and give him more points for that or anything, but that, as we can respect the level of confidence in surfing that he's doing that as fans. And he's now navigating through this middle section. He just did so much beautiful work on the outside, and we kind of, I think, came into being able to watch his wave around this section, not providing him as much opportunity. We saw Edouard's wave kind of give him the second opportunity around this section of the wave to get back onto the nose, and it doesn't look like he takes it all the way to the inside, but that was beautiful work done on the outside. I think that will replace his last scores, and it did. That's a 6-1-0. And so he takes that one in. You can see him already on the beach. He didn't think that he'd make it back out in time.
I noticed he's put his fin really far up in the box there as well, just to kind of loosen up the turning radius. The further back, the stiffer it is. The further forward, the looser it is. As we see Edouard Del Pero still waiting for a score to drop, moving through this middle section. 4 steps to a 5, and then he's looking over his shoulder just to see what's behind him, moving into the last 20 seconds. I know that Antonio Dantas would have been scrambling to get one more wave. Edouard into the shore break with a 5, with a 10, with a cross step back to the tail and an arcing, carving turn, and just coolly navigating this section. And you know there's more to come here. He's looking lively. Both him and his brother have been looking so sharp. Edouard Del Pero waiting to drop 2 scores now. Kicks off with a 9. He's going to certainly replace his 2-1-0. Brendan White drops a 6-1-0 as we see a replay of Rodrigo Schweier chasing a 5-3-4 to make the difference.
Yeah, so Rodrigo is looking to overtake Brendan, basically. I think Edouard will go into the lead, so it'll be between them two with this, and this is the work that Rodrigo needed to do. Brendan getting that 6-1-0, it will be interesting to compare the differences. Rodrigo getting a little bit more opportunity on those turns. He did get that beautiful nose ride out the back, also on his backside, so both of them are just trying to make sure they use their upper body to keep that lifted and to keep them being able to stay on the nose for longer. Also kind of going through this downtime section with not as much able to do, but he does get the opportunity to get back on the nose, which the judges will note as they're going to be directly comparing this wave to Brendan's 6-1-0.
Fantastic analysis, Rachel Tilley. You know, not only are you a WSL World Champion and ISA silver medalist, you really understand the nuances, and that was so interesting. And like you predicted, Edward has gone into first position. He's got an 8-1-7 and a 9. Another score to drop for Edward, you know, could rival his 8, probably won't change his first position. So now Brendan is the one sitting in second. Rodrigo Schreier waiting for a score to drop. So that was a pretty strong ride, and he just needs a 5.97. You feel as if it could be pretty close.
Yeah, it will be his best wave, with his backup being a 5.77 at the moment, so trying to improve upon that. But Brendan getting that 6.10, so it really is between them two right now.
And we'll find out the results when we come back. Coming into the booth, we have Mitchell Salazar and Shannon Hughes to continue to call the action as we move into Heat 4 at the ISA World Longboard Championship, live from Surf City, El Salvador.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
Welcome back to beautiful Surf City, El Salvador for the ISA World Longboard Surfing Championships.
Morning.
I'm Mitchell Salazar, this is Shannon Hughes, and we're in the booth enjoying not only day number 4 of competition, but some of the most lovely surf we've seen all year for any kind of competition.
It's been absolutely insane this morning. Like you said, Mitch, just before we walked in, it's really lining up better. That swell is hitting pretty much perfect. I mean, it's huge, so we're going to see some carnage, some of those broken boards probably throughout the day like we just saw from Antonio. But also, given those light winds at the moment, the potential for excellent surfing is all the way there.
No doubt. We've seen some excellent scores so far. Back-to-back heat wins by the Del Perro brothers. But now Heat 4 in the water as we see the results from the previous heat. Edward Del Perro with 17.17 heat total. Huge for him. Rodrigo's Fire moving through 13.27. Brendan White in third. And Antonio Dantas from Portugal in fourth. Let's go down to Ben Way with the other Del Perro brother.
Thank you. I'm here with Team Francis Edward Del Perro, winner of that Heat 3, right after his brother Antonio. Congratulations.
Thank you, and super stoked to get through once again, and pumping waves again this morning. Beautiful rides, big walls to carve, and those rides, so super stoked.
Well, you got a 9.0 to open up. I think that's the highest score of the morning. I just talked to your brother about his equipment. Quite similar outline, but very different construction. Single fin versus tri-fin. I've got a few things. I'm a board nerd. I'm sure the people want to know which board to choose. Both shaped by Minville, but you have the Torque collaboration where you have a different construction. You have the composite with EPS core and epoxy resin. One thing about the EPS core is with extra flotation, normally a speed shape would not be that easy to nose ride and get that much lift over the flat spots. But it looked like you were getting a lot of levitation. Do you feel the difference in the constructions?
Yeah, true. It's definitely helping getting some more speed and floating above the water. So, yeah, you were right. Like kind of same outlines. It's inspired by shape we did with Alain Mainviel. And I surf it on a single fin. That's my choice because this board works really well like this. But that's, once again, normally it's a board cell in 2+1, which works exactly the same. It's in tech construction. Yeah, definitely is good. I love it.
So single fin versus tri-fin, you have completely different speed, control, steering, stability. What would have possibly made the choice to throw a 2+1 out in the water? Would there be any chance that you would try that?
I guess it's more about the size of the waves. Maybe a 2+1 would be really interesting today too. Maybe not holding the nose ride in the pocket the same way, probably, if you're really in the curl and in the hollow part of the wave. So yeah, but definitely helps bet on those rides.
Enough with my board nerd talk. Back to the competition. You are the defending champions with Team France, and how do you think you're doing this year with the points?
I don't know. Honestly, we just focus hit by hit with the team. Now we're gonna support Alice and Zoe right now with Antoine because there is the quarters going in the water. So just focusing hit by hit, and hopefully we get through a little bit more till the end, and we'll see how it goes.
Could you have ever imagined how beautiful and perfect the waves are here in Surf City?
Yeah, it's amazing. I came this winter to try the wave and practice, but I didn't get it as beautiful as it is right now, so I'm super stoked to get those waves.
Well, you're keeping everyone excited. We love seeing your surfing. Best of luck in the next one.
Thank you, Ben. Appreciate.
Well, I'll tell you how they're doing, Shannon Hughes. Both brothers advancing in the men's round. They're into round 4 of the main. Both ladies about to paddle out for their main round heats. Seems like Team France is on a mission to win gold yet again. They're defending gold medalists as a team. They have an individual medal from Elise Lemoyne last time as well. And both Del Perro brothers on fire this morning out here at El Sunsal.
Yeah, they are really going to be a tough team overall to beat, especially given their history. France at the World Longboard Championships has been really defining those gold medal moments going back to 2013 as we take a look at some live action.
Yeah, Rogelio Esquivel Jr. from the Philippines. Lovely long 5 right there. This wave closing out in front of him. Seems like he might try to stick with it, but don't know if he's going to fully be able to make it around this section or not. Grabs his rail, just trying to hold on for dear life. Outside, though, Sebastián Cárdenas from Peru. Quick one for him. As Esquivel still riding this one through. So maybe not docking points by grabbing the rail and holding it in order to control. But it doesn't look as great, though, doesn't it, Shannon?
Yeah, that's right. Really wanting to kind of keep that control, keep that footwork moving like we're seeing him through the inside here. Beautiful hang 5. Nice positioning there. A little bit of water spraying off the nose, but gets that quick tap to the hang 10 as well with a stylish finish.
So just for an explanation, off air, you were, educating me a bit more, and I truly appreciate it. There's a difference between a tight 5 and a hang 10, as we'll get back to that, because Kai Hamase from Japan up and riding, the youngster from Chiba. Great style, and as Ben Way was talking to me yesterday, he said that this kid is the real deal. One of the premier longboarders coming out of Japan. And now Cárdenas from Lima, Peru up and riding. Young kid. First time he's on the team. Seems like he's all the way to the nose. And that would have been more of a tight 5, correct?
I would have called that a 10 because you kind of see his back foot really get up next to his front foot in that kind of parallel stance together.
So not the L shape as I was talking to you about with the tight 5.
Yeah, we'll have to kind of get a look at the replays. As we start seeing some of those moments unfold, I'll try and call them out real specifically because you do want to see those feet both close and tight together for a hang 10. That tight 5 is where almost the back heels are together, but that back foot is still on the deck of the board mainly and not actually touching the rail. And from what I could see, it was a very quick moment there. It was a quick tap to that 10 is what I would call it, is that he was able to get that foot, although it wasn't like ankles touching each other, it was still back foot up to the rail of the board with toes locked over. A little bit of gap between the feet, which is okay. But we'll take a look at that again, and we'll see more of those moments unfolding throughout this heat, I'm sure.
Here goes Kai Hamase on his second ride so far. We're still waiting for his opener. Gets to the nose right there. And you also mentioned that what he's doing maybe not as difficult as getting all the way to the nose and having your weight centered on top of it. Still quite difficult if you ask me. Not many people in the world can do what he did. And that is more of a drop knee carve right there at the end. And this wave fizzling out. But he's going to stick with it. It's hard to really commit to a wave of this size when you know there's, 10-foot plus faces out there, Shannon. You see a wave that's maybe in the 4 or 6 foot range. You got to be thinking to yourself, okay, I could get a mid-range score. Going to be difficult to get excellent. Touches the nose right there at the end. And he's going to kick out for his second scoring.
Yeah,
ride.
that was a beautiful wave. Like you said, nice locked in hang 5. And hang 5s, they're nose rides. They're great nose rides. They do add that massive element of degree of difficulty as well, as we see a stretched out 5 here.
Yeah, Martín Pérez, he is originally from Buenos Aires, the city in Argentina. Not really a coastline right there, so he did have to go to Mar del Plata, Quequén Beach quite a bit in order to practice. But he just loves being a city boy, and he thinks that it adds more grit to his competitive style. Touches the nose once again, and this is his second ride, dropped a 6.67 on his opener. And here's Cárdenas, the other South American in the heat from Lima, Peru. There's a wave right there in the green coast called Macaja. Very similar to this, a lot of power. Obviously, you're not wearing a wetsuit here in El Salvador, though, so big difference for Sebas. just kind of cruising on this one so far. He's going to kick out. We got 17 minutes on the clock.
That was a great nose ride that he had from the start. The difference between Sebastian's nose ride and Martin's nose ride between white and blue is that white was right there in the pocket. You could see the tail of the board was kind of getting covered by that white water, by that lip line coming down on it the whole time, holding him right in that pocket. Where for Martin, he was more out on the shoulder of that wave, or like out on the face of that wave, and it was still a really critical section, which you could see. I mean, he was in a beautiful nose ride, like held it for a really long time without needing to adjust that footwork or even pedal back off the nose a couple steps and go back up to the nose ride again. But that would be like one thing the judges could pull apart between those two nose rides, is seeing that Sebastian's was really right in the pocket where Martin's was a little more out of the face. But overall, Martin was able to connect through a much better wave with the rest of the maneuvers.
The degree of difficulty, as you were saying, from the surfer in white, that one nice nose ride that he had at the beginning. So anytime you see the white water touching the tail of the board and you're in complete control, it means that you're doing something outstanding, isn't it?
That's right. You're right there in that critical section of the wave, and that's a massive part of the criteria. You know, the criteria specifically says that surfers have to perform controlled maneuvers. So he was in control the whole time, even though that the face of that wave had a lot of that white water, those kind of bubbles on the top, those air pockets, that makes it really difficult to stay in control, but he was able to, as we see Chloe Calmon getting ready for her next heat. She's going to be a very tough one to beat this week.
Well, and you mentioned to me off air that she's one of the few people that can really do a long extended 10 on the outside, and she thrives in bigger waves too. She is definitely one of those people that I think is a threat in these kind of conditions. Doesn't really get much smaller than this for the rest of the event period either, so got to be thinking within the final, can she finally get that elusive gold medal, though? That's the real question, Shannon.
Yeah, I think that this is an event that she's extremely favored to be able to do that with. I think the space that she's in her life at the moment, just, you know, freed up from a few things behind the scenes, and I just get this sense from her being here this week that she's really enjoying, you know, the time with the team for sure, but just in her own competitive space to kind of go back to creating her own game plan. And it's really been freeing her up, and I think that's why we've been seeing some of her best surfing this week coming from her heat surfing, as we see a nice moment between her and Taryn King. Taryn King out of South Africa is an absolute charger from Cape Town. Great kind of all-around surfer, great longboarder, really solid paddler on the SUP side of things as well. Has an ISA Sprint gold medal from the China World SUP and Paddleboarding Championships a few years back. Which is really incredible. But these two have had a lot of heats. They've had a lot of time competing in the water over the years because Taryn's been able to represent South Africa on the Longboard World stage multiple times.
Well, you know she's in shape, that's for sure. Winning a sprint gold medal at the ISA level, it's no walk in the park, that's for sure.
And she did it within a year of giving birth to her son,
Wow.
Koa. So he was less than a year old, on the road with mom. Her husband, Tom, was also competing at that stage. They are like, when you say fitness, they are absolutely, she's going to be the strongest paddler that hits the lineup this week.
Oh, I'd like to see it. I made a bet with Caitlin Mickelson that I'm going to time her to see how long it takes her to get back into the lineup after catching a wave. I gave her 30 extra seconds, so I said 2:30. She said she'll be able to do it in 2 or less.
Ooh, I like that. Okay.
So
very nice.
We'll see. So far in the heat, Kai Hamase with the lead, a 6.0 and a 3.33. Waiting on a second scoring ride for the Argentinian in blue, Martin Perez already has a 6.67. Esquivel Jr. in the red drops a 5.1, the surfer from the Philippines. And a slow start so far for Cardenas. He has 4 waves, but nothing better than a 2.67. We are waiting on his 4th ride, though, as we see a beautiful, lovely 5 right there from Kai Hamase. And we talked about the difference in styles from surfers coming from beach breaks. Much more adaptable surfers, that's for sure. Shannon, you're one of them. What I like to see a lot, though, is the different lines that they bring coming from beach breaks into a long right-hand point break, because they usually have to do things in a lot much of a shorter space than they do here at El Sunsal.
It's so true. That was a really nice hang 10. Great footwork as he comes through the inside. Kai is just... Man, I've seen this guy surf for years now, and he's really someone to keep an eye on when it comes to world titles for the future. Rogelio as well. But yeah, the lines that you're able to draw on a point break, when you actually have time, when you have like 30 seconds or a minute on a wave, you have a lot more freedom with what you can do with the board.
No doubt. As Junior still working this wave through. Lovely footwork so far. Gets to the nose. Taps the 5 real quick, and he's just going to try to put the icing on the cake right here once more, a little bit longer, as he's going to finish that wave off and throw a claim. Love the fist pump right there. 12 minutes to go. So the 3.33 from Hamasei, that's gone. Still waiting on the second of Perez. It seems like he caught another wave during that exchange too. And Cárdenas now, the youngster from Lima, all the way on the outside. This is a big moment for him and for Team Peru. If he can make it through, Benoit Clemente already made it through this morning. It would be huge for their team aspirations and a medal. It seems like he's interested in this. He's going to let it go.
And even on the Peruvian side, Maria Fernanda Reyes, Mafa as we call her, she walked away with the highest single score of the women's division yesterday. I believe it was in the high sevens range. So they've got a very strong team coming forward as well, with a couple of guys that they've got represented as well as Mafa. And so that's going to be another big threat for that gold medal.
So this is Martín Pérez's last, Shannon.
So we're still waiting for the score to drop in on this. What I do love about this wave, absolutely, as we're kind of taking a look at the replay now, is that he was closer to the pocket than I expected from kind of my first view of it. And he got to that hang 5 and he held that positioning the entire time. He was fully committed to it. He didn't have to pedal back and forth, which was really, really good. That was critical surfing. That was a really beautiful wave. And then all of this work through here gets onto the rail, goes a little bit maybe more progressive on that turn. The one thing that's lacking in Martin surfing that I have noticed over the last few days too is just that use of footwork. So there's a couple cross steps here and there, and he's definitely cross stepping to the nose. That's another nose ride through to the inside. Gets that quick tap to like a 10 kind of off the side of it. Obviously feeling it and feeling really pumped. But I think to improve that surfing, we could see a little more footwork. Where there we've got, those are prime, tight hang 10s. That is in the pocket. You can see the tail of that board is right in the curl of the wave. That is extremely difficult surfing from Junior. Incredible poise. And those are the moments that get you those big scores when you're doing those critical 5s to 10s on that outside section in the pocket. And then if he's able to just get all this work done through the inside, see the bit of footwork that he's throwing in there? Although he's not going all the way to the nose or all the way back to the tail, the difference between his footwork here and what we're seeing of that sort of stagnant stance for Martin, although Martin's able to keep that trim line going, those are the things that the judges are paying a close attention to, because that bit of footwork, it allows him that fluidity to get to the nose really easy and to be able to finish out clean on the finish.
Right. A bit more technical when it comes down to the itty-gritty of the judging criteria. Huge thank you to all of our local staff for supporting the event here. Really appreciate all of your help. As we see Cárdenas now, this is an important wave for him with just 9 minutes to go. These are 25-minute heats, but those go by quickly when you see the amount of sets rolling through here at El Sunsal. Gets to the nose real quick, and the youngster from Lima, I mentioned to you, he surfs a wave called Macaja. There's another one called Punta Rocas that is very close by as well. Has a long right-hander, very flat kind of face, similar to here at El Sunsal. Great footwork, slightly gets to the nose. Once again wraps it back. And the main difference that I noticed today, Shannon, I told you that I feel like it lined up a bit more. It also feels like the pacing of the wave is so much easier and less complicated than in days past.
I agree. I think because it is hitting the sand, the rocks, the reef, the way that it is today, it's just allowing for a really smooth and even playing field, as opposed to, and it's even like, it's, you know, the tide's pretty high this morning. This is the highest tide that a lot of the surfers have been competing on, with it being so big. But even with that high tide, it's just the way that the angle of the swell is hitting is keeping everything really smooth all the way through, which I think is really favoring the excellent level of surfing that we're seeing so far.
8 minutes to go. Scores coming through. The second ride of Perez, a 5.1. Good sportsmanship there between the ladies coming up. Japan, South Africa, Brazil. And then you see the juggernauts in the lineup. Elise Lemoyne still in the event. Chloe Calmon, who's going to be coming up in the green jersey. I personally really like the chances of a lot of the local surfers. Sydney Portillo still in the event. I think she's been doing great so far. I like Mafer Reyes' connection to this wave, Shannon. I think there could potentially be some upsets, but wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of the main players within the later rounds of this one.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I'm really excited to see the women be able to have an opportunity to surf waves of this quality and to see how they go with the size, because this is, I mean, it is really big out there. there's a lot that comes into that as well, with energy, the amount of paddling, the potential to be, taking some of these waves on the head, as we see another perched hang 10.
So that was lovely right there. That was truly one of those, what do you call it? The things that are on the front of the cars?
Like a hood ornament hang 10.
A hood ornament. It really does accentuate what traditional longboarding is all about. You get to the nose. This is what Mickey Dora imagined people were going to do 10 years down the line, as he still has a lot of lovely footwork. Nice 10 right there, just touching it slightly once again to the nose. A bit too far out on the face, but he's going to kick out with a claim. Here's Hamase, though, on the answer back. Some good work done before that. We'll see if he commits to the inside section right here or not. Seems like he will. Gets to the nose real quick once again. And very difficult with the amount of backwash, as you were saying. The highest tide we've had at this point in the morning during the first 4 days of the event. Obviously, that tide gets pushed back every single morning, but it's quite high right now, 4.7 feet. Drops down to a 0.4 at around 1 p.m. this afternoon, then gets to an extremely high tide later tonight as well.
Yeah, the tide swings have been pretty insane, but I think that it's worked in our favor, having that, just the fact that it worked out this week alone, that the low tides have been in the middle of the day, or kind of, started out late morning, and by the end of the waiting period, we're going to be late in the day. I think that's really been favorable, as opposed to having to surf through that massive high tide. That would have been really challenging if we hadn't, kind of had it on the early mornings and the late afternoons side of things. I think it's really allowed the surfers to be able to get the best of those more shallow conditions, which have allowed the shape of the wave to be so good, especially on those smaller days.
So the lady's about to paddle out. We're going to hit the 5-minute mark here. Still waiting on a few scores. Martin Perez with a pair of mid to high sixes, currently in the lead. Still waiting for 2 scores for Rogelio Esquivel Jr. Kai Hamase has 1 score owed to him. His previous ride was a 6.0. And Sebastián Cárdenas still waiting on 1 as well. He'd be needing something to get back into contention in this heat, as we see the local surfer Cindy Portillo about to paddle out. Huge event for her, just 21 years of age. She's from the other side of the country in Las Flores, but she feels right at home here in Surf City, and specifically at El Sunsal.
She's been making it look like this is the break that she lives down the street from, paddles out and surfs at every afternoon. So feeling extremely impressed with her adaptability to surfing somewhere that she doesn't actually surf very often at all, or has only surfed kind of a few times. But she'd be feeling at home with her home country and that support as well. And I think, I'm sure you feel the same way, Mitch, whether it is that you're competing in California where you live now, or you're back at home in Mexico where you grew up, that just being in those areas where you're really familiar with just gives you that little extra, like, even if it's paddling out for a board rider's heat, something fun.
Yeah.
It just gives you that extra sense of like, all right, this is a place, a location that I know well enough. It's going to feel good to compete there.
No doubt, especially when you're eating a lot of the most traditional food that you're accustomed to. I feel like that's one thing. Your diet changes quite a bit when you're on the road. When you're at home, you're eating things that you normally eat too. Your gut's healthy. Everything feels great. It's flowing. Here's White. Cárdenas. A huge moment for him in this heat with 3:30 to go. Touches the nose outside. He'll wrap it back to the whitewater. And one of the bigger sets of the heat so far, this wave really going into the channel. He needs to be as close to the whitewater as he can in order to ride this wave all the way through. Once again gets to the nose, and now here's this bully section. Needs to take advantage of it, though. Unfortunately for him, only able to touch the 5 right there slightly, and more of a stretched out one. But he's going to finish off what seems to be one of his top 2 waves so far. Only has 3 minutes to get out the back, and potentially needs something, if not close to the excellent.
Yeah, I feel like for Sebastian, that was a really great wave. I love the look of it. It's just a bummer that it's come so late in the game with not that much time to get another. As we take a look at this replay here from Kai Hamase, scores still to come for one more wave. His last one is 7.17. So he's done really well to get himself back in that conversation. And, I mean, everything that he's doing is great. He's got great style, great footwork. Even that little stall that he just threw in, it shows that he's able to read this wave really well. He's paid close attention. He's been watching the heats before, knowing that he needs to stay close to that pocket. He's not rushing or forcing anything either. Couple little bumps there just to get his get himself through to this next section. And it's not standing up really, so there's not really any work or scoring potential done through that area, but just the fact that he could keep that board in trim and then connect through for that quick 5 on the inside section where it's really bumpy and actually not very critical. You could tell that that wave was really slopey instead of like a stand-up wall.
Very fat most of the time.
Exactly.
A minute 45 could take him up into the top 2. Only needs a 6.2 at the moment, has a 7.17 on his previous ride. And here he goes again. It is non-stop out there and pumping. I mean, Surfline saying 6 to 8 feet. That's got to be Hawaiian style on the backs.
Definitely.
When it comes to the face, it's easily 10 to 12 feet on the set waves. As Rogelio Esquivel Jr. in great positioning for this one. Last of green, 7.3. Not enough for the lead, but good enough for second place. As the heat leader at the moment, lovely 5 all the way on the outside. Look at the size of this wave.
This is huge.
And he comes from that area of La Union in the Philippines. Some great surfing over there. That's more of a tighter 5, as you were mentioning, right? Kind of where he's got that L-shaped figure.
Yeah, and those back foot, it's not super tight, but it's definitely close up there for that nice, close hang 5, not going anywhere near that 10. Beautiful footwork there. Love the way that he's just, this wave, as big as it is, brilliant decision to kick out before that shore break rather than risk broken boards or anything. Also, the paddle time to have to get back through the shore break again. But all of that work just done so flawlessly. And I think the one thing, I would talk to a few of the women this morning before paddling out, Taryn King, Lucy Small, a couple of the others that I bumped into that were kind of like, what are we doing paddling out when it's so big out there? And I was saying, it's huge. You've got a lot to battle with, but that looked really easy. It also speaks to how good and technical his surfing is because he's making the difficult look easy. But look at the size of this wave. I mean, that's like 3 of his bodies stacked on top of each other. It is really, really tall. And he's able to just nose ride in that top section of the wave so easily. He's keeping that board right there close to that pocket. He's got both arms up in the sky, just claiming it as he's riding, and would be having so much fun. We can see that wind just giving like a little bit of chatter on the face, but even that's not that much to deal with compared to what we've seen the last few days, which is just awesome. And I feel like the stoke coming through from him is just overwhelming.
Well, drops an excellent score here on this one. Look at the drop just by itself. Even had to grab his rail when he was getting into that one. An 8.4, Shannon, nearly goes excellent with the heat total, 15.8. Impressive performance by the surfer from the Philippines.
Oh, so good. And his other scores that dropped through, he was dropping a 7 and had another 7 in his scoreline. Scores we waited for a really long time with. So I feel really stoked that the judging went in that direction. I thought he absolutely nailed it. Super critical and well-deserved.
So Rogelio Esquivel Jr. from the Philippines and Kai Hamase from Japan move through into the main round number 4. Huge heat win for both, the Philippines, but more importantly, when it comes to team decisions for Japan, Kai Hamase also moves through, as we will stay right here going into women's round 3. Huge one coming up right now, Shannon, as we look at some of the top surfers coming up. Hiroka Yoshikawa in the red jersey, as we see Martin Perez coming in. Close heat. Obviously a bit disappointed. He had a couple of great scores in the 6-point ride range. But now focusing with the ladies out there in the lineup. We have the local surfer in blue, Cindy Portillo. Yoshikawa in the red from Japan. Chloe Calmon, one of the premier surfers in the female division, in the green. And Taryn King, former ISA gold medalist, as you mentioned, a sprint champion in the past. She'll be in the white for South Africa.
Yeah, this is going to be a really great heat. I'm so excited to see all of these women, to be able to see, one that's kind of got the biggest target on her back or the most favorable kind of record coming into this event being Chloe. And she's really just looked super comfortable in the lineup. As I was saying before, she just seems to be in a space in her life right now where she's kind of working out some of the things behind the scenes that really have helped her to feel the most free, the most relaxed as a competitor that she has felt in a really long time. And we've seen her really close to winning those world titles over the last few seasons, kind of been the story of Chloe's life. Similar to a Sally Fitzgibbons, where she's been that runner-up to that title or that conversation so many times, and her level of surfing is at such a high quality that I think there's a resounding feeling from the longboard world and the longboard community too that we would just love to see Chloe walk away with a win.
I just want to mention both you and Rachel Tilley use the Sally Fitzgibbons comparison, and I see it a lot. Obviously, Sally Fitzgibbons been multiple-time runner-up, but Sally Fitzgibbons did win ISA gold medals for a few
This
different
is true.
times, though.
So she's got those 3 different gold medals, which is crazy. Sally's got the most winning record on the women's side, I think, for gold medals, maybe on the men's side as well, as far as having 3 of those. So for Chloe, she's just missed out on that opportunity as well. And I think Rachel and I were having this conversation last night that we would just feel we're going to be excited for anybody. Like, we're huge fans of every woman surfing that's in this competition. But for Chloe, she's one of those that I think the longboard community has been backing and expecting to win something big like this, whether it's an ISA World Longboard Championship, the gold medal there, or the WSL World title for so many years, that it just feels like there would be this sense of relief amongst the entire community to see her walk away with that and to be able to have that gold medal hanging on her wall.
Well, she's been a Pan American champion. That was in 2019 in Lima, Peru. And just as she usually does, taking inside position and being on the first wave ridden of the heat, gets the nose right there, the 28-year-old from Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. Some lovely waves right there, both in the city and outside of it. You see Saquarema being used a lot for events now. Incredible beach breaks over there. And the juggernaut out there in the water in the green jersey up and riding. Some great footwork. Had the nose right at the beginning of the wave. And what's most impressive about her at this location is she once again gets a lovely 5 and a long one too, is that she's doing this as a goofy footer with her back up against the wave too, Shannon. Even more difficult.
That's right, and that body positioning changes, nose riding on your backhand specifically, whether it's a goofy foot on a right or a natural foot on a left. It does add that extra element of difficulty, and it adds that extra element of technicality and needing to be really in the perfect spot in order to get from that 5 to that 10. So we'll see where Chloe's at, how kind of her surfing shapes up within this heat. But it definitely adds in an element of challenge that's very different than surfing, facing the wave.
It's an extra layer, isn't it? And she definitely adds it to it. 20:35 to go on the clock. We talked about Cindy Portillo being the local surfer from El Salvador. I was actually talking to Megan Burns, one of the representatives from the ISA. Obviously does an incredible job with all the team relations and whatnot. I asked her, why doesn't El Salvador have a second female surfer on the longboarding side? They don't have a complete team. It would have helped out for them in the seeding, at least, going down to future events. But even with this result alone, huge for El Salvador. They've never done this well at an ISA longboard event. So massive congratulations to them. But this lady on screen, though, Hiroka Yoshikawa, has another thing on her mind, and that's a medal at the end of this event. Coming from Chiba, Japan, the 30-year-old. She's going to go down after her second nose riding attempt. And Taryn King, we mentioned her being an ISA gold medalist at the sprint level, the SUP. Not only is she incredibly fit, she's very good at different disciplines within the sport of surfing too, longboarding, SUP, and a shortboarder as well.
Yeah, she's an extremely well-rounded water woman. She definitely could, have one of those titles across her in the world of kind of water challenges. She's also a mom. She's got Koa and Izzy back at home with her husband, Tom, Taryn being the wife, of course. And they're no doubt tuning in. I don't know what time it is in South Africa right now, but hard for her traveling away from the family, especially leaving Izzy for the first time. She's only 11 months old. Koa's about 5 now. And Koa's been on the road with him for years. He's been on the road with mom and dad, both competing in events like this. They're one of those teams that's just worked really well together and supported each other in their surfing, and it's great to see that family support pushing her all the way here to El Salvador.
Well, here's Cindy with her opening ride. Bit of a stumble there with the drop in, and then afterwards, it seems like she was just off during that entire wave. It's going to be a throwaway score for her. As Taryn King up and riding now on her opener. Seems like much deeper than a lot of the other surfers in the lineup, both blue and white at the moment. This wave kind of flattening out for Taryn. She's going to stick with it, though. It's her opening ride, 18 minutes to go, and she'll kick out. How about we go down to Ben Way and Rogelio Esquivel Jr. from the Philippines?
Thank you, guys. I'm here with that winner of the round 3, heat number 4, representing the Philippines, Rogelio Jr. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So today's conditions, unbelievable. A lot of punch. huge shore break and very, very long, perfect waves, which gave you those beautiful nose rides. So yesterday we had some crazy drama with your equipment. Your first board, the board today, is your shorter equipment. You prefer it more for the rail carves than the nose rides. It got a giant chunk out of the nose, so you could not use that. The board that you used in your winning heat, you ended up buckling the nose in the shore break. And tell us what you were feeling when you knew that both of your boards were in jeopardy.
Yeah, I feel like I'm down on yesterday because my two equipment is broken. But we tried to like bring it on the shop, and the guy said, yeah, I can repair it until tomorrow morning. You can still use this green board. And yeah, that's why my confidence get back. So yeah, and I use it on my hit today, and happy that I make it.
Well, we have to give a special thanks to Jaime at Papaya Surfboards. It's a beautiful world-class factory right here in El Tunco. Getting your board and getting you back in the water overnight, that is just amazing. You did say that your shorter board you prefer for the carves, and you like the board that was buckled for the nose rides, but your nose riding was amazing today. Do you think it's because of the increase in size?
Yeah, I think it's because of the wave condition. It's really nice and clean. Even if it's big, it's still really good wave. It's really nice for like nose riding, turns. But the big one is, especially my last wave, it's hard to do like big turns because it glides really fast. Yeah.
Amazing surfing, and your team is doing so well. I think you guys are putting some pressure on the defending team champions of France. And have you guys talked about or watched how your points are moving up with every heat win for Philippines?
Yeah, we've seen our points still on the equal one, so we're so stoked. And we just keep moving and keep focusing on our hits. And we'll try to like do everything what we can so we can advance to the next round. And yeah, we just go surf and have fun out there. Yeah.
Well, excellent surfing. Keep it up, and we'll see if you stay on this green board or the brown board.
I think I'll stay on the green board until the next rounds. Yeah.
Don't forget that's a Kai Salas. Sorry to not mention that, Kai.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the beautiful board. Yeah, and also thank you to everyone in the Philippines who are watching now, and thank you to UPSA, Pilipinas Surfing, to Philippine Sports Commission, and para sa Next Gen. Thank you so much, everyone, and yeah, see you on the next round. You.
All right, back to the booth, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben Way, and congratulations to Rogelio Jr. moving through into main round 4 for the men. Back to the water, though, second scoring ride coming through for Chloe Calmon from Brazil. Hiroke Yoshikawa currently in the lead, Shannon, with a 4.67 and a 3.67. Small scores for both white and blue at the moment, but Calmon only needs a 101 for the lead. She'll get that and more.
Yeah, she set herself up so well with that opening ride of a 7.33, which is what I would have expected from Hiroka's first wave, but then she fell on that one. So she hasn't been able to capitalize on connecting a wave all the way through to the inside. I have no doubts for Hiroka that she's going to be able to shake that off and really get a wave that stands up for her well from the outside all the way to the inside, though. Hiroka's an amazing competitor. Like you said, about 30 years old now. She's been in the scene for a long time. We've seen her competing across this World Longboard stage for many years, and she comes from a full surfing family. Grew up as a total surf grom, mom and dad that surf. Her dad's a shaper, so she's riding his board out there now. And I think for her, that's been something that's been really crucial, is just having that family environment, growing up in the shop, growing up around boards, knowing her equipment really well. That's really added to the level of that, you know, performance that she's able to put on anytime she steps on a board.
Here's Taryn King now, and catching this bigger wave, maybe a bit further on the shoulder. Just going to flatten out, tries to get to the nose right there, more of a cheater 5, and she's going to have to kick out. Seems to me like her initial wave, she caught a bit too deep. It was one of the smaller ones that didn't connect with the reef here. And then the bigger one that she just caught just went straight into the channel. Both her and Cindy having a tough time with location and positioning. As Chloe drops to 6.67, that's going to be her backup score at the moment. But within 12 minutes, she's already had a 14-point heat total just based off of 2 waves, Shannon.
No surprise. Straight away, first 2 waves, excellent choices on which ones to go for, and definitely someone to watch for the rest of the competitors that are hanging around. No matter the background, the level of surfing, I think Chloe's someone that you can keep an eye on. Learn how she watches, learn how she reads the ocean. Learn where she sits in these heats, whether it's the heats right before you or even if it's a different time of the day. She's a great person to keep an eye on because she just has that intuition inside of her, I think, that really connects her with what's happening with the water. And I feel like I don't know if you feel this way, Mitch, but like there's certain surfers that just have that.
Yep.
And there's others that, it takes a little bit more work and they're fantastic surfers, but that kind of connection to the water and the way the water is moving is a little different to others.
No doubt. I mean, I think John Florence is one of them. I think Seth Moniz is one of them. Chloe Calmon, obviously one of them, getting 14 points. Your first 2 waves within 12 minutes, very impressive. And the fact that she's mainly surfing beach breaks where she's originally from too, equally as impressive. We mentioned she's been multiple-time runner-up to different world titles, ISA, WSL. She's been a Pan American champion in 2019. She just qualified for that event once again. She'll be competing in Santiago, Chile later this year. But what I see from a lot of these young surfers, including both Cindy Portillo, and I guess this could apply to the 30-year-old Yoshikawa as well, there's a certain hunger within them too, just as we've seen from Chloe Calmon in her many years of competing.
Yeah, there is an absolute hunger. Hiroka, she's a 5-time Japanese champion, which is so impressive. There's a couple other girls in that conversation, one being Natsumi Teoka, who's, to be able to have 5 with women like Natsumi in the race, that's really, really impressive for Hiroka. She also, one of her career best results was just last year, the 2022 season, finishing number 12 in the world on the Longboard World Tour for the WSL, which is a very impressive finish amongst a really insane group of women as we see Cindy.
Much more like it there from Portillo. Got the 5 at the beginning of this ride and once again gets the nose. You definitely see that she is just flowing on this one in comparison to her first wave. Has found a rhythm and she's going to kick out after a decent ride right there. Still has plenty of time, 10:30 on the clock as we see King now. An important ride for her, has nothing better than a 2.33 at the moment. And a bit too far out on the shoulder. Let's see if she can connect back to the whitewater. No, she cannot. As Yoshikawa outside, you mentioned number 12 on the WSL ranks last year at the end of the season. Very impressive. 5 Japanese titles before the age of 30. And on this one, just trying to pet the kitty right there, gain some momentum. I really enjoy the way she's always next to the whitewater too, Shannon. That to me is very impressive. Shows a lot of control. Maybe not a lot of nose riding so far, but when it comes to the other criteria, segments that are in the criteria, footwork, a lot of display of control, and obviously the use of speed, she uses it quite well.
Yeah, I really loved the look of that wave. Coming out of that first nose ride into that S-turn, that was really exceptional rail work, and you could see the positioning of her back foot shifting just slightly over where that single fin would be sitting back over each rail. That was really, really good surfing. And I just also love kind of the whole picture that Hiroka brings into things, and it's so much part of Japanese surf culture, which is so rich and dynamic in so many ways. But there's this element of cuteness to it that I even think like the color of the leash, that, choosing that white leash as opposed to a black leash, the color of her board, there's a whole kind of posture and design that Japanese surfers often bring into things. And I don't know if you ever spent any time in Japan, Mitch, but probably for some ISA stuff, just the culture of the van culture, the surf shops that are, you kind of like have your home surf shop and you surf at the beach right in front of it. And the like design factor that they bring into things, I think is a really cool element that seems to really resonate with the Japanese community. And I think that Hiroka just has that whole picture, and I love that she has that as well as being an absolute whip in the water as one of the world's best surfers.
Right. They have style,
yes,
it seems, and they're color coordinated, which I definitely don't have that sense of style personally. I wear almost the same pair of clothes every day. If it ain't broke, keep doing it. But the one thing I will say, there's nothing cute about when you compete against them. I had the chance to compete against many Japanese surfers. Very patient, very methodical. Most importantly, I always felt just as they do with their baseball players. They are extremely disciplined. They don't catch waves that don't need to be taken, and as you can see in this heat, Yoshikawa has been able to better each one of her scores after every single wave. So this is the 7-3-3 opening ride of the heat for Chloe Calmon. Has her in the lead, Shannon.
All right, so she sets up that opening nose ride, has to pedal off of it to set up for the second section, which is great. Nice projection down the line, big swooping S-turn, sticks a second turn in the mix as well so that she can set up for this nose ride. So that was really good execution. Will tries to get to the nose, can't quite get there because the face of the wave is so bumpy. I feel like at the moment the only thing holding this wave back from going into that excellent range, from actually hitting into the 8s, is maybe that broken nature of that opening nose ride where it went from a quick 5 pedaled back up to another long 5. Had she been able to hold that line all the way through, I think she would have been able to raise that score, and then even just that next section where it was just too bumpy to be able to fit something in, her rail work was beautiful. Just being able to get that extra nose ride through the middle probably could have set her up with an excellent score.
And controlled inside positioning at the beginning of the heat too. Yoshikawa was interested in that wave. Chloe Calmon said, nope, I'm going to take the first one of the heat. A 5.5 for Hiroka. That extends her second place position, as now we see Cindy Portillo dropped a 4.5 on her previous ride. Some nice rail work so far, but needs a 5.67. Would have to be the best wave of her heat so far, and even that of Yoshikawa too. Slightly touches the 5, goes down, so even still was the 5.67. That would have to be better than both of Yoshikawa's waves, better than Portillo, and you compare it to the best two waves of the heat so far, those from Chloe Calmon. A 5 right now is difficult to get, Shannon.
It is very challenging to get, and you can see that with just the nature of how fast it is off the takeoff. It is really difficult to control the board on maybe some of those mid-sized waves that even seen today, because that pocket is sucky and it's really fast. And on a longboard, that can be challenging to be able to hold that board in the right position because you're trying to like line up for a nose ride as opposed to just going off the bottom, up the top, into turning like you'd be doing on a shortboard. Some of these wider swinging waves are actually the better waves to go for. The bigger, the easier it is to surf today.
That's a good point. As Chloe Calmon up and riding on her third ride. Lovely 5 right there from the surfer from Rio. And she's just going to kick out as that wave fizzles. And great use of priority, kept a few of the other surfers off of that wave. And this is where I've definitely seen a few of the surfers use priority to their advantage. When it comes to a defensive end, Shannon, there's a few that know how to use it.
Yeah, that priority is going to be absolutely crucial coming down to this. And that's where, you know, Taryn, she's a really good competitor. She's taken out a plethora of national titles across South Africa. I lived there for a long time and spent many days competing against Taryn. And she was one of those that I had a healthy rivalry with. And she was so consistent in heats. And it was, I've lost to Taryn more times than you can believe, just because her heat strategy alone is that sharp. And making sure that she's kind of, you know, using that positioning, taking off on the right waves. But right now she's going to need to get some work done because we're seeing waves like this pulling through from Chloe Calmon. Beautiful style, gets that next nose ride section. That nose ride kind of angling towards the beach. Not going to be high scoring potential. Also, that wave has fizzled out completely. But for her now, she's just freed up to be catching some waves because she's going to be in a fairly secured position to be advancing forward.
Right, and already has a great heat total, 14 points. It doesn't seem like she will improve on her last ride. It's just a 4.47, so not even close to her 6. You saw Yoshikawa stand up on her board right there, kind of look on the outside. Personally, I couldn't do that. My board would immediately go under the water, Shannon. It wouldn't float like the one that Yoshikawa does, but it's cool to see. It's not fun that a lot of us bigger gentlemen cannot do that as easily. You know, our weight doesn't work that way. Just pointing it out.
Really big longboard.
Yeah, and maybe something with 4 inches of thickness too.
Exactly.
Taryn King up and riding, and this is a crucial wave for her. Needs a 7.84 or better to move up into second place. That's a decent start for Taryn. Just seems like the waves she's been able to select so far in this heat have tapered off a bit too quickly, Shannon, and needs to get a lot of work done here on the inside. So far, just kind of cruising. Nice footwork right there. Moves back, but no critical sections as of yet. 3 minutes to go. Let's see if she can get to the nose. Just some footwork once again. There's a slight touch of the nose and might have to fit in a floater. Unfortunately, she won't be able to complete it. 3 minutes to go. No doubt her best ride. But will she have enough time to get back out and potentially get a 5 or a 6 that she will be needing?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a challenge, just kind of seeing what Taryn's bringing through on each of these waves. I think that getting those early nose rides, we've seen it in the reflection of the scores, is absolutely crucial. She comes from a very performance background, like a high performance background, and that's what a lot of her equipment has been. I know that she has with her a single fin, kind of heavier log shape, but she's just not as comfortable with it. So she's been one of those surfers. We've been having that conversation on the men's side of the draw where we've seen some of those guys go from, maybe the last 10 years of their life or, up until a year or two ago of them really surfing performance-y boards, which is lightweight boards, a lot of rocker, at least, 3 fins all the time, with a lot of edge in the tail, which is very conducive to sharp turns, surfing very fast, and more difficult to nose ride. So a lot of the nose rides are more just setting it up for that quick section, get a tap, and then you want to be back on the tail for that power. That's what Taryn's surfing has been groomed as, kind of growing up in the generation of high performance surfing as well. She's done a great job over the last couple of years of trying to implement that traditional style, but it's really it's very different from the type of surfing that South African longboard community has been showcasing over the last 15 years. And so for Taryn, the guys that she grew up surfing with, the girls she grew up surfing with, they're all surfing in that very high performance style, as opposed to what we're seeing of a Sam Christensen, where on the men's side, he's just a little bit younger. He's been in that younger generation that's coming up surfing in a more traditional manner because it's just being implemented more. They've been able to see that coming through in contests internationally. So there's this little generational shift that I think we're going to see within South African surfing. And I hope that we see that really coming into play on the women's side as well over the next few years, of seeing the next real strong longboarders coming out of the women's side for South Africa that have been surfing on those traditional boards kind of from the beginning of their longboarding, so that style, that approach to riding waves, and that level of comfort of riding maybe a heavier single fin in these conditions, something not super traditional, like not wildly traditional, but just something with a little more weight to it that could actually help with surfing in a more traditional manner out here.
You want to make it more common, don't you?
Exactly.
We see Cindy Portillo still requiring that 5.67, 25 seconds to go. Crucial wave to keep her hopes alive in the main round. Touches the 5 slightly. Have to point out that it's a much smaller wave in comparison to a lot of the waves out there this morning. Still some lovely footwork. 21 years of age, the youngest competitor in this heat by quite a big margin too. And you can hear the cheer from the local crowd in the background too, as Yoshikawa was not leaving anything up to chance. Might as well get on the wave once you know that the surfer in third is chasing you, wanting to better the 4.67. Some good footwork right there. Nice variation in her surfing too. Big fan of the way she positions her arms, Shannon, and her hands. I think the weight distribution from Yoshikawa, maybe one of the best out of all the females within the event. She's going to go down right at the end. So still waiting on 2 scores, one from red, one from blue, but based off of what you saw from Cindy, you get in the 5.67 there or no?
I feel like it's going to be a tough ask for that 5.67. It's really been an impressive performance from her so far. We'll see where the judges go with that score line, but I think there is just a little bit of there's that little extra level of criticalness, that extra dynamic in Hiroka's surfing that will probably give her the edge in this heat to be walking away in that second place position.
So unfortunately for Cindy Portillo, it won't be enough, but she's going to be relegated to the reperchards where she will have one more chance. It's going to be Calmon and Yoshikawa moving through into round 4 of the main for the ladies. Don't go anywhere. More action coming up. Indy Hoffman about to hit the lineup.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
right. I like it. I like it. I like it. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it.
Welcome back to beautiful Surf City, El Salvador, here for the 2023 ISA World Longboard Surfing Championships. Team Brazil, very happy with Chloe Calmon's performance, 14 points for her in the opening heat of the main round 3 for the ladies. Mitchell Salazar here with Shannon Hughes. Shannon, great performance from Chloe Calmon, but in the water, heat 2. And this is the surfer from New Zealand, Estella Hungerford. Seems like getting caught a bit behind the white water right there. And Zoe Cropiron from France up and riding. A lot of people consider her to be one of the future prodigies of longboarding worldwide. Coming with a very strong team from France, defending ISA gold medals as a team. As Zoe finally makes it back up to the open face. Just a very slight touch of the nose right there. Wraps it back once again. That's more like a lovely style with those nice turns. And another thing that you're pointing out as she gets a long 5 right there. And the surfer from France unfortunately goes down at the end. There's a difference between the cross-step carves and just a single carve too, isn't there?
Exactly. Yeah, we'll pull it apart when we see it again in the replay, but there's a cross-step cutback, and then there's a cutback, and there's a drop knee cutback. And all three are very different. The drop knee cutback is an extremely traditional way to do a very powerful carve that keeps the full rail of the board engaged, and it's a very traditional, old-school longboarding technique that we would see dating back for the ages. A normal cutback, which is just, kind of like you'd be doing on a shortboard, but feet in the same positions, and you're just really driving through that rail specifically. And then the cross-step cutback is where you actually go almost into a switch stance sort of style with your front leg dropping back behind your back leg and all your pressure going sort of into your toes or like the palm of your foot. And that can be really good. You can use it in a way that is functional and that drives with power. But I have been noticing within this event, and we noticed at a lot of events around the world, surfers sometimes throwing it in just because it's this extra touch of variety, but it's actually not being done in a way that adds functionality or power to the turn. And if they were just going to do a normal cutback, they'd probably have more drive out of it. They'd be able to engage that rail better and still set themselves up maybe for the next section for a nose ride in a more functional way. And so I think there is a conversation to be had around the correct timing to use a cross-step cutback specifically versus timing where it's just a little bit like, okay, cool, we know that you can do that, but actually we want you to do something even better just with the basics.
And it doesn't look good when it's forced either. So.
Exactly.
Yeah, great point right there, Shannon. As we see Ana Caspar from Lima, Peru. She wanted to be a veterinarian but couldn't stand the sight of blood. So she dedicated her school time to studying communication. She is very close to being finished. And as of right now, still within the main round of the ladies. Lovely 5 right there for the young surfer from Peru. Not a very tall surfer, but has a lovely style, great footwork. And one more nose ride for good measure. Yeah, she's getting into the inside section right here. Carve with the grab rail right at that final section before she hits that closeout. So a decent opener for her. 20:35 on the clock. Let's go down to Ben Way with last heat's winner, Chloe Calmon.
Thank you, Mitchell. So we're here with the winner of that round 3, heat number 1, Team Brazil's Chloe Calmon. Congratulations.
Thank you. I think today is a dream of every surfer to compete in perfect waves, so I'm stoked.
I think everyone on the beach is jealous right now. One question I did have, Mitchell was mentioning that you grew up in beach break style surf. Growing and surfing beach break on a longboard, do you think that improves your skills on finding the good waves when you come to something that's just spelled out for you? I mean, do you think that makes it much easier to find those high-scoring rides?
So much easier because there's so much work behind surfing beach breaks on a longboard, and if you are competitive, I think it's the best wave to train because the conditions are always changing, big tide difference, and the peaks moving all over, and so you gotta figure out where to sit and which ways to choose. It's not as easy as surfing a perfect point break. So I think growing up surfing on my beach breaks, when I was younger, I would say I wish I would live in a point break, but for my competitive career, it's so good to be from where I'm from. And I think when you come to a right point break or a reef break, it just makes it easier for you to read the conditions better.
And how about for this type of judging criteria where it's really judged on traditional surfing in the perfect parts of the wave? Would you choose normally different equipment? I know you use the new advanced Neco Carbone. I'm sure it's your Chloe Calmon model, but would you choose different equipment if this was a beach break contest as opposed to a point?
I think it mostly depends on the conditions. For like, if I get waves at home with this size or maybe a little bit bigger, it's gonna be closing out and tougher to surf on a log. But here with a big channel to paddle back out and more of a soft wall, I think I felt confident and comfortable with my single fin. But this morning I paddled out with my 2+1, and it felt nice to do some carves and surf on the rail. I love mixing it up, but I did feel more comfortable surfing on my single fin in the conditions today.
Well, it looked lovely. Carlos Bahia won his heat earlier. Have you guys had any discussion about putting pressure on our defending team champions for Team France?
No, I think everyone here is so good representing their countries. And the last ISA we had was 4 years ago. So a lot has changed. The criteria has changed. I think the level of longboarding has evolved so much in the past 4 years. And this year, Brazil came really strong. And we have a really good setup from our national confederation. We have the best coaches with us. We have a physiotherapist. So we've been watching the waves every day and just pushing ourselves like the girls with the boys in the water. So it's a really nice environment. And I think the focus from the whole team is just to focus in ourselves and get the best waves and build our own individual event towards a team medal at the end.
And living your childhood dream of living temporarily at a perfect point break here at El Sunsal Surf City. Wish you the best of luck in the next one. We love watching your surfing.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you.
Obrigado, Chloe, and thank you, Ben. Very humble, very intelligent, and you can definitely see that she is not feeling any sort of pressure whatsoever by competing here in El Sunsal. Back to the heat, 17 minutes on the clock. Zoe Gropinon drops a 6.17. Has a 4.33. That was her opener. Here's Estella Hungerford, the surfer from New Zealand, the proud Kiwi that not only competing here for the first time in El Salvador, but she's actually been representing New Zealand at the 2019 and the 2018 junior events. So more of a shortboarder, transition to a longboard. That's one cool thing about growing up in New Zealand. There's a good variation of breaks where you can have different styles of surfing too. This young lady, though, has decided to compete for New Zealand as a longboarder as well. I think it's very admirable when you go from competing in one discipline and doing another in a short period of time, Shannon.
Yeah, it's really challenging, especially if you haven't necessarily grown up going between both boards, you know, maybe from a family where you had, you know, a mom that longboards, a dad that shortboards, or some of those dynamics, or even just your friend community where you're swapping boards in the lineup consistently. But if you've learned one discipline and then you're swapping over a little bit later on to learn the second discipline, it can be a real tough transition because it's wildly different. I can't remember who it was that there was an interview with yesterday, but one of the competitors, it was with Caitlin Mickelson, who's a physio. She was just describing like the approach between shortboarding and longboarding is so different, and for men and women specifically as well, that changes in our approach in our bodies, the muscles that we're using. And so the technical side of learning how to technically ride a longboard very good compared to technically riding a shortboard, it's like two different sports. The only similarity to me is that we're both in the ocean and we're both on like a piece of foam floating, but the actual dynamics to it are so different. And so it's really impressive to be able to see those surfers making that transition, maybe a little bit older, even if they're still teenagers. I feel like there's just that little gap, and to be able to start working out how to ride a longboard really properly coming from a shortboard background it's a challenging thing to do, but I think it's a really fun and exciting way to introduce a different type of surfing.
No doubt. As we see Team USA, Brendan White on the left, Aaron Hoffman on the right. That's Indy's father, great surfer himself, coming from a long lineage of surfers. His cousins Christian and Nathan Fletcher, two of the pioneers of aerial surfing, coming from San Clemente, California. Brendan White right there. Lost out in his main round heat earlier today. Will be surfing either tomorrow or the day afterwards, and the repecharge most likely tomorrow in that round. 14:20 on the clock. Zoe Gropiron in the lead. Ana Caspar in second with just a single score. The highest of the heat so far is 7.5. Hoffman gets her opening ride at 4.83. Decent score. And Hungerford a 3.57 on her second ride. Here's Ana Caspar. Maybe faded a bit too much there on the takeoff. Was able to get out to the open face. And now get into work. Gets a longer 5, more of a cheater 5 as you mentioned to me earlier, Shannon, but still nice. When you actually wrap your toes around the nose, it adds a lot more criticalness to it. And she is just looking to back up that 7.5 at any cost, because this heat's flown by to 13:30 on the clock.
And you can see the way she just did that cross-step cutback, which is where her front foot moved behind her back foot. That was great. That was great. It was functional. It was keeping that flow and adding a bit of variety. It didn't hinder the wave in any way.
And now Hoffman on the answer back. Already has something close to a 5. Oh, has to jump off right there. Who knows what she saw down the line, but she didn't like it. As the current heat leader, Zoe, gets the nose real quick. A bit more of chatter on the face now, Shannon. It seems like the wind has picked up just slightly. It hasn't added too much of a difficulty for these surfers, though. As Gropiron still riding this wave through. Lovely style. I think it's very impressive when we see a lot of these surfers being able to really maneuver a board that's this big, especially when they're from such a small frame. To me, as a shortboarder primarily, I see this and I think to myself, wow, there's a lot of people that can't even do this on a shortboard. And then you see them do it on a 9-foot-plus longboard that weighs quite a bit, too. I mean, let me add that. We're talking about boards that are at least 20 pounds for the most part.
Yeah, you're talking 15 to 20 pounds for sure. Team Australia, cheering on Kira Molnar, getting ready to paddle out. And she's a great competitor coming out of Noosa, the right-hand point breaks, but maybe not used to surfing them this big all the time, and if so, the shape of it would be quite different. So I think she's going to be a good one to keep our eyes on in that next heat.
Is it true that Noosa Heads only gets around 4 to 6 feet at the most, and it barely breaks like that big most of the year?
There is days where it's just pretty solid and firing. I don't know what the kind of standard max out is. I've surfed it quite a few times, but I've never been there during one of those like really iconic swells. I've always been stuck somewhere else in the world, not even at home in Australia, where I could be like, okay, I'm booking a ticket this week and I'm going up to surf Noosa. But yeah, it's a pretty special place where she grew up. There's a national park. She's actually the president of the Noosa World Surfing Reserve. What Kira is doing behind the scenes with her life and work is pretty spectacular for preservation on that side of things. And what a better place to preserve than her home wave.
Yeah, she's coming up in the next heat. As we still look at the scores, Gropiron in first, waiting on one for her, and also another wave for Ana Caspar. You saw the shot of Estella Hungerford on the outside by herself. She has first priority. Anique Hoffman, though, only dropped to 1.83 on her second ride. So a bit of a misstep there for Indy. Has a lot of time, does the 16-year-old. And there's one of our surfers from the Philippines coming up. A massive heat for Team Philippines. If that lady on screen is able to move through. has 10 minutes and 35. Daisy Valdez coming up against Maria Fernanda Reyes, Kira Molnar, and Elise Lemoyne, who was the defending ISA gold medalist. But the Philippines still has 2 ladies in the draw in the main rounds. Apinga Guda will be in Heat 4. So another nation that isn't normally seen as a big surfing federation, a contender for gold medals. But I do want to say a big congratulations to John-Marc Tacong. He qualified for the WSL Challenger Series. He's currently at Snapper Rocks. Been eliminated in the second round of competition, but the fact that they were able to get a surfer into the main stage, potentially qualify for the CT, huge for them too, Shannon.
Oh, it's absolutely massive. And to think of the quality of waves that they have there and the development of surfing that's starting to come through the country, that's what we, you know, over the years of kind of knowing that there's some good surfers there, seeing some flares of really excellent performances when the QS shows up and there's, you know, a local that gets an invite into one of those events has been really, really exciting. But now to be able to see them graduate to that world stage on the shortboard level is really awesome. I feel like there was that same conversation around Indonesia 5+ years ago of going, okay, when are we going to see an Indonesian qualify for the championship tour? When are we going to see an Indonesian before that qualify into that elite ranking of being consistent in the QS 10,000s? And now we have Rio Waida onto the championship tour coming out of that region of the world. And so I feel like the Philippines is maybe that next conversation like in Indonesia of it's only a matter of time. And I love that we're seeing that in longboarding specifically with them. They've got waves that are so well suited to traditional longboarding. There's been the single and unattached event. There's a few different longboard invitational events around the world with the word single in it because single fins, obviously. But there's like the single fin mingle, the single and unattached. Single and unattached has been running in the Philippines for a number of years, and it's been a great draw card to a lot of the world's best longboarders to go and travel to and compete in as an invitational event, which then has poured into that local community and really helped to set the foundation for new surfers, newer to longboarding, wanting to learn how to surf in a traditional manner because that's the type of event that's running at home for them.
No doubt. And it's great to see a lot of that influence from the closer countries that maybe have a bigger surfing scene come and impact them in a very positive way. 8 minutes to go. Ana Caspar extends her lead, gets a 6.5 as her backup. Very efficient so far. Only 2 waves ridden, but has a 14-point heat total. That means that Zoe Gropiron from France gets dropped down to second place. And speaking of France, here comes the ISA gold medalist from the last time we had this event. Elise Lemoyne, originally from Reunion Island, resides most of her time now in Biarritz. And she is just not one of the premier surfers in the world within this discipline. Also used to be a great junior surfer in the European rankings as well. Used to see her shortboard a lot. But she has really come to fruition when it comes to being one of the premier longboarders worldwide.
Yeah, she is an incredibly well-rounded surfer, and even just watching her surf out on a fish or a shortboard, she's got so much style and so much drive through her turns and everything that she's able to bring into, I think, that control factor like you were mentioning of being able to control such a big board. And it's been really great to see her develop on the longboard side as well, becoming one of the world's best as we take a look here at Estella.
Here's the Kiwi on her third scoring ride so far. Her previous was her best at 3.57. And now looking to add to her total as she is currently the only surfer in the heat who needs a combination of 2 scores. This should help though. Anything better than a 3.94 would get her out of that combo. Nice footwork. She's going to kick out 6:45 on the clock. The real question right here is, with 6:40 remaining, Indy Hoffman has first priority. The 16-year-old from San Clemente, California, would have to say one of the bigger names coming out of SoCal in recent years in terms of longboarding. Great surfer, comes from a great surfing family. She hasn't been in this level before. Needs a 9.11 at the moment. That's for second place. Has a 4.83 as her best score. But when you consider what Gropiron has dropped, a 7.77 on her last, has a 6 as a backup. Big pressure situation here, Shannon.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure now on Indy, knowing that she's chasing a 9.11 to be able to just get that advancing position and avoid the repecharge round. She is having priority, and this wave, I mean, this could be a 10-point wave.
Definitely could be. And she is a local of those breaks in San Clemente. San Onofre, one of her favorites. Kind of a stretched out 5 right there. And really needs to get to work here on the inside, Shannon. It seems like that board working well. maybe not used to this kind of size most of the time in San Clemente. You do see lower trestles max out every now and then. A lot of those beach rigs down there in Southern California get huge, but for the most part, surfing a lot of waves that are a bit slopier like this section right here. Sano tends to be a wave that backs off every now and then in the middle section. So feeling at home. Lovely step to the nose right there for Indy. She's going to kick out. Anything better than a 4.83 will help her out. 5 minutes to go. Caspar, the heat leader, on the outside. That is just majestic from the Peruvian. She has found her rhythm out there. Has only caught 2 waves so far, this being her third now. Great grab rail carve. Touches the nose once again. And outside Gropidon as well, getting into the mix. This is going to be a very close end to the heat, as we still see Caspar riding through. Great read of the wave. I mean, we talk about being able to identify the best sections, being able to maneuver into the most critical parts of the wave. She had to redirect at least 100 yards to go back to the whitewater, and this might even be her best ride so far in this one, Shannon.
That was a really beautiful wave. Zoe Grospagnon up and riding now too.
Yeah, this might be an important one when you consider what Hoffman was able to do on hers too. So if she betters the 617, would extend her second place position. She's going to kick out. 4 minutes to go. It's going to be a battle for second place right now between Zoe and Indy.
This is so true. I feel like for Indy's wave.
Oh, watch out.
Oh, that is going to be right in the section. Nah, she'll be fine. That's the brilliance of riding a longboard. Anything over 9 feet, you paddle so fast. A few strokes and you're like shooting across like a boat over the surface of the water. So there is that. It sucks when you get stuck literally like under the lip, but if you can paddle hard into that lip, you can just punch straight through, which is a good thing. Let's take a look at some of those replays though. So Zoe, she's been spending a lot of time here at El Sunzal over the years. She's got a sister that loves spending time here as well. So the family comes on vacation often, and she's able to, get that training time in, which is really unique from someone coming out of Europe. Beautiful, long hang 5. I mean, that was a really committed hang 5 to start with. Now she's getting all that footwork in. That's a drop knee cutback where she's lifted her back foot, replanted it at the tail of the board, and her knee is nearly touching the wax. That's a really traditional, powerful way to do a cutback. And then just trims through this section here. This is kind of where we picked up on it with a live action, was just on this end section where it's a little bit more bumpy. There's a little bit of chatter in the face of the wave. She gets another 5. Nice footwork. Just bites that rail a tiny bit there, but that's okay. And then she'll make the smart decision to kick out without straightening out. So she's going to be in a great position, and that was a really incredible ride. And actually, it's just come through as an excellent.
Wow, the highest heat of the highest score of the morning so far, an 8.83, one of the highest heat totals of the day, 16.6, massive for Zoe Gropidon, as Ana Caspar drops to 7.77. She gets down to second now, but the issue is both Hoffman and Hungerford are in a combination situation. Last of Indy, 4.57, doesn't break the combo. 2 minutes to go. This here heat right here is nearly done, as more sets stacking up on the outside. Wow, but 2 huge performances by 2 powerhouse teams, France and Peru. They've both been medalists in the past. Benoit Clemente coming off of a huge win in 2019. He's the defending ISA gold medalist. You got to be thinking when it comes to impressive performances, making a statement, intimidation factor, these 2 superpowers are doing that so far, Shannon.
Yeah, this is incredible. And to me, Ana Caspar is a new name. I haven't seen her competing in the past, and so to see her putting together such strong heats day after day is really impressive. And she's that extra piece that Team Peru needed to round out the entire thing. They've had the men's side dialed in with Piccolo Clemente. In the past, it's been Luca Messinas.
Lucas Garrido Leca, yeah.
Lucas Garrido Leca, not Luca Messinas from the championship tour, but both Peruvians. So Lucas, and now he's been replaced with Sebastian this year, and Sebastian's been surfing brilliantly. And then on the women's side, we've had Maria Reyes, and now to add Anna into that conversation really solidifies them as a powerful nation coming into this. And I love the scores we're seeing so far, but it's going to be a big ask for Estela.
It is, and this wave, even if it goes up into the excellent, she would still require Another score close to it, 15.27, the heat total that she needs at the moment. But big props to both her and Indy Hoffman, the 21-year-old from Christchurch, New Zealand, making it to round 3 of the main so far. Indy Hoffman, the 16-year-old from San Clemente, first time competing here in El Salvador for Team USA, being the youngest member. Big props to her as well. We'll be seeing both of them in the repercharge, but massive congratulations to both Zoe and Ana Kaspar moving through into main round 4, as it seems like Indy's just going to catch a wave to come in right here. You can hear the beach announcer counting down. And we mentioned her being the youngest member of Team USA. A lot of experience in that team. Caitlin Mickelson, one of the premier surfers that hadn't even made the team before that. And now Indy also on that squad. So 3 surfers, well, with huge performances so far in the opening of the first 3 heats of main round 3 for the ladies. Guess what? Sam Bleakley, Rachel Tilley coming through. Heat 3 coming up for the women. Waves are pumping down here in El Sunsal. Don't miss out.
So the important thing about the 2023 ISA World Longboard Championship is the judging criteria being about traditional surfing. So the judges want to see the surfers utilizing all of the board and all of the wave using traditional longboard surfing in the critical section of the wave, but with style, flow, and grace. And that's about using the footwork to connect with critical nose rides in the hang 5 and the hang 10 in the pocket of the wave, but then from the tail of the board engaging the rail in carving, flowing surfing and connecting this together. So you utilize all of the board, all of the wave in this traditional style. Ladies and gentlemen, to Alice Lemoyne up on the nose, our reigning gold medalist. Ali Le Bleu, as they say in France, raised in Reunion, based in Biarritz. She takes a full commentator's curse. Sam Bleakley back in the booth with Rachel Tilley as we see Alice Lemoyne kicking off against Kira Molnar, Maria Mafa Fernanda Reyes, and Daisy Valdez from the Philippines. I'm so proud to see the Philippines represented here on the world stage with an extremely strong team.
We've seen some excellent scores being dropped in the first 2 heats of round 3 in the main event of the women's, and I know Alice will brush that opening ride off, and I think we can expect some great things. 23 minutes remaining. We're just getting started in this heat. I'm really excited.
Absolutely. So Alice Lemoyne kicks off with probably what will be a score that she'll wash off as soon as possible. She was looking incredible in those early heats we saw yesterday morning. She rides the Luffy boards. The 26-year-old regular footer is our reigning gold medalist, as we see now Kira Molnar off the back of a second place finish at the Manly Longboard Qualifying Series event, losing by a whisker to Tully White as she sets up for a second section there on her Peter White Classic Malibu surfboard, based out of Noosa. Kira Molnar here surfing for the Irukandjis Team Australia, travelling with her mum Kim, her teammate Lucy, and of course the Dunton family, Jan, Sam, Taz. Kira Molnar drops a score. What do you think, Rachel?
That was kind of a smaller one for what we know we can expect over as we see Mafa showing us what kind of one of those bigger ones going through the bay looks like.
And you just saw that dive there from the water camera operator as we see Mafa pedaling back after a long, fast, beautiful, crisp opening nose ride and using that footwork so delicately. She is an incredible athlete. She always embodies that sense of the sporting aspect of longboarding when you follow her on Instagram, combining all of that weight training and all that gymnastic acrobatic ability mixed with that ability of the nose riding. And she rides the Piccolo Clemente boards, and she is a contender really when the waves are big. You know that she's strong in small waves, but when you get a little bit of size under her feet, Mafa is exceptional. As we see Daisy Valdez from La Union in the Philippines, based in that incredible surf community in Luzon in the North Island. They have the right hand point of Mona Lisa. They've got an incredible right-hander called Khalil. I know my good friend Carla Zamora loves to travel over to the Philippines. She recently ran a Queen of the Point competition there at Mona Lisa Point. And Daisy Valdez, she's been a dominant force in women's Filipina longboard competition for the last 10 years, and she's really shining already here on the world stage.
Yeah, she's a mother of 2 kids. I love when we can point that out about our surfers who are still representing their countries at the highest level. What a special thing.
Absolutely. So scores coming through. Alice Lemoyne drops a 3.0. Daisy Valdez drops a 5.67 for her opening score. Puts her in the lead. So we've got a score coming in through Kira Molnar and a score for Maria Fernanda Reyes. 25 minutes heats. We're on heat number 2 here of the women's round 3. We've just seen an exceptional performance from French woman Zoe Gropignon, but also Anna Casper-Camilla from Peru. She was incredible. She started leading in that heat, but the French woman came back strong as we see her teammate Alice Lemoyne, France, the reigning team champions, setting herself up on a foamy one, takes the high line on her Luffy, 4 steps up for a nice hold on a nose ride, pedals back, gets another nose ride without having to readjust her rail line, all in trim from takeoff, full soul arch factor, elegance and style. Born in Nice, raised in Reunion, based in Biarritz, putting that board on rail. It's a square tail, and she's locked in the pocket once again for another nose ride. Arms out, hands like the feathers of a bird, the way she just really uses those arms in her repertoire and throws a 10. That's a big distinctive feature of Alice Lemoyne's surfing, is the fact that she really uses those arms to help with the balance, and demonstrating that the way she held on to that big heavy shore break section without any trouble.
Yeah, she uses it to add to her style too, I think. Obviously, arms out is a balance technique that you can see her arms moving as we see this replay, taking that high line straight up to the nose. That's a nice tight 5, a foamy section of a wave, but it's not deterring her from just being able to be relaxed on there. Look at her put her arms down, almost like putting her hands up there, just like, look at how relaxed and fun I am on this wave. She's just having a good time. And she's someone who's really powerful on her turns too, which she was able to demonstrate. Getting a little bit wider on that one, but that wave is just standing up through the bay for her. And she gets the opportunity to go for the 10 quick soul arch, and then takes this into the shore break with that big carve, and she just stands tall. That's amazing that she made that through that while that was crashing behind her, showing her experience and strength on the board.
And talking of amazing, from one great French woman to another, Ben Way is with the winner of our last heat, Zoe Gropignon.
Thank you, Sam. So I'm here with the winner of that last one for Team France, Zoe Gropignon. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I'm so happy the waves are getting bigger and better with the lower tide. I was so happy that I could show my surfing, and I'm just so stoked.
You really did. You were sitting in second place for a while, needing a pretty hefty requirement, I believe in the high 7s, and it kind of looked like you would just get through in second place, but you were able to put an excellent score. I believe it was an 8.83. How were you feeling when you got delivered that score?
I was like, yeah, okay, it's on. I didn't really hear my score, but I wasn't aware of what I needed, but I knew I had to throw a score. So I was just like, okay, go on the bomb. You got two scores that were okay, but go on the bomb, go directly to the nose, and listen on what my team said. And I was super happy that I could make it. And it's not finished yet, but I'm very happy with my surfing today.
So we saw Antoine earlier riding a 2+1. I noticed you're on the Phil Grace, kind of a speed shape, using a 7.5-inch FCS with the side bites, not big side fins. But did you have more of a traditional option in case the waves were smaller also?
Yeah, for sure. I have 3 boards, like full log. One is like in the middle of the performance and the log, and I got this one. And for the size of the wave, I think with this board I will have more speed and I could drive more in my turns, and I was super happy it worked, so I was stoked for that. But I have another option if it gets smaller.
So with the speed and control, are you choosing a traditional construction so you have a little bit more weight to the board?
Yeah, to have like more power, like more speed, and I could drive more on the turn.
Beautiful. So you have a lot of momentum with Alice, who's in the water, just got a great ride. Edward Antoine winning. How is your confidence level for taking a second team gold for Team France?
It's good. We are all pushing each other, having a lot of fun together, and I think this is what we are very strong today, and for the next day we are ready.
Well, I'm going to let you go back to watching Alice, and we'll see what kind of score she got for that ride. Back to you guys in the booth. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Brilliant stuff from Zoe there. And Elise drops an 8.33, so demonstrating that the French are really the favourites to defend the team gold medal here. And of course, Zoe is somebody, if you follow her on social media, you would have seen that she's been in El Salvador a lot in the last few months. She's been traveling and training here, and that has definitely demonstrated to be beneficial for Carlos Bahia from Brazil and Alice Lemoyne putting on a great show now, but Zoe having that experience of riding these right-hand points.
Yeah, doing a lot of training with Chloe Calmon. But Maria Maffa was able to also drop an 8.0. So not much distinction between her and Alice's opening rides, but really running away from Daisy and Kira. As Daisy and Kira, you're sitting out there and you're hearing those scores, that's putting the pressure on.
That's the look of a focused woman. Caitlin Mickelson will be coming up next against Augustina Pelazari from Argentina, Atalanta Batista from Brazil, and Aping Agudo from the Philippines. Interesting contrast between the home locations of Daisy and Aping. Aping from Siargao, an incredible, beautiful tropical island famed for the wave of Cloud9 on the eastern side of the Philippines. Daisy, she's from the western side of the Philippines. Further north, it has a different swell season, the northeast monsoon through the likes of October, November, December through to March. That's when they start to get those fun right-handers really lighting up. And Mona Lisa Point, when it's big, is a similar wave to this. And I think that's really giving these Philippine surfers an advantage, the fact they're familiar with this type of texture of right-hand point break.
Yeah, and countering that, Maria surfing so many left-hand point breaks back home in Peru. She is someone who has really worked on her footwork, gets a lot of big swell back home, and has learned how to become really comfortable in quick, concise footwork on such big, bumpy waves. She's competed in those types of conditions multiple times before, so really showing her experience with that today with that 8-point ride as her opening wave.
There's Atalanta Batista in the blue vest coming up next. You can see the Brazilian team, and then closer to the foreground there, you can see the Irukandjis, Team Australia, the brothers Dunton, Sam and Taz, Mum Jan, who was a 1999 Australia national shortboard champion, and that really says so much that they have got not only strength and depth in their surfers out in the field, but with the family behind them, Jan's contribution is going to be vital. And Kira here with her mum Kim, of course Kira, an absolute legend of the Noosa longboard community, an Australian logger champion, a teacher of surfing and Pilates who studied sports management and physiology, and riding the classic Malibu Peter White board, a 9.4 flip tail. I hope Peter's tuning in, good friend of mine. I really love his shapes, and he's had a huge role in Australian longboarding in the last 30 years.
Absolutely, that classic Malibu logo is common to see, especially up in that Noosa area, home of Noosa heads. Those boards are very popular. They've been ridden by multiple surfers on the world tour for years, and Kira coming from that right-hand point at Noosa, it's a different type of right-hand point than we see out here, though. She's used to that sand bottom, where here it's that bigger, meatier type of right-hand point with those rock bottoms.
Absolutely, big contrast. You know, the Aussie points with that real pocket, you know, and that facilitates a lot of attention to the tail shape of the board.
Yes.
But it feels as though this more open-faced right-hand point break is supporting some of the design features further up the board that are really making the difference. As you see Kira Molnar up and riding with 4 steps to a 5, stretches onto that nose, cross steps back to the tail, takes a nice powerful high line and stalls it to get back on for a nose ride. Almost takes a wobble there, but just manages to maintain her balance. Kira Molnar on a 3rd nose ride section. Cross steps up to the nose and back to the middle. She'll wait to drop that score. She's got a 4.67. She's going to see her competitor Daisy Valdez out back on a beautiful opening 6 steps up to the tip nose ride, demonstrating that she also has that incredible footwork like her teammate Apping, and again holding on to a high speed second nose ride with flair, style, control, putting that board on rail. That board looks so wide under her feet, but she's able to turn it extremely well. But her nose riding has been exceptional as she throws a 10 and pedals back to the tail and hangs on with style. And Daisy Valdez locked in the pocket, crouching low, and takes a fall, but she did so much good work up to that moment.
Yeah, I think that will look to replace her 5, 6, 7. That opening nose ride, so critical, tall, standing up so beautiful. That was a great opening ride, and you said that board looks so wide under her. I'm not sure if you took note of the jersey too. Was just so big on her. She's not a very tall person. She is on these big waves, using that power in her legs and keeping it all controlled is really impressive.
Absolutely tall in spirit and heart and soul, a mother of 2, and of course an absolute icon of the Philippine surfing community. As we see Alice Lemoyne having a look at this, she's in second priority, but the women Daisy and Kira are still working their way out into the lineup. So once people have started to catch waves, it's a question of first come first serve. But Rachel, explain to our viewers at home what happens if you're in priority and you paddle for a wave and you don't catch it.
Yeah, so if you have priority, you have first selection. If you're in first priority, you have first selection for any wave that comes in that you want. Now, if you paddle for that wave, essentially you are holding your other competitors off from taking that wave because they know that they can't touch it if you want it. Now, if you don't catch that wave, you then fall down that priority chain and the person in second priority goes up to first. So if Maria was to paddle for a wave right now, Alice wouldn't even dare to look at it because that's Maria's wave. But if Maria didn't catch it, then it's Alice's turn to be in that first priority slot.
And Alice and Maria, they're 2 women who would have competed regularly as ISA competitors for their country and also as World Surf League competitors on the WSL World Longboard Tour. Have they got a strong rivalry?
Yeah, they are well matched, absolutely. Spending lots of competitive time together. This would not be their first matchup by any means. So you start to know your competitor as well. You start to know how they like to manage their heats. Both of them are, see, look, Alice doesn't even look at that wave because she knows Maria's paddling for it.
Up and riding, it looks to be Maria Fernandez as the Pelicans fly overhead, and she gets 6 steps up for a tight, crisp 5, and then walks back to the tail of a Piccolo Clemente and a soul arch setup turn in the high section of the wave, just speeding into that wide shoulder, and then using the cross step turn as we see our surfer in red, Alice Lemoyne, out back on an equally brilliant wave. And look at this glassy smooth wall ahead of Mafa Maria Fernandez as she just cuts back there, staying nice and high. There's the lock for the 5, might get a tighter 5, goes into a 10, puts those hands above her head, stays in that same trim line, again on a 5, again on a really nice 10, longer than the first 10, beautiful soul arch and a sweet kick out to end. Answering back, Alice Lemoyne also 10ing through the shore break there. Can she get the double 10 that we just saw from Maria Fernandez? It feels like the possibility is there for a second 10. Go on, Alice, show us that second 10. No, she walks back. It wasn't quite the opportunity, but really, really great surfing from both of these women as Daisy Valdez moves into first with a 6-5 and a 5-6-7. And now we're awaiting scores for Alice and Maria, and they're already carrying scores in the 8s, so you would imagine that they might well go into first and second respectively when those scores are dropped.
Yeah, they got those first initial 8s with 20 minutes remaining. It's a 25-minute heat. As we look at this replay of Alice's straight up to the nose, this wave was slightly bigger than behind Mafa's wave, and she rode this one beautifully. Nice, smooth, open face, and using those turns, making sure that she stays in the pocket while the face in front of her will reform, taking that deep approach so that she can come into this nose ride with speed, and she's going to read this wave. See that it backed off a little bit? That's really important to make sure that she stays in the section straight to the hang 10. I love that. I love how much this is standing up for her. Her board is looking excellent through this section. Look at all that speed. She's not pushing any water with her front feet and finishes it off.
I feel on instinct that Maffa, although the wave was smaller, I think she might have just got the better of this exchange on the scores. What do you feel, Rachel?
Well, that's a good question. I want to watch this a little bit more. So she got 2 long nose rides out the back, where Alice got that one you can see right behind her, and then she goes into turns and kind of has to manage that inside before it stands back up, where Moffat maybe got a little bit more work done. Look at this. She gets back up to the nose, and then that is a great hang 10. And it seemed like every single opportunity she milked that is an amazing hang 10. That bump that she made through, that composure that she was able to stick with her upper body.
She did like a chicken dance on that second hang 10. I'm not sure if that was like a purposeful maneuver or if that was just like a balance reaction. But it was a shame that she just had to kind of go low after that first section. The great work done on the inside, but there was a little bit of a moment early in the wave where she just lost her flow a bit due to the shape of the wave. So it's going to be pretty close when those scores drop for both Alice and Maffa.
I think your instinct was probably right. We'll probably see Maffa's go a little bit higher. I think the judges rewarding the fact that every little possible place she went for those hang 10s or added in those extra maneuvers, and the judges like when surfers are able to incorporate all of that work with some flow, not making it look forced, and I think that's what Maffa was able to exemplify, where Alice has that 8.33 though, and I think her backup will be right around there. So I have a feeling Alice might maintain that lead, but they're going to sit in first and second pretty confidently. And Maffa takes the lead with that one, with that dropping in as an 8.37, the best of the heat so far. And you were right, she got the nod on that exchange.
Yeah, it felt like that. Those inside nose rides were the money nose rides. And again, we're now starting to see evidence that the judges will go big if critical stuff happens on the inside. I think her opening outside nose rides weren't so critical, but those 210s on the inside really made the difference, as we see Kira Molnar straight up to the nose, putting that board on rail again, just readjusting her line. 2 steps, 4 up to the tip. Here's that 5, really big steaming section ahead. Cross steps back to the tail and then puts that board on rail and goes into a bigger, more beautiful cut back, just opening the body out again, just rising that back arm to just help sustain balance and open up that chest as she now gets back onto a critical quick 5. And again, look at the positioning of her upper body, the way she's able to just guide and lead with that upper body as she gets back to another nose ride. And now this is that moment where they start to recognize the heavy inside section and make that decision whether they go for the safety of the kick out, the criticalness of another nose ride, or the danger factor of a big turn onto the sand.
Her Team Australia there on the beach supporting her through that one. That was a great way of describing. I'll get back to this as we see Maffa taking off.
So Maffa on the Piccolo Clemente built boards. We could see Alice had to get that one on the head. Maffa onto that second nose ride. This is a really big fast wave and she's doing a great soul arch. A little bit wide of the pocket, but look at this one wedging up, and now there's the pocket right above her shoulder as she stalls once more and recognizes that she's so far down the beach that this shore break is going to be heavier than a fistful of dollars as she gets back on the nose. And now this is where it's going to get fruity, but with common sense, she safely kicks out as Kira Molnar does a really good turtle roll there, just getting under that wave. Let's see if Kira's going to pop up, because that was like a textbook turtle roll. And, you know, the turtle roll, of course, is a key way of getting a longboard under a heavy wave.
Yeah, especially, like you said, a heavy wave. Definitely a key way in some of these heavier conditions we're seeing surfers use. Ideally, with this right-hand point, they're going to be using that channel, and so trying to stay away from having to go through any of that whitewash. But as we saw Alice take that one on the head, making sure she wasn't paddling out towards the shoulder and interfering with Maffa's wave, she knew she had to take that one on the head, and it's all about positioning when you're in those situations.
And this is real evidence of we've got world-class surfers in this heat, but if you want to progress, you need to be getting excellent scores. There's no space for 5s and 6s. We've seen Daisy and Kira dropping 5s and 6s, but it's Maria and Alice in those 8s that are out there in front as we see our reigning gold medalist, Alice Lemoyne from France, walking up to the nose, holding a 5, walking back to the tail with great footwork and a nice sweeping turn with spray coming off that outside rail. Again, she'll open up the body. You'll really see how she'll lift that back arm when she goes into those cutbacks, and she has a very distinctive style of having her hands, her palms extremely open, almost like the wings of a bird, the way she uses those arms, and then she just soul arches in that setup through the inside. This one doesn't look so fruity in the shore break, so she might have an opportunity to just get a nice controlled last nose ride through the inside, and then here it is getting nice and close to the sand. The cobbles are behind her now, so she knows that this last section, as much as it can be quite steep, it is onto sand, and that looked pretty gnarly, but at least she knows she's just got that little bit of give when you can step onto it, knowing that you're not going to hit rocks.
Yeah, exactly. She went through for that hang 10 right on the inside. I think feeling there, looks like she's actually, 27 seconds remaining. Wow, this heat breezed past, so that was her final attempt at taking the win. I don't think that will be that 8:05.
Yeah, so she needed a big score, so relative to the 8.33 and the 7.93. If you think about the lower score she's carrying, obviously it's got to be just slightly better than that. So on instinct, you're feeling it won't make a difference, and Maria Fernanda Reyes will take the win.
Yeah, her wave came in, Alice's wave came in at a 6.67, so does not go into that top 2. No waves remaining for anyone to come in, so those are the standings that we will be seeing.
Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back for heat number 4, Argentina, Brazil, USA, the Philippines, live from Surf City, El Salvador.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
Thanks for tuning in, surf fans from around the world. A pleasure to have your company here for day number 4 of the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined by 2015 WSL World Longboard Champion and 2013 ISA World Longboard Silver Medalist from California, currently based in Australia, Rachel Tilley. Rachel, who we got coming up?
Oh, we have 4 amazing women. We're in Heat 4. We have Argentina, Brazil, USA, and the Philippines represented, all corners of the world, basically out in this heat, and it's going to be a great one. The waves are looking so good.
And Caitlin Mickelson, your teammate, fellow American, how will she be feeling? Will she be feeling the pressure, or will she be feeling the excitement to know she can really put on a show in these conditions?
I'd say excitement. She's someone who does really well in bigger conditions. She's an excellent nose rider. She's strong on the tail. Those are the 2 things that we are seeing have surfers get into those excellent range. So it'll be interesting to see how she puts this heat together.
And she rides Tommy Moss built Donald Takayama boards, so, you know, carrying that Takayama legacy.
Yeah, she's been on those boards for, I think, most of her career, ever since I've known to be surfing with her, and so she's very comfortable on that equipment, and it has been looking great under her feet. We can see her there in green with a ping in white, Atalanta in blue, and then Augustina out wide. So this positioning is interesting. Look, Caitlin is as A ping went wide there. She wants this wave. Caitlin's not even looking at it, but took that inside just in case.
Apping up and riding here with her daughter Bella and her husband Ashley in the Philippines team, and straight to a nice nose ride on her Thomas Beckson town bike model, setting up for a beautiful second section. Look at the style of this young woman from Siargao, so graceful in the footwork, and look how clean her cross steps are out of the nose ride, and just gently setting up that cross step turn, and just rather than hopping and bouncing, just going lower, but then again answering back for another nose ride and holding on. This is world-class longboarding from Aping Agudo from Siargao in the Philippines, and I hope the Siargao community are tuning in because they will be really impressed with that ride.
I loved her bent front leg on that hang 5. That is indicating how tight her back foot is up to that front half of the board. As we see a replay of this, I'll be able to show, look at how her front foot or her front leg is bent. That's just showing that's a tight 5, which means that her 2 front feet are up close. It's not that stretch 5, so the judges will be noting that and rewarding that accordingly.
She had a kind of little flash of Khalees Kelly-Opaha in her nose riding style there, I felt.
Yeah, nice and relaxed. Her footwork is so delicate. Riding her Thomas Town bike, I know that's a board that Mason Schremer has chosen to ride in the past too. Not in this contest. She's not here in this contest at the moment, but Mason, of course, a rider of Thomas Beckson boards as well.
Now that's a really interesting shot there, because you know how the longboarder often lifts the knee. Now that's, you know, it's just a way of just being more comfortable. It kind of is a natural thing to do to take the pressure off your spine, isn't it? So it's very common that you'll see longboarders with one knee kind of flagging in the air, but that's just a natural thing that happens because you're lying on that flat board that's raised out of the water.
Yeah, and I think too, you with such a long paddle out, you'll probably, if we followed her all the way out, we'd see her try and like position herself differently a few different times to give some relief to all those muscles that are working while staying constant to paddle the entire time and get out there as quick as possible.
It's actually a distinctive feature of you, the way you'll have your back leg, and it's almost like a dog wagging a tail, the excitement that you have when you're paddling out for a set, as we see Caitlin Mickelson up and riding with 6 steps to the nose with a nice 5 on her Takayama board. This is a signature model that she developed. It didn't go into mass production as a signature model, but it certainly was an accentuated tail, a little bit like the Noah Comp model, but with a much more drawn out tail that Caitlin designed herself. So this is a really good board for this wave, and if she really starts to get in rhythm with the rail engagement, we might well see Caitlin Mickelson at her very best, Rachel.
This has been a beautiful wave so far, a combination of nose rides and turns. Her tail surfing is some of the best on the women's longboard tour, really hard to beat, as she's just been navigating this board so beautifully on this wave.
Amazing surfing. Also, mum Caitlin Mickelson. I know that her husband Niles will be tuning in from Del Mar, a local at Encinitas. She also is a doctor of physical therapy and owns Peak Performance. She has a Bachelor of Science in Kinesiology from from California State University. And she is a winner of the Mexi Log Fest. She's been WSL World Longboard Tour #2 back in 2010, and she has been a standout regionally, a 2018 North American champion, and at the grassroots and club level in California she's been dominant for a long time, as we see Atalanta Batista from the northeast of Brazil, just outside of Recife, up and riding. Also a mother of 2, Atalanta Batista, and an incredible activist, does a lot of amazing social work. She's been an elected councillor. She has a great series on the Brazilian channel Canal Off, all about her life, her work, and her competitive surfing. And she rides Luffy boards, made and designed in Portugal, and she's got a really nice cross-step setup turn here with another stool and a beautiful tight 4-foot step work up for a nose ride, and strong and graceful, and just washes the water off her face. And I really like the body language, the composure. Even though this wave is heavy, she's locked in that last nose ride. She falls on the inside. But with that, let's go down to the winner of our last heat. Our reigning gold medalist, Alice Lemoyne, is with Ben Way.
All right, so here we are with the winner of that last one, Maria Fernanda Reyes, representing Peru. Felicidades.
Muchas gracias, súper contenta aquí.
She's super happy here. So, sacaste unos muy buenos puntajes, 2 olas en el excelente y tienes la segunda más alta heat score del torneo. ¿Cómo te sientes?
Muy contenta, creo que es gracias a todo el entrenamiento que he venido haciendo y preparándome para seguir mejorando día tras día.
So I was letting her know that she had the second highest heat score total of the day, and she said she thinks it's just thanks to all the training and all the sport and all the work they've put in every day. Me habías dicho ayer que Piccolo básicamente te elija todo lo de la tabla. Tú es como usa esa y esa y decide todo. Hoy con el oleaje más grande, ¿cuáles consejos te dio hoy?
Nada, que vaya a divertirme y demostrar el surfing que tengo. La verdad que el equipo que tengo es para olas grandes también, porque en Perú tenemos muchas olas de gran tamaño y nada, eso es lo que me gusta y trato de divertirme como lo hacía de chiquita.
So I asked her yesterday in her interview, she said Piccolo basically picks out everything about her board. She doesn't need to know too much because he selects. And I said, with the bigger size today, did he recommend anything different? She said the waves are big in Peru, so her board's also made for waves with size and power. Bueno, Ana Caspar ganó. También Piccolo está adelante, pasó. ¿Cómo te sientes con tu equipo, con ese momento que tienen?
Tenemos un equipazo, a Piccolo con un gran ejemplo para nosotros y nada, siempre aprendiendo de él, que es un maestro, y creo que todo lo que he ido mejorando es gracias a muchos de los tips y a las tablas que él me hace.
So she said a lot's to do with having Piccolo on the team. He's basically their coach. He's done a lot of training with them on nose riding, everything else, and a lot to thank to them. Muchísimas gracias, mucha suerte en la próxima.
Bueno, muchas gracias y saludos a todos, a mi mamá, a mi enamorado, a toda la familia y a todos mis patrocinadores por siempre estar apoyándome, y al IPD por traernos acá.
Muchísimas gracias. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Ben. Not only did Ben have to translate those questions from English to Spanish, but he also had to deal with me calling out the wrong winner. It wasn't Alice Lemoyne. She finished in second. It was Mafa Maria Fernanda Reyes. An incredible performance from Mafa, and talking about having that camaraderie, that relationship with her shaper and fellow competitor Piccolo, and also talking about the fact she's so comfortable in these West Pacific conditions. These are juicy Pacific ground swells that she rides every day.
Yeah, that's something we were actually talking about in her heat, of just how comfortable she is doing delicate footwork on such meaty, big waves. That is as a result of the waves that they get down in Peru. And so I think she's someone who will feel really comfortable in this swell and as a result go far in this event.
Little catch up, we got Kaylin Mickelson. She's got the highest score of the heat. She's got a 7.0, but she's waiting to get a second ride. She's sitting in second because Aping Agudo has got a 6 and a 1.5. We saw that opening ride, went as a 6. She added a small wave that she's going to replace as soon as possible. Atalanta Batista, she kicks off with a 4.67. She's also waiting for a second ride, and we're waiting for a score to drop for our Argentinian surfer, Augustina, who has been putting on a fantastic performance from Mar del Plata, one of the capitals of Argentinian surfing, and she's also a keen skateboarder and also a mother as well, Argentinian champion. So many mothers represented here in the World Longboard stage.
And I think interesting to note, all 4 women in this heat are in their 30s. And so that's something that is unique to longboarding as well, that we see a lot of professional longboarders keeping up with their professional career in the sport later into their age.
So let's get the replay of Aping. I mean, look at this beautiful footwork to set up for these nose rides, Rachel.
Yeah, that's not easy to do on your backside, but she's just making it look really graceful. I love how small her steps are. That shows really delicate and shows so much control. That cross step, cut back, and just trying to get back into it here, and she is able to, gets back on the nose as another tactic to get herself some speed and back into that wave. Now she is fully back into it. Cross step, cut back, kind of goes, opens that body, almost going regular foot there, back up to the nose. So that was her 6-3-3. So she is now sitting with two waves in the 6 range, putting that pressure on the rest of the women to get a backup score.
From General Luna in Siargao, and she's one of 9 siblings. Her dad started surfing age 55, so they really have become such a important family in the Siargao surfing community. And in 2018, she won a WSL event in Newquay, Cornwall, Fistral Beach. She's traveling here with her young daughter Bella, and she runs a small business hotel called Buddha Resort with her English husband, and she's really surfing at such a beautiful style, her footwork, her flow, and that's why she's out there in the lead, that 6-3-3 and that 6-0-0. But Caitlin Mickelson is in a great position because she's sitting with first priority. She's got a 7, so she knows that there's more to give, and she's just got the free rein to choose which wave of this set she wants, Rachel.
Yeah, with her competitive experience, she will be waiting for, she has a keen eye to know which wave she needs to take in order to get another wave in the 7s and above, looking to solidify into that first place position. So she's going to use this first priority wisely, and look at these waves coming in. It'll be interesting. Doesn't look like she's going to opt for this first one, which I think is a good choice. There's the surfers have been often opting to go for those 2nd, 3rd, 4th sets because that first wave of the set kind of can calm the ocean a little bit, so you're not dealing with as much bump on the face of the wave on those later sets.
Live action, Caitlin Mickelson on her Tommy Moss built Donald Takayama surfboards, 4 steps up for her opening nose ride, pedals back and then drops down, and what a beautiful carving turn. That was textbook stuff. She just really lifted the arms and put that board on rail, one of the nicer rail turns we've seen from the heat, and again going into a really nice cut back. The judges will like that rail work. It's strong, it's dynamic, it's in the pocket. That 3rd cut back, now she stalls, gets high, goes 6 steps up for a 5, holds that 5, just a little hand up in the air there. That's not only a little moment of balance, it's also just a nice reminder to the judges that, hey, I'm on a nose, check this out. As she pulls up for a super tight 5, pretty much a 10, and as this wave gets a little bit soupy through the inside, she kicks out with style, knowing she'll add to that 7.0. Will it come close to that 7, do you think, Rachel?
Well, thinking back to her 7, she had one moment on the tail where she was just right in the pocket and had this beautiful turn, but maybe it's just because of the time bias of that's what was just in front of me, but I think I might have liked that wave more. She goes straight up to the nose, taking that high line, getting that hang 5, and then this turn. Look at the spray and the line that she takes. Just a beautiful S-turn. She's really one of one who are able to turn a board like that, just doing that so beautifully and dynamically. She's a surfer that I always looked up to growing up with. She's just older than me, and I was able to really try and study her turns and her tail surfing and just try and emulate everything she did in that regard, and showing that she's not just a strong tail surfer, she is a strong nose ride surfer, getting that quick tap of the 10, and I think the judges will like that she milked everything out of this wave, didn't leave any downtime.
I love that, and I think that it will be a real confidence booster if that goes into the excellent range, because she'll know she's got excellent range surfing, as we see Atalanta Batista adding to her 4.67. Long opening nose ride, moving back to the pocket, just setting herself up on a high line with 4 steps and a quick 10, and then that nose ride drops back down into the middle of the wave, and at that point she has to step to the back, but then she puts that board on rail and just readjusts with a snaking cut back, and then uses that stance beautifully to set herself up with 4 steps back up for a tip time, quick 10, cross steps back, just make sure that leash isn't curled around her toes, as we see our Argentinian surfer on a set wave behind her, and she streaks through this inside section with a powerful long hold on a hang 5 and cleanly cross steps out of that, and even does a cross step kick out turn just to avoid the shore break. Really strong surfing from Atalanta.
She was going to paddle wide there. I think Agostina is on a wave right behind her there as well. And a ping just left out the back alone with these sets coming in. This will be exciting.
So that's going to be a really good score to drop for Caitlin Mickelson. And yes, it comes in nicely to 7.6. Some judges going much closer to the excellent range, others going lower in the sevens, and the average taken falls at a 7.6. So that's interesting for Caitlin. It would have been nice if she heard an excellent range score, because she knows 8s have been dropped by the other women, or high 8s. But I feel as if Caitlin's got a lot more. I'd really love to see her just push it even harder, because I think that her approach really suits this wave.
Yeah, Caitlin is just doing simple surfing for her, and that is getting her into the 7s range. So even though it's not in that excellent range, and you like to hear that for the confidence boost, I actually think she's just going, I'm just doing my basic normal surfing, not even pushing the limits yet, and she's landing in the 7s. So wait until she actually starts putting on a show and really gearing it up a bit. And I think she would know that formula. She didn't get a hang 10 out the back. She didn't get to hold that nose right out the back as long as some of the other girls. So as soon as she does that, that's absolutely going into the excellent range.
So we're still non-elimination. The surfers in 3rd and 4th will move into repechage, but the surfers who get 1st and 2nd will move into the next round. As we see Ashley Braunton, he's going to be coming up very soon, surfing it against Moroccan Tariq El Basiti and Mattia Mallorca from Sardinia in Italy, and Nicolas Nikidora Garcia from the north coast of Spain. As we see Aping currently in 2nd, looking to replace a 6.0, but it's that score for Atalanta Batista that really could make a difference. She needs a 7.66 to win. She has now dropped that score. It comes in at a 7.27. It's not enough to make the difference because she's carrying that 4.67. So Aping stays in 2nd position, Rachel. How interesting. Atalanta still in 3rd.
Yeah, well, a 7.27 higher than Aping's 2 waves, though, so she only needs a 5.06, and there is time to get back out there to get that backup score and up that opportunity to get into 2nd.
Styling from Mar del Plata, it's our Argentinian champion, Augustina. She's looking to add to that 4.50 as we see Aping looking to replace a 6.0 on her Thomas Bexon board. Nice opening nose ride. Again, once again, demonstrating her ability to cross step so elegantly and nose ride so beautifully. And I really like that use of the cross step turn to set herself up. There's so much natural flair in Aping. It's an absolute pleasure to watch. This is the kind of surfing that you just want to watch on video, repeat, because you can really learn about the nuances of the footwork, about just the ability to keep the upper body calm, to not be too flustered. There's not overuse of the arms or wobbles. It's all just elegantly linking together. But as much as she has that calm composure, there's real strength in her legs. The way she's dealing with big waves and just making it look very easy. That to me is world-class surfing.
Yeah, I am a fan of the subtleties, and you can see the way her ankles and her knees are positioned are doing so much work, but they look just so calm and stylish and relaxed. So she is someone who absolutely just made the difficult look easy.
So she could replace her low 6. She might even oust her high 6.33, and that will put more pressure on Atalanta, who needs a 5.06 to move into 1st position. So Batista is on her way back out, as we see Augustina also waiting for a score to drop on a nice smooth section. I love that soul arch bottom turn there. This board has already been creased and fixed. If you see the bottom side of it, you can see it's a survivor, this board. She does a beautiful long cheetah 5 just locked in the top of that wave and throws into a little 10 as that wave just dies and then hits that shore break with a bit of a thunderous crash. She's really got a lot to do to stay in this heat, though. She's going to have to go massive with only 3 minutes remaining, Rachel.
And Aping's wave comes in as a 5.57, so doesn't improve her situation. She's still sitting in 2nd, but when you're sitting in 2nd like this with Atalanta only needing a 5.06, she's going to be wanting, Aping is going to be wanting to improve her situation by either dropping that or by dropping that 6.0, so that way she ups that requirement for Atalanta.
So how do you think Caitlin's going to be feeling traveling without her husband Niles and her son Maddox? Do you think that's going to be an advantage or a disadvantage to her campaign to go for gold?
Well, I definitely wouldn't say it's an advantage. I know Niles is such a great surfer, and he's someone who can give her great advice. I know she loves, of course, being with her son Maddox. They both traveled with her to the Mexi Log Fest, and she surfed as great as ever. And they were taking Maddox out into the surf in between the event as well. And I think she is someone who really enjoys having that family time when she doesn't have to be in heat surfing. So I'm sure she's really missing them right now. But fortunately, she does have the U.S. team to be traveling with her and giving her, I know they have that family sense of camaraderie.
As we see, having a look, Caitlin Mickelson. So she'll probably lose her priority on that
Yeah.
because she did really scramble for that wave. So it might mean that Atalanta shifts up to first priority, which now gives Atalanta a better shot at getting this 5:06, Rachel.
Yeah, so it's not something that I know Caitlin's going to be kicking herself a bit with that priority mistake, but she's not really the person who is in danger here. She's sitting comfortably in the lead. That's something that a Ping would have just seen, though, and gone, oh, no, I don't want the person who only needs a 5:06 to be sitting with first priority right now.
Absolutely. It's a 6.33 and a 6.0 that Ping is carrying. It might be that she's decided not to paddle back out for one more because she might recognize that there's no time with only a minute remaining. But as we see on our screen right now, Caitlin Mickelson, she's in second priority in the green vest. Atalanta Batista, she is chasing an attainable score of a 5:06 to move up into first or second position and force Ping and Agustina from the Philippines and Argentina respectively into the repechage round. But with just 40 seconds remaining, it looks like Atalanta is going to have to scramble for a smaller wave. Do you think this one's going to come in time? It could come in time, this next one, but hard to say.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to stand up enough. Unfortunately, she's working hard for it, going to use all of her dying seconds to try and make something out of this, but it doesn't look like this wave will come in time.
So just 10 seconds remaining. You can see Caitlin Mickelson is moved off to the right of the screen there. She's in second priority. She doesn't need a score. So the last thing Caitlin wants to do is have an interference situation. But the clock is run down. Caitlin takes the win. Ping Agudo, congratulations, progressing in the main event. But Atalanta and Augustina, they will move into the repechage round. And a really great performance then. Very impressed with Caitlin and also Ping.
Yeah, great surfing, and with no scores waiting, it looks like we will run straight into the next heat, with the men probably being able to take advantage of some of these sets coming in.
So with that, let's go to a short break, and we'll be right back as we see Ashley Braunton, Mattia Mallorca, Tariq Elbaciti, and Nicolas Garcia Nikidora from Spain, surfing for continuation in the Day 4 of Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we move into repechage round 2 of the men's. Up and riding now in the green singlet from Morocco. It's Tariq Elbaciti from Tamrat, just down the coast from Tarazout, one of the epicenters of Moroccan surfing. Favorite break is Tamri, a really good beach break, but of course he gets the opportunity to surf world-class right-hand point breaks like Anchor Point and Killer Point on his doorstep, and demonstrating a real incredible funky bit of footwork there where he gets that 5 and does that kick 5 rail grab over the nose after a long nose ride, and he's still got scoring potential on this section as he stalls it and looks and eyes up the shore break and then just presses eject, as answering back is our North Spaniard surfer Nicolas Garcia, smooth, stylish off the back of a really great performance at the Mexi Log Fest in La Saladita, Mexico. Nicholas is a multiple winner of the Salinas Longboard competition, which is one of the great European longboarding events, and he's learned a lot of his skills surfing those beautiful beach breaks there. But of course, he has great point breaks on his doorstep. Great left hand over Gillis and in Asturias, and he would occasionally get out to the routes in the Basque Country, and he's looking very strong, Rachel, on this opening ride.
Yeah, this has been a beautiful opening ride on his traditional triple stringer. It's a beautiful looking board. I think you can see that it's most likely his longboard has quite a bit of weight to it too, as it's just been handling the chatter really smoothly. That wave had little to no bump on it, which was to his advantage, as he was able to just connect everything with such style and flow.
Ashley Bonga Braunton paddling into this wave, the 40-year-old from North Devon, regular footer. He's got a nice high line, up and riding on the 4th surfboards built by Luke Hart, straight up to the tip. Nice opening nose ride for Ashley, staying nice and low, and then he cracks that section off the top, climbing over that foam, and then there's that distinctive sweeping drop knee re-entry, cut back, and again into a cut back. And he's going to stall this section here for an opportunity to stay in the pocket, keep nice and lively and loose, looking really keen, ready for an opportunity to add a second nose ride. Kicks off with an opening nose ride, stalls it back up for a bit of tip time, and then cross steps back to the tail, and he's now recognizing that the shore break's close, and Ashley Braunton from Great Britain kicks off with a really strong opening ride.
I think you could tell that he was on quite a lighter board. You can see the chatter of the wave a little bit more on the bump, like his nose going up and down. So that's how I was differentiating kind of a heavier board versus a lighter board when we saw Nicholas's board not doing as much of that chatter from the nose.
Also, a father, Ashley Braunton. I know his sons Jacob and Jonah. He'll be missing them. And a big shout out to his wife Becky and all of the support that he's got to get here and surf for Great Britain. As a score will soon come in for Ashley, but it's Nicholas Garcia, Nicky Dora as he's known as. He gets a 6.50. The young surfer from North Spain is the reigning WSL European champion, having won that event last year. He's from Asturias, and his favorite break is Salinas, and he's kicking off with a 6.5 as Tariq is kicking off with a fairly decent 4.67. Matia Mallorca from Sardinia in North Spain. Capumano is his local spot, which is a right-hand point break that works when the Mistral winds blow down the Rhone Valley of France and hit the Mediterranean. And the Mediterranean can get actually quite stormy, so swells are short-lived. But let me tell you, there's a lot of good waves around the Mediterranean and a really vibrant surf culture in Italy.
Well, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but in the early 2000s, there were even some Longboard World Championship tour stops in Italy.
Absolutely, that's correct. Bear sponsored a big World Longboard Tour event that crowned world champions in Italy, as we see Tariq El-Basiti from Tamrat, Morocco, on a nice soul arch 10 with their hands behind the head and putting on a real loose, lively display. Even an outside rail grab. Normally we'll see the opposite rail grabbed as the surfer cuts back, but as he set up for the bottom turn, he grabbed the outside rail. Nice, clean, crisp footwork up to the tip there. A little bit of hopping here, a little bit of hop jive potato chip style approach, but yet back up to the tip there, stretching for a 5, holding it really nice. And variety on this wave, Rachel, was pretty impressive.
Yeah, just look at that flick that he has in the front of his nose. I cannot get over staring at that whenever I see him up on a wave. Just how that flips up, that at the very, like the last 6 inches of the nose, just have that flick up, which will allow him to pretty much nose ride anywhere on the wave.
And it's interesting because you really have to appreciate the different types of shapes of waves these surfers ride. I'll let you analyze the way that this board is fitting into this wave, Rachel.
I love that nose ride right in the pocket. He took advantage of that by putting the hands over the head. The judges will like that. These surfers are taking off so far out, and the judges often will watch the wave live and then watch it again on replay before locking in their score. So they would have really liked to see his hands up from the outside as he milks this one all the way through, like you said, adding that variety with that cross step drop knee, turn, back up onto the nose, just gliding through that flick that flick offering him on the nose to just navigate that bump really easily.
Thanks, Rachel. I'm going to get this one correct because we're going to go down to the winner of our last heat. Caitlin Mickelson is with Ben Way.
Thank you so much, Sam. Here with Dr. Caitlin Mickelson for Team USA. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So, had a couple shockers today for the team. Not shockers, everyone's in the reprecharge round. That just means they get to surf this perfect wave more.
Yep.
But you, this is the first time competing in an ISA event for Team USA, and now you're kind of the MVP at the moment. How's it feel?
It feels good. I would love for my team to keep excelling as well. It is a team event. But, you know, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty stable. I feel like I haven't even pushed myself that hard and shown what I really have. I'm kind of just keeping it conservative and surfing to the heat, and then just getting ready to keep progressing forward and pushing even harder as we get through the further rounds. And I'm feeling really good about my surfing.
Well, it's looking great. Sam and Rachel were kind of mentioning that this is one of the first times to travel without the family. Is it helping to kind of keep your game face on as you're just completely focused, not taking care of kids and things like that, or are you just really missing them? I'm sure you're missing them. Come on.
You know, I think either way, it's great. You know, having him in Mexico at the Mexi Log Fest, it was really nice to have the support of my family there, and the downtime was fun to play with my little boy. I definitely do miss them. There are times where, you know, I'm feeling a little down, but, you know, I have a really good, strong mentality and can compartmentalize. And, you know, when it's time to do the heat, that's all I'm thinking about, and having fun out in the surf, and I'll worry about the rest later.
Well, I love your Hawaiian Pro designs, shapes and design by the late Donald Takayama. I look at the outline, it's more kind of from my era. It's more traditional concepts, not so nose ride specific as we're seeing a lot of these competitors that kind of shifted over. Do you think that really helped with your rail game? Because I think the meat and potatoes from your scores came from those turns.
Yeah, you know, I think this is a really good design for this wave. The pulled-in tail is definitely helping with the rail game. Having it as a single fin's a little tricky because, like, there's a few times where I feel like I want to skid out because I feel like I want to put more power into my turn, but the waves just aren't allowing it right now. The nose on that board's really great, too. It's definitely not as wide as some of the other competitors, so I can't kind of, like, sit up there further out on the shoulder a little bit. I have to make sure I'm really back in the pocket to hold my nose rides, and, you know, I think that's where you're supposed to be anyways.
Excellent surfing. I'm sure your family's watching at home. I don't know what time it is right now. It's only a couple hours away. But, yeah, a couple messages, and we'll let you go and cool down.
All right, thank you. Go Team USA. We got this.
There you go. Back to the booth with you guys.
Just as you forecast, Rachel, that's the sound of one cool, focused cat. She knows that she used the phrase conservative, and she's building. And, you know, watch out, because Kaelin Mikkelson's on a roll. But right now, Mattia from Italy, he's looking to add to that 217. He was sitting there in priority. He had the pick of that set. He made the wise decision choosing this wave, and he has surfed it beautifully. Nice nose ride through the last section here. What's he going to do with the Papusa shore break? He's going to stall high. Is he going to go for another little nose ride? He's setting himself up. There's the 5. Is he going to be able to get a straight line out of this? He nose dives and demonstrates how dangerous that section is. Anything can happen in there. You can break a board, you can do all kinds of damage.
Yeah, I know we saw actually some buckled boards in that section yesterday. We've already seen a broken board today from an outer set, so that is definitely a section to be careful of.
Here's Ashley Braunton, bombastic on that turn. Really nice opening 5 and then stalling for a second nose ride. Might get a sneaky 10 in that section. Unable to ride out of that nose ride. So he's going to kick off with a 4.73. He'll get another score, but it's Nicolas Garcia up and riding. The goofy footer from North Spain, the reigning European champion for the WSL, gets a third nose ride. Good, clean, smooth footwork. You can see his approach. It's very much about classic lines and footwork and nose riding. Clearly riding a much bigger board than some of the other competitors in this heat. Will that give him an advantage or a disadvantage?
Wow, that's a good question. But it seems like right now it's giving him an advantage. He's obviously knows how to navigate that bigger board really well, and it's going through all this bump and chop really smoothly and easily. However, it's more about, I think it's less about the bigness of the board as he is getting a really nice clean inside section here. It's less about how big the board is, but more so about how the tail and the rails are shaped in that board that is giving surfers an advantage versus disadvantage out there, mostly on their rail game.
And it's really interesting looking at the surfers who live at point breaks. And I've seen João Dantas and Antonio Dantas looking very comfortable out here. São Pedro Estoril. When it's big, it breaks similar. Tariq will be used to the Moroccan point breaks. And these types of point breaks are different than some of the famous longboard point breaks like Malibu and Noosa. that have more of a sucky pocket, and those waves you really have to focus so heavily on fins and tail design to avoid the slip out. But I think that these are more kind of open-faced kind of point breaks like you might see in Morocco, where you really do have to use the rail a lot of the time. And I think that that might be something that a lot of the surfers didn't realize when they were planning this event, because this is a place that we've not yet had international longboard events at.
Yeah, sure. It's something that all the surfers have been really getting used to in all their practice sessions into the lead up of this event. I think the surfers that will be competing in the WSL longboard event that will be happening at this wave later this year will definitely have that better insight, and we'll probably see some equipment differences at that event because of this event.
Looking to replace a 2-3-3, Ashley Braunton, smooth, fast, high off the top on his Luke Hart built fourth surfboards, cuts back there. He's staying nice and low and lively, and there's a little snap turn, and he's staying really progressive off the tail as he sets himself up for that third section with a nice drop knee off the top, cut back, and now he'll be thinking about throwing in the opportunity for the nose ride. There's the stall. He's got himself high in the line, steps up for a tip ride, touches the 5, gets back up for a second 5, locks on the 5 a little bit longer, and then hits a little bit of wide bounce. So he's going to add to his scores. He'll certainly replace his 2-3-3. Will it go higher than his 4-7-3, do you think, Rachel?
No, I don't think so, but we'll talk about that after we look at this wave.
Tariq, long on the 5, deep behind the pocket, reminiscent of the hold on the nose that we saw from Rodrigo Schweier, and he's just staying locked in that 5. You know what? He's so perched on that nose, I think he's just going to stay there. In fact, he could have a ham sandwich and a pupusa right now. May as well just give him a can of Coke and a bottle of juice and a beer and a cerveza, and what a nose ride.
For this.
Absolutely. He's just now got to the point where he's just going for the nose ride record. Unfortunately, he has to shuffle out of it after all of that nose riding, if only he could have walked out of it. But that was just incredible. I mean, you know, you would imagine the judges aren't going to go crazy on that, but as far as skill level and entertainment, that was just, it was like a 180-yard long hang 5.
Yeah, that would have felt good as a surfer from a competitive standpoint, and from a judge's standpoint. The judges are being extremely clear that they want to see both. So it looks like he's heading into the beach potentially. There are 5 minutes remaining. Maybe he's just saying, I won't have time to make it back out there. So, he has a crease on his board.
You know, so that's interesting. So that might have happened after the nose ride, but it might have happened before, and that's why he only nose rode it, because he knew that nothing else would be possible. But Rachel, what about this? I mean, the degree of difficulty, particularly through this section, was just outstanding.
Yeah, so this is really critical surfing. As Rodrigo did too, they're both goofy foot, are able to just kind of lean back into that whitewash section, making it around, and he just gets comfortable up there. It's that rocker at the very tip that really allows him. I like the addition of that style. This is so impressive, and this is where we just started going, wow, he's going to take it to the sand like this.
And then he broke my heart by not cross-stepping out of it. Literally, it was the longest hang 5 I've seen in years, and all I wanted was just a nice walk off. But he already knew about the crease, so I think that he hit that nose, and maybe the dynamics of the crease board facilitated the lock of that nose ride. But you could see the way he gestured as he hopped off. Maybe that's why he didn't cross-step off, actually. Maybe he thought, you know, if I cross-step, it might be harder to fix it.
Yeah.
So it'd be good to talk to him after the heat about that. But I mean, I am just absolutely blown away by this young Moroccan's ability. He is a world-class talent, and it's really great to see Morocco here. Of course, we know Morocco for its shortboard community, but Imswan is one of the iconic longboard point breaks in the world, and you know that's somewhere that you could really develop world-class skills as an international longboarder.
Yeah, judges being extremely strict so far on this event and we can see that crease there. So that's what we'd call a crease or a buckle, not a broken board because it's obviously still in one place, but the fiberglass has been compromised and that will need to be fixed. It looks like it's been creased in 3 different places. So it's fixable. The board is never as strong after you fix it. I'm wondering what he will plan to do, if he has any backup boards that he's comfortable on.
Well, it's clear that he knew about that crease when he paddled
Yeah.
into that wave, and that's why he stayed on the nose. It might have helped somehow in a weird way facilitate that nose ride, but it was great to see the talent of him, and he's still in second position. It doesn't look like he feels like he's going to paddle out on his backup board. He feels like there's not enough time to get out back. He's got a 5.77 and a 4.67. Nicholas Garcia is in first with a 6.5 and a 5.77. Ashley Braunton is chasing a score of a 7.21. He's got a 4.73 and a 3.83. And Mattia Mallorca's got a 4.47 and a 2.17. We're moving down, Rachel, into the last 2 minutes. One surfer already out of the water, so the opportunity is really there for Ashley and Mattia to strike.
And the judge is giving Tariq a 6.17 on that wave. I think that is clear that they love that long nose ride. If he had just gotten one turn maybe in the middle of it, or at some point it could have gone into the excellent range. They really liked that. He did show some very critical surfing.
I'm curious to know whether you could play the entire Moroccan national anthem in the time he spent on the nose there, because I think it could be possible.
Yeah, I meant to start a stopwatch when we went to that replay. I didn't have enough time to, but that was amazing. And upping the requirement. He doesn't go into first place with that score, but he did up the requirement for Ashley and Mattia.
But it's important to recognize it's not a nose riding competition.
Absolutely.
But the judges dropping, a really big score on that, a 6.17 for just a crazy long nose ride. So if you really are desperate and you need a score like that, you could get it just from nose rides.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting dynamic. As a surfer, I definitely try and prioritize nose rides over turns while still incorporating turns into my waves, as we see Mattia going for his 7.47.
And this looks very similar to a really exceptional day at Capumano in Sardinia. This kind of textured face, this kind of speed of wave. So he'll know these right-handers. He knows what to do. He knows his board dynamics, and he's chasing a big score. And he is looking really good and lively, kicking off with that 5.10. And ooh, what happened there, Rachel?
Oh, just as he got into the whitewash hit his board and flipped that rail so quick, and it just I gasped, because it just happened so quick that sometimes that can take you off guard as a surfer, and the fin just flips up underneath you. But that won't be the score that he is looking for. So it is Nicholas and Tariq who will be advancing through.
Congratulations, Spain and Morocco. Unfortunately eliminated Ashley Broughton. Flown the flag, surfed brilliantly, and Mattia, you will be unfortunately just carrying points now for your team and supporting your fellow teammates. But stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, because coming into the booth, we have Mitch Salazar and Shannon Hughes to call out heat number 2, as we see Japan, the Netherlands, Chile and Venezuela going blow for blow live from Surf City, El Salvador. So the important thing about the 2023 ISA World Longboard Championship is the judging criteria being about traditional surfing. So the judges want to see the surfers utilizing all of the board and all of the wave using traditional longboard surfing in the critical section of the wave, but with style, flow and grace. And that's about using the footwork to connect with critical nose rides in the hang 5 and the hang 10 in the pocket of the wave, but then from the tail of the board engaging the rail in carving, flowing surfing and connecting this together, so you utilize all of the board, all of the wave in this traditional style.
Welcome back to beautiful Surf City, El Salvador for the 2023 ISA World Longboard Surfing Championships. I'm Mitchell Salazar. To my left is Shannon Hughes, and this is Kenichi Kitamura from Team Japan, opening up his account in what is Reprecharge Round 2, Heat number 2. Shannon, some fun waves out there right now. We're getting close to our low tide at around 1 p.m. It is quite a low tide considering how big the waves are. But look at these beautiful lines that we're seeing here at El Sunsal. A couple of people getting caught inside. Fun heat out there this afternoon. As we see Kitamura in the red, Douwe Robrock from the Netherlands in blue, Rafael Cortez from Chile in green, and Jose Angel from Venezuela will be in the white jersey. So 2 South American surfers, 1 surfer from Europe, and 1 surfer from Asia.
Yeah, it's going to be a great contingency out in the lineup. I mean, the surf is just continuing to fire down the point here at Sunzal as we see a surfer. That's a pretty good technique to get through a double overhead wall of whitewater rolling towards you, is just to stand up on a longboard and then dive down as deep as you can just to get underneath it. One of the benefits to wearing leashes out there on a day like this.
That's an excellent point that you bring up, because most of these people on most days would not be wearing a leash, not only to surf, but also to compete. Ooh, slip right there from Jose Angel from Venezuela. Resides in Panama now. He's been there for the last 6 years. He's originally from this island off of Caracas in Venezuela called Isla Margarita. Some great waves, beautiful people, excellent views, and crystal clear water in that part of the Caribbean.
It sounds like an absolute dream location to be growing up at, to learn how to surf, and just to be connected to the ocean and to Mother Nature. As we see a great looking wave opening up here.
Yeah, Rafa Cortez, the Chilean, gets 1.5. Lovely style right there, kind of arches back. He's been surfing since he's 14 years of age, 25 at the moment, so 11 years. Also loves to fish. Coming from Pichilemu, some great waves in that region. That's actually where the 2023 Pan American Games will be at. So the surfing portion of it, whether you're on the longboard discipline, shortboard, everything will be holding place right there. He holds the 5 for a long time, and he's going to kick out in control out of that one. And we do see an S on the screen right there from Douwe Robrock. That means that he has priority, but at the moment it is suspended because he was caught inside. So suspended priority means that once you get back out to the primary takeoff zone, you will be rewarded your priority depending on how you were in the rotation. But at the moment, you do not have use of that priority. You can't block anybody off of a wave, basically. 16:40 on the clock. These are 20-minute heats, Shannon.
So not deemed full priority again until he's out the back, all the way at the takeoff zone?
Yep, that's basically it. So you get caught inside, you get cleaned up. You will be rewarded priority once you get out the back, unless you touch the sand. If you come into the sand all the way to the beach, you will be taken away priority. Most importantly, when you have suspended priority, you go back to where you were in the rotation. So that's where it's essential, even though it's not, where you'd like to be in the lineup with suspended priority. At least it has its benefits.
Especially if you were sitting in that first priority when one of those sets rolled through and wiped you out, which could be, that seems like a likely scenario, especially on a day like this, because we're seeing these surfers now, at this stage of competition, starting to push those limits a little bit. They want to start taking off maybe a little deeper, see if they can get a more dynamic nose ride a little deeper on that first section before heading out into the flats or needing to engage the rail for that first turn, which could mean that when some of these wider sets roll through, they're actually going to be caught too far inside, where maybe something slightly smaller will be breaking in a nice critical zone for them. They don't want to miss out on that first section.
Absolutely. Let's go down to Ben Way with last heat's winner, Nicolás Garcia.
Thank you, Mitchell. Here with Nicolás Garcia Andrade representing Team Spain, winner of that round 2 heat number 1. Realmente, felicidades.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you to Spain Federation for support all the team to stay here. Thank you to all my family that stayed, saw the hits. Thank you to all Salvador, to Sur City. Bueno, muchas gracias a todo el mundo.
So you come from Salinas, which is sort of like the hub of culture in longboarding for Spain. How do you feel here in El Sunzal in this amazing wave, which is basically the Malibu of Central America? Do you think this could also become a hub of longboarding for Central America?
Yes, when this wave is no wind and the tide is good, is excelente, como se dice en España. Y the first hits I try to
en español.
Mostrar mi mejor surfing, pero las condiciones no me dieron lo que yo pedía, y en esta tercera manga sí que pude desarrollar un poco más mi potencial.
So in his first couple of heats, he was trying to give his best. He just wasn't offered the kind of waves that he needed to kind of show his talent. This one came together. Also in Spain, it's very famous for a little bit colder water, usually for at least where the waves are. And how does it feel in this heat, very warm water and very long paddle? Was it very tiring?
Yes, for me it's the best. The water is warm and you enter with a short. And for me, I love Mexico, I love El Salvador. That is perfect for surf and for stay calm in the water.
How's your board? Are you riding the Vita surfboards?
Yes, I ride Vita surfboards. It's a brand of Gijón, my city in Asturias, and I'm very happy with the shape. With the shaper is Sergio. That shape amazing and it's good. I try to repeat the next year with the same brand.
You come with another shaper on your team. We have Roman from Iron Mountain. Also, I'm sure at home we have Walter from Zorlak. Let's say a couple things to those guys.
Yes, in Spain have a lot of shapers, good shapers, but my favorite is Sergio. And Roman.
Thank you very much, and we wish you a lot of luck and great waves in the next one.
Thank you. Un saludo para todos los que me estáis viendo desde España, los de mi clase y toda mi familia.
Muchas gracias, tío.
Gracias, Benway, and felicidades to Nico moving through into Reprecharge round 3. Spain, one of the most beautiful parts of the world, I'd have to say. Some incredible waves, not super consistent, so they do have to travel quite a bit. But Nico doing well here in El Sunsal. This is the youngster, though, the 15-year-old from Netherlands, Douwe Robrock. He's actually been living on the coast of Portugal the last few years, been in Spain actually the last 2 weeks training for this event. So a big moment for the 15-year-old representing the Netherlands. And when you come from such a small country that first of all is primarily landlocked, to be able to compete at a world championship is a huge feat for somebody this young, Shannon.
Yeah, it's a really great opportunity, and he's been surfing so well, you know, showcasing the amount of time that he has spent in the ocean, perfecting the craft even at such a young age. It's always pretty special to be able to see someone coming into a contest like this as a 14, 15, 16-year-old that already surfs well beyond their years, that has that grace, that style. Ooh, and that was a really bad wipeout. Rail right to the gut, it looked like.
Kenichi Kitamura up on the outside now. Lovely 5 right there. He's worn a hat in every single heat that he's surfed so far, which is interesting. There was one heat that was overcast. It's like, you still going to wear it? It seemed like he was. Traveling here with his wife. She's also competing in the event, which is really cool. 39 years of age from Chiba, Japan. Some decent footwork, nice nose ride on the outside. And I noticed that he has longer steps than most people too, Shannon. A lot more shorter with a lot of the younger surfers.
Yeah, really wide steps. And some of that is factoring into a bit of a shuffle that I've been noticing throughout this. Sometimes when you have smaller steps, it just helps you to avoid that extra shuffling. And that can help smooth out the entire wave, keep that trim of the board going a little bit easier. But some nice maneuvers on that wave for Kenichi.
Ooh. And a lovely nose ride right there by Rafa Cortez from Chile. He opened up with a 717. Free surfed with him yesterday afternoon. He caught quite a few waves, but he was in control of the lineup, and it just seemed like he was comfortable out here in El Sunsal. Coming from Pichilemu, a region where the waves tend to be quite heavy.
Yeah, and I mean, look at those. You can see that some of these waves are still kind of crumbling, that white water really just hugging the surface of the water the whole time it's coming down. But I do notice on the inside section more that pocket starting to open up. And you're really starting to get some of those heavier sections as well.
Yeah, what I was noticing earlier today was that a lot of people were deviating from basically the power source of the wave. They were going away from the primary white water. There's another wave that almost breaks in front of it. And they were going straight to the beach rather than going into the point where you need to be next to the power source. It seems like that's changed, obviously, especially with a much lower tide. Robrock gets a 4.83 on his opener. A good start for him. 3 points for the opener of Red Kitamura. Jose Angel with just a couple of throwaway scores. Got to be thinking that Rafa Cortez already has a 717. He's going to extend his lead.
Yeah, with that 717 as the starting block, now he's been freed up to just test some things out. He had that really long stretched out nose ride that we're waiting for the score on. Had a couple really big wraps right back into the foam, kind of more powerful turns, board just bouncing right back off that foam. But did it all with control, really maintaining a good bit of flow on that wave throughout with just a couple of turns connected after that nose ride. So we'll be curious to see where the judges go with it. I did hear Sam and Rachel talking in the previous heat about a score that was dropped in the 6-point range for one single very long nose ride. So would have been from that takeoff spot as soon as they were up to their feet, running up to the nose, and then holding that nose ride for the entire time without having to step back off of it or anything. And the judges rewarded it really well without the surfer doing very much afterward to add on those additional little points. So it's good to kind of keep that in mind as the surfers, that the judges are really heavily rewarding that opening nose ride.
No doubt, and we've seen people get excellent scores, even 10s just based off of the one nose ride on the outside. Maybe not in this event so far. Nobody's actually even broken up into the upper 9s yet, or even close to perfection. But what I will say is that it is easily the most difficult maneuver out of all of them when we look at the criteria that we have here.
It's so true, and it's funny to think of not quite getting to that 9.8 scale when yesterday we saw both of the Del Perro brothers going back-to-back, and we had a 9.5 from Antoine, the older brother, and a 9.6 from Edward, the younger brother. So they're starting to inch into that category of near perfection. I will be not surprised, I think, due to the quality of waves and the quality of surfing that we're seeing this week, if we see a 10-point ride thrown down.
It's very rare, but when it does happen, it's obviously delightful. And it just goes to show you that you do it on the right wave, you do it at the right time, and especially, I think, at this wave, more importantly, it has to be at the right tide, too. I kind of feel like the tide is right there right now. We're about to hit the low at around 1 p.m., 7:30 on the clock. Rafa Cortez drops a 5.07. Kitamura gets his best, a 6.27. That moves him up into second. Now that means that Rob Rock from the Netherlands needs a 4.45. And Jose Angel Antepaz from Venezuela, well, he's needing something excellent. That's not considering that Kitamura's low score is a 3-point ride, though, Shannon.
There we could see Dowie go from knee paddling back down to his stomach, and that's one of the great things about longboards specifically. You got a couple different options for a paddle, which is really helpful when you're talking about, a 2 to 3 minute paddle out at a break that's this long, where your shoulders might get a bit tired if you're just laying in that prone position. Even the pressure on your lower back is different riding a longboard specifically, because you're lying on a really flat plank that's very long, and arching that upper body and maybe those legs behind can really put a lot of pressure on your lower back. So you'll often see surfers go into that knee paddling position where they literally go like sitting on their knees, and they're able to just dig those arms in really deep. Gives a little stretch to the body as well, and just changes up what could be a real burner to get back into the lineup when you're trying to kind of conserve your energy at the same time as using all that strength training hopefully happening behind the scenes to be able to stay fit and sharp for heat like this.
I can't do the one when I'm on my legs. My legs are too big. It hurts too much. My shins are very conditioned from doing kickboxing my whole life, but it's still something difficult. Like my lower back gets really... I'd rather just paddle the whole time. I feel like I'm working out the entirety of my body. But as a shortboarder primarily, it's also something that I don't do as much. So maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe I need to try it a bit more. 6 minutes to go. Rafa Cortez still in the lead. Kitamura in second. As you were mentioning, Dowie, the youngster from the Netherlands, very young, 15 years of age. He's still in contention to make it out of this. He needs a mid-4. And there was a priority change right there as Jose Angel Antepaz from Venezuela did paddle for a wave, got dropped down to second priority. Easily a game changer when we talk about how difficult it's been to really select the great waves. This gentleman in second place at the moment with a smart strategy here. Kenichi Kitamura, lovely wrap right there from the 39-year-old from Chiba. Just really appreciate the way he's able to draw these lines, and second-generation surfer himself as well, comes from a great area in Chiba where that's really the hub, the focus of surfing in Japan. As we see the local boy, Amado de Jesus Alvarado, the great hope for El Salvador to make it through into the later rounds in this event. He's got a tough heat. Han Sun Ling from Chinese Taipei. Zen Wallace will be in blue. And you see him just get a little stuck right there, maybe try to paddle out before the tide fully came in. Here's the heat leader, Rafa. Lovely fade. Gets up to the nose. He's got a great style, and you can just see that growing up at those waves, especially the point breaks and the reef breaks in Pichilemu, it's really conditioned his style to kind of play out a bit more in these long, drawn-out right-handers.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with his surfing, and maybe because he's a natural foot, that tendency to change to being so, making it look so easy on a right is due to that stance as well. Because coming out of those left-handers down in Chile, you'd expect his backhand to be really sharp and really refined, and then struggle a little bit more on the forehand. As we're down to like 4 minutes on the clock. This is a great looking wave though. He's put in a bit of work from out the back, and we'll see if he gets that last tap to the nose. And this is that section I think we're going to see a lot of fins, and this is what happened with the guy paddling out just a moment ago, is that we're going to see those fins start connecting with the rocks because it's so shallow. They're finishing in really shallow water, and a lot of these boards have fins that are in the 10 to 12 inch range.
As long as they just pop out and it doesn't bring the whole box with them, because if the box comes out, that means you have to fix it. First of all, you have to let it dry, then be able to fix it. So if you only brought one board, you might have to actually borrow one from somebody else.
Yeah, it's extremely dangerous. It's one of those things as a surfer in competition where there's those question marks, and I've seen it in world title moments where the surf is at a break that also has those rocks on the inside, and you recognize that a surfer in deciding to go for maybe the final maneuver on a wave, hit that last section, let the board catch that lip line and ride out on a longboard specifically because those fins are so long. They're making that decision to put that board on the line completely, and if they end up losing the board, they've got that backup board on the sand and they're going to be able to run in and grab it quickly. But for the sake of getting that world title or keeping their name going in the contest, they're going to just put it all out there and hope that those fins stay intact.
Yeah, there's been a few moments the last couple times they've ran at Malibu, especially in 21. It's quite small. A lot of waves were being finished right on the sand. I actually remember Elise Lemoyne almost got injured when she jumped off into the sand. You're going at such a strong speed, and if you just basically break right at the end, it could be very dangerous.
That's right, and sand will do it just as quickly as the rocks will. That's literally the exact same event that I was picturing. I think it was Kai Salas that broke a fin out in the shore break like that. Kicked his board out, fin was gone. Ran up the beach, had another board waiting for him kind of at the top of the point, so it even meant that he didn't have to run with a board in his arm the whole time, because there you'll do a run around sometimes to be able to get out to the top of the lineup quicker than the paddle. But yeah, there's a lot of different things that come into being a longboarder, traveling with extra fins as well as extra boards.
957 is what this gentleman on screen requires. Jose Angel Antepaz, love the style right there. Already had a long 5 out the back. Unfortunately for him, with 90 seconds to go, you can see that's beautiful 5 that he had, the nose ride. It seems like he's definitely been mixing it up well on this one. And nice variation, but is this going to be enough in order for him to move up into the top 2 spots? Because Kitamura just dropped a 4.23. Some smart surfing once again to the nose ride. He loves it. Is it one of the best waves of the event? That's the real question right here. We're down to 60 seconds. Priority now with the surf from blue. He's only needing a 5.68. But that decision from Kitamura, once again, he's up and riding. He's got 2 waves where he's looked to better his low score. He's got a nice 5 right there. Lovely style from the Japanese surfer from Chiba. He's going to slowly draw it back to the white water. Try to make it back to the nose at least once more time. One more time, excuse me, as he's still working here. Just patiently waiting for it to stand up again. That's more as soon as I say that, he slips right at the end.
That was a great stall to set up, though, but a challenging section it would have been because of how frothy it was.
And now with 18 seconds to go, that fall couldn't have come at a better time for this young man. Dowie Robrock needs a 5.68. The body language doesn't look great. He was in the hospital overnight a few days ago. Had a battle of food poisoning, and watch out. Finishing right on the sand. It is shallow right there.
My heart's like sinking every time someone hits the shore break.
There's been a few just in this heat alone. It doesn't seem like there's a need to really bring it all the way in. As Rafa finishes off on his feet, he's going to be in the lead, and now we're waiting on just a few scores. Kitamura might be looking to better. Robrock might be looking for the 5.68, and Jose Angel needing the 9.57. Don't go anywhere. Heat number 3 coming up of rep round 2 for the men. We're going to take a quick break, and lovely surfing will be right around the corner here from El Sunsal.
When we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, okay, my friends, my brother, I say, you know, you're really gonna put your energy in this? You know, let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality, it wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, you know, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
A spectacular event so far. The first 4 days of competition here in beautiful Surf City, El Salvador, for the ISA World Longboard Surfing Championships. Mitch and Shannon here with you for heat number 3 of men's rapid charge, round 2. Still waiting on some scores for heat number 2, though. Rafa Cortez seems like he's pretty locked in for at least one of the top 2 spots, but Kenichi Kitamura still owed a score. But last, a blue, Dowie Robrock, not enough. It's a 4.1, so it will be Rafa Cortez and Kenichi Kitamura moving through. But if it's anything better than the 6.52, it'll get Kitamura into the lead. But it does seem like he's going to stay in second, and Rafa Cortez had a 6.07 on his previous ride as well.
That's right. Kenichi drops in a 6.73 for his last wave, which is shy by about a tenth of a point from taking it into the lead, but those two advancing through.
Yeah, Rafa Cortez with a great performance. As we go into heat 3 now, Hansun Ling from Chinese Taipei in red, Zen Wallace is in the blue, local surfer Amado Alvarado in the green, and Sam Dunton from Australia is in the white. Had the pleasure of meeting both Dunton brothers, and they are very blue-collar people, great surfers, traveling here with their mother. And what better way to spend Mother's Day here in El Salvador than with pumping waves yesterday?
Yeah, amazing. Coming from the Mornington Peninsula area of Victoria, and some incredible waves, some wild coastline out there.
And Amado Alvarado really wanted this wave. He paddled at least 200 to 300 yards for this one, but just a bit too behind that opening section, Shannon. Here's Hansung Ling from Chinese Taipei. They actually have a wave that is very similar to this one, where they actually used to have the WSL Longboard Championships before. More of a peak, though. There was a great left off of it. The right gets great as well, as we see a lovely nose ride. And he just loses control of that when these heats go by very quickly to only 20 minutes.
Yeah, they're going by so quickly. That was really well surfed from Han for that opening section, and then just kind of the lift of that board. He had so much speed and was on that upward projection, that trajectory, that he just wasn't able to maintain that control kind of coming out of the section, which is a really challenging thing. It almost would have been better had he pedaled back to that kind of middle third of the board just a moment sooner to be able to control it and try and drive that rail down the face of the wave again around that section. But yeah, the wave at Jinsun Harbor in Chinese Taipei, I've competed at myself. I've been there commentating many, many times over the years, and there is a lot of similarities to this. It's got a bit of a different end section to it, but it has those sort of sections to it where it can break really nicely with a big wall, or you can get those kind of tapered shoulders that are challenging to find a wave to give you that nose riding potential instead of just that pocket surfing. But on a good day, it looks quite similar to this, and a lot of world titles have been handed out on a break at a similar scenario to this.
Yes, they have, and even the watercolor, the black sand beaches, there's a lot going on that brings back probably a lot of good memories for the people that were over there competing. Amado Alvarado got the nose ride to start this wave off. And he is a local surfer, loves to surf Punta Roca, El Zonte, La Bocana, and of course here in El Sunsal. Oh my, that was just gorgeous and lovely style by the local surfer, Amado de Jesus. Not easy to be a goofy footer growing up in the land of right-hand point break, Shannon.
Not at all, but look at the variety that he was able to add into that. Did it with style, flow, and grace as well, right in the pocket. That was an incredible combination of turns.
Great display of surfing right here as well. Zen Wallace in the blue, the surfer from Piha, New Zealand. And behind him, Sam Dunton from Victoria in Australia. Great surfer as well. Tends to ride the 3 fins. More of a thruster setup for him. Lighter boards for the most part. He said he had a bit of difficulties being able to compete out there with how heavy it was out there yesterday. But some lovely rail work from Sam Dunton. It seems like he's just going to finish this wave off into the shore with a little tap. Kick out. How about we go down to Ben Way with Rafa Cortez?
Thank you, Mitchell. So we're here with Team Chile's Rafa Cortez, making it through that one, winning that one. Bueno, I'm going to ask him a question in English, and then what the first question is going to be is he comes from Punta de Lobos, which is almost a mirror image of this, although they said this would be the small day at Punta de Lobos, and the big days look like Mavericks. Bueno, las condiciones para nosotros, perfecto. Para un tablón, para el nose ride, para todo el tradicional, todo el criterio que hay en ese mundial. Pues a mí parece como estás viendo en el espejo de Punta Lobos, que sale a la derecha. ¿Qué tal es surfear al revés de tu home break?
Bueno, para mí es un poco mejor porque soy regular, entonces me queda de frente. Y nada, no surfeo derecha nunca en el año, así que esta es una muy buena oportunidad para hacerlo. Y nada, he surfeado todos los días lo más que pueda, chico, grande, con marea baja, marea alta. Así que nada, aprovechando mucho y ahora que están las condiciones grandes, feliz de que se den buenos resultados y así seguir avanzando.
He's loving it because he spends the whole year surfing backside. Since he's a regular foot, he actually gets to come here and finally surf frontside. And now that there's some size, it's really making him feel comfortable. I'm going to ask him the difference in nose riding for frontside and backside because there is a significant difference of the pressure on your feet. ¿Cómo te sientes para los nose rides en frontside comparado al backside? Porque el control cuando estás en la punta es poco diferente. ¿Cómo lo sientes?
Claro, es muy diferente. Igual ahora vengo de Panamá, que fui al Panamericano, que también era derecha, entonces ahí me solté mucho más. A los primeros días me costaba mucho porque estoy acostumbrado a hacerlo de backside, pero ahora ya me siento mucho mejor, con más confianza y claro, de frente la visualización de la ola es mucho mejor, así que cada día me siento mejor, me siento más fuerte, pero sí o sí prefiero el backside.
So he said, luckily he's coming from the Pan Am Games. He was able to adjust because that was a right as well, and he said it was really weird at first, but he said the visibility front side is much better, and every heat he's feeling more comfortable. I'm going to ask him about his board because he has a 2+1 option, but he did opt for the single fin. Usas las tablas de Guayo Huilar y tienes las opciones para los laterales, pero veo que los dejaste y estás usando un central más grande. Si fuera más grande, pusieras los laterales.
Sí, si estuviera más grande optaría por los laterales, pero la verdad es que estoy optando por un quillón grande para así conservar mejor los nose ride y así poder obtener buenos puntajes haciendo nose ride en la parte de atrás de la ola. Entonces me siento mejor haciendo ese estilo clásico, más con el quillón que de a 3 quillas.
So he said if it was bigger, he would have put the side fins in, but he's trying to get used to using a bigger single fin to keep him in the pocket, and with that new criteria of nose riding, keep him closer to the wave and closer to that power point. Bueno, muchísimas gracias y mucha suerte en la próxima.
Muchas gracias, saludos a toda mi gente pichilemu y vamos Chile, seguimos para arriba.
Gracias.
Gracias, Ben Way, and congratulations to Rafa Cortez moving through into repechage round 3. Meanwhile, on the water, 6.33, the last wave of Han Sung Ling in the good range. Shannon still waiting on one for Amado Alvarado, and also the openers of Zen Wallace from Piha, New Zealand, and Sam Dunton from Victoria, Australia. Actually had the chance to compete against Zen's brother 11 years ago at Sunset Beach, Tane, also a great surfer. Zen Wallace comes from a great surfing family, loves to shortboard, loves to longboard. He says that just being a waterman to him really brings out his Maori heritage.
Oh, it's amazing. And coming from an area like Piha, it's a beach break there, but due to some storms and some kind of weather stuff that had come through, there was some road closures into Piha over the last few months, and it closed it off to just being the local community that lived there that were allowed access in through the roads. They kind of kept it closed off to the rest of the public. And apparently the bar just turned on, and it was like this Piha left point break that was just absolutely exceptional. So I'm sure back at home that Zen and his family have been getting some pretty incredible waves in the lead up. And it's really cool too to see those surfers that kind of have to walk into an event and stand up as not just an athlete, but he's here as manager and as coach as well, helping out the rest of the Kiwi team and giving them some advice, but taking on that administrative role of all the communication that it takes with the ISA, of, making sure that they've just got everything sorted from accommodation to transport, and the ISA has put together, an incredible kind of bit of work behind the scenes to make it as easy as possible for these teams. But I know that Zen is sitting in that position where he's competing, but he's also filling a couple other roles behind the scenes, and well done for stepping up and making that difference to the team and helping assist things.
100%. And just the fact that they got over here too, as we saw Abdelghani Sahal coming up for Team Ireland. Zen Wallace, a proud Maori himself, you mentioned, that he comes from a great surfing family. They had that road closed off. They were able to surf, but it also meant that they didn't have much access to go and train anywhere else. So you have that beach break. It turned into a left-hand point break. You come to a completely different wave, though. A right-hand point break, the water's much warmer. It tends to be very, very difficult to adapt in a short period of time, especially when everybody else is surfing at the break where they're going to have the combat.
It's so true. Seeing those teams that invest that extra bit of time, money, and energy to arriving at a location a week ahead of time usually pays off greatly. That opportunity to just adjust, to climatize, to maybe shake off the jet lag depending on where they're coming from, but also to have, say, a good 7 days before an event runs, you're usually able to see most of the faces that you're going to be looking at, the way that the wave actually breaks on multiple different tides and days, winds, and swells. And so you're really able to get a good feeling of what you might be up for in competition.
Well, here's Amado de Jesus Alvarado, the surfer representing El Salvador, the host nation. Great 5 to open things off. A larger wave. That's more like it from Amado. Dropped to 4.5 on his previous ride. That is his best. Style master is this young gentleman, right here from La Libertad, 15 minutes away. Ooh, that's new. Haven't seen much of that, where he basically goes straight to the beach.
That's a pretty traditional stance, kind of standing, just straight on, 1 foot on either side of the rocker, going for a bit of style through the inside here, and just adding in his own flair to things. Great, locked in, hang 5 to finish, wanting the crowd to get pumped up, all while staying trim and in the pocket.
Oh.
Doesn't maybe finish complete on that, but, has that moment with his fans down on the shore, and that was a really fun moment to be able to witness.
Well, that's why you should not celebrate a bit too early. You see the Molina brothers down there cheering him on for Team El Salvador. Obviously, the whole nation behind him as well, but this guy is an entertainer. He goes out there to really put on a show, regardless if he wins or loses. You see the local Salvadorian crowd very behind him, and this is a big heat for them as they have both of their surfers in the repercharge, and now with Cindy Portillo also being in the repercharge for the ladies, it would be a huge moment for them as a nation to be able to have at least one of their surfers move through.
That's right, and he's not in a super safe position, small scores required from the other 2 competitors. He does drop a score that takes him into the lead, though, and puts it slightly more out of reach for both Zen and Sam.
A 5.33 with 8 minutes to go. That means Han Sung Ling now needs a 3.5 to recover first, and Wallace in third, needing a 5.17, and Sam Dunton, the Aussie, needing a 5.34. Here's the replay.
So starts out with that nice stretched out hang 5. I think that's where a lot of the score came from, getting up into that 5-point range. That was a challenging section. The wind is also starting to whip up a little bit stronger. Throws in that variety. That was a nice S carve, kind of like down to the bottom of the wave, but in that cross step cutback form, which is really challenging. Here there's a little bit of downtime, And you can just see him there kind of taking that straight up stance right back to the beach, bogs the rail, and this is where things get a bit funny, where he gets that quick hang 5, goes in for one more kind of turn, sole arch, wide stance, and then sets it up here for a little entertainment for the crowd, where I think that if he had even completed that nose ride, he could have gotten himself into the high 5s, maybe to a 6, given the amount of work that he did get done on that entire wave.
I agree. I think he had potential for more in the scoreline right there, but either way, in the lead at the moment. Oh, Zen Wallace was up to the nose right there. Unfortunately for him, getting a fall in that opening section of this wave. And an important one here for Sam Dunton. Uses priority now. Lovely drawn out wrap for Sam. And we mentioned that he's from Victoria. One of the most underrated and probably underrepresented parts of the surfing nation of Oz. You see a lot of great surfers on the Challenger Series now. India Robinson, the former CT surfer from there. Cody, her older brother. And we did have an ISA World Junior Champion from there last year here in El Salvador. As Sam's still working through to the inside. Needs to do a bit more, Shannon. We get to this last section where it seems like he might throw in a nose ride. He does. And you see this pupusa section, as Sam likes to call it. The little closeout at the end. That's lovely. The redirect going left. And he'll straighten out with just under 6 minutes.
Now, what I noticed on that wave, it was only his second wave. That was about at the 6 minute, just a little more than 6 minutes on the clock when he stood up on it, is that he really nursed each of those turns. He didn't go as radical as he was on his first wave, where he got that opening nose ride, and then his couple of wraps back into the foam were really quite progressive. On this wave, I noticed him holding that back a little bit and drawing that more traditional line by engaging the full rail of the board, rather than relying on the power that he could get off of that tail with that harder edge, with those smaller fins. And I really appreciate that. Now, I think that he's going to need a lot more nose work within that wave to be able to get himself up into a better score range. But I like that adjustment, and I think based on the fact that he got a 4.33 and the change in his style of surfing on that wave compared to the first one, that he heard that score from the judging panel and went, okay, they're only going to give me a 4 for that. I've got to make some adjustments from now on as we take another look at this one. So just that really fast hang 5. But see the line that he draws on that one? You called it out. Nice big wrap back into the pocket, back up to that hang 5. So actually, okay, gets 2 nose rides in. The first nose ride is really just a touch though. But there, instead of flying back into the foam, which he would be very well capable of, he just drew such a beautiful line, engaged a little bit more of the rail of his board, and I really like that he was able to do that, then found that next nose ride on the inside section. Really frothy, smaller wave than what was coming through, obviously, for the one before, which is why there's so much white water in it, but gets a lot of work done here. So be curious to see where the judges go with this in comparison to his first wave. I think he did get more nose rides in that first wave anyways. But yeah, just that really nice cruisy style, kicking out under the lip as well, maintaining lots of control. I think it's going to go just higher.
I did really like that opening carve. It was beautiful, drawn out. Sam and his brother from McRae, that area of Victoria, they both own a solar and electrical company back home in Oz. I mean, blue-collar workers, just like Willis Stroomer, who won the Boise 16 last year, just at La Bocana, a kilometer or so down the road. He's having success here in El Salvador. Gets a 4.97, his best. Another surfer from New Zealand, Zen Wallace. Tall surfer, a lot of power. Gets to the nose right there, just slightly touches. Draws it back once again. This wave kind of fading out, going out to sea. Let's see if he sticks with it. Doesn't need a lot, a 5.17. So let's see what he can do here on the inside with just over 3 minutes to go. And it's bowling up now. That low tide definitely helping out. Wraps it back once more. More power there. And you mentioned to me they don't want to see pivots. They want to see surfers use their rails and really engage them with a lot of power, as we're seeing Zen do.
Yeah, this is a beautiful wave for Zen. It's definitely going to help his campaign. He'll lose that 2.0. Could be improving on that 4.5. Checks his watch as well, just to make sure he's got that time right. He's got enough time, I think, to get back out there and maybe be able to stand up before the buzzer would sound with 2.5 minutes to go. The Australia team there waving their flags, the Kiwis team as well. And it's a good group of surfers in the water right now. Sam's last score came through as a 4.97. So they would have heard that and realized that he didn't quite get into that advancing position. Zen Wallace, though, is just taking the lead.
Yeah, and I actually timed Caitlin Mickelson from when she finished her first
Right,
wave.
so you did time her.
Started paddling.
Okay.
She made it all the way out the back. And I mean all the way out the back, right, when she recovered priority. 4 minutes, 28 seconds.
No.
So that is all the way outside. That doesn't mean
Okay.
that you couldn't get to the middle section in time, though.
Yeah, so halfway, 2 minutes, you're maybe at that midsection of the wave and can get a little bit of a ride in.
Potentially, as this is an important wave here for Amado Alvarado. Lovely stance right there. Gets the 5. A 4.75 at the moment would give him the lead as Zen Wallace gets a 5.57. He's now in first. Huge wave here for Amado. At least trying to better that 4.5, make things more difficult for red and white. Great finish, too. He loves it. He's pumping up the crowd. Just over a minute to go. And as I mentioned before, this would be huge for the local team. This man has something else to say about it. That's a lovely roundhouse. Goes for the lip line floater. He's going to have to kick out. 60 seconds to go. And now Han from Chinese Taipei. Before Amado's last wave was only requiring a 3.5. I mean, we're talking about a small score considering how good the waves are. The issue is there's probably a likelihood that Amado's going to better the 4.5. We didn't see what Sam did on the entirety of his wave. 35 seconds, Shannon. It's going to come down to the beach.
Yeah, that's right. There's definitely going to be a score coming through for Amado, so we'll see if it changes the situation. Nice drop knee there from Han. So beautiful surfing. Really, I think between the top 3 surfers in the draw, we're seeing some nice traditional surfing. And then from Sam, some really good adjustments from that power back to those traditional lines, which has been great to see. That's going to be super shallow. Nose probably hit the sand on that, and hopefully his knees and ankles are okay. He looks fine, and now he'll just be hoping that he did enough to get the score. But that's going to really sting for Han if he doesn't get an advancing position, because he's got that single highest score in the 6.33 and just would have needed that backup to solidify himself even with a win.
A lot of lead changes in this one, that's for sure. So this heat will be decided on the sand. Here's the opening part of Sam's wave, Shannon.
Opening part, so started out close to the nose, big wrap, gets back to that touch to the nose. But this, I think, is what's just hindering his score line so far, is that he's not getting that good hang time right off the bat. Kind of checks it off the top here, big wrap around, roundhouse into the foam. And then this is where he kind of decides, does he go for the full closeout maneuver or does he just kick out to, try and save the board and save the ankles? And that was a pretty intense heat coming down to the wire.
And the official results of that one, it seems like the local surfer Amado Alvarado moving through. Han Sung Ling gets a 4.87 at the end. That moves him up into second. Zen Wallace in third, and Sam Dunton, unfortunately, knocked out of the event. There you see the emotion from the local surfer. Huge moment for the host nation. And as you can see, the entire country behind him. Don't go anywhere. Heat 4, Reprecharge for the men, round 2 coming up after this break. More action from Melson Sal.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
It's a great day to be a surfer here in Surf City, El Salvador, El Sunsaldi location. And this is the 2023 ISA World Longboard Surfing Championships. In the water right now, Heat 4, Repecharge, Round 2 for the men. Joe Maria Buesa from the Philippines in red. Abdelghani Sahal from Ireland, originally from Morocco. Surfs for Ireland in the blue. Surfiel Gil from Argentina in green. And Adam Torrey, the 30-year-old from Nova Scotia, Canada, in the white. And he's up and riding. This young man runs a surf school and a surf program on the east coast of Canada. Great young gentleman, has been caddying a lot, Shannon. You can obviously see that he's very stoked and just motivated to be out there in these long right-hand point breaks. Nova Scotia tends to be a place that's very consistent with waves, but in the wintertime it can get into the minus degrees in terms of the water temperature.
Yeah, it's so wild. That's got to be the first somersault off the nose that we've seen, so we'll see where the judges go with a score like that. Now, I actually had breakfast with Adam this morning. They're staying at the same place as we are, and he was telling me a little bit about the cold water, but we'll get back to that now because he's up and riding.
Yes, second wave so far for him, just the throwaway on his opener. And Adam, not only his first time competing here in El Salvador, was able to see him compete at the Can-Am Surf Championships in Tofino a few weeks ago. Made the final over there. Some great waves, but he says that this is one of the best trips of his life so far, making it to El Salvador. Been enjoying his time. Some decent footwork, gets to the nose real quick. Wraps it back, riding a KT surfboard. That shaper from Maui originally. So nice to see Adam riding a shape that is probably better for these heavier waves. As we see Surfiel Gil, the three-time Argentinian longboard champion, 25 years of age, comes from a long lineage of surfers in Argentina. That's his opening ride. 15:40 on the clock, Shannon, as we see the surfer from the Philippines. Great long 10, or long 5, excuse me, into a short 10. And he has a great style as well, redirecting left. He's going to kick out. How about we go down to Ben Way with a local hero, Amado Alvarado.
Thank you so much. Here's the winner of that Rep 2 Heat 3, representing our host country of El Salvador, Amado Alvarado. Felicidades.
Muchas gracias.
Bueno, hoy las condiciones están perfectas. Te vi ahí en el Tunco, ahí en la noche, y esperabas muy buenas condiciones, más tamaño. Querías más tamaño, me habías dicho desde el principio. So I saw him last night. He was saying the waves are going to pick up. We're going to have big waves. He really wanted big surf in this heat. And he got it. ¿Cómo te sientes con las condiciones de hoy?
La verdad, súper contento porque las olas se prestaron para mí. Desde que entré, estaba tirar olas y yo estaba contento, la verdad. Iba con ganas de pasar mi primer hit de segunda ronda en primero y lo logré y espero seguir para adelante.
And so, next question. I've seen him riding a single fin the whole time. That's his magic board. In the morning, he went out in the practice, but he did go out in a 2+1. I'm going to ask him a little bit that. Bueno, desde el principio estabas en tu Magic Single Fin. En la mañana hice una práctica con el 2+1. ¿Qué eran tus pensamientos? ¿Nada más para guardar la tabla magia?
Sí, la verdad que en la mañana entré free surfer, hablé con el coach y le dije, voy a entrar con las 3 quillas para cuidarla de una quilla y free surfer con 3 quillas.
Ya sabes, con esas olas en la orilla, puedes romper la tabla súper fácilmente. I was saying, with this shore break, it's too easy to lose your magic board. My next question is going to be, how does it feel to have all of the best surfers, the best longboard surfers in the world here in beautiful Surf City, which is practically his patio? ¿Y cómo te sientes como local, producto de Surf City, a tener todos los mejores pros de todo el mundo aquí en tu patio surfeando contigo?
La verdad que me siento súper contento verlos a todos surfear. Por ejemplo, yo ya sé surfear un poco longboard, pero uno aprende de ellos también. Aprenden ellos de uno y uno de ellos. Y peor en casa, pues estoy súper contento. Gracias a la ministra que trajo este evento sin querer a El Salvador.
So he was saying he doesn't have that much time on longboard, so he's really being able to learn from the other competitors, and everybody learns from each other. And he's very grateful to our Minister of Tourism, Marina Valdez, for bringing this beautiful competition here to El Salvador. Y bueno, pusiste un buen show. I'm going to tell him about that little show that he did where he's kind of hyping up the crowd and how it feels to have that energy coming off the beach. Pusiste un buen show en ese ola, estabas en la punta diciendo aplauso, aplauso. ¿Y qué tal se siente con tanto amor, tanto apoyo viniendo de todos los locales aquí en El Salvador?
La verdad que para mí es primera vez que miro todos los locales así de enfrente apoyándote y eso me llena más de motivación para seguir dando más pasos adelante. Y gracias al entrenador Fernando Mengíbar y el fotógrafo que anda por ahí, Mario Maya, que siempre me dicen, vos podés hacer lo que ya sabes y vamos para adelante.
¿Y qué tal tener Johnny y todos los del One Team aquí en El Salvador, el equipo de Parasurfing, que también están aquí al lado en el Cocal, han venido todos los días para apoyarte? Eso tiene que sentir bien.
La verdad me siento motivado porque son vecinos pues, de la playa que yo vivo, de un beach break, y ellos viven al lado mío. Y estaba súper contento cuando los vi por ahí y dije, no, este hit tenemos que pasarlo para ellos motivarse más para seguir adelante surfeando también.
So the One Team, Rob Power's One Team, is down here in Playa El Cocal. That's his neighboring beach, and that is their parasurfing adaptive team. And they've been down here every day supporting him, and it's having his neighbors, having more family. He's been feeling really great. Bueno, muchísimas gracias, muchísima suerte en la próxima.
Muchas gracias. Un saludo para mi hijo que está en mi casa, creo que viéndome, y vamos para adelante, hijo.
Muchas gracias, Amado. Back to you guys.
Very humble young man right there in Amado Alvarado, 30-year-old lifeguard, local to these areas of El Tunco, La Libertad. Wanted to say hello to his son watching him at home, and got a little emotional right there at the end, but a big heat win for both him and his country. Back to the heat, though. An excellent score drop for Jo Maria Buesa from the Philippines, Sofia Gil with a 6.5, Abdelghani Sahal from Sligo Beach in the country of Ireland, 2.4 and a 1.4, and Adam Torrey waiting on a second score. 11 minutes on the clock. The Philippines, no doubt, the country that has definitely impressed me the most out of this event so far, Shannon.
Oh, it's been insane. I mean, seeing Rogelio Jr.'s performance earlier this morning in the main round was incredible, and now to be able to see Jo Marie already with an excellent 8.5 for a single wave, fantastic.
He's a 21-year-old as well. A lot of room to improve. A lot of growth for him. Lovely nose ride to begin with right there for Jo Marie. Makes it back to the nose once again. Lovely 10, even though it was a bit short. But, man, just to be able to get the nose, as you're telling me this morning, when you wrap your 10 toes around the nose like that, it might be the most difficult maneuver in all of surfing and its disciplines.
It really is. It's so challenging, but if you can do it in the right section of the wave, then you get this lift out of that nose ride, and it's a feeling unlike anything else. If you get those toes fully wrapped over, some of the best surfers, you can see them controlling the entire board from the nose as well, being able to keep themselves in those sections, get even longer nose rides. So it's something that's a really great feeling, and I mean, even just getting a hang 5 is just one of the best feelings. It's such a relaxed feeling, I think, in comparison to shortboarding, where you're looking for some of the most difficult maneuvers in those critical sections to be really like dynamic turns or airs or barrels. I feel like maybe getting barreled would be the most similar likeness to really good nose ride, because you get to stand still for a moment and just relax into it.
Well, here's the 8.5, Shannon. An excellent score to start things off. Lovely 10 right there, as we were talking about.
Yeah, long stretched out 5. Now, since he got to the nose, he hasn't left it, and that is speaking to the 8.5 in the score line. I wish we would have timed it from the start. That's the second hang 10, and he's now finally pedaling back from the nose from getting there at the very start of the wave. 5 the entire time, added in 2 10s. Great footwork through here. Let's see what he got done on the rest of this wave. Finds another 5, gets those nice pedals back, looking to just connect with that power section of the wave once again. Coming out of that turn as well to cross step. That's an extremely dynamic part of feeling comfortable on your board, and being a really good traditional longboarder is on the rebound coming out of those turns to go straight into those cross steps is really important.
And then we get the 6.5 here for the Argentinian, who's been on a roll as of late.
Oh, he's such a good surfer. Absolutely classic style. You can see that stance on that perched hang 5, also just really long and stretched out. Difference there being that he was maybe a little bit farther out of the pocket than what we saw from Jo Marie, and he wasn't able to get those 10s, but beautiful style nonetheless, as we see right again going straight back to the 5. Nice tight footwork, goes for that drop knee carve to set himself up for another section. And as longboarders, knowing the wave, being able to read the wave, and especially a wave like this that has so many of those dead sections, but then some of those more critical sections that stand up farther away from what you would think would be the critical section of the wave, if they're able to read that down the line and get to that nice critical section and capitalize on it, there's some great scoring potential.
No doubt. 7:40 on the clock. So Joe Marie about to get his second score. Surfiel Gil with priority has a 6.5. Adam Torrey, originally from London, UK, lived in the landlocked London part of the United Kingdom for a decent amount of time when he was a kid. Moved to Tofino afterwards, lived there for a good amount of time, and now lives on the eastern part of Canada, Nova Scotia to be specific. Meanwhile, Sahal from Ireland, a 2.5 and a 1.43. He needs a 4.01 at the moment. But speaking of Surfiel Gil, he's pretty hard on himself when it comes to competing. 3-time Argentinian champion. He's been a second-place finisher at the Pan Ams in 2018. The Pan Am Surf, obviously. Pan Ams, we had him in terms of the entire thing in 2019 in Peru. But his 8th-place finish in 2018, one of the best results for Argentina in the longboard scene for a long time. That's why he's so hard on himself. He's been in the Rep 1, and now in Rep 2, he definitely doesn't want to lose out here.
Nah, he needs to, get that backup score in, be able to solidify himself advancing through and keep that Argentinian team advancing through the rounds. He's such a great competitor. We know that he comes from a big surfing family. I mean, his name alone has the word surf in it. You got parents that love surfing when they've given you a name like Surfael. And it's just been great to see him and his sisters competing through the years and to be proudly representing that flag. And especially in longboarding, I think from a style perspective, what they've been able to do within the Argentinian surf community has been huge. As we take a look at Adam Torrey once again.
Yeah, Adam on the inside, riding that KT board under his feet. Had a couple of options to bring to this event. He decided to ride this one, a board that he can move a lot easier, he mentioned. Dom Domick from Surf Canada, his caddy for this one. He's riding his backup board out there in the channel. So Adam's going to kick out. Didn't need much for second place, just a 2.68.
Will Jameson getting ready to paddle out for his next heat. So just seeing the previous, Kiwi members in knockout of competition, but getting ready for Will now to paddle out, giving him that big cheer is awesome.
And how was Tom Breen from Ireland in that that chat right there too? It's like,
so
get me
good.
in there.
Get me into the vibe. Now talking about Adam and, his upbringing from London to the west coast of Canada, now to the east coast in Nova Scotia, I was asking him about, surfing out there. He says that most of the time in the winter, you're having to get suited up at home, completely hoods, gloves, booties. Then when you walk out to the break, you're always wearing Crocs because your feet will get too cold and they'll freeze to the ground. So you want to keep your feet as warm and dry as you can. Specifically Crocs. He said everyone does it. They all walk down in Crocs. They stuff their Crocs into the rocks on the beach and then they're safely there. Sometimes they even wear a weatherproof poncho or something, like one of those big dry towels. To be able to block themselves from the wind. And he said overall surfing, though, you can surf for a couple of hours, within at least an hour and a half to 2 hours, you'll start to feel that chill and know that you need to get out of the water quickly, get yourself into your Crocs, get yourself back to the car and drive home to be all warm and make sure you don't, walk away with frostbite or something. But he was explaining that the actual real cold water men there are those that surf in the lakes. And he said because in the lakes you have to surf when it's windy, that wind chill factor gets that much more extreme.
I met one of them, Patrice from New Brunswick. He said that he only surfs in lakes. It was one of his first times actually going to Tofino. And I had a frostbite already, I thought. Just in Tofino. I couldn't imagine what they go through in Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. Here's Gil, though. He got dropped down to third place momentarily. Only needs a 0.33. Going to get that in a lot more. The Argentinian working this way very well. Love his patience so far, Shannon, not forcing anything, making things look very well. Lovely footwork with a slight nose touch right there. 320, you got to be thinking he might be even moving up into a closer spot similar to first right now.
That's right. Well, I think it's going to be a challenge to get him into that lead at the moment with Joe Marie's heat total of 15.5, but this was a beautiful wave. He's got more opportunity in front of him as he finishes off with a little air on the sand But for him now, that's just going to be a second score. So starting with that 6.5 means he needs a 9-point ride to be able to equal that first place position. But he's easily going to be taking away second and making it very challenging on Adam and Abdel to be able to get that advancing position.
Well, here's the heat leader, Ebuesa, who's just been on fire in this heat. Redirects left. He's going to straighten out. Oh, actually, was thinking about going for a turn right there, but he has 2 minutes and 35 seconds to decide whether or not he wants to paddle back out. It seems like everybody on the beach is telling him to come in. He's in command of this heat so far. Tori on the outside, as we see Sahal right now from Ireland. The surfer originally from Morocco. Sligo Beach, his local spot right now over in Ireland. It's another spot where you probably have to get changed at home just because it's so cold in the wintertime. We talk about heavy waves. Ireland has some of the heaviest waves in the world now. Not really a great place to be a longboarder, but they must have some point breaks over there that are just as world-class as this one.
Yeah, and there are some beach breaks that are a little bit softer. I've had the privilege of traveling around a little bit on the west coast of Ireland, and in the summertime, the water's really warm. I actually flew over with my 4.3 thinking, I'm going to need hood, I'm going to need booties and everything. I got there going, why did I not bring a 3.2? Because it was that warm that I felt like you definitely needed to be wearing a full suit. You weren't going to be out there in anything less than that, but even a 4.3 felt a little bit too hot for that nice warm weather, warmer water through the summer seasons. But yeah, there's some really good waves and the beach break kind of side of things that are more conducive to longboarding. A little bit softer, a little bit slopier, and really good for learning as well. So there's a thriving surf culture coming out of Ireland, but alongside of that was able to witness some of those big heavy slabs that I will never in a million years be paddling out on, but absolutely love watching it when the guys are charging.
Yeah, definitely something to just look on from the outside as we're seeing Ebuesa take control of this heat. He still has one more score that is owed to him. Surfiel Gil as well. Adam Tori on the outside, he's listening to what the beach announcer is going to say right here because he is more than likely going to need a decent score to move back up into second place. He has a couple of throwaways, a 1.33 and a 0.93. Had a fall at the beginning of the heat too.
Look at this set rolling through. He's got 30 seconds. I'm wondering if he's going to be able to get into that. Maybe this first wave, which is breaking so far out before that buzzer sounds, but that time's going to work. It's going to count down pretty quickly. He's also now chasing an 8.17. He's going to have to scratch over this wave because he's just out of position. If he turned to go on that, that whitewater is moving so fast that it would be very challenging for him to be in a position to be able to get into it. Now the time, I think, is just going to run against him, and he's not going to be able to get up to his feet in time on this wave if he'd been able to get into it.
Should have at least tried to go on that, though, Adam, at the end. Just bring it in all the way. Seems like this wave might have been after the buzzer for Sahal, too. In fourth. Makes it all the way to Repcharge 2, coming from Ireland. And the surfer from Sligo Beach going to have to settle with a fourth-place finish in this heat, as it seems like Philippines once again with another huge heat win. And Surfiel Gil from Argentina moving through as well. Don't go anywhere. Heat 5 coming up of Rep Round 2. It's going to be Sam Bleakley and Rachel Tilley in the booth.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
Thanks for staying with us, ladies and gentlemen, as we see William Jamieson from New Zealand up and riding in heat number 5, surfing against Tasman Dunton from Australia and Roberto Zowie Poe from Mexico and David Schifano from Canada. Shannon's gone back to get her Crocs from the rocks, and I've come into the booth joined by Rachel Tilley.
Yeah, I'm so happy to be here. We are on day 4. There's so much surfing going on. This is absolutely the biggest day that we have seen of the entire event, and so many high excellent scores being dropped.
And some big names getting eliminated. We've seen Ashley Braunton, a really strong surfer. He went down earlier. We've just seen Samuel Dunton go down, but this is his brother Tasman Dunton up and riding for the Urakanjis Australia. Tasman straight in there with a nice opening 5 and then a big wrap-around rail turn on his Billy Tolhurst Harley Ingleby model, and again setting up nice and loose and lively from the tail. Tasman surfing on the front side here, just wrapping and setting himself up and snaking back and forth. The 31-year-old regular footer has just seen his brother get eliminated, so he'll want to keep the flag flying high for the Urakanjis as he milks this section through to the bouncy shore break and puts that board back and forth, loose and lively, arcing on rail, staying nice and poised, 2 cross steps to a trim spot up towards the nose, and there goes that shore break as we see David Schifano. He's answering back, the goofy footer, born in Peru but based in Canada, as he sets himself up for this inside section, back onto the nose. He takes a fall. But what a performance we just saw from our young surfer from the Philippines. Jamari is with Ben Way on the beach.
Thank you, Sam. Here with the winner of that Rep 2 heat number 4, Jomari Ebuesa for the Philippines. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So you did some very, very good surfing. Your team is very strong. Everybody's surfing very, very well. Today, I saw many people watching the Philippines riders, and they said, we didn't know that there were so many strong longboarders in the Philippines. So when you started longboarding, who were your influences, or what was your inspiration? Maybe some certain pros or locals?
My inspiration when I'm a kid, J.R. Esquivel. Yeah, if we're going to surf, always training in longboard, and we surf at our main point at the point break. Yeah.
Well, beautiful surfing, and you have been using the same board since the beginning. No problems with your board.
Yeah, the board was so good, and when I'm only practicing, like I always borrowing board, and then if I already like getting some sponsor, like they ship me a longboard. So happy for that. Yeah.
Well, it looks beautiful. It's getting you amazing rides, and you've showed some very, very nice talent. We congratulate you, and good luck in the next one.
Thank you so much to all sponsors and from the Philippines, all my family, friends. Thank you so much, UPSA, Philippine Sports Commission, para sa next gen, and Laban Pilipinas. Let's go.
Let's go. Good job. Back to the booth with you guys.
Congratulations, Jamari. Beautiful surfing there from the young surfer who was taught to surf by his teammate, JR. And for them both to be here on the world stage is so exciting. Big shout out to Luke Landrigan, who will be tuning in from home in the Philippines, an incredible longboarder and shortboarder, and all of the Union community and all of the East Coast community. And of course, if you're a fan of Big Wednesday, there's another link to the Philippines and surfing. Apocalypse Now, the screenplay written by John Milius. They filmed the surfing sequences in the northeast of the Philippines for Apocalypse Now. So don't disregard the long history of surfing in the Philippines. It's strong, and they're demonstrating to the longboard community that they're contenders for the team gold.
Yeah, they've had a strong performance on both the men's and women's side up until now, and still going. So as we see Suzui taking off.
The Mexican Zowie Pearl on the nose, nice opening nose ride, stylish longboarder, and letting loose in the juice as he uses that cross step turn. So Roberto Zowie Pearl opens up with a nice opening 5, a lot of good snaky S-turns, staying nice and lively and opting to wear the hat, the sun hat, which is a really interesting choice, Rachel, because it's great to keep the sun off the face, but yet in those big duck dives or those big washes, to be able to hang on to that hat, that takes some real skill, but he's hanging on with style here. Very cool customer, restores classic cars, collects old boards, shapes his own surfboard, so a complete icon of Mexican surfing, and demonstrating that he's an absolute style master as he cross-steps his way through to the inside section with an opportunity to strike a beautiful high line 5 there, but he's got the shore break to contend with, and he kicks out and drops a score that will add to that 3.0 after we saw Tasman Dunton kick off with a 4, and David from Canada, born in Peru, married into a Canadian family, based in Canada, representing Canada in second, and now William Jameson, the youngster from New Zealand, looking to add to the 2.17. Really nice 4 footsteps up to the tip, back up for a nice, crisp, clean, smooth nose ride. The Kiwi there looking really elegant. The 19-year-old from Christchurch riding his 9.6 and moving that board off the tail, navigating a bouncy, foamy section and setting himself up for this last wall here as he stalls 2 steps, maybe 4, 2 back to the tail there, and just readjusts his line to stay nice and high and lively. And there's that opportunity to catch that tip and hit that 5, and he pedals back cleanly, looking really good. William Jameson, young surfer, 19, someone I've not had the pleasure of seeing on the world stage, already surfing, already shaping surfboards, so it's great to see the level of maturity from this young Kiwi.
And he runs his own longboard event at his local surf break in New Zealand, so much initiative coming from him into the longboard world, into his hometown. So impressive at 19 years old, and that was a great wave. Real traditional surfing, so many nose rides right in the pocket. Not as big of a wave, so that might reflect in his score, but I think he did everything possible he could have on that wave.
Tom Breen coming up for Ireland soon. Looking forward to seeing Tom go out there. He's been really strong in the free surfs. There's Annie Edwards, who is doing a lot of work with Indian surfing as well, so she'll be coming back with the Indian team for the World Surfing Games. She's an Irish woman who's done an incredible amount of development work and support for the Indian team, so she's very excited about that. But right now she's going to be supporting Tom Breen in the next heat as he surfs against Chinese Taipei and Alfonso Peters from South Africa, as well as Anthony Mezen. So that's going to be a really exciting heat starting in just over 10.5 minutes as we see our surfer from Canada, David Schiafani, paddling for that wave, but in first priority, Rachel, he's going to lose his priority position.
Yeah, and there it goes. First priority goes to Tasman, and that is a great example of how hard he paddled for that wave. Can show you how fast these waves are moving. The fact that they are going underneath these surfers, when he was scratching so hard on a longboard, we know that he would have been paddling so fast. So, to give the viewers at home a little bit more of an understanding of what these conditions are, I think that was a good example of looking into how fast these waves actually are.
David up and riding, takes a high line, sweeps himself back and forth into a cutback, and then sets a wall for a nose ride and stretches out for a long 5, and then moves himself back to the tail and arcs and rebounds radically off the white water. A little bit of body language there suggesting maybe he's not so certain about the scoring potential left in this, but he's still moving, and I like that soul arch setup. But you could just see that he'd already spotted this wave was going to hit that deeper water and just die out.
Yeah, and maybe if he would have stayed with the whitewash a little bit more aggressively, he could have connected it through, but how far he would have had to go onto the inside, maybe there wouldn't have been that much opportunity.
Big moment coming up for Chinese Taipei as we see Huan Changqi Lucas, based in Kenting in the south of Chinese Taipei. He's going to be coming up riding his 9.6 Ben Skinner Skin Dog surfboards, Cherry Picker, and there's Ali, the team manager for Chinese Taipei. Alfonso Peters, the Fonz, he's going to be surfing for South Africa in that same heat. Look at the wide tail, the spoiler, the kick of the tail, the concave under the fin on that Thunderbolt Skin Dog surfboards 9.6 model as we move down into the last half of this heat. Who do you think's got the driving seat, Rachel?
Wow, well, just looking at the scores, Zowie sitting with a 4.6. That is the highest score so far. That wave of, the highest score so far is the 4.73 from William Jameson, but David goes into the lead now with that 5. So he's making his way back out. As we see Tasman sitting with first priority, sitting with a 4. So all of them have a one wave that's really into that main score line. They're all very competitive, all now looking for that backup wave that will give them the edge. No one has really run away with this. So Tasman with first priority, this is looking like a potentially really good opportunity.
Nice high line for Taz Dunton. Gets those first opening steps and then decides to kick out, recognizing that the scoring potential wasn't there on that. So wise decision. There's no point in milking that wave through if you're not going to be able to get a decent score.
Yeah, unfortunately losing first priority on that quick in and out, but the other 2 surfers, the only one out there is Zowie at the moment, so the other 2 surfers not being out there yet, he'll slide right into second priority most likely, and that will give him, you know, second pick, and these sets have so many waves when they come, so it should be fine with 7 minutes remaining. This is kind of a good timing to be now waiting for your second wave.
Zowie from Punta de Mita in Nayarit in Mexico. He's the reigning Latin American champion. He shapes his own surfboards, and this is his 5th ISA appearance for Mexico and his 2nd as a longboarder, and he has twice appeared for Mexico representing the team in the ISA SUP World Championship. He runs Mictlan Surf School in front of Buros, where he also shapes and collects classic boards and restores classic cars. As we see Zowie turning and taking and looking, he's got the white hat and he's going to get an opportunity to strike a high line, set himself up with 6-4 steps up to the tip and gets a 10 and a second 10. Really strong nose riding from Zowie. An incredible opportunity to drop a big score to replace that 3 and add to that 4-6-0. Uses the cross step turn. Let's now see if he throws in more variety. He does. Another cross step turn. Staying nice and lively. He looks really hungry. He looks like he's really got the energy. He really wants to give this everything. As out back we see Tasman Dunton nearly tail sliding, putting that board so hard on rail, almost threw a tail slide out of that, as Zowie just works this wave coolly through to the inside, and he's just setting up for this nose ride opportunity, hoping that he's going to get that opportunity to lock that single fin, and there it is. There's the chance to strike. It's a tricky section, but he gets a quick tap of the 10, and there it is, the shore break, and he just kind of comes out probably safely. We'll see him rise, but where will the hat be?
Yeah, exactly.
As we see answering back, Tasman Dunton had a big outback set. So while we were watching Zowie, Taz was milking this one, and then he gets the float on the inside, lands, but then just has to kick the board forward to play it safe. But all of the work would have been done through the outside in the middle of that wave for our Australian, who's looking to add to that 4-0.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how those 2 scores come out. I know we saw mostly followed Zowie's, and he got those nose rides out the back. Here's Tasman's wave, straight to the nose. That was a really nice hang 5. A little bit of shuffling there. Oh, I like that he gets straight back to the nose there, because he's such a strong tail surfer. Hasn't been showing us as much of his nose riding capabilities, but that absolutely showed it there. And now he's, I think, just going to milk this wave with the rest of using that tail surfing strength that we have seen in the past heats, milking this one all the way through. I'm really liking this. I think it'll be interesting to see how it comes out against Zowie's, because Zowie's was a little bit more traditional, but I really like the speed and flow in which he's putting into these turns right now, and he did get those critical nose rides out the back. Oh, and one more tap.
Speed, power, and flow. And of course his brother Sam just eliminated, but traveled to El Salvador 9 years ago with his partner, and obviously all of that knowledge that Sam would have been able to share about the place in the lead up to the trip, about the preparation, the types of boards, and also the climate, the fact that it's a hot, humid climate, you know, and that requires sun cream, it requires tropical wax, it requires the right kinds of outfits, sunshade, but you know, keeping the sun off your skin at the same time.
Yeah, so in this situation now, as we're waiting for those scores to drop, I think we'll see Zowie and Tasman sitting in that first and second position, and white and blue will drop to third and fourth, requiring a score. Obviously, we can see them there sitting with that first and second priority. So with 3.5 minutes left, it could be one of those situations, if the ocean plays it right, of those buzzer beater situations, if a wave comes and gives them another opportunity.
That was Sam Christensen and Taryn King talking to Tasman's brother Sam on the sand. Of course, Sam is with his mum Jan, 1999 Australian national shortboard champion. So she has had a lot of fun traveling with her kids here out to El Salvador, and it looks like we got those scores starting to come through. Zowie drops a 6-0, puts him up into first position, but we're still awaiting that score from Taz. Now, do you think that's going to come higher or lower than Zowie's score?
I really don't know. You know what? I think maybe a little bit lower, but it really is going to depend how the judges feel about his progressive surfing.
I think those nose rides he did on the outside possibly could take it just slightly higher. We'll have to see, because we got live action right now. William Jamieson up and riding. He's got a 4-7-3. 2 steps, gets that nice trim line, puts that board on rail, gets nice and low, sets himself up stylishly, looking for this wall. Not as big and open-faced as the last wave we saw from the Australian Tasman, but it's still got a lot of scoring potential. So far, he's not locked in a critical nose ride, as we see out back our goofy footer following suit with a more radical nose ride, but he's still going strong from Christchurch. William Jamieson, just 19. What an opportunity for him to be surfing here for New Zealand.
And he's not stoked with that one, I don't think. I think he was hoping that that was going to open up and he would get that opportunity to ride through the inside, where Tasman's wave came in at a 4.6, so did not go above Zowie's, and that is because of that progressive surfing. The judges like the nose rides, but you can see the board wobbling a little bit underneath him, and that those progressive turns, they don't award as highly as traditional surfing to the criteria that they're using right now at this event.
But he's still in second position. He's got a 4.6 and a 4.0. So now David needs a 3.60 to change that, and William Jamieson from New Zealand needs a 3.87. So we're moving down into the last minute, and this is great, Rachel, because priority has not been determined. Now David has got first priority, but these next 3 surfers are still waiting to be deemed a priority as they get into the lineup. It'll be Zowie who'll get second priority, and then it's probably going to be Tasman who gets third priority. William Jamieson, he's out of shot. We don't know if he's going to try to paddle out back. There's only 45 seconds remaining. David, he's chasing a score, pretty much a 4. He's got a nice wall ahead of him. He goes down to the bottom turn section. He comes off the bottom turn section up to the top. He does some wide steps, but he gets a really wide hang 5, and he pedals back to the tail, and he does a big roundhouse cutback, and he nicely controls the reaction from that roundhouse cutback, just moving away from the foam and then this time rebounding off the foam. So it's going to be borderline. He's got a lot of busy work done, but it's how the judges really analyze the degree of difficulty of the moves that he's doing, because he's chasing a very attainable score, 3.6, and you start to get the feeling that this might well be enough for the Canadian.
I think so. He's doing a lot of work. While his footwork isn't that concise in moments like that, taking that step up and only being about 6 inches away from the nose, he got a lot of work done and did get that opening nose ride with some nice, smooth, flowing turns. So seeing that it's only a 3.6 that he needs, I think that could be the score.
So the situation is Zowie is in the lead. The Mexican will take the win or come second. So it's whether Tasman Dunton stays in second. William Jamieson, unfortunately, eliminated. Congratulations, William. Some incredible surfing, very stylish. But will David get the score he needs? This is nail-biting stuff. This is the chance to stay in the event. If he gets less than a 3.6, he's out. If he gets over a 3.6, he eliminates Tasman Dunton.
Yeah, and this is that situation we were talking about while we were waiting with 5 minutes to go, and he was sitting with first priority out there, that if waves come, it was that buzzer beater situation. And we were kind of anticipating that. Sure enough, it's always one of those things with 1 minute to go. When you're Tasman and you don't want waves to come in, the waves do.
There it is, a 4.83, and you can see the reaction from the Canadian team. That is a great moment. The disappointment for the Irukandjis there. Lucy Small, of course, the Dunton family, absolutely disappointed. But what a great representation for the Urukanjis, and they will come strong in the women's. But right now, stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back very soon for the continuation of Surf City El Salvador World Longboard Championship.
When Paris finally said, no, we're going to do a whole different thing. We're going to Chopu. It's like we all went, oh my God, what an amazing idea.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
And it's just sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think Chopu has the opportunity to capture the imagination visually for what people think surfing is.
The wave at Teahupo is super scary and beautiful at the same time.
I have to give them a lot of props for the courage of making a commitment to Tahiti.
I think it'll be a really exciting way to showcase all the athletes and their talent.
I think it's going to be very good.
Welcome back to El Salvador, home of the ancient Lenca and Maya peoples, and now home to some of the biggest, best international surf events on the planet. Surf City is hosting the 2023 ISA World Longboard Championship as we move through Heat 6 Repechage Round 2. We've got Lucas from Chinese Taipei, Anthony Messen from Costa Rica, Alfonso the Fons Peters from South Africa, and out of Ireland, young Tom Breen. Just 20, he's already represented Ireland for the ISA World Shortboard event last summer in Huntington Beach. But up now on the replay, Rachel, Tom Breen kicks off with a good opening wave.
Yeah, it looks like this one has a little bit of bump that he has to navigate, kind of looking like one of those earlier waves of this set. But he's navigating it well, making his way up to the nose multiple times, and just kind of cruising back. I did get to see him after his surf this morning. He said he was feeling pretty comfortable out there, and he's showing his experience reading that wave, making his way all the way back. And I think it's interesting, his success in representing Ireland on the shortboard side, but he's able to surf this wave and this board just so traditionally. Normally when we see shortboarders and longboarders kind of do that cross, they'll bring their shortboard influence into their longboarding, but he seems to be able to compartmentalize them well.
Super positive dude. Uses the cross step turn. That's one of his distinctive ways of bearing that rail. Just age 20 from Tramore in Ireland. He was taught to surf by his dad, Ronan Breen, and he's been surfing since the age of 6. He's a junior Irish champion, and he's just dropped a score of a 3.83. So a decent start for Tom Breen. Lucas Wancheng Chi out of Chinese Taipei, based in Kenting, is up and riding on his 9.6 Thunderbolt construction Skin Dog Surfboards cherry picker model. Pedals to the nose, gets a nice high 5 hold. Great to see some carbon fiber technology under the feet of the competitors here as he puts that board back onto the drop knee and sweeps it stylishly into a glassy section. You can see that wind is held off and we've still got nice smooth open faces. Lucas, as he's known as his English name, also works as an online teacher and a longboard coach. Again, using that distinctive drop knee, which I really like, Rachel, and throwing in some variety with the cross step turn there. So he's kicked off with a really strong opening nose ride, and there it is. There's the El Salute to the sun, a brilliant nose ride to capture the imagination of the photographers on the sand. I love that. He's going to be feeling pumped after that one.
Yeah, Lucas is such an energetic and fun personality, and you could feel that there on his wave.
And here's our Costa Rican surfer. Anthony Messan is up and riding 4 tight, crisp cross steps up to the nose and holds a wide stance 5, and then pedals with 2 steps and then a shuffle and a wide stance attack section here. Back up to the nose and cross steps back to the tail, and looking super strong and lively, kind of like almost like a tiger ready to pounce.
Yeah, as he navigates this foamy section, getting those smaller steps there, as you kept noting before, he was using those wide steps before. He's a surfer I've been seeing surf a lot in the free surfs. He's been catching so many waves, so he's been starting to feel more and more comfortable, I think, on this wave.
And with that, let's go to the winner of our last heat out of Mexico. Zowie is just taking the win.
Thank you, Sam. Here with Rep 2, heat number 5, representing Mexico, Roberto Zowie. Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
So there was a big shift in tide just before the earlier heats before yours. The ocean kind of went to sleep. It looks like a completely different day than this morning. One thing I was going to ask you, I mean, less paddle, a lot of waiting. Would you prefer the physical strain of nonstop big waves coming in and having to fight that shore break, or the mental strain of sitting there and waiting for a scoring wave?
I think the sitting wait and choose like 3 waves. Then is what I did. I think I only caught 3 and I secured a couple little nose rides, hang tens, and made it. Just made it. Yeah, long paddle.
So like for Punta de Mita, like one of the good days, would you expect this much size like you saw in the morning, or would it be closer to this?
No, never. Good day in Punta de Mita is like head high, super soft, really easy to ride. Actually, I have to work on my boards for these kind of conditions because it's really difficult, too much power, energy, it's kind of bouncy. So it was tough. I had a hard time.
So you might actually use the blank the right way around and use the nose rocker, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, maybe epoxy on the next one if I come.
I don't know. Keep it secret. So I'm sure everyone's very, very happy to see you make it through. You as well. You want to say anything para los mexicanos que están en casa comiendo mis chilaquiles?
Guárdenme unos chilaquiles, unos tacos al pastor, una salsa bien picante, un sashimi. No, saludos a todos y vamos duro, recio con el próximo hit. ¡Viva México, cabrones!
Arriba, bro. Gracias. Back to you guys.
Congratulations, Zowie. That was a really great performance there. He's pretty stoked as we see answering back. Tom Breen gets a nice nose ride. We just saw Alfonso Peters have a really strong score. Waiting for scores to drop for Lucas out of Chinese Taipei. It's going to be pretty good. Nice to see Tom Breen putting that drop knee turn in. That'll be something that he can work on and refine and finesse. It looks to be the beginnings of quite a dynamic drop knee, but that's something that takes a lot of training to really get that technique to bury that knee low against the board and really have that wide stance and use it to lever that board onto an angle as he gets smoothly into the shore break. Looks really strong, Tom Breen. He's going to add to that 3.83, but Lucas for Chinese Taipei gets the highest score of the heat so far, Rachel, a really solid 5.40.
Yeah, I think the judges would have liked that statement nose ride that he had on the inside, and I know the crowd liked it. We could hear all of them screaming on the beach behind us.
Have you got any favorite statement hand gestures that you like to do when you're perched on the nose?
No, I don't think so. Sometimes I try and go for the soul arch, but I try and keep, I'm more low-key, I guess, but I love watching it and getting excited by it on other surfers.
And of course, the judges will be looking more at board positioning, pocket, and feet. They won't necessarily be looking whether your arms are up or down. They're looking more about where that nose ride is in the wave. So some of those flashy hand gestures are more for the photographers than the judges.
Yeah, looking at this replay of Tom, he navigated this bumpy section of the nose ride quite well and getting that drop knee in, bank off the whitewash, and then I think he might have gone back up to the nose here, and I thought he was going down there, but no, he just used that refined footwork, and here are those drop knees that he's starting to incorporate into his repertoire, and you can see, like you're saying, maybe he can refine them. He's not getting a lot of projection out of them quite yet, so really looking to it's nice. What you want to do is kind of straighten that leg as you go through that drop knee to find that projection out of it. Almost there you can see that was a projection turn. He's more comfortable with that turn, but he added lots of variety there and finished it off clean.
Yeah, this is the makings of a really great longboarder. If that drop knee turns into the type of turn where he can really keep in that drop knee position all the way until he rebounds off the foam, that will be really dynamic. He's got the body posture as well. He's tall, and those tall surfers tend to look really great when they develop a dynamic carving drop knee turn.
Yeah, it's something that I think is important as a competitive longboarder to have included in your repertoire. That is something that the judges are looking for in variety. If you're only doing the same turn over and over again, you're not going to continue to excite them.
Tom Breen drops a 4.80, so he's in first position. I know his family will be tuning in back home in Ireland. They'll be absolutely buzzing on that score. He's out there in the lead. Alfonso Peters has got to lose that 1.67. He's carrying a 4.20, but Lucas, you would say he's in the driving seat because he's got that 5.4. Anthony Messan has got a 4.83. Lucas has got the highest score of the heat so far, and he's having a look at this wave. Up and riding. Lucas Huan Chen Chi from Kenting in South Chinese Taipei gets 4 steps to the middle of the board and then just readjusts to the tail. It's a bouncy one, a wider one, and he kicks out of that as we see our Costa Rican lining up for a top in the wave nose ride. Holds onto that 5 for a long time, pedals back to the tail. It's a foamy section, grabs that rail to set himself up again for another nose ride opportunity. But again, all of this set seemed to have broke quite wide, and it gave the riders a lot of bounce and chop to navigate. But our surfer from Costa Rica is charging through this section once again on that stretched out hang 5, very wide of the pocket, but of course this wave is now just working way down the beach. So a long ride certainly is going to make a difference. It's going to add to that 4.83, but it's really going to put all of the surfers in a very close situation.
Yeah, you could see those sets looking so beautiful as they were coming in on the drone angle. But you were right, though, they were those wider sets that tend to just have so much bump on the face, and I think Anthony had to do kind of some survival surfing to navigate that one, but he made the most of it, stuck with it, and got those nose rides on the end.
That's our Moroccan Yassini. He'll be coming up next. He's from Rabat. I'm seeing quite a lot of medical tape on people. I think the physiotherapist is really taping up a lot of these athletes. I wonder if these are injuries sustained surfing here in the last few days.
Yeah, well, I think it's a balance of both. I mean, obviously, as professional longboarders, all of these surfers are used to using their body, overworking their body, sometimes coming in with just long-term injuries that they're wanting to be able to compete at their best, so they'll be keeping that relationship up with the physiotherapist.
So Lucas looked like he was having an inspection of that wave, but it wasn't enough of a showing to lose his priority. So it means that he now gets the choice of this wave over Tom Breen. And it's a really nice opening wall, and he's straight up for a hold on the 5, and then he repositions his feet back to the tail, and then he just opens up his stance to put that board on rail, and he's just finding that sweet spot and puts that board into the drop knee. And again, he'll be looking to stay nice and deep in the section to maybe come from behind the section to get a little high line onto the nose. But he's got to deal with that foam, and this wave's starting to die out once again. We've seen quite a lot of the rides in this heat just run quite wide into that deep water.
Yeah, I think it's the change with the tide that we're seeing throughout the day. Surfers who maybe had a surf earlier this morning and got a feel for it then, the conditions are so much different from then that they are now. So it's one of those things that you're having to try and figure it out in real time and read the waves as you're going.
Yep, low tide just after 1 today. Big thanks to El Salvador for hosting us and record participation at this event. 118 athletes from 33 nations, and this is also a qualifier for the Santiago 2023 Pan American Games, which happens every 4 years, and the 2023 ANOC World Beach Games. So there's so much to play for, and of course this is the beginnings of the ISA's movement to get longboarding in the Olympics. But talking of surfing in the pocket, that impact zone is really that setup area for the pocket curl where you want to be doing your nose rides and your rail turns, because that's where the degree of difficulty is highest. So as soon as the surfers are outside of that area, either wide of it or behind it, they're not increasing scoring potential. So those critical 5s and 10s in the pocket curl, or those rail turns back into the pocket curl, is what's been really separating the surfers who've been going up into the excellent range.
Absolutely. As the surfers kind of get that speed on that wave and go out towards the face and the shoulder of the wave and holding those nose rides, we're seeing surfers still able to hold those nose rides, sometimes because their equipment with more rocker, wider noses, but the judges will recognize that and reflect that in their scores.
Absolutely, and the ISA has long recognized the potential value of longboarding in the Olympic Games, and now that shortboarding has been confirmed as a core sport in the Olympic program for LA 2028, the ISA has submitted longboarding to the IOC and the LA 28 organizers for inclusion. So a decision on longboard's exception will be expected in December 2024, which underlines how important this event is to grow the longboard community and to continue to support the art form of longboarding globally. So if this does become an Olympic sport, Rachel, that will be special. You might even be there representing USA in LA 2028.
Yeah, I'll definitely be gunning for it and training for it. You know, a lot of athletes didn't know that the ISA had put longboarding up to the IOC to be considered, and that's been quite a buzz around at this event as the athletes are starting to understand the potential of that decision coming up at the end of 2024.
Live action, Tom Breen straight into the 5, holds the 10, pedals back to the tail. So a really critical nose ride on takeoff, holding a nice high line. It's bouncy this wave, so he's just got to set his rail and get that trim speed. He touches a second 5, so we've kicked off with a 5-10. He puts that board on rail for a cutback, and now he's got some face to work ahead of him. Uses that cross step turn, keeps that board moving nice and lively with the trim speed, a little bit bouncy. He could have the opportunity to find another tap of the nose. He does get another 5, and now he's got the shore break to deal with, and I think he should just put this all on the line, Irish style. Tom Breen charging the shore break, and he kicks out cleanly. I was hoping he was just going to go hell for leather in that shore break.
Yeah, I was surprised at how that nose ride opportunity opened up for him on the inside.
And this is Lucas answering back. Huan Cheng Chi from Kenting in Chinese Taipei. That was incredible. He even claimed it mid-ride. A really nice, long, tight 5 opening soul arch as he sets himself up, locked in for another nose ride. He's got to stay composed. He needs to deliver the work here. Of course, there's no point claiming a ride before it's finished, and there he falls. And I feel as if that claim early was not so needed. He needed to stay focused on the rest of the ride. But he's already got a 5.4, and he might well replace his 3.23 as we see our Costa Rican answering back with that stretched 5, and he's not quite able to ride out of it.
Oh, that was disappointing. Lucas had done the hard work out the back. That was the best nose ride that we had seen in this heat so far, and unfortunately coming unstuck. I think it still will replace his 3.23 though, because that nose ride was just so beautiful.
So, Alfonso Peters, he needs to replace a 1.67. If he gets a 4.44, he moves up into first position. The Fonz, Alfonso Peters is up and riding. Nice high line, straight up for the tip. There's the 5, holds that 5. You can see how he dropped down into the low section of the wave and then used the curve of the wave to power off the bottom with a clean bottom turn. Goes for the top turn, and then this wave getting quite foamy. So, scoring potential quite difficult on such a foamy section, and you could just see his rhythm was lost by that foam and that bounce. It was very hard to rectify that.
Yeah, unfortunately Alfonso just kind of out of rhythm this entire heat, not really being able to get into it, but he is such a phenomenal surfer and one of my favorite surfers in this draw. He's just such a fun and uplifting person.
And he has competed for South Africa at the World Longboard Championship in China and France, as we see our heat leader looking to replace a 4.83. Nice and lively off the tail, big rebound off the top. So this probably isn't going to make a difference in his scores because he's got those 2 4.83s. He's up there in first position, but we're waiting for that last score of Lucas as we move down into the last 10 seconds. Tom Breen has got a score to drop Tom Breen, so that could also make a difference, and that was Tom's really good wave. So as it stands, Anthony Messan is in the lead. It looks like he's going to book himself a spot in the next round. Just in time, Lucas stands up, but is he going to really attack this wave? How does he feel about the scoring opportunity? I felt like it was just in time. He gets a nice 5. He gets a 10. Very cool on the nose. He's got to stay composed because he had a great opportunity to go further on his scores on that last wave. But I feel as if he felt that that wasn't really a big scoring potential. So it's about what he gets for that last score. So situations could change as we wait for scores for red, white and green. What do you think, Rachel?
Well, I think that Lucas did improve his situation from that 3-2-3. However, remember, it was that beautiful nose ride, and then he fell halfway. If he had completed that wave, I think it would have been, he would be sitting in a much stronger position because Tom was able to surf all the way in and capitalize on an entire wave finishing at the beach.
Well, we'll get those results as soon as we're back, but stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, because we'll be moving on to Heat 7, Uruguay, Spain, Colombia and Morocco, live from Surf City, El Salvador.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
Thanks for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, as we see Tom Breen on your screen waiting for a score. He gets a 2-3-3. It's not enough, so eliminated Tom Breen and Alfonso Peters, but incredible performances. Tom, work on that drop knee because you'll be back strong. Incredible surfing for Ireland, but it was Wan Cheng-Chi, Lucas from Chinese Taipei, who took the win with that last exchange. And now we move into heat number 7, Ignacio Nacho and Cheese Pinatero. He is in the red singlet, the style master from Uruguay. Hyun Gamandia from Spain, he is in the blue singlet. And then Nicolas Ayala, really stylish surfer from Colombia in green. And then Yassini Ramdini from Morocco, based out of Rabat. Excellent shortboarder, super progressive longboarder, but still charging hard. And when he puts that board on rail, it's something else.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting that 5th at the ISA World Surfing Games back in 2017 for Yassini. You can see the influence of shortboarding into his surfing, but I know representing Morocco on the world stage is just always an opportunity to never pass up.
Absolutely, and bit of disappointment for Tom Breen there. He knew he gave that everything, and I really think there's a lot of talent in Tom Breen, and I think he can work on that. He can study the video replays, look at his technique, look at the best, and really absorb a lot. But I feel his body posture's got potential to really become quite a dynamic longboarder. If he gets that drop knee dialed, it just cleans everything up.
Yeah, there's so much, the foundation's all there, and then it's just time as he continues to mature in his surfing that I expect to see good things from him.
Style master Yun from northern Spain, straight up to the tip on his self-built surfboards. The Zarautz Basque Country community will be tuning in and supporting their man. He's looking really good and lively on that roll bottom wide point back log as he sets himself up through this foamy section, and that has been a feature of the last heat, is that the surfer's having to navigate a lot of bounce through the middle section, but he's cutting through that section very nicely and setting up for a one last nose ride. Good, crisp, tight footwork, nice and lively off the tail. It's a smaller wave, but he's been busy from the beginning, and he's still going. And look at that board picking up trim speed as he coolly walks back and snaps it back in for a nice tight 5, and then just rides out onto the sand. That was cool surfing from the Spaniard.
That was, I like that. That board being a little bit flatter, more traditional of a shape. He went to that upper third part of the board to gain that speed, and you just saw that projection come. It was really beautiful.
Nacho cheese and Uruguayan soul. Pinatero on the nose, straight in there with a typical 5-10 combination. And we see that riding the new advanced boards built in Sao Paulo by Neca Carbone. Really great surfboard shape. And Nacho is one of the style masters of South American surfing and demonstrating, Rachel, that he's got a really dynamic rail game on this wave.
Yeah, I was talking to him after his heat yesterday where unfortunately he got knocked out into this repecharge round, and he said that he had looked for a 2+1 and that he might be on his 2+1 on this heat now, actually.
Looking super lively, really, really busy, Nacho. Love this, love the activity. I love the energy he's putting into this ride. He's just keeping it nice and lively, and he did kick off with a very strong opening nose ride. So both these surfers, the Uruguayan and the Spaniard, having very busy rides, and now they have the paddle battle. And this is very interesting, Rachel, because first person out to the peak will get priority.
Yeah, and I think it looks like right now Nacho is putting a little bit more effort into it. He knows what's at on offer if he gets that priority advantage.
So your money's on Nacho for that one?
I think so.
As we see our surfer in the green vest, he'll be coming up next. So there's a lot more action to enjoy as we move into heat number 8. That will be our surfer from Venezuela. And a big shout out to our Dutch surfers, because I know it's the 3-year anniversary of a huge tragedy that happened for the longboard community in Scheveningen, where 5 local surfers lost their lives in a freak storm incident where foam drowned 5 surfers, and that was 3 years ago today. So I want to pay my respects to the Dutch surf community, and particularly the surf community of Scheveningen, because I know that they lost 5 very special people 3 years ago today, and it's great to see the Dutch team here representing them and carrying forward that spirit.
Yeah, that was, I know, kind of one of those shocking stories that surprised the entire surf industry. So that's a great call out.
So we got 15 minutes remaining. Yassini has got a 1.50 drop, but we're waiting for scores to drop for Ignacio Pinatero, who goes by his nickname Nacho, and he will probably drop a score that's going to be fairly decent. Yun also had a very strong ride. If you were going to compare those two waves, who do you feel might have come out on top? Because you've got the paddle battle, right? Because it looks like Nacho's got the lead.
I think actually maybe Nacho got the nod on that one too. I liked the nose rides that he got. He stayed really busy. Jan's was a little bit smaller of a wave, and he did some beautiful footwork on it. Was clean and concise. So I think those two might come out with that, out with the top 2 scores of that interaction.
And talking of top scores, Ben Wei is with our Chinese Taipei surfer Lucas, who just put on an incredible performance to stay in the event.
Thanks so much, Sam. I'm here with Rep 2 Heat 6 winner for Chinese Taipei, Lucas Yuan Chengqi. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ben. It's been an honor to surf with all the best surfers around the world. And actually, this is my first time in El Salvador. Honestly, the waves, like the condition, is much more bigger than we surf in Taiwan. We rarely have this condition, and even though we have, we couldn't surf it because of the typhoon policy. So basically, for the Taiwan surfers, for us to go down there, it's like we just practice heat by heat, and just get used to it.
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, I've spent time in the Kenting area in Hangchun, surfing with Tomei, of course, who you surf with a lot. I didn't know that you've only been surfing for 10 years.
Yeah, actually, I started surfing when I was 18, and now actually I just turned 29 last month. So for me, it's like everything is just like a challenge for me, but I love challenges, and I really hope I can, push myself to the limits.
One of your challenges lately is you've been switching over from the progressive style, the tri-fin surfing, to the single fin. I saw you brought your skin dog. You have this new board here. And how hard was that transition? Because it's a very, very different machine.
To be honest, I have to adjust all my lines because the way we surf progressive surfing is like go into like a power roundhouse, but whereas this one is doing like stylish drop knees. So it's kind of, at first it's really hard for me to adjust. I spent around a year just to adjust the new style of surfing.
Well, also we have to congratulate you on a brand new sponsor. I hear you're riding now for Billabong.
Yes, I'm super stoked. Thank you so much, Billabong Taiwan, for sponsoring me. This means a lot to me, and I will try my best to continue to, push myself. Yeah.
Yeah, that was interesting that you did say that about the Typhoon, because I have spent time there, and I've seen it in the Typhoon season. It pumps, but they don't let you in the water because of safety rules.
Yes, we are fortunate. So I hope the government, the Taiwanese government, please watch this. We need the condition to practice our surfing to push the Taiwanese surfers to another level.
Excellent. Best of luck with that movement, and we look forward to you doing great. Congratulations. Of course you can.
感谢所有在台湾帮我们加油的朋友们，很谢谢你们，让我们觉得我们在这边并不是孤单的。那我们会持续就是尽我们所能，然后创造历史。Let's do this.
谢谢 Lucas.
Thank you so much, man.
All right, back to you guys.
Wow, Shexi and Lucas were putting on an incredible performance, and it was those nose rides. But imagine how big that score would have gone if he didn't claim the ride so early and then fall. Because that's the thing. That's something that he can learn to harness, because that guy's got talent, he's got determination and grit, and he's just got to harness that and focus it on release it at the right moments.
Yeah, well, he is someone who has improved so much in the past 10 years. The World Surf League having their Longboard World Championships in Hainan, China, and then in the southeast there of Chinese Taipei, that he has been frequently hanging around at those events. We've known him for quite a long time, and just being able to learn from some of the best, you can see that in his surfing.
This guy's got the best beard in the event. Nicholas Ayala up on the nose straight away. A nice low setup again here for a high line, and then locked in that 5. You can really see how he's crisply curled those toes over the nose, and he stays true on that 5 and then gets low, readjusts his feet, cuts it back, sweeps up high with 4 clean steps back up for a crispy nose ride there, and then he's got another wall ahead of him. This is a really nice ride for our Colombian, Rachel. It may well be a very important score. It'll certainly be his highest score because he's only got a 0.43, but he's had a lot of good nose work and a nice bit of variety.
Yeah, with 10 minutes remaining, you want to have a score like a wave like that at least under your belt. So that will be feeling really good. He now has plenty of time to go and back that up.
And Rachel, you called it exactly right. You said that Nacho's wave would come out higher than Hyun's, and it did. Nacho got a 6.17, Hyun got a 5.83, and Hyun now getting his second score.
Yeah, so Yassini sitting out there with first priority, Nacho not having any priority, so that tells me that he probably, and he's paddling out there, so we just haven't had the opportunity to see his wave yet, as Jan makes his way all the way in, finishing cleanly. That's the way to back it up. So Nicholas has now had his opening ride. It looks like Jan and Nacho have been able to have their backup rides, so sitting a little bit more comfortably with the time remaining in this heat.
Yeah, great surfing for Yun there. So that's going to be really interesting to see what he did on that outback section. His body language to the middle of the wave when we caught the live action looked to me like he was maybe happy with some of the outback surfing. But let's get a look at Nacho's second ride, Rachel.
Straight up to the nose with classic style. Nacho is one of the best. Such great nose riding. I love those little 4 steps all in the front half of the board. That is very technical footwork and looking nice and loose on this board. If this is the board switch, actually that looks like the board that he was riding in his free surfs that I've been seeing him ride in the past few days. So just looking more comfortable. He's recovered from that result that he wasn't too happy with yesterday afternoon and putting on a show. I think so far this is looking better than his 6.17 in my opinion, getting back up to the nose, getting a little bit high and then cutting out. That was a great ride.
He's looking as loose as Ben Way on a skateboard there. He's looking
really
lively. I love it. And that's what we want to see from Nacho because, yes, there's a argument for that more minimalist type of surfing that is so important, but at the same time there's also the need to really put on a show and just be lively. And we heard Caitlin Mickelson saying, yeah, I'm playing it conservative, but I know I've got more in the tank. And we're seeing some of the more lively surfers really getting rewarded.
Yeah, well, I think it's more exciting to watch. I mean, competition really is putting on a show for the judges, and you're trying to convince them to give you those scores, and that's exactly what Nacho just did. So I think he'll be feeling really good with how that score will come in. It was exciting surfing to watch, and the more you can excite the judges, the higher the scores can then tend to be.
Big shout out to our water safety team here. There's Chuck at the helm of the ski, and they're doing an incredible job keeping everybody safe in the water as we see our Moroccan surfer from Rabat, Yassini. He's looking hungry for this. Now, this guy is a powerhouse. He's a world-class shortboarder, and you'll really see his shortboard approach. Not on this wave, but hopefully the next time he does get a set. But the Colombian, he takes a fall. It was a bouncy one, and of course that sea breeze, that onshore blow is now really starting to have an impact on these bouncier sections, which are hard to navigate when the waves are this big and you've got that much trim speed.
Yeah, it's 1:30 local time here in El Salvador, and that is something that we've been seeing pick up every afternoon, is that onshore wind, which does make it a little bit more difficult for the surfers navigating through all the speed that these waves have and then the bump from the wind.
So this is the second, of course, well, this is the fourth event that the El Salvadoran government have hosted for the ISA in Surf City, and that's just been in the last 5 years. So an incredible contribution to international events. The 2019 World Sup and Paddleboard World Championship, the 2021 ISA World Surfing Games, the 2022 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship, and of course later in the month we have the 2023 World Surfing Games here at La Bocana, and also using the peak of El Sunzal as we see our surfer in red coming up next. That's going to be our Italian Alessandro Di Martini. He is a really stylish surfer. Unfortunately, Mattia and Francesca Rubini have already been eliminated, so this is Italy's last hope to really go big on the men's side. Really great surfer, and he's going to be coming up against Jose Manuel Bosa, Armando Colucci from Venezuela, and Michael Six from the Netherlands. So again, just re-emphasizing that opportunity to bring together the Dutch surf community in memory of the 3-year anniversary of those 5 surfers lost in a tragic incident in Scheveningen.
Yeah, and that wave coming in for Nacho, it is a 6.93, so solidifying himself into the lead at the moment. We're still waiting for that score from Jan and from Nicolas, but that would be feeling really good for Nacho sitting at the moment.
Okay, here we go. Here's our Moroccan from Rabat. He's going to just attack this section. You could just see everything about him wants to be putting a 6-0 vertical on that section. In his mind, it was all about a hard bottom turn, a big crack of the re-entry. And unfortunately takes a fall, but he looked lively. Yassini from Rabat in Morocco, as Rachel just said, had that huge finish, 5th at the ISA Worlds in France in 2017 at Grand Plage in Biarritz. As we move down into the last 4 minutes 40 seconds, and Nacho on fire straight up to the tip there, and in the middle of the wave, a high degree of difficulty for that nose ride, and answers back with a second nose ride and clean cross stepping. I know Neko Cabone will be tuning in from Sao Paulo and loving to see his great shaped boards under the feet of Nacho. Of course, New Advance, the biggest surfboard factory in Brazil, and Chloe Calmon is also a New Advance team rider, as Nacho is going to add to his scores here. He's got a 6.93 and a 6.17, and he's just looking really good. This is hot Nacho, 100% Nacho.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looked so clean and composed on that wave. I wonder if we'll, oh no, we won't get the opportunity to see which fin setup he's riding with that one, but surfing so well. He is not only getting great scores and surfing them well, but he's in rhythm in this heat, surfing 3 waves all the way to the beach with some time left. There might still be time if he works hard enough to get back out there. That's the type of the heat that you want to be having, is when every time you paddle out, it just seems like another set comes and another opportunity.
Absolutely, but the big question is then, you know, when you drop a score like a 7.07 and you feel that rhythm, what if you don't have rhythm at the start of a set? What are some of the secrets that you use if you've had a bad start to try to find that rhythm to make a difference?
Yeah, well, sometimes it's hard to pull yourself out of, but of course not impossible. Sometimes then I'll just sit really patient and put that pressure on myself towards the end of the heat, but I'm someone who just sits and waits and waits and waits until I see the right wave that I want to take off and come.
Talking of the right wave, some big sets here as we see our surfer Hyun in second. He wants to get an 817 to move into first. Big bouncy drop on a overhead right-hander, and that's just too much to handle as we see the size of that next wave shifting. That surfer is Nicholas Ayala from Colombia. He had to roll under that one, as did Yassini Ramdani from Rabat in Morocco. He just swam under that. Nacho will now be on the inside. He's got a 707, a 693, and he kicked off with a 617. But it's our surfer from Colombia chasing a 583 in first priority with 2 minutes 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, well, Nacho has improved with every wave that he has had in this heat, only taking off on 3, getting that 617, then the 693, then the 707. So getting more comfortable, getting into that rhythm, shaking off that result from yesterday and just looking so good. And with only 2 minutes remaining, he's sitting pretty comfortable in the lead because he has put that requirement on Jan to be an 817. And with the little time left, Jan has to get that score all in one wave rather than split it up between 2 scores. And so then the pressure will be on Jan to keep that second place, as Nicholas and Yassini Nicholas only needs a 583, which with waves coming in, Nicholas is out there. It looks like there's going to be an opportunity for a buzzer beater. Let's see what happens.
Absolutely, because he's carrying a 563, so he knows that he can get scores in that range. Yassini up and riding, up to the front, hangs just a little bit back from the 5, moves himself back to the tail, and then he's got that really low bottom turn approach, gets it stalled up at the top. 1 minute 7 seconds remaining, puts a little soul arch in, speeding across this big open wall. But the interest point is going to be whether Nicholas had the opportunity to get one of the sets, because Nicholas is the surfer that could get the score that could make a difference. Yassini pretty much needed a combination of 2 rides. But let's take a look on our surfers paddling out. It looks like Yun has just gone to the side of that, and there he is. Nicholas is in position. It's a foamy takeoff. He's going to have to scramble to catch it. He doesn't catch it.
No.
But you feel as if this next wave could well come in time, but will it be big enough to catch as we move down into the last 20 seconds?
Yeah, that is one that you really want to be able to scratch into. There might still be that time on the outside, as Yassini won't be advancing through this heat, but is just taking advantage of his last wave in a heat out here in this event.
So it looks like Yun will get an opportunity to catch this one, but I don't think that Yun is going to make a difference because he's already in second position, and Nicholas couldn't change the situation, so Nacho takes the win. Yun stays in second. Nicholas and Yassini from Colombia and Morocco eliminated. But ladies and gentlemen, that was such an exciting heat. Unfortunate for the Colombian to not get that chance to get that last set, but that's the way it goes, and we'll continue the action as we move into heat number 8. You're going to be seeing the Italian surfing against Jose Manuel Bosa from Chile and Amado Colucci from Venezuela and Mikel Six from the Netherlands. Mitch Salazar and Shannon Hughes will be coming into the booth live from Surf City, El Salvador.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
To El Sunsal for beautiful Surf City El Salvador. Perfect right-hand point breaks. Mitch and Shannon in the booth now. And that is our surfer from Venezuela, Armando Colucci. 47 years of age, from Caracas originally. Comes from that fun right-hand point break called Los Caracas, in the capital of Venezuela. Never been to Venezuela. Some amazing food, great baseball players, and of course, some waves every now and then too. I was telling you a while ago about Jose Angel, who's also from Venezuela, competing in this event, Shannon. He shrimmed this island called Isla Margarita. It's beautiful there, some incredible waves when it's firing, but quite inconsistent when it comes to those big swells. Here's Michiel 6 from the Netherlands in the white jersey. And all of a sudden, that wind has definitely picked up just a little bit more, adding just a bit more texture on the face of the waves. I was actually talking to a couple competitors yesterday. They said they like the coping of having that little chop on the face. Maybe not too strong, but at least on the lip line, Shannon.
Interesting. I would think that would make it slightly more difficult to stay in control and to get those good nose rides, but to each their own. And I will say that, you know, the last hour or so, that wind has really started to pick up more strong, and it's really just pushing those waves, wrapping them around just a little bit faster, a little bit wider, even possibly with that low tide draining out. So I think that the conditions over the next couple hours are actually going to be fairly challenging, where this morning it was firing, like difficult, you know, if you found yourself in the wrong position. But overall, the entire morning was absolutely frothing to get out there myself. Would have loved to be able to be out in the water getting a few of those waves, because it was big, it was clean, it was perfect sections. But now with this wind and this chop, it looks pretty difficult.
You know who was stoked to get out there was Nacho Pignataro. He's with Sam.
Well, Nacho, I'd have to have you down as one of the coolest men in longboarding, and you certainly demonstrated that not only are you cool on land, but you can surf at the elite level. That must have felt good to get those big scores out there.
Hey Sam, so good to see you in here. Yeah, it felt really good. Actually, I didn't start quite like I would like to, but you know, this is like step by step and adjusting the boards, and I finally got out with a 2+1. It's been a while since I didn't ride them, but my first two heat I was like bumping a lot, and yeah, it felt really good.
So tell us about the boards. We know that you're on new advanced Neko Carbone, one of the great shapers, and you know, what have you adjusted and how is it working?
Yeah, so we've been working together for a very long time. Yeah, my buddy from Spain, we're staying same place. So we've been developing this like model, very classic model, just like for obviously smaller waves, smaller conditions. And from that we started to develop these new models, like more high performance-y, but not being a super high pro. So that allows you a lot to go to the nose and then get all those turns in order to adjust better for the, for getting again to the nose, I mean, but yeah, they're working really good. So cheers to new advance on Neko. Boards are working really good. They're all red, so I can it's a mind trick for the opponents.
You often go for red boards. You know, what's the advantage? Do red boards go faster?
Yeah, red boards go faster a lot. No, actually, I've learned like when you transit from a board to another one, if they're the same color, it's like easier to adjust from one to another. Maybe if you have like the same board in different colors, you're just like, oh, this is a different one, so it might feel. So just like putting aside all the different like minor things in order to perform better. And red is fast.
And you're one of those longboarders that seems to be involved in all of the cool longboard communities. I see you popping up in Mexico, Costa Rica, Australia. How much does it mean to you to see what the El Salvadorian government are doing here?
I mean, it's pretty great. I love longboarding in all its forms, and all gatherings together here in these events like show this is such a great community. We can stay in the same place with friends. They're all friends. I mean, you compete against them, but they're friends. And these waves are amazing. The conditions in the Pacifics, they can get really tricky and big. That's why you have to adapt with the boards. But it felt really bad not going to Max Logfest this year, actually. We have the Pan American Games. It's like the best week in the year. But it is how it is. We're representing our country, and that's the best honor I can have. So always the flag go first, and I will try to do my best for Uruguay nomás.
I think you should end with some messages for your Uruguayan fans tuning in back home in Uruguay.
Vamos arriba, Ulises. Ponte Uruguay. Perdón por los nervios al principio y vamos que esto sigue. Vamos arriba, Uruguay, carajo.
Gracias, Sam, and felicidades to Nacho. Bit of a color skeptic when it comes to his schemes on the boards. Maybe a little bit of superstition. He does say that red does go faster. Might be adding into it. Who knows? He is moving into the next round, Shannon, so it might be working.
It is that color that, you know, kind of screams speed. If you see that.
That is true.
Bright red sports car driving down the street.
It's like Lightning McQueen in cars.
There you go.
Ka-chow.
Great, you know, model to follow something in life. Anything after Lightning McQueen.
Especially because Owen Wilson is the character, the voiceover character. 13 minutes on the clock. Armando Colucci in the water in the lead. Let's look at the surf conditions in the report. 5 to 8 feet, it's definitely been playing up to par. South-southwest the direction, but the wind right now quite stronger than it has been in the last day and a half, Shannon. 9 miles per hour from the southwest.
Yeah, that wind picking up in the afternoon is what we would have expected, but seeing that it's a little stronger with so much swell and now those low tide, more sucky conditions, especially with the way that wave is kind of finishing off in the shore break, it's splitting up into a couple different chunks. I think it's going to be difficult to negotiate, and I'm really hoping that the surfers are able to find themselves with some of those cleaner faces, which might mean even taking off on maybe the second or the third wave in the set instead of going for that first one, so that you get that nice, clean, groomed lineup.
And it said 90 degrees right there in terms of the air temp. Might be a bit hotter than that if you're outside. I definitely felt the humidity a lot more today. Water temp in the 80s, quite warm. You're sweating out there in the lineup. This young gentleman looking for a second scoring ride, a 2.5 for McKill from the Netherlands on his opener. He's currently just needing something less than a 1 in order to take the lead. He's going to get that. And you can definitely see that chop a lot more pronounced out there in the afternoon right now, Shannon. We did hit the low tide at around an hour ago. The tide's coming up now. We still have couple of hours of surfing left here for day number 4, but so far in this wave, 6 has really just kind of kept his pace and a lot of flow on this one.
Yeah, nice bit of footwork up and back, just keeping those feet in position as he starts to head toward this little reform on the inside. We'll see if he's able to find a nose ride. There really hasn't been any critical moments with it, but it's also just one of those things you can enjoy on a longboard is the length of ride. A board of 9 feet plus can just trim really well. That looked really dangerous, actually. Possibly bounced off of his head even, but he's straight back and onto his feet, so it should be okay.
Seems like he's all right. Halfway through the heat, 10:45 remaining. Seems like we have a surfer up and riding now. This is our surfer in green, Colucci from Venezuela. The Italian in red, De Martini, with no waves ridden so far. The high seed in the heat. And Jose Bosa from Chile out there as well. No waves ridden for him. As Colucci, the 47-year-old from Caracas, Venezuela, looks to get to the nose ride there. Riding a pretty bright board, if you ask me, Shannon. A lot of color involved in that one.
I would say he's going for speed with the color there as well. With
Potentially.
That bright violet color.
A mixture. Maybe a couple of different emotions going into that one. 10 minutes. Seems like Bosa was up and riding as well.
Now, one of the interesting things that you will notice about Armando's board, the purple board, is that it's got a lot of rocker in the nose specifically. Now, that allowed him to get some of those longer nose rides, but you'll also see that there's water pushing out from the front of the nose. That means that it's kind of sitting on the surface of the water and pushing against it, rather than getting that lift, which is actually a more critical nose ride. And a lot of surfboards through time, through longboarding, have kind of adapted with that rocker in the nose. It allows you to have a little bit of an easier takeoff. You're not going to purl as easily, and it does allow you that opportunity to ride more out in the flats or on the shoulder of a wave, specifically, instead of being in the pocket. But it does sometimes hinder you from wanting to really push the limits of that critical pocket nose riding that a board with a flatter nose would basically make necessary. If you're riding a board with that flatter nose, you've got to have it in the right section in the pocket, and then you get that lift out of those nose rides instead of pushing water off the nose the whole time.
True. And maybe you won't pearl that much either, right? With a lot more rockers you were seeing from Colucci. Mikhail Six gets a 3.07 on his second ride. So a couple of small scores for him, waiting on the second of Colucci and the opener of Jose Bosa from Pichilemu in Chile. As his teammate Rafael Cortez mentioned before, he hasn't gone right in a really long time, primarily lefts in that region of Chile and really throughout the whole country. Couple of great slabs, reef breaks that go right, but not a ton of them that actually permit for longboarding. So for Bosa, who's competing for the first time here in El Salvador, big step up not only in competition, but in a different wave to ride as well.
It's really challenging. I spent about 7 years of my life living in Jeffreys Bay, South Africa, which is, you know, land of some of the best right-hand point breaks. And in spending that much time there, even though I grew up on beach breaks in Huntington Beach and surfing through Southern California, I think I was quite a versatile surfer when I headed there. After spending that much time just living surfing on perfect rides all the time, in the years past moving away from there, it's been about 4 years since I've lived there, it has been a real struggle for me going left because I've just gotten so comfortable on my forehand instead of my backhand, which is almost a negative to living with such a perfect wave. And he would feel the same with those perfect lefts back at home.
Well, here's De Martini now, Alessandro, the 30-year-old from Italy. Most of the surfers from Italy, the successful ones tend to be from that part of Sardinia. Great waves over there, Sam Bleakley was telling me. I tend to see a lot of the surfers compete in the junior events, especially Leonardo Fioravanti, seeing him grow up through the ranks. And, you know, the way he was able to impact, I think, not only Italy, but Europe as a whole, as a continent, it's really elevated the game of a lot of these Italian and European surfers overall. Now you're seeing the Netherlands involved, Ireland a lot more, Great Britain, they've always had great surfers, but none of them have really excelled in competition. And all it takes is one for them to really stand out, Shannon.
Yeah, and to start kind of setting the tone that it's possible. Seeing that representation, whether it's in gender, whether it's in race, or it's someone coming from your own country, that representation goes so far down the line to those that are watching that are similar, that are growing up in similar circumstances. And just being able to see someone that reflects yourself in that position, I think it really helps, especially the youth and that younger generation, to be able to see this is something I can strive for specifically because I can see myself in that position in the future.
Big motivational factor.
Huge motivation.
As we're seeing 6:20 on the clock, Colucci gets a 4.5. That extends his lead. Jose Bosa with the best wave of the heat of 5.17, and Alessandro De Martini at 2.57. Meanwhile, Six from the Netherlands still in second place. He is from Scheveningen, from that part of the Netherlands where he normally tends to surf a lot of the Atlantic, Portugal, Spain, but his favorite breaks in West Africa and the South Chinese Sea. You've been to both of those places, Shannon. You know that there's great waves around there. But the South Chinese Sea can get very windy, and we're seeing the wind really pick up now. I mean, it's changed drastically in the last 20, maybe 30 minutes at the most. This guy used to a lot of wind as well, Jose Bosa. The bad thing about this wind is it's going down the line rather than against the grain. It's really hard to be able to connect these waves all the way through. Sorry, Shannon, just wanted to say something right there. De Martini thought he had priority, but on our screen it seemed like Colucci was in first priority. De Martini seemed like he was complaining about a block potentially. He thought he had priority in that situation. Let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, that is really interesting because on our screen it was definitely our surfer in green that had that priority.
So De Martini now with a 5 and wraps it back. He's got a lovely style, beautiful footwork right there. A quick touch to the nose. He's going to wrap it back once again. Nice pace to this wave. We do have an incoming tide now, so conditions are changing. I think for the better. Low tide tends to take a little bit out of the juice out of the wave. And now you see De Martini slowly just transition to these beautiful cross steps, lovely carves. Makes it back to the nose again, Shannon, and this is an important wave for him with just over 4 minutes to go.
This is an amazing wave for Alessandro. Unbelievable finish as well. And although he would have had that frustration, maybe that's why he surfed it even with that much more passion. the fact that he wasn't able to get into that first wave and got on the second one, I think it actually offered him a cleaner face. It offered him a better shaped wave, like we were saying earlier in the heat, that with that wind, maybe it is the best option not to go for that first wave in the set, but to go for another one down the line.
There's 6 from the Netherlands now. So big start for him on this wave. This board just flying down the line, and that onshore wind is causing some havoc for a lot of these surfers out there in the lineup. Jose Bosa, they call him Man Duck. You can't get him out of the water back home in Chile. Loves to surf a lot of point breaks. But the regular footer who tends to surf backside most of the time, Shannon, forced to go on the forehand here and maybe a little bit out of the comfort zone.
Yeah.
You're not in a full suit. You're not surfing a left anymore. You're at a right-hand point break, and one of the best in the world, too.
Yeah, so many things to adjust to, and he's doing a great job with it. Just loses the footing a little bit there. That's one of the hard things about cross-stepping, is that you're bound to have just one foot on the board at some stage, and you've got to really be confident in your footwork taking those steps, especially when it's a bit more bouncy like that. Nice little tap to the nose to finish, though, and a little chop hop on the end.
Maybe one of the best claims we've seen out of the event, that little ollie to finish off that wave. He's currently in second, only looking to better 1. That should be gone by a good margin, 2:45 on the clock. Some scores to drop in.
I am really curious to see where the judges are going to go with last of red, the Italians. He's only chasing that 3.61 Mitch, and that was a really crucial wave. He finally got all that work done on the outside as well. And given that the top scores are sitting in that 4 to 5 point range, I don't think it's out of question for him to reach into that and be able to take second, if not the lead, with that last one.
No doubt. Also owing Bolsa a score. Also owing McKill 6 a score. So we'll see how things shape up in the last 2 minutes of this heat number 8, the last of the round. We will be going into rep for the women after this. And look at that wind just pick up immediately. I mean, man, it is a completely different lineup out there right now this afternoon. Look at the conditions half an hour ago. Clean, glassy, fun. It's gotten way more difficult. As we see the heat leader here, Armando Colucci. He's looking to improve on a 3.33. Nice open face wrap right there. Froth on this wave for sure. But he's going to try to make the most of it. Doesn't really get to the nose, but he's trying. When we are speaking about a 47-year-old who doesn't compete necessarily on an average pace, as a lot of the surfers here at this event do, but he's taking it to the youngsters in this one. I mean, he's 17 years older than the second oldest surfer in this heat, so he's got a lot to make up for.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. And I mean, even that nose ride, he wasn't all the way on the nose. He was off by a few inches. But I mean, just being in the pocket and that position in the front part of the board, he would have felt amazing.
Pretty cool to see somebody of his age be able to compete at this level still. De Martini with an incomplete ride right there. Still knowing him his previous one. We're expecting a decent number. But look at the last of Bolsa, 4.83. That's huge for him. Moves him up into first at the moment, but with 45 seconds, that's probably going to change.
That's also huge because now the requirement on red is a 5.26, which is going to be the highest wave of the heat on his last one that we're waiting to drop in order for him to now get the advancing position, since Bosa was able to take away the lead.
Colucci at the moment in second. There's Team Venezuela right there. Armando support crew. Team Great Britain in the background. They got a surfer coming up soon. Emily Curry, I believe, will be paddling out. Here's Jose Bosa. This could be an important ride for him with just 10 seconds to go. Tries to get to the nose right there. Kind of a cheater 5. Next thing you know, this wave flattening out. And Jose looking to capitalize on this inside section. That's more like it. Let's see if he can finish with his toes on the board. They do. Oh, my.
That was straight into shallow sand.
I hope he's all right because he landed with both of his legs on the board in shallow water on the sand. Seems like everything's cool. He is checking the board, though, to see if his fin's intact. Seems like he's okay.
For now.
Yeah, just watch out, though. Those are unnecessary movements, I feel, right at the end of the wave, especially when you're making it through heat.
I agree. When you're kind of having fun, you're in that loose moment, and it's not like in a gnarly section of the wave, you're just in those little shallow or small wave moments. Those are so often when the worst of the injuries come.
Truly do.
Because you land funny, your knee goes out, your ankle goes out, something, and you're out of the water for a few months.
Could be. It seems like Jose Bosa and Alessandro De Martini will be moving through. Still waiting on a few scores, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, women's action, Reprecharge will be out on the water here in Surf City, El Salvador.
When we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, okay, my friends, my brother would say, you know, you're really gonna put your energy in this? You know, let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality. It wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, you know, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
What a day of action so far for day number 4 of the 2023 ISA World Longboard Surfing Championships. Mitch and Shannon here in the booth. They are the two people moving through. Jose Bosa and Alessandro De Martini getting a 5.83 at the end of the heat. Keeping the dream alive for Team Italy. We lose Armando Colucci and Michiel Six from the Netherlands. So Bosa from Chile, De Martini from Italy moving through. Now in the water, women's Reprecharge round 3, heat number 1 out there. Emily Curry in the red, Carlota Jauregui in the blue, Lucy Gerard from American Samoa in the green, and Marcela Gonzalez from Colombia is in white. Shannon, new division. We see the ladies out there, only 4 heats of Rep round 3, but important ones when it comes to a lot of points on the line for these teams.
Yeah, this is really important, and especially coming in today where we're losing a significant number of surfers given the multiple Reprecharge rounds that we'll be getting through. After this one, we'll be going into the final round of the day, which will be the men's Reprecharge round 3 as well, with just those 4 heats. But we're really going to see a shakeup in our team points. And from this morning, we had 7 different nations that were in that tied for first place position, which were all the nations that we've been seeing those highest scores and those heat wins coming from. France, Peru, USA, Brazil, Australia, South Africa, and the Philippines. Those have been the nations kind of holding that conversation over the last 2 days. But with today, we've already seen surfers from South Africa knocked out, surfers from Australia knocked out, and a few others that are kind of in that conversation now of really being a struggle to see if they're going to be able to make it through these Reprecharge rounds, especially in testy conditions. So by the end of the day, I think we'll be whittled down to maybe those top 4 teams and have a really good idea who's in those front running 4 positions for the gold medal.
And a medal can make a difference with a lot of points. Top 10 result, top 5 result, even from first all the way to 4th. We saw it last year at the ISA World Surfing Games. Kanoe Igarashi winning the whole thing. He gave Team Japan that extra slot for Olympic qualification in 2024 in Paris. So you never know. It comes down to the dying moments of each heat and to obviously the end of the event.
And even the importance in these Reprecharge rounds of trying, I mean, obviously you're trying to advance through, but just to place 3rd over 4th
True.
gives valuable points to that team total at the end of the week.
That's an excellent point as we see Emily Curry from Great Britain. She is also a great shortboarder. She was at the ISA World Surfing Games. I don't believe that she surfed, but she was an alternate for the team. Oh my, but she does a lovely carve right there on the open face. She found a clean wall on this one. A lot of nice fancy footwork too, Shannon.
That turn was incredible. Spicy. It was on rail. It was that beautiful S down carve. Didn't bounce off the foam in a performance manner or pushing it too hard, but just let that board find its position in the wave. Some good footwork in the middle here, but needing to really capitalize on those nose rides. So again, this is the one thing that's missing from that outside section. which she would know, she would have felt as well. Maybe why she laid into that turn so hard, just to make sure she could get some points thrown into the mix. But beautiful surfing. And as she starts to pop her head up there, I love that just kind of lift of the hand first, and then the head comes up to make sure you don't have a fin coming down on you, anything like that.
Or the board, too.
Or the board. Just, yeah, I mean, anytime the surfers go underwater, it's always such a smart idea to get that hand out first, feel above you, make sure there's nothing that's going to smack you in the head.
I feel like we should have counted at the beginning of the day how many we thought were going to happen like that at the end section. I feel like we're easily up into double digits by now. I might even be going out on a limb and saying 20 is cutting it short. There's been a lot of people that have tried not to kick out before and get a 5 or a 10 right at the end that have fallen. Dangerous falls, too.
We'll have to get the tally going for tomorrow.
As there we see Carlota Jauregui from Spain. She is from Bilbao originally. Beautiful Basque country. And that area of Spain, obviously very known for its great waves, big surfing scene, but also a lot of excellent competitions that go down in that area, too. Here's Lucy Gerard from American Samoa. Her sister Seva, paddling out in the next heat after her. Lucy was very happy to be moving through into Repechage round 3 yesterday, along with her sister. Coming from the west side of Oahu, primarily in Waianae. Grew up in Oceanside for the most part. But surfing that wave of Makaha on the west side of Oahu, a very similar wave to this one of El Sunsal, Shannon.
Yeah, great to see her with, a break at home that she can get that practice in with. And her sister, Seva, has had some pretty outstanding moments within the event so far. So it's great to see that Lucy has also kept her name in the mix, flying that flag for American Samoa, but spending time living in a few different locations, which is such a good thing, I think, as a surfer. It adds to that sense of adventure, but also just the well-roundedness. Moving around, having your home break change, I think it changes the way that you surf because you're surfing different kinds of waves, but you're also then engaging with a different community. You're having to, even moving at older age of life, you're having to kind of start at the bottom end of the local priority system, getting to know and respect those that have already been living there, that have been in that scene, and slowly working your way into maybe that priority position on a big day, on a good day at that break, where suddenly you recognize that the locals are the ones giving you the opportunity on the sets.
No doubt about that. Let's go down to the last winner of previous heat, Jose Bosa from Chile.
Thank you very much, Mitchell. This is the winner of Rep 2 Heat number 8, representing Team Chile, Jose Bosa. Congratulations. Felicidades.
Muchas gracias, muy contento de superar el hit, gracias a Dios se dieron las cosas, estaba bien difícil la condición, un poco saltona, pero vamos ahí paso a paso y estamos vivos, Chile sigue los dos representantes con vida, así que vamos con todo el próximo.
So he's really happy to make it through his heat, and he said it was a little bit difficult conditions out there as he was going out, but he's very, very happy to make it through, thanks to God, he says. Anteriormente, so I'm going to ask him about before his heat, we saw his teammate Rafael also make it through his heat. I want to see what kind of boosting confidence that might have given him. Anteriormente vimos a Rafael, también ganó su heat. Y bueno, entrando al agua con esa energía para el equipo, ¿cómo te ha ido con tu energía y como tu motivación?
No, claramente ahí entre los dos, ahí alentándonos, el coach también. Un intensivo que Chile siga vivo, me motiva más a seguir con la misma energía que mi compañero y muy contento que los dos sigamos vivos y a darle con toda la próxima, que no estamos muertos y Chile va con todo para la próxima y estamos ahí muy motivados de dejar la bandera lo más alto posible. Aquí la tenemos en la sangre, así que con todo nomás para lo que viene.
So he said he's really, really happy watching his teammate as well as all the motivation from the coach to keep Chile alive in this competition. And Chile's in his heart, and they're keeping it going. Vi tu tabla es muy clásico, so I was looking at his board just before he paddled, or just as he came out. It's a BDK, big kind of traditional nose rider outline. Same thing as his teammate. It had the chance to put the side fins in there, but he's got it as a single fin. I'm going to ask him about that's the hair. So tu tabla BDK es, bueno, un outline tradicional. Yo veo que tienes la opción para los laterales, pero lo tienes como single fin. Si fuera un poquito de diferente las condiciones, lo hubieras usado como tri-fin.
No, últimamente he estado surfeando solo con un quillón para tener más control en el nose rider y aguantar más en la punta, que es lo que más está dando puntos en los campeonatos. Tiene los laterales esta tabla WEBCAST Surfboard local de Pichilemu. Anda muy bien, está bien clásica. Mi gusto de surfear es más progresivo, más radical. Pero esta está full clásica por como está orientado a los que juegan más los jueces, que es el Nose Rider. Así que igual estamos acostumbrados en Pichilemu a olas bien grandes, entonces corremos siempre así y nos favorece igual esta condición con harto oleaje.
So he said he's really been trying to go to the single fin, traditionally more of a progressive guy, but he's trying to please the judges as far as the criteria goes with the nose rides, the stability. Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Deseo mucha suerte y que sigue sacando los choripanes en el siguiente.
Muchas gracias y un saludo ahí a mi casa. Le quiero dedicar este triunfo a mi mamá, que fue el Día de la Madre ayer. Ayer no me fue muy bien, pero aquí está su regalo. Vamos con todas las próximas, los tengo acá. Gracias a Dios estamos aquí. Saludos a Pichilemu, a Chile y vamos con toda la próxima.
Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias.
Back to the booth, guys.
Gracias, Ben, and felicidades to Jose Bosa. Wanted to say happy Mother's Day to his mother yesterday. Didn't give her the performance he wanted to yesterday, but a nice present this afternoon here in El Salvador. Big carve right there, and a mistake from Emily Curry. It seemed like she slid out a bit too much on that opening section 10 minutes ago, Shannon.
Yeah, you could kind of feel when she got to that stage where it was like, oh no, there's no return. She was going so hard on that carve, on the down carve, similar to that one that she had on the previous wave, and just needed to try and get onto that toe edge rail a little bit quicker to be able to transition that weight and bring it around. That first score of hers came through at a 3.5. This one just the 1, but it does bump her up into lead for a moment. But that 3.5, I feel like that's, again, it was a really long wave. There was lots of great rail work in it. She had that outstanding turn through the middle of it as well. But the lack of footwork and the lack of actual nose rides, no surfer is going to be able to get above that 3 to maybe a 4-point ride, no matter how good the turns are, because the criteria includes the entire board. We really want to see those controlled maneuvers in those critical sections of the wave, but the use of everything in that board, from the tail, the rails specifically, all that footwork in between, and the nose rides throughout that entire wave.
And it's good to see the variation be included a lot more in the criteria, especially when you look at the traditional sense of longboarding too. I felt like before, and obviously it's still included a lot, and it's maybe emphasized quite the most out of all of the factors within the judging criteria, nose riding. But when you see a nose ride be complemented by a lot of footwork, a lot of rail work, that really adds to a perfect wave overall.
And that's really the part of the criteria that encompasses not just using the entire wave, but using the entire, not just using the entire board, but using the entire wave, as we see the women getting ready to paddle out for their next heat. Lucy matching the green jersey to the green board today. But really using the entire wave, and in order to use the entire wave, it means you have to be using that footwork. You have to use the rail, and you also have to use the nose. So just nose riding would have you missing sections of that wave that are really nice for turns. And then same as when you're just doing turns, you're missing those really nice stand-up critical sections to be able to do nose rides in.
Right. The wave dictates the pace and what you should be doing. And I think if you ever listen to Brad Gerlach talk about what you should do on a wave or how you should surf a wave, it's really interesting to see the kind of adjectives that he uses for that. He doesn't like the terms aggressive, violent, or, hitting the lip. I understand that. Me personally, I really do like, I'm a power surfer. I tend to really have those kind of aggressive moments on a wave, especially at a good wave. But the way he breaks it down, and you think to yourself, you know what? Like, you should be one with the ocean and one with the wave, and it almost seems like it's a soothing motion when you do things according to what the wave is dictating.
I couldn't agree more. That was a great interview that he did with David Lee Scales on Surf Splendor, where he was explaining so much of that and that approach to surfing, and a kind of his thoughts on the fact that almost that competitive surfing is taking away the essence of what surfing really is in some sense, because there is that opportunity for us, and even as commentators, how often are we calling heats where we're describing, wow, great aggressive turn,
most of the time,
hard off, all the things, rather than like, I think longboarding really encompasses that sort of that grace, that flow, that style that comes into surfing in maybe the sense that it was originally dreamed of, in that sense of being one with the ocean, of thinking of, the ancient Polynesians just riding waves and being one with the water. or, you know, all the ancient cultures around the world that picked that up, from the Peruvians to the Chinese as well, and their connection to the water and just that movement with the water instead. And longboarding has a lot of those tendencies, and I love what you're saying there, because you're right, that traditional element to the criteria brings us straight back to that traditional way of riding those waves.
Yeah, and I think a person that I like to watch a lot, and I think he's one of the best surfers in the world right now, we're probably going to see him at the ISA World Surfing Games later this month in El Salvador, is Ethan Ewing. You know,
Yes.
he has that aggression, but mixed with the subtle movements, and I think he brings in a lot of technique, a lot of great rail work, and he combines it with that aggressiveness that every now and then it's necessary to see at the highest level. But traditional longboarding, surf at the pace of the wave, it looks beautiful. That's why Carlota Jauregui is in the lead, a 4.53, the best wave of the heat so far. Speaking of Carlota, an accomplished surfer, 4-time consecutive national champion in Spain, currently getting her PhD in psychology.
Incredible. It's been great to see the background stories of so many of these. Emily Curry also working on her degree behind the scenes, and so that education coming into the conversation in that surf world. And so many of these surfers as well, with the education that they're working towards, whether they maybe already have a bachelor's degree and they're working on a master's or a doctorate even on top of that, a lot of the focus of those studies is either in that mental health realm, like psychology, or it's in that space of environment, sustainability, and protection. And they want to be giving back with their careers and their livelihoods, probably because they grew up in the water and they love the ocean so much, and they see the damage that comes from, you know, when there's a big rain and it washes through the rivers and suddenly the ocean's dirty and there's trash out there, and just all of those little things, trying to find a better way to sustain the planet and take care of it. And it's been great to see that so many surfers in the draw this week specifically have that heart and that care for the environment, that love for the ocean, and wanting to see it sustained for all of time.
Well, it's important for them, obviously. There's a reason why they're campaigning for all these things coming up. As we see some of the ladies from the next heat paddling out, Lucy Small and Moana Bonilla, or Coral Bonilla, excuse me, among them. It's nice to see a lot of these ladies be supported by some of their parents, like the Bonilla sisters, her father Pablo here with her, caddying for most of the girls. And you see a lot of these ladies grow up to be, you know, doctors, lawyers, maybe even eventually working for the ISA as well. It's cool to see how competitive surfing has impacted their lives and professional careers down the line too, Shannon.
I couldn't agree more. And what a great dynamic it brings into all the other facets of life, you know, for those that are traveling away from home right now, away from their jobs, but their coworkers, their families around them, you know, maybe the customers that they're interacting with on a daily basis know that they're away, they're traveling, they're competing as a surfer, and it's just such a great environment to be in and to be able to share those stories when they head back home again.
And here goes Jauregui, the heat leader at the moment, on her second scoring ride. That's more of a double-up wave, a smaller one further up the point. She's going to stick with it, though. Nice patience so far being displayed on the forehand of the Spaniard. Coming from the Basque Country originally, likes to surf in that area of Bilbao. Great footwork and nice tempo too, Shannon, not rushing anything.
Yeah, you know, I was questioning her decision to go on a wave this small, but that section was perfect. It just stood up so well. Smaller wave, but that trim line was really great. She got into that nose, goes down on that section there. Lucy now with an opportunity.
Yeah, Gerard with an important wave here. She was trying to get the cheater 5 right there. Coming from the west side of Oahu, where the whole family resides now. Brother Jonah here, sister Seiva coming up in the next heat. Marcela Gonzalez, the Colombian, on her first ride outside. 2 minutes and 30 to go. So this is an important wave for Marcela. She really needs to get in the running for this heat. 2 minutes on the clock. Lovely footwork right there, and she's going to kick out. I wanted to touch on the subject of having the Rel Sun Invitational in Makaha too, because I feel like that's an important event for a lot of Hawaiian surfers. Rel Sun, one of the most impactful surfers in the world at that time. As we see Emily Curry once again on board. Was only requiring a 1.04 to take the lead. We saw Jauregui catch a wave though. So did Gerard and so did Gonzalez. So it's kind of crucial for Emily to do well on this wave, considering that there are some scores to be delivered. Nice footwork here. kind of just cruising through the motions now, even taking some time to blow her nose. Pulling a Kelly right there. That's usually his type of claim. But coming to the inside right here, touching the 5. That's more like it from Emily. And she's going to kick out with style, looking for the float.
Ooh.
Almost pulled it off, but with just over a minute to go, coming out of the wire here, Shannon.
Yeah, that's going to be a great move for Emily. Really needed to secure herself with the second score, that 3.5, not keeping her safe in any way, especially because Lucy's got a 4.17 as one of the higher waves of the heat so far and is basically just chasing a stand-up. She needs to just stand to her feet. And so we know there's a score to come through for Gerard. Marcella, love that she finally got up to her feet. I did see earlier in the heat that she was just struggling with that positioning in the lineup and in being in a right position to be able to catch these waves. And you'll notice even on the shape of this wave that white water is really coming up at an angle and that wave tapers off and there's a dead zone right in the middle of it that's very difficult to actually catch the wave with. Lucy's in the perfect position for this one because it did actually get that stand-up critical section. But if you're just too far out of position, it can be really hard to even catch the waves with these conditions.
Right, you need to be paddling into the white water, basically, to catch it. Or at least have the white water behind you. Oh, my! Lucy Gerard with a strange fall right there at the end. I hope she's okay. But that seemed like it could have been very painful. As we see the current heat leader, Carlota Jauregui. She's going to finish off what seems to be her third ride in this heat. Let's hope that Lucy's all right. That was kind of a weird fall. Still owed 2 scores. Marcela only has the 1. Going to be very difficult for her to make it out of this heat. So it's going to come down to blue, green, and red in this one. As Lucy on screen from American Samoa, her sister Seva coming up in the next heat.
Yeah, that did look like a super painful fall. Like her body might have even connected with the board, which is always what you want to avoid if possible.
Seems like she's all right, though. Drops a 4.47, so a pretty big score considering how things are shaping up to be right now.
That's put her into the lead. She was in a knockout position prior to that wave, so well done.
And Emily Curry from Great Britain just waiting patiently to get the score delivered to her. As Marcela Gonzalez really out of contention for this one. So let's see what Jauregui gets. Let's see what Curry gets. Jauregui had 2 waves. A short one right there at the end. So a 3.97 for Blue's second score. The moment has her in second. Curry now needs a straight 5 in order to take second place. And we're waiting for that one. As Team Great Britain, I mean, they had some high aspirations to make it far in this event. This would be a big loss for them if she is not able to make it through. You see team coach and manager Minnow right there in his mid-60s, still enjoying traveling here in El Salvador. He loves this area of the world. Been traveling to Mexico quite a bit for his early 40s, was he, in the 90s? Loves that area of Baja California. He was telling me he loves to search for waves around there. Still waiting for the score, though. They're taking their time, Shannon.
Yeah, this is a crazy one. So those requirements are significantly higher. Of course, for Marcela, like you said, she's needing an 8.5, so she's going to be out of contention, but great work for Marcela getting up to her feet on that last wave and getting a ride. For Emily Curry, though, it's going to be a close one. The judges are definitely going to take their time looking at the replays. Having a look at the scores so far, that 5 is going to have to be the highest score of the heat for Emily to be able to get that advancing position. But we also don't know where the scores are going to land for last of Carlota, if she's able to improve on the 3.97 or if Lucy Gerard is even going to get a better score for her last wave because it was her previous one that was the 4.47. And scores are in for Emily. It's just a 4.33 for our Great Britain surfer, and it's not enough for her to take that advancing position, unfortunately, but the celebrations for Team Spain are going down.
And they are happy as they could possibly be. So second place goes to Spain, Jauregui. The win, though, American Samoa once again as Lucy Gerard moving through. Her sister Seva coming in the next heat. Don't go anywhere. More action coming live from El Sunsal.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
7. Wait. I like it. I like it. I like it. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it.
Welcome back to sunny El Salvador for the 2023 ISA World Longboard Surfing Championships. Mitchell Salazar here with Shannon Hughes, and Shannon, brand new heat in the water. We have Lucy Small from Australia paddling into this one. Originally from Denmark, Western Australia, she said that she grew up surfing her local beach break. Nothing heavy, even though there's a lot of heavy waves in that area of West Oz. Currently resides in Sydney. One of the premier longboarders coming out of Australia at the moment. And she's had some great footwork on this wave so far. Touches the nose slightly right there. You can definitely see that wind playing a factor in the decision-making on these waves. She's going to kick out. Decent start, though, for Lucy.
Yeah, very impressive start for Lucy. I did hear or chat to her amongst a few other girls earlier on today. She was just kind of questioning, you know, do you go for the bigger sets, especially with that wind out now, or is there a way to find those smaller waves while also being very aware of the risk of putting yourself more in that inside section, knowing that some of those huge sets could come through and wipe you out of position completely. So I feel like for Lucy, strategy-wise, she did exactly what she wanted to do in paddling out, get herself into something slightly smaller with some great shape, some great opportunity for that variety, all those sections for nose riding and rail work to kick things off. And then now maybe she'll be feeling a little bit more freed up to wait out some of those sets and charge something a little bigger to try and build on that scoreline.
And a quick wave, too, right? We saw that from Chloe Calmon. We saw that from Kai Hamase earlier this morning, too. Seems like your chances of making the heat are so much higher when you're getting a wave within the first minute or two. So, Seiva Gerard out there from American Samoa in the red jersey. Inés Beizo from Uruguay in the blue. Lucy Small from Australian green. And Coral Bonilla from Mexico in the white. I asked Sister Moana why Los Cabos isn't really a trademark staple of surfing within Mexico. She said we need to grow it a lot more. There's excellent waves around there, first of all. There used to be a women's qualifying series event there. Also a men's qualifying series back in 2013. That only happened for a year. When we talk about consistent waves in both the Pacific and the Sea of Cortez, that place tends to be one of the best.
Oh, love hearing that. Love hearing about areas that you think of maybe just a tourist destination, but actually the waves get really good and is well worth maybe going on that family holiday, but bringing a surfboard as well.
Absolutely. That's the kind of attitude I like to hear, Shannon. That means you need to bring Aaron down there before your trip back to El Salvador before the World Surfing Games.
Oh, that would be the absolute dream. Take a little time off, get some waves, spend some time just laying around reading a book.
Exactly.
Get prepared for another big week with the World Surfing Games.
Life at a hotel, at the pool, can't beat it. 15:40 on the clock, still waiting on the initial score from Lucy Small. She's got a cool story. Big proponent for equality in women's surfing, but also released a new film recently. Let's go down to Ben Way with our other surfer from American Samoa, Lucy Gerard.
All right, thank you guys. This is the winner of the Rep 3 Heat 1 for American Samoa, Lucy Gerard. Little sister to Sive out there right now. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, that was wild. There was a lot of movement going around. You had just one score, one real score, and you were kind of down in the down where you wouldn't have advanced through. And within 28 seconds, you paddled and kind of used that whitewash to get into that. Were you just trying to scratch into any chances you have, and did you know how much time you had left?
Yeah, I knew I didn't have that much time, but my brother told me if there's not that much time, just try and catch anything because the inside's kind of scoreable. and I just wanted to go on to catch 2 waves, catch 2 waves before I came in, and so I did that, so I was happy.
When you were, I think you were in 4th place before you jumped it. Do you think you were going to go to 2nd, possibly, if you got a wave, or did you even expect that you might possibly jump up to 1st?
I thought I wasn't going to go to 3rd because I thought I heard someone got a 6, and I was like, how am I going to get a 6? So I thought I was going to go to 3rd, but I got to 1st, so I was happy.
Well, I'm glad that you stepped it up and you didn't have to hold your sister's hand in this interview because I heard you're the more talkative one at home, and I don't know why you were being so shy, but we're really happy to have you here taking the driver's seat and doing it on your own.
Thank you.
Well, good luck in your next one. Let's go watch your sister rip.
Thank you.
All right, back to the booth with you guys.
Thank you, Ben. Love those interviews. I actually think they're my favorite ones. When you get people out of their comfort zone, Shannon, and they really get to express themselves. Younger sister Seva out there, though, in the red jersey, and she's paddling for this when she's up. Gerard from American Samoa, now residing in Waianae, the west side of Oahu. Father actually works for Space Force, believe it or not. He's been working for the government for quite a long time, got a job out there, and that's why they moved back. Was residing in Oceanside, California, and now living on the west side of Oahu. Kind of a nice change in tempo and lifestyle. Obviously, Oceanside, very beautiful. Great waves, consistent too, but can't really beat living on an island in the middle of the Pacific, Shannon.
Oh, it sounds like such a dreamy upbringing as we take a look. Some incredible rail work, great footwork on that Michael Takayama. Seva is just an incredible longboarder. She's got all that natural style and grace, as well as the ability to read that wave really well. You can see that she's a well-rounded surfer. As we take a look at Lucy into her 2nd wave, a 4 for that first one, Mitch.
Yeah, not bad. And she did just release a movie called Yama about a group of skaters and surfers in West Ghana. As Lucy gets to the nose right there, nearly loses it, controls it now. I like that fade right there. Good read of this section as it lines up on the inside. Trying to get to the nose once more, and once again carves it back, and wow, almost lost control on that one, but has recovered well so far. Looking to improve on a 4-point ride. Can definitely see it happening right there. 12 minutes to go. Priority with the surfer in white Bonilla now, as we're still waiting on a score from Gerard, and it seems like Beisa was also up on one, Shannon.
Yeah, that was an important way for Lucy to be able to get that backup score and a lot bigger in size for wave selection.
Oh, and here's Coral Bonilla. He's also known as Coco by her friends and family. 15 years of age from Los Cabos, Baja California Sur, Mexico. A couple of nose rides already. Very impressive from the young surfer from Baja Sur. They also have an event that's going to happen right after this one in Scorpion Bay, where both sisters will be traveling with their father. And she's done great on this wave so far. Some nice nose rides. Great tempo, nothing forced. It looked very natural and fluid, and a great way to finish that ride off with 11 minutes to go, Shannon.
Yeah, what a way to start out for Coral. That was really impressive surfing, great footwork, multiple nose rides. I think she learned a good lesson coming out of one of her heats the other day where it was really tight between her and another surfer, and it was just one of those heats where there wasn't much between a 2.5 and a 3.5, right. And it was really kind of a struggle to get into the right waves, and really learning that there needs to be that commitment to a major maneuver in order for the judges to reward something over that 3.5. And I think she got the message perfectly, because that's exactly what she's done on this wave. Straight to that first 5, locks in for that second hang 5. Those are the moments, those are those proper maneuvers, those committed maneuvers that the judges are going to want to reward, be able to reward with those bigger scores. That use of footwork also important, gets that quick 10 as well, a little bit of a wide stance, but those 10 toes wrapped fully over the nose. And then just really picturesque here as she comes through to the inside and engages that rail. So that use of the entire board being thrown in as well. Mistimes that finishing section into the shore break, but you know, not a completed maneuver on the in there, but overall very well surfed, and definitely now has it in her repertoire, in her mind, to be going for those major maneuvers the moment she stands up to her feet.
And as a judge, you tend to think, okay, how are they presenting this wave to us? How good does it look in terms of style, in terms of grace? For a 15-year-old, we're talking about somebody who did that quite well on a wave that is difficult to ride.
Very well.
with a lot of froth on it too. There's Margarita Conde from Colombia. She'll be coming up in the next heat on the blue jersey. 2 more heats to go, repecharge round 3 for the ladies, then 4 heats, I believe, for repecharge round 3 for the men to finish off day number 4. Gerard gets a 5.5 on her opener. That's a great score. Beiso with just a 1.4. That's a small one considering the impact of those 5s and 4s have had in the score lines of the last few heats so far. And now waiting for the last of Bonilla. Should be her best by far. 9 minutes to go. When we look at the younger surfers, Gerard, Bonilla, and the big difference in maybe not only age but also experience of Beiso and Small, quite considerable, Shannon. But you look at the approach from these ladies, a 6.17 for Bonilla. She's going straight to it, and she's taking the game to these older ladies out there.
Yeah, that was a very well surfed wave. I think properly rewarded with that 6.17, and I think for her now she's really going to understand, again, making those exclamation points. The moment you stand up on a wave, you need to make that exclamation, like you said, present the judges with what you can do with that entire wave, and it needs to start from the moment you take off, not halfway through that wave or anything like that, where the points kind of diminish the farther along you go within that wave. So that's really great. I love that 6.17. Lucy Smalls moved herself up into the lead, but she would hear those scores and know that she's not safe, being that she doesn't have one of the 2 highest scores that's going to choose the other surfers.
And unfortunately for Beiso, it seems like she did a paddle for that wave, so we will see a priority situation shift right here. Priority goes to green, then red, and then blue. So Bonilla in second. Small drops a 4.83, has a 4 as a backup, and they are quite wide considering how low the tide is still. On the shoulder mostly, but that's where Bonilla's 6.17 came into play. She was much deeper than the other 3 surfers.
That's right. Really important. That wave didn't have a ton of size to it, but it had such a good shape throughout. As we see a big paddle here from Siva.
And Gerard already had the 5.5. Crucial way for her to really get into the top 2 spots. Great nose ride to start things off. She's going to flow back to the whitewater. Transition well in between maneuvers. Not a lot of footwork up until that point. Now she's getting to work, though. This wave's standing up right here through this midsection. And this is where it's difficult whether or not you want to maybe change your angles ahead of time. You run the risk of maybe going too far out onto the shoulder and not making this connection right here. So far she's done well, though. And now she just needs to ride out of it as she nearly pearls right there at the end. But let's call it complete. 6 minutes 40 to go. Was only requiring a 1.51. Going to be that and a bit more.
Yeah, and I'm thinking on that end section, one of the great maneuvers you can do with on a longboard specifically is this like carving kick out sort of, where you're still on your feet, but you're really driving through that, just the bottom of that wave to make sure that you avoid getting hit by that lip line. And that's a really great way to kind of project yourself out onto the flats and solidify the fact in the judges' minds that you've really ridden out of that wave. And I think that's an important moment if you're going to end up committing to it, as we see a great nose ride from Ines.
Especially with a lot of control, too, that kick out. As we see Beiso here, that 1.4 easily bettered just with that nose ride we saw a bit ago. Tries to get to the nose right there. Nearly did. 6 minutes on the clock. Here's the heat leader, Small. Looking to better a 4-point ride. And she's just going to kick out. We saw a couple of waves from her yesterday where she just had these in and outs real quick, Shannon. It seems like she's really in control of her footwork and her board. She knows that she can kick out at any given time. But now priority with the surfer currently in second, Bonilla all the way on the outside. Here's the initial part of Lucy Small's wave.
All right, so taking a look at this replay. Quick footwork to start. Nice S-turn as she just starts to set up on the top part of that wave. Links in for that quick hang 5. Nice tight footwork as always from Lucy. Never too big of a step. And keeping that body, that upper body quiet if she can. That wave gets really frothy in front, so that would have been really challenging unless she'd driven down to the bottom of that wave and been able to bottom turn around that big frothy section. I think that would be a really challenging section now with that froth on it to be able to nose ride through, or maybe earlier in the day, or if it was a clean one, there wasn't that froth on it, then you could possibly nose ride through that section, which is more what she was looking for, but would have been really difficult with all that foam on the surface.
As we see the next heat paddling out right now. Some decent waves coming through, 4:30 on the clock. It's bright in our booth, Shannon. I actually had to put on my sunglasses because my eyes are getting so destroyed right now. It's that late afternoon glare that comes in through our window, and then we have our lights on top of us too. As you know, but
like blue steel moment in here with Mitch in the booth.
My eyes just get to a point where if I'm surfing too much, it really does impact my eyesight, and I need to keep these things covered. They need to be good and fresh, and I know you yourself, you're wearing glasses right now, but sunglasses, ladies and gentlemen, when you come to the tropics, you need to have at least one pair with you.
Oh, I've got them. I'm swapping them out every time I walk out of the booth because wearing normal glasses, the humidity just fogs me up straight away.
I think that's what it might be.
Yeah.
My eyes are just squinting a lot. It's really hard for me to focus that way. But I think I'm adding a little bit of style to the booth, too.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Well, the
I'm
real
trying.
style is actually out in the water right now behind us. There's been some great waves being ridden.
Don't steal my shine, Shannon.
We got to give the
trying
shine
over
where it's
here.
due.
So this is a paddle from Bonilla. She's on the outside. Ooh, don't know if she was in priority number 1 at that point, because if Small got out there before her, and I think that's what they might be telling them right now, but it seems like Bonilla might have retained priority 1. That's definitely a paddle. So priority will switch between the two surfers. And at the moment, Bonilla still in third. Not needing much, just a 2.66 as Small did not better on her previous. A 3.83, still waiting on the second score of Beiso in blue. But Seva Gerard does improve her situation, takes the lead with the 5.07.
All right, so that puts Lucy chasing a 5.74 or anything better than that 4 to be able to put more pressure onto Coral. Now for Coral, that is, you know, she's sitting on a 6.17. Very impressive wave. Best wave of the heat so far. I keep looking at you in those glasses and I just cannot take you seriously. So she's needing to improve. She actually only needs a 2.66 because Lucy's only carrying that 4 as the backup score. So this to me right now is really a dangerous position for Small and a good favorable position for Bonilla coming down to the last 2 minutes.
Well, the only bad thing for Bonilla was that there were 2 waves in a row that she paddled for, was not able to get into either of them. Still only requires a 2.66. Beiso drops her best, a 4.97, only requires a 3.86 at the moment. She's still easily in contention for second place. If you're Gerard right now, it's almost like get out of the way, let everybody else surf. I'm already in first place in the top 2 by a good amount as well. A minute 40, though, to go.
I feel like what's working in Lucy's favor in the position, though her scores are not necessarily strong enough to secure that second place, she has priority, and the clock is working to advantage, as well as from what we can see right now, there's not really another good set rolling through. There's going to be a couple of smaller waves, but they're going to be small. Now, if Lucy can get herself into a position where she makes sure she's on anything that has massive scoring potential, that's going to be great. But then I'm almost eating my words right now because even this little wave with a small requirement could easily give Ines the requirement that she needs.
100% right, as
the pressure gets to her.
And maybe forcing it a bit too much, that quick nose ride out the back.
Now, Lucy Small needs to bolt to Coral. Absolutely sit on top of our surfer in white and make sure she doesn't catch anything in these 5 minutes. But Coral's already too far on the inside, so she might be able to get into this one.
It seems like this one will break as well. As you see Team Mexico right there, her sister Moana, Team Captain Zawi over there in the black shirt as well. And here's Coral, up and riding, only requires a 2.66. Up to the nose right there, that'll help. She'll carve it back, 20 seconds to go. Also need to be aware whether or not Small is on a wave. Out the back, and she is, and Bonilla not able to finish that wave off.
Wow, okay, this is a crazy moment because Bonilla had a great nose ride. Now, I think that 2.66 could have easily been achieved with no question, except that she then fell. Lucy with the opportunity to better that 4-point ride, but it's a small wave, so will this offer her enough potential, love that little nosedive under the barrel on the inside, to actually increase? A 4 is going to be questionable, but a 2.66 may be possible for Bonilla, as Seve is just on the victory lap on her way in.
Yeah, well, she's comfortably in the lead, and she's moving through. Once again, 2 days in a row where both sisters go back-to-back with heat wins. Kind of a big feat for American Samoa, as they both compete in the shortboard as well. But let's look to see if whether or not Bonilla gets only the 2.66 that is required. I mean, we're talking about a small score. Anything in the twos, easily attainable, even with one nose ride. But it is enough. It's a 2.87. Look at her sister's reaction. Moana, Bonilla, Bishop going crazy on the beach as Coral, the younger sister, moves on through into women's repechage round 4 that will be surfed tomorrow. It was the surfer in the red jersey, Gerard, with the heat win, but Bonilla in second, moving through. Don't go anywhere. More action coming up from the ISA World Surfing Longboard Championships.
So the important thing about the 2023 ISA World Longboard Championship is the judging criteria being about traditional surfing. So the judges want to see the surfers utilizing all of the board and all of the wave using traditional longboard surfing in the critical section of the wave, but with style, flow, and grace. And that's about using the footwork to connect with critical nose rides in the hang 5 and the hang 10 in the pocket of the wave, but then from the tail of the board engaging the rail in carving, flowing surfing and connecting this together. So you utilize all of the board, all of the wave in this traditional style. Thanks for staying tuned in, ladies and gentlemen, as we move on to heat number 3, repechage round 3. Liv Stokes for Canada, Margarita Conde for Colombia, Ann Albers for the Netherlands, and Nina Altenberg for Germany. We have just seen a fantastic exchange from our Mexican surfer, gaining a spot in the next round in that last ride, as we see the first surfer up and riding in blue. It's our Colombian Margarita Conde. She's got a nice bouncy wall to navigate here, staying on the tail. No footwork demonstrated so far for the 27-year-old from Prado Mar. Nice and loose and lively off the tail, but in order to take that score above the mid-range, she'll need to open things out with some footwork. Throws in a cross-step turn, sets herself up, keeping her options open for the nose ride, and there it is, up onto the tip of the board, touches the 5, but it was much more towards the end of the ride, so she'll kick off with a score. It won't be too high, but it'll certainly settle the nerves as we continue in this 20-minute heat of the repechage round, with women getting eliminated as the day continues. Men have been eliminated earlier, and commiserations for those surfers getting knocked out at this stage, Rachel Tilley. It's a bitter pill to swallow when you've come this far and you finally have to, put up your contest vest and just cheer on your teammates.
Yeah, unfortunately, this has been a day that we have been sending home lots of surfers. We are into round 3 of the repechage women's round, and as we see Liv Stokes up and riding.
Big overhead wave for Liv. So a couple of cross steps, no nose ride so far, but there's that first touch of the 5. It's a bowly one. She's going to keep snaking back and forth. She's riding that Manatee Michael Takayama, the heavier of the 2 boards she's bought. From the middle spot there, just keeping that trim line. Cross steps back to the tail. From that position on the tail, it's going to be easier for her to just put that board on rail. But that was just a big open-faced wave. There was a little touch of the nose, nothing super dynamic. Margarita kicks off with a 3.17, and here's Nina from Germany kicking off with her first ride. She gets up to the tip and then stretches that foot over the nose and then just shuffles her feet back to the tail, and big sweeping direction change there as she shuffles back up to the nose for another touch
of the 5. So she'll drop a score, leaving Anne Albers from the Netherlands out back waiting for her first ride. 16 minutes remaining. Busy start for those 3 surfers, but nothing super dynamic. Maybe Liv Stokes might have got the best of that exchange.
Yeah, I liked the speed that Nina had on that wave. Liv definitely having that bigger wave, but she's kind of out on the shoulder the whole time. Didn't really get to do anything critical so far on that wave. So as we see, that looks like Moana checking in for the next heat. She's from Mexico. She just saw her teammate Coral get through her last heat, so she'd be feeling good.
And her sister as well. And what about this nose ride from our German surfer?
Yeah, that was a nice opening ride, or a nice opening way to start this wave. Those nose rides out the back are really important, and if you don't get on the nose out the back, there's no way to really make up for that. You know, if the score will always be better if you do the same work on the inside with that nose ride out the back to benefit you. And I like that she worked her way up to the nose then, and what didn't quite have her feet over the tip, and readjusted to make sure those toes got to the over the tip so the judges would see that, surfing that one all the way in. So we have our first score coming in. Margarita got a 3.17.
So Nina, a really great story, kicking off with a 4.17, and the 27-year-old from Berlin only learnt to surf in her late teens on the Atlantic coast of France. She has studied sports science and sociology, and her favourite breaks are Ericeira in Portugal and Vubuku in the French coast. She is the German longboard champion. She likes to ride long skates, and what a great way to start with that 4.17, ousting by a whole point Margarita Conde from Colombia's 3.17. Anne Albers still waiting to get her first rides. The judges will be studying that video replay of Liv Stokes' opening wave as we see our surfer in green, Anne Albers, having a look at that one. She's not going to go, but there's no other surfers out back. But as those judges look at that video replay, they'll consult that criteria, which they know that's just sealed in their mind, about surfer performing controlled maneuvers in the critical section of the wave, utilizing the entire board and wave using traditional longboard surfing. So the surfer performing this to the highest degree of difficulty with the most style, flow and grace will receive the highest score for a ride. And the judges looking at nose riding, rail surfing, critical sections, variety, speed and power, commitment, control and footwork as Anne Albers takes off. She's fast trimming across this nice sized face. Just readjusts that back foot to put that board on rail, and then gently lines back up with a couple of cross steps and gets low and cross steps back to the tail. Great positioning for this section, but she needs to pounce on this opportunity to add some either dynamic rail work or a chance to cross step up to the nose ride. There's 2 steps, looking to find that steeper section of the wave that will allow her to lock that toe over the nose. Kicks out as we see Liv Stokes getting her second ride after dropping a 3.13 on what was clearly the biggest wave of the heat so far, but it was much more of an open face wave, so it didn't allow the scoring potential of Nina Altenberg's 4.17.
Yeah, Liv kicking off with the lowest of that exchange between the 3, so it's interesting to see what, you know, how the judges are showing that dynamic, and they want to see it's not about just size of wave, it's about what you can do on it. And she never really had the opportunity to do anything because she was kind of surfing over that bump the whole time. So it'll be interesting to see what she's able to get done on that second wave there.
And with that, let's find out who's booked a spot in the next round, because she's with Ben Way.
Thanks a lot, guys. Here's the winner of that Rep 3 Heat number 2, representing American Samoa, Sive Gerard. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it was so fun out there. I want to give a big shout out to Wind and Waves. I couldn't be without you guys. And, of course, my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Thank you.
Well, we saw your sister just win her heat, and she snuck through by the skin of her teeth, got that last wave in 30 seconds. And we've seen a lot of this kind of brother-sister thing where it's just back-to-back. And do you think it's just that whole energy and that whole family power, like, kind of bringing you guys through?
Oh, yeah. I think, like, we're just better together, and all the support with each other, it just makes everything just 100 times better and more fun as well, yeah.
I know you ride shortboard and longboard and everything. I used to see you at north side of the pier in Oceanside with that super classic style, possibly that same board. But I think during your heat, the lower tide, kind of smaller, more relaxed conditions just before this big wind and this tide coming in, did it feel like it catered more to your surfing a little bit more than some of the earlier heats?
Yes, I'd say so. This wave kind of reminds me of a wave back home, and I kind of brought a heavier board for these conditions, so it was a lot easier navigating the waves as well.
Well, that's excellent. You're doing a great job for bringing American Samoa through, and we wish you the best of the luck in the next one.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
So composed, the Gerard sisters, both sisters progressing in the event and doing wonderful post-heat interviews, just looking so relaxed, humble, and just really proud to be here. I like the attitude.
Yeah, she just seems like she has just such a kind, gentle spirit.
Nina Altenberg, Rachel, she's dropped to 4.5. She's surfing out of her skin. What a great start for the German, based in Berlin, a 4.17 and a 4.50. She's out there with a fairly commanding lead, putting the pressure on all of those other women. Liv Stokes needing a 5.37. She's got two scores in the 3 range, 3.30 and a 3.13. Margarita Conde needs to get that second score. She's carrying a 3.17. Ann Albers as well is just carrying one score. It's a 2.33. So Margarita in first priority, sitting there paddling there in blue, and Liv Stokes just calmly sitting up on her manatee Michael Takayama at 9.4, opting to ride the heavier of the two boards that she brought with her. And we see live action now. Margarita setting herself up, the goofy footer, nice high line there, pretty progressive off the tail, has that wider stance. What we need to see from Margarita to really open up that scoring opportunity is use of the cross step and the footwork and the nose ride, which we see right there. Beautiful 4-step combination to set up for that 5. Goes close to that second 5, potentially a little bit tangled up in the leash there.
And she only needs a 3.27 though, so I could see that potentially being that she got those 2 opening turns. They were really clean, and that was really clean footwork. She was able to put those hands behind the back, show that she was relaxed. So might be right around what she needs. Of course, if she was able to surf that through, she could have potentially turned that into the 4s, maybe even 5s, depending on what happened in the shore break region.
Cara Stubbs, she'll be coming up in the next heat against Moana Luna, Beth Layfield and Inish Martins. So Cara Stubbs surfing for South Africa. She's got Taryn King, her teammate, next to her. Some advice from Sam Christensen. Alfonso Peters will be coming down very soon. There's Cara's partner there. He's going to be cheering her on as we move into the last 8 minutes. The surfers in the next heat, they can start to paddle out when there's 5 minutes remaining of the current heat. And it's very important for the surfers to use those 5 minutes, because not only do they get positioning, but it's quite a long paddle to the takeoff spot.
Yeah, so it's important that when you choose to go on a wave, and if you're going to surf it all the way in, that you're using your priority well, that you're being selective with your waves, because you don't want to waste your time, I guess, on going on something that won't give you the score that you need, especially when we're getting down to these dying minutes.
Absolutely. It was just after 1 o'clock that we had the low tide, so it's nearly 3 o'clock local time here. So that tide's coming in, so it's a favourable tide for El Sunzao. That mid tide is known by the locals as the best tide. There's a lot of sand over the cobbles at the moment, but of course in the afternoon we're having to navigate that onshore sea breeze that kicks in, so bumpier conditions. It feels as if we've seen the peak of the swell already though. Yes, we've still got some big waves, but we haven't got the relentless big waves that we started to see yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, yesterday afternoon into this morning just seemed like when a set would come, there would be 8 waves with it, and we were seeing so much action back to back. The judges had their work cut out for them.
Nina Altenberg in the lead with a 4.50 and a 4.17. What a great result for her to be sitting in pole position here. Margarita Conde, both Nina and Margarita in first and second. They have not got themselves back out to the lineup, so Liv Stokes is sitting with first priority, and Albers with second priority. We would expect to see Liv Stokes really come alive in the last quarter of this heat, but she's only got 6 minutes 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, she's definitely sitting in a different position than she has in her past few heats, taking kind of that commanding lead right off the back, but not having well, she's had a few opportunities, but hasn't really been able to capitalize them, has only posted scores in that 3 range. So only needing a 3.85, but still she'll have to use her priority well and make sure that she capitalizes on this with not much time left with that paddle out considering.
So Ann Albers has got first priority. It's a pretty big set. We have to keep an eye on Liv Stokes. It's Ann Albers who is setting up for this wave, so priority will switch most likely, I would say, to Liv Stokes, and it has. So now Liv has got first priority, and it looks as though we have got more waves coming. So you can see by the body language of Liv, she's happy to let Ann take this wave. So live action, Ann Albers looking to add to that 2-3-3 out of the Netherlands, of course, representing those 5 surfers that were lost 3 years ago today in Scheveningen in a freak accident drowning, as Ann Albers navigates with style that big section. She's got a very composed posture. She never over rushes things. She surfs with a calm upper body, but she's got great knee, hip and leg strength, and a lot of the work and control and power is coming from the lower body in Ann's technique.
Yeah, that was a good wave. She's looking for her backup. She only has that 2-3-3, so that will, no matter what, improve her situation because that was her second ride.
Here's our heat leader, Nina Altenberg, looking to replace a 4.17 and a big open turn. One of the distinctive features of Nina's surfing is when she puts that board on rail, she covers a lot of ground, big direction changes, but watch out for Liv Stokes. Might well be perched on the tip, on the nose in this section, but she doesn't appear to be. I'm pretty sure she took off on that. No, she didn't take off on that wave. You can see.
I thought she was taking off too.
Yeah, she probably had a look at it, but she didn't take off. So there's our women paddling out soon. So because we're now into the last 5 minutes, it means that those women have the opportunity to paddle out for the next heat. And it's definitely important for them to use the full 5 minutes of the paddle out, even though they're actually taking it pretty slow.
They're taking their time, yeah. It definitely, I think if you hustle right now, the surfers are saying it's taking about 4 minutes for them to get back out. So they have to work hard for it. Now, looking at this, the ocean going a little bit quiet right now. Maybe we have some lines out the back. Margarita is sitting with first priority, and that's where she'd want to be sitting to kind of be able to hold Liv off of getting the wave that she would need in order to get that score into advancing position. So if Margarita can use her priority strategically, she might be able to hold Liv off.
You really get a sense of what the surfers have to go through to paddle out. You've got that shore break. Once you're through the shore break, though, it's a really easy paddle. It's just distance that you're covering because you can stay in the channel. And, of course, the surfers joining the heat, they need to stay out the way of the surfers currently in the heat. And not until the heat finishes can they move onto the peak and then gain their positioning. But the pressure's on Liv Stokes. She knows that those 3s are very low scores for the type of surfing that we've seen from Liv in this event. She just comes off the back of that silver in the Pan American Surfing Games in Santa Catalina, Panama, behind Chloe Calmon. And with 3 minutes remaining, she's going to have to go big on that last wave if she gets another chance.
Yeah, I mean, if I was Margarita right now, I would be paddling in and sitting right next to Liv. So trying to take that opportunity away. And that's what we talk about with using priority strategically in these dying moments. Blue actually could paddle in and sit right next to Red and hold Red off in any wave that she wanted to look at because she has first priority. So that is a smart move from Liv, sitting farther in. We're seeing a lot of missed waves right now, so even if Blue does paddle for that wave and misses it, then Liv has the opportunity to still turn around, and she still only needs a 3.85, so that is a score that can be done on a medium-sized wave even.
Yeah, so that's a very good question, Rachel. So at what point will she change her strategy and not wait for a set?
Well, we have 2 minutes remaining. I'd say any time from now, something that's rideable, she's going to be taking off on.
Because that's a very attainable score. She's definitely the strongest surfer in this heat, but she hasn't had the opportunity to get those big scores. As we see our Portuguese team, brothers Antonio and João Dantas, and then Raquel Bento, and those surfers are looking forward to watching their teammate Inish Martins coming up in the next heat, but paddling for position. It's Liv Stokes chasing a score. This is extremely exciting. Liv Stokes needs a score of a 3.85, a super attainable score, and she looks like she's going to get that opportunity, but so much pressure on her. She's got to keep it cool and do the job. Steps up to the nose, gets a touch of the 5, walks back to the tail. Powerful swooping turn. I like the rail engagement. A second nose ride. Pedals back to the tail with good clean footwork, nice and controlled. Already you're starting to feel this is some of the strongest surfing that we've seen in the heat, so it should justifiably go past the score that she needs.
I think so. Even though it's that smaller wave, it is a small score that she needs, and getting multiple nose rides and turns cleanly should do the job for that small of a score.
So they've got to compare it to the 4s that Nina Altenberg got. She got a 4.5 and a 4.17. So Liv Stokes needs a 3.85. So it's got to come close to those scores. I think Nina's waves were much bigger and longer, but Liv did display. Wow, we're going to see the first headstand of the competition. Wasn't quite the full legs in the air headstand, but it was definitely an audacious attempt at one.
Now, I'm wondering if Margarito is sitting out there, out the back, is going to get another opportunity to try and defend her spot and better that 3.17.
My feeling is that Liv's score will come in just enough, and it will really move her up into second position. But Ann Albers, she's up and riding, so the judges will have to keep their eyes on Ann as she moves through the midsection here in the middle of her board, cross steps back to the tail, and she just redirects the cut back into the bowl and then redirects again into the trim line with 2 cross steps, potentially 4. There it is, 4 to the nose. Nice clean footwork from Ann Albers. This could really make a difference because she's got a 2.83 and a 2.33 and she just needs a 4.31, and she liked that, and so did her Dutch teammates. Really strong surfing from Ann Albers, so waiting for scores to drop for Liv and Ann. So we've also got a score to drop for Nina. Wow, what a tense moment for all of these surfers. Margarita won't get another score, so she's the one in second position, so she would be the one who would be affected if just one of these women in third and fourth gets the score that they need.
Yeah, and so there we see score drop by Ann, a 3.7. So now what we are waiting for is Liv's score to come through. She still just needs that 3.85.
This is a great moment. So Ann Albers does not get enough. It doesn't change the situation. So as it stands, Nina Altenberg will definitely advance, and Margarita will slip down into third if Liv Stokes gets the score that she needs. Liv might even move up into first. She might move to second, but the judges will be studying that video replay. She needs a 3.85. It wasn't the biggest wave nor the longest wave, but I felt like those nose rides demonstrated that it would be the score that she needs.
Yeah, I think so. I have a feeling right now she's looking on that phone, trying to see those scores drop in real time. And she gets it, a 5.60. You can see the relief on her, and she goes straight to the lead.
Absolutely. Brilliant sporting moment there. Congratulations, Liv Stokes and Nina Altenberg. Commiserations, Margarita Conde from Colombia and Ann Albers from the Netherlands, flying the flag for that 3-year anniversary of those 5 amazing surfers who sadly lost their lives in a drown at Scheveningen. And we will move on to the next heat of the women's repechage here, live from Surf City, El Salvador, for the continuation of the World Longboard Championship.
When Paris finally said, no, we're going to do a whole different thing, we're going to Chopu, it's like we all went, oh my God, what an amazing idea.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
And it's just sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think Chopu has the opportunity to capture the imagination visually for what people think surfing is.
The wave at Teahupo is super scary and beautiful at the same time.
I have to give them a lot of props for the courage of making a commitment to Tahiti.
I think it'll be a really exciting way to showcase all the athletes and their talent.
I think it's gonna be very good.
Thanks for tuning in, surf fans. A pleasure to have your company here live from Surf City, El Salvador for heat number 1, repechage round 3 of the women's, as we see our surfer from South Africa, Cara Stubbs, up and riding with a nice stretch 5, speeding through this bigger section and holding that nose ride brilliantly, and then walking back to the tail as our surfer in red, Moana Luna, who just saw her sister get a really good result. Moana Bonilla in the 2 heats back, as we see Cara Stubbs just continuing to add scoring potential for this big, fast wave. So the South African will kick off with a score. Inish Martins from Portugal is up and riding from Faro. The 28-year-old goofy footer, big, nice carving turn, sets herself up on, again, the set wave that looks to be really still overhead in size. All tail work so far, looking for some opportunity for some cross-stepping. Is there going to be a nice line ahead of her for a nose ride? She just readjusts her feet. You can see she was thinking of the opportunity for the nose ride there, but it just went into the deep water. So feels like Cara Stubbs got the better from that exchange. Moana has dropped a 2.5 for that first wave. But while we've got this little paddle out now, let's go to the beach, because Liv Stokes, she just got the spot that she needed, first place, and she stays alive in this event.
Thanks so much, guys. Rep 3 Heat 3 winner Liv Stokes for Team Canada. Are you breathing? Are you okay?
I'm breathing really heavy. That was super sketchy. I thought I was totally going to lose, but I know there was a girl in the heat before me who got like a 6 on a small one, so I was like, okay, I don't see any sets coming, so I'm going to paddle in and like deep and try to get one of the small ones that she did, and it just gave me some opportunities to nose ride, and I dug myself out of a hole. So,
well, Nina had the lead for a majority of the heat. At that last exchange, we were kind of wondering if you were going to just kind of make it through with that score. You were sitting way down, kind of uncharacteristic for Liv Stokes. But the best part was, I mean, we sat watching you for about a minute, watching your phone. So you had two chances for a heart attack, out in the water and on the beach. How are you feeling now?
I'm feeling good now that I won the heat. But yeah, no, I don't want to do that again. Sorry, Dom and everyone at Surf Canada for stressing you out and stressing myself out. But I was looking at the phone, and I was looking at my scores and refreshing, and then I saw a video of me on the live feed, so I knew I was being recorded. So that was another thing to stress out about, but it's done now, which is good.
Well, you looked fine. That's great. And, wow, really important player for Team Canada, helping bring you through. And we look forward to some better conditions. We know that this morning was probably going to be the heaviest part. And are you happy that your draw was in this afternoon, where it was kind of a little bit more under control, none of that deadly shore break that we had in the morning?
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a double-edged sword. I mean, this morning it was way bigger, but this afternoon I felt like it was windier. But I would prefer this afternoon, because at home it doesn't get like super big. So I'm kind of more comfortable in surf this size. But I'm excited for it to drop off the next couple of days, because I feel like the first day was when I had my best heat, when it was a little bit smaller. So I hope to replicate some of that.
Well, that's in. We love watching your surfing, and we look forward to surfing well in the next one.
Thank you. Sorry, guys. I won't do that again. Thanks, my sponsors and friends and family.
Back to the...
Well, congratulations, Liv. As we see live action, Beth Layfield, the 23-year-old goofy footer from Bude in Cornwall, riding the Skin Dog surfboards, 9.2 Wrangler single fin. She broke the board that she brought over to compete on, so she's using the team manager Robert Minnow Green's board as a backup, and she will be looking to drop that opening score, with Cara Stubbs kicking off with a strong 5.0, Rachel.
Yeah, Beth's story on what board she's actually riding is an interesting one, because she went to the Mexi Log Fest right before this. She's actually been traveling in a van with her boyfriend in Mexico since December, and she couldn't find a flight that would take her longboard straight from Mexico to El Salvador. So left her board in Mexico and had her teammates bring a board to El Salvador, and then she broke it on the first day.
Cara Stubbs answering back with that 5.0 with yet another really long hang 5. Cara Stubbs looking strong on the nose on a big section, so great wave selection for Cara Stubbs. And of course, Cara is not only a fantastic surfer, she has competed for South Africa in a number of other disciplines, and she is a really great athlete who's just graduated from university with an honours degree in landscape architecture from the University of Cape Town, and is soon to start working in Costa Rica. But look at the nose work through that section, even on the inside, and again she chooses a big, heavy, fast set. So what a strong start with 13 minutes remaining. Cara already is going to be the front runner in this heat, Rachel.
Yeah, that's a great way to start a heat. 2 waves to the beach with more than 10 minutes remaining is kind of a benchmark to know that you're feeling good.
So she's competed in water polo for South Africa, and Sam Christensen did tell me earlier about another sport that she's competed in, but I didn't write it down, so I'm going to have to chase that information up. But I do know that she is very grateful for the GoFundMe campaign that she launched to get the travel funding to come out here, and a lot of the athletes had to do that in order to come to this event. And you know, we want to say a big thanks to all the fans tuning in, because it'll be those fans, all of you people tuning in around the world, who might well have supported a lot of the athletes to come here. So big thanks for that, because the consequence of that is that we've had record participation with 118 athletes from 33 nations, and we need that participation to grow. So my message to all of the federations out there is focus some energy and funds on your longboard teams, because longboarding could be in the Olympics in 2028 for Los Angeles, and if it is, that will be game changing, and it really will be a wonderful platform beyond our ISA World Longboard titles and our World Surf League titles to win Olympic gold hanging 10. That would be something else.
Yeah, the prospect of that is really exciting, and I know a lot of these athletes are hearing that that's a prospect for the very first time, and they're getting really excited. All of a sudden, they're starting to take this even more serious as this can go well beyond into that Olympic realm is just insane.
Here's Moana. She's just seen her sister Coral take a spot in the round 4 repechage. Nice opening nose ride from Moana as Beth Layfield drops a 3.90, putting her up into second. Moana's going to add to her 2.50. Second nose ride with a good rail turn in between. That wave, she loses the line on that wave, so no more scoring potential now for her. But had she come a little bit deeper, that wave certainly had a little bit more to offer.
Yeah, that's something that we have been seeing the mistake of surfers throughout the day, is anticipating that wide section to stand up, and so they go to it and then it hits that deep spot there and fades out. And so if they're stuck out on that right when that wave hits the deep spot, they will lose all of their speed. So in order to avoid that, surfers have been going far back into the whitewash, following the trajectory of the wave, going back into the bay, and then once the wave hits that inside sandbank and stands back up, they redirect back out, and that's when they get that inside nose ride.
Beth Layfield normally riding the Quill. That was the board that she broke out here. It was a new board bought out for her because she was riding a Quill when she was in Mexico, and she sold that board and her backup board, the Cherry Picker, both Skin Dog Surfboards models. But luckily, team manager Minnow Green for the Great Britain Surfing Team and the British Longboard Union had a board option for Beth, and she drops a 3.90, and she's sitting in second position. She recently graduated with a first-class degree in geography from the University of Exeter, and somebody who's also studied a degree, Rachel. How do you strike that balance as an aspirational professional surfer who also might be studying at university?
I actually think it's a really nice balance to have in your life. I know when I was studying, it was nice to have something that pulled my mind away from surfing when I was, or else if you're full just into one thing, sometimes you can overthink it. And when you have your mind set on two different things, things can happen a little bit more instinctually in surfing, I think. You're not over-analyzing things, overthinking things. So studying, for me at least, was kind of a nice reprieve, but then surfing was the nice reprieve from the schoolwork as well. So they balanced each other well.
I remember one of your world title campaigns when you were going to defend your world title in Chinese Taipei. Well, to go and win your second WSL world title, you were still finishing off a university assignment between heats. In fact, I think it was between the semi-final and the final, you were up in the media area working on an assignment. And that gave me a lot of inspiration to know that you had that broad approach. And I think that's a great message for all of these women, is that you know, these ambassadors of longboarding are juggling many elements of their life alongside their surfing, and that is possible. You can still go all the way to the top whilst developing other aspects of your life and your career.
100%. And for me, education was something I was really passionate about wanting to get for myself. And I moved over to Australia in order to do that, to live in a different country for a different experience. But there are so many women and men on the longboard tour that are currently completing their degrees or have full-time jobs that they're juggling alongside a professional longboard career. So that's something that's very common. We don't have a very robust tour of events throughout the year, so it is possible, but it's definitely takes some dedication in both disciplines of your work life and surfing life in order to excel.
Inish Martins from Faro. She's got a 2.13. The 28-year-old from the south of Portugal is sitting in first priority. She's sitting furthest to the left of your screen. You'll see Cara Stubbs. She's in fourth priority, and she's doing that technique of dragging all the surfers further out and super deep. So that might well have an impact and put out of position Beth and Moana, leaving Inish in the prime position.
Yeah, I actually think they're all sitting maybe a little bit too deep now, and that won't really affect Cara. She's sitting in fourth priority and is sitting in the lead, but it is kind of tricking Beth and Moana to go deeper, where Inish, she's off by herself. She only needs a 2.45, so I actually think she's sitting most comfortable right now.
And it's interesting because Cara's arrived in that lineup with fourth priority. She can afford the time to take risks with her positioning and kind of almost put the other surfers out of position.
Yeah, she's sitting farthest out too, which is not something we normally see from fourth priority, because with fourth priority, you want to be sitting normally strategically inside of everyone because you have fourth pick at a wave, and so you're waiting to see who chooses not to take what wave, and then if you have the opportunity. So it almost is telling me that she's doing this strategically. She's a Tiger's Milk Winter Classic champion back in South Africa, so she has those wins and experience underneath her. It'll be interesting to see when a set does come through how their positioning right now affects where they are standing up on the wave.
And the two waves she's had, that 5, 6, 7 and that 5, they have both been bigger sets. So she's certainly been in rhythm with the set. She's hit the ground running. She got a wave very early. She backed that off in the middle of the heat, and those two big scores, they're really setting the standard for this heat. But she's in fourth priority with this set coming through. Beth Layfield is in second priority. She's chasing a very low score to move up into second position. So we'll get to see if any of these sets are rideable. That's not a rideable set, but Inish Martins out of shot might well be interested in some of these wide swingers, but nothing breaking as we see our El Salvadorian legend Amado coming up in the next heat, and he's on a real campaign. The local surfer, goofy footer, very aggressive in his style, really puts that board hard on rail. And there's Sufiel Gil from Argentina giving him a high five, and this guy is going to be so determined to fly the flag for El Salvador and go as far as possible. He's pumped up, and there's nothing like seeing the local surfers on a good run on home turf at a big event like this. And I'm not talking big, I'm talking massive world title campaigns here.
Yeah, we saw his energy in the last heat. He was on the inside on a nose ride, pumping up the crowd with his hands. The beach loved it. All his local friends and fans screaming for him. So seeing all that energy on the beach is really great, and it's exciting to watch.
And you know, he was a regular at Punta Roca for a number of years, and then moved from mid-length boards that he was really keen on eggs to riding longer boards, and now he's the premier male longboarder in El Salvador. And you can see the flag there, the blues representing the sky and the sea, and the white symbolizing peace. As we can see El Sunzal, the incredible right-hand point break. You could just see how you got that V of cobbles that is the the formation of the right-hander. You can also go left on this wave, but it gets pretty shallow. But that right then just moves into this bay, and then La Bocana is just off to the left of your screen as we move over the judges' tower. So of inside that white building that has been built around the palm trees. The palm trees are moving through this temporary construction, which is extremely cool. And then this wave here has got the pocket, the lip, the section, the long ride, and the long paddle. Those surfers paddling out in the channel, and then to get that score, they want to make sure that they're surfing in the pocket. So as they trim on their longboards, they'll be looking to get the tail locked in that curl so that they can get lift on the nose, and as they walk off the nose rise onto the face, that's where they'll be doing the cutbacks to get back into the pocket section, which is where the scoring potential is. So if you accentuate that ring around the word pocket and curl, that's where the judges are keeping an eye on making sure the surfers are in that zone. As soon as they're outside of that zone, they're not necessarily picking up more scores on the ride.
Yes, and with 2.5 minutes remaining, it looks like there's some waves coming to give all surfers another opportunity at mixing up the standings.
Cara Stubbs in the lead with a 5.67 and a 5.0. Moana Luna in second with a 2.5 and a 2.07. Beth Layfield, she's got a 3.9, which is a very strong score. She's having a look at this in second priority. Up and riding, chasing a very low score to move into second. Two nice clean cross steps up to the front. Gets back to the tail. It's a big bouncy overhead section. She's got to get a nice control of this line. There's options ahead of her, but she's just bounced off. So she only needs a 0.67 to move up into second. Do you think that was enough to get a 0.67?
Yeah, I think it was enough. I think you're basically just needing to stand up and stay on it for a little bit to get such minimal of a score, and she got it, a 1.57. That was that little bit of footwork that she did at the beginning and that navigation. So that was enough, but enough to put pressure on Moana and Inish to stand up on something and get a score in this final minute and 20 seconds.
So here's Moana chasing a 2.98. She takes a high line there, but then drops down to the middle of the wave. It's a clean section, but she's got to do some work. Two steps back to the tail, puts that board on an arcing turn as we see behind her. Inish has a look at that wave, doesn't catch it. Beth Layfield left out back. Cara Stubbs in second priority, but keep your eyes on Moana, surf fans, because she's chasing a 2.98 and she's moving into this inside section, keeping that rail engaged. She'll be looking for the opportunity to get the nose ride. Two steps, a lot of rail engagement. Already it's going to be a score higher than Beth's 1.57, and with that nose ride on the inside, you think that would definitely be enough for that 2.98 or more.
Yeah, I think it will be close. I think it will be close. She didn't do anything from the outside in. There was a lot of, she was waiting for that wave to clean up. It was kind of that bumpier wave, and she got to the nose on the inside, which does make me think it probably will be enough. But had she not gotten her toes over the nose on the inside, I would have said probably not.
Live action, Cara Stubbs, our heat leader, up and riding, looking to replace a 5.0. Smaller than those first two waves that she got, but a lovely wall ahead of her. Cross steps to the nose. Doesn't look like Beth Layfield has given herself an opportunity to get one more wave. So we're waiting for that score for Moana to come through. But Beth did get another wave, so we will wait to see a score. We didn't see that live on the screen. So Cara Stubbs is going to probably not replace that 5.0, but it'd be very interesting to know how good Beth's ride was. And we know that a decent wave could come through for Moana, but it's likely that Beth's wave wasn't very strong because of her takeoff position. So it's all going to be about Moana's wave, and she gets the score she needs. She gets a 4.23, pushes her into second, pushes Beth down into third. Beth now chasing a 2.84. Cara Stubbs probably won't replace that 5, so it's now all about if Beth gets more than 2.84 on her last score.
Yeah, I'm eating my words a little bit. That was higher than I was expecting it to go. And here's Beth on the outside, getting up to the nose on the outside. This is the type of work she needs to do, but unfortunately getting a little bit too high. So It will replace her 157 potentially, but probably will not be that 284.
So it's just 2 nose rides. So it's going to be borderline. If she had just ridden out of that second nose ride with trim and connected more of the wave, she would have really opened up that opportunity. But due respect to Moana, she really had to fight for it. Beth drops a 153. It's not enough. Unfortunately, Beth and Inish for Surfing Great Britain and Portugal will be eliminated. And congratulations, Moana, Mexico, and of course our South African Cara Stubbs. They advance. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be moving on to the men's surfing repechage round 3 right after this short break, live from Surf City, El Salvador.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
Welcome back, longboard fans from around the world, wherever you are. Thanks for tuning in to the Surf City El Salvador 2023 ISA World Longboard Championship as we see our Spanish surfer Nicky Dora Nicolas Garcia already kicking off for the first ride in this first heat of 4 heats in repechage men round 3. Nicolas Garcia, Kenichi Kitamura for Japan, Amado Alvarado, the local legend for El Salvador, and Sufiel Gil from Argentina, a super stylish surfer. So this is going to be interesting because we know that Amado has got all the local knowledge, but he's got some really talented surfers to beat as we get the replay of our local El Salvadorian's first ride, Rachel.
Straight up to the nose, using that high line, getting that 10 with the arms up, showing his confidence across this bump, and looking cool and composed, showing that his local knowledge is coming into hand. And look, he's just kind of now relaxed going through this middle section, but adding in some variety and excitement with that soul arch. I think the judges will like that. They just love when surfers switch up kind of the normal and back up to the nose. This is proving to be a great opening ride. Arms behind the back, all little details that he's specifically putting in there in order to add points. And going for the 10 twice and getting pummeled by that shore break.
That was incredible, Rachel. That was just so much power. The passion he put into that ride, that was El Salvadorian style to the max as we see Nicky Dora out back.
Yeah, this one, he's going up and down the board and just kind of redirects with his body weight. That was a nice bottom turn. He's in the pocket now, straight back up to the nose and not really pushing into those turns so much, just kind of cruising in through them a little bit more. And he's just standing there waiting for this wave to reline up. Those are some nice little redirections. Back up to the nose. I love the quick conciseness of his footwork. You can just, I love when we get to this upper angle and you get to see how precisely he's placing his feet on the board. Quick tap to the 10, back up there. He scoots his way back and doesn't get pummeled by the shore break.
That was one cool ride. That was a really interesting contrast of approaches between two goofy footers. One from mainland Europe, from Spain, the other from El Salvador, of course, the homeland of the historic culture of the Maya, and he really put everything into that wave, Amado. There was even that kind of soul arch turn that he did, and the power he showed early on through those chops. Most people would have get knocked off, but he managed to just charge through and navigate every single section. He did a lot more than Nicolas Garcia, so you probably think it might come out higher than Nicolas's.
Yeah, I would agree with that. He tried to take everything out of that wave, so I would expect to see Amado's wave a bit higher.
And with that, let's go down to Cara Stubbs, who just put on an incredible show to book herself a spot in the next round.
Right on, guys. We are here for that winner of Rep 3, Heat number 4, representing South Africa from Cape Town, Cara Stubbs. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So this is your first ever competition interview. I'm so honored.
Yeah, my first international event and interview. So first Heat win at an international event. Feeling super stoked, yeah.
So reading in your bio, you've always wanted to compete in an international contest. You had kind of put your focus on getting your landscape architecture degree and kind of in the side of sustainability from what I see, and just graduated in May. So you're able to come to this contest, prepare yourself for the surf trip. How does it feel?
Feels super, super good. Couldn't be happier. And yeah, I couldn't be here without all the people back home who supported me. We don't get much funding, so it's kind of a friends and family support group. And also I've got a few sponsors back home, Wetsuit Warehouse, which is a local surf shop, which support me all the way with all the gear I need. And then Dave Stubbs making me the best board. So yeah, without them, definitely wouldn't have made it here. So super stoked. Yeah.
So Uncle Dave is actually Dad's cousin Dave, but you call him Uncle just to get things clear. How's that performance log? I love the name performance log. That sounds like something very, very hybridish. Explain your equipment.
Yeah, so we've been working on it for a while together. It's really cool being able to work with him, like, to make me the perfect board that I need. So it's basically, it was made for right-hand point break like this. Super light because I'm pretty light, so I can control the speed easier. I find like heavy boards just start going and then I'm like, find it super hard to control. So yeah, and when I'm on the nose, it really can go through the chop super nice. So, and you're turning, the rails are kind of sharp. Not like a traditional log, but still single fin. So that's why I call it the high performance log. Yeah, it's super good.
As far as the team's concerned, unfortunately, we did lose Alfie from moving through. Taryn dropped into the Reprecharge rounds, but you girls are keeping it going, and that's just so many more chances to surf this beautiful El Susanzal point break with just a few people out. I'm sure out in the practices, you know there's never just 3 people out here.
Yeah, 100%. I was kind of bummed when I got knocked, but then pretty quickly stoked again because I get more time out here with no one out there. So yeah, super, super stoked. Hopefully I can make a few more heats and yeah, surf for longer with no one out there. It's pretty epic.
Well, you did a great job. We loved watching your surfing. We look forward to seeing that in the next round.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Back to the booth with you guys.
Great stuff. Thanks so much, Ben. And big statement from the judges there. So they dropped Nicolas Garcia a 5.5 for that opening ride, and they dropped Amado Alvarado a 4.83. So quite a difference between those two scores. And I think that was just the flow that Nicolas demonstrated. Amado did more, but there was a lack of control throughout about 50% of that ride, and that's why that score probably came a bit lower.
Yeah, I think we were kind of getting distracted, I guess, from what the judges are looking for, and we were getting wowed by everything that he was doing. The crowd was loving it, and he was milking that one all the way through, but I guess it was Nicolas who was on the slightly bigger wave. He does have that kind of tighter hang 5 that he was doing out the back, so that's the way I think I would justify the fact that they kind of swapped it around from how we were originally saying.
So 11 minutes remaining. Sophia Gill still to ride a wave. So Kenichi Kitamura still to ride a wave. So that opening set so important for Armado and Nicolas. And we've seen that in these heats in the last hour, that maybe less waves getting ridden. So it's so important to make the most of the waves that you do catch, as Sophia Gill is just too deep to climb into that one. almost that wind, you could see it didn't allow him to get that clean entry onto that face. So that's going to be some frustration for the Argentinian, meaning he'll still be needing 2 rides with just 10 minutes to go. And this decision he's made is coming a little bit further inside, but it's very hard to make these opening sections. It should allow for a radical nose ride though, but we don't know what's going to be beyond that first nose ride. And sure enough, he has got some foam to deal with, but he does cope with that critical 5 into 10 very well, and he's still going on this wave. But that foam, extremely hard to navigate, but doing a great job going back up for his second nose ride. And we really get to demonstrate now the finesse of Sufiel Gil. He's got very dynamic, quick footwork, and he's got a beautiful ability to then compress the body and put the board on rail. And Rachel, what I really love about Sufiel is the variety of body postures we see. There's the upright when it needs to be, but he's also happy to compress when he needs to do that. And that for me is the kind of sign of a really good all-rounder.
Yeah, that's the exact word I was just about to respond with, is showing that he's an all-rounder and being able to have that tall, confident nose ride, those compressed, powerful turns. It's important to earning those scores.
So that's a great result for Cara Stubbs, and she is delighted. Her first international surf competition heat win, and that first opportunity to do the post-heat interview. We were talking about that yesterday, and you were saying how the nice thing about the post-heat interview is it's an opportunity to, share your, passion with the world and talk about the people that got you here and the things that motivate you.
Yeah, and, she got that opportunity to, like you said, talk about her sponsors, her community getting behind her. That's huge for someone wanting to compete in an international event, having that team behind you and all of that support. So that's really great that she was able to talk directly to them and give them that nod. And, I think the South African accent is my favorite accent, so I loved hearing her in that interview.
Absolutely. As we see Sufiel Gil dropping a score, still waiting to be tabulated. 2 scores now in for Amado. He gets a 4.83 and a 1.0. Nicolas Garcia is sitting with 3rd priority. He's got a 5.50. Kenichi Kitamura sitting out there with the orange board and the blue rash guard. He is sitting in 1st priority, but with no waves ridden. And to go into the last 8 minutes with no waves ridden, that's quite a lot of pressure, knowing that this is an elimination situation.
Yeah, you're basically, he only needs a 5.51, so that's a possible to get in a 1-wave score. But he is putting that pressure on himself. He'd be doing the math right now. If I was sitting out there, I'd be going, okay, if I get 1 wave now, then I will still have enough time to paddle back out in order to get a 2nd wave. But if he doesn't catch a wave in the next minute and a half, I'd say he's going to kind of lose that 2-wave opportunity.
So Nicolas Garcia, he had a look at that wave in 3rd priority, but because Sufiel Gil isn't out back, he didn't go down to 4th priority. But Sufiel Gil drops a 4.10. That's a pretty decent score considering he scrapped to find a smaller wave. It had a lot of foam, but he manufactured a score out of nothing. And clearly all of those surfers are going to be now carrying those 2nd scores in the 4s and the 5s. So it's now about what scores they can get in the last 7 minutes to add to those 4s and 5s.
Yeah, so Sang Kenichi at the moment only needs that 5.51, but that's without any of those surfers really having a backup. If we see Amado taking off on a backup, replacing this 1.0.
Straight up there with the 5, with the 10, with the hands behind the back on the 5. The showman, the El Salvadorian stylist, shuffles back to the tail and does that big hands behind the back Phil Rasman double sweeping cross-step S-turn cutback. They're the most complicated thing to do. When you try them, you get so tangled up in yourself that you really do struggle to stay in trim. But he did that successfully. There's that kind of layback turn that he does, and here he goes, sets himself up for another section. Good clean footwork there, and somehow manages to keep that board trimming. That guy's got more power than a Land Rover 4-wheel drive. Amado is going to drop a big score, but look at the Star Master from North Spain, Nicky Garcia, straight up to the tip again for that middle section nose ride. Very different approach to Amado. all minimalism and upright surfing and flow and footwork, and then navigating that nosedive and getting projected inside out, upside down, sand in the ears for Nicholas.
I'm still taking sand out of my ears from a wipeout in the shore break a few days ago. So that's where we're seeing some of the surfers buckling their boards. It looks like his board is fine. He's going to make it back out. He will have time to get out there, but his backup wave is nothing at the moment. So that will improve his situation. Same as Amato, that will improve his situation. Putting more of that pressure on Surfael and Kenichi, especially with no waves ridden.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're going to imagine that it's going to stay the same. Amado and Nicholas are going to be in first or second and first. And then now with Surfael, he needs to play his cards wisely here. He's got to put his poker face on, because he will be down into the last 5 minutes knowing probably what score he needs. If the judges drop these scores quite quickly, he's going to listen out, and it might be a 7 he needs or a 6. It'll be something big.
Yeah, I think that was an interesting point that you were talking about, Nicholas, before too, with just his minimalistic style, but really quite beautiful and mature. And you and I were having a conversation about that before, if making that minimalistic look still really nice and calm and smooth and not lazy or boring. I think Nicholas is a great representation of that minimalist style, but it's an interesting exact opposite dynamic with Amato being really that showman and putting on that performance for the beach.
He's like a bullfighter, Amado, you know, really kind of flashy and flamboyant. And then Surfael Gil doesn't connect with that. It was a smaller wave, but he knows that a 4 or 5 could be an important score to get, which he could have got perhaps if he stayed on that wave. He's getting a little bit desperate now. He really wants to have a look at this wave. You can see the frustration as he waits for Amado and Nicholas to paddle out into the lineup. So he will luckily stay in second priority. If they were out in the lineup and he lost his priority, it would really be a big problem. He should maybe go into first priority in this situation, unless they deem that Surfael Gil is now in first priority. So he's got the opportunity to go for this right-hander. He's really got to turn quickly, Rachel, and go for this. He had to check he had right of way, and he does. It was a late takeoff. Surfael Gil from Mar del Plata there, straight up to the tip, hits the 5, back up for the second, nose ride, strong 3 nose ride combination, and then rebounds off the foam and just holds on tight, and you can see that he's got the rhythm on this wave. I feel this is a strong start, and this could really make a difference, Rachel, as he moves to this inside section with a nice drop knee setup.
These turns are so buttery. He has full control through these, and his board is just looking so loose under his feet. I'm really liking the look of this. His requirement has been upped. He now needs a 703, so that's what he's surfing for here, trying to make the most. It's best that he's taking this all the way to the inside and seeing what he can do. I think a 703 is maybe a high ask, but he might have time to paddle back out and get one on his way back out.
So Amado's got that 6-4-3 and that 4-8-3. All scores dropped for Amado. Nicholas Garcia is dropped all of his scores, that 5-5 and that 5-6-3. So Surfael needs a big score there. He put everything into that, and is 2 minutes enough time to paddle out or not?
I don't think so. Not to make it all the way out the back. And, you know, if he only needed a 3 and was surfing for that, I think paddle as hard as you can, because you can turn around on a wave halfway out and still manufacture a 3. But to get a 7, you need to be taking off out the back.
It would be a real loss to see Surfael Gil eliminated from the competition. A hugely talented surfer, the 25-year-old from Mar del Plata. His dad, Daniel, a founding father of Argentinian surfing with 9 kids and multiple Argentinian titles for Surfael, as Amado, our heat leader, is up and riding, looking to replace a 4-8-3. 2 steps to the middle of the board, really deep in this section, and then uses the cross step turn and doesn't stay in the cross step like he did on that last ride, and then puts his hands behind his hips as he just nose rides that section. And our Japanese surfer Kenichi finally gets a wave, traveling here with his wife, who's competing in the women's division, as we see Amado setting up through the inside there. You can hear the fans on the beach. They're absolutely delighted. Their man looks like he's booked himself a spot in the next round. He might well replace his 4.83. Nicolas Garcia is in second, and no waves to drop for Sufiel Gil because it comes in at a 4.6, and there he is, and there the fans on the beach. What a great performance. He rose to the occasion in a very tough heat and eliminated Argentinian star master Sufiel Gil, as we see Nicolas Garcia in second looking to replace a 5.5.
And straight up to the 10. I really like how he's holding that forever and just put that arm up. That's kind of his showmanship there.
Yeah, I saw him do that in the Mexi Log Fest, the El Salute on the nose, on the hang 10. He has got that showmanship on the nose, but then only on the nose do you see that showmanship. Between stuff, he's very refined, isn't he? And I like that. There's a class to him that is very beautiful. It's a real joy to witness.
Yeah, really beautiful. And I think this one could go and better his 5.5, but I think the standings will remain the same. Amado in the lead because I think that last score will better his 4.83, and Amado and Nicolas solidifying themselves into the next round.
Great scenes to see our El Salvadorian surfer making it through that round, and that really does mean a lot to all the fans, to the government support, for all of the El Salvadorians tuning in. It really is special, and it just keeps that local attention to see the local surfers going this far.
Yeah, it's so inspirational, and the fact that he's celebrated by his friends and family and fans, it's just, there's no better feeling.
Benway's going to enjoy that post-heat interview. There's going to be some good energy with Amado. Congratulations, Nikki. You also put on a great show. Commiserations, Sufiel. But stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, because we have Mitch Salazar and Shannon Hughes coming into the booth to continue to call the action as we move through the rest of men's repechage round 3, live from Surf City, El Salvador, for the ISA World Longboard Championship.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Of the day here in beautiful El Sunsal at Surf City, El Salvador for the ISA World Longboard Surfing Championships. Mitchell Salazar here with Shannon Hughes. Shannon, we got the final 3 heats. Should be a fun one out there in the water right now. As, you know, coming into the booth, we got our own style here in El Salvador. Obviously, I'm rocking the sunglasses because it's shiny inside the booth and outside of it. This is Shannon Hughes. I'm Mitch. Great number 4 day, of competition here in El Sunsal, and we got 2 more after this, Shannon. Should be looking good going into finals day for Saturday.
Yeah, it's been a pretty incredible week of competition so far. We've had so many good waves that have been ridden, so that's been really exceptional. The winds kicked up this afternoon, but I talked to a couple of the competitors that have come in the water over the last couple heats, and they said it's actually far easier out there once you're in the water to get a feel for it than what it looks like from land, so that's positive for these afternoon heats.
It also feels like the wind has actually veered from a more positive direction than before. as we're going to see the forecast right here in just a second. That's a beautiful shot of El Tunco Rock as we see our men's repechage. Heat number 2 of round 3, Rafael Cortez from Chile in red, Tariq El Basiti from Morocco in blue, Joe Marie Ebuesa from the Philippines in green, and Han Sung Lin from Chinese Taipei in the white. Here's Rafa Cortez. Mentioned to you earlier that he had a great free surfing session yesterday afternoon, Shannon. He was catching quite a few waves from up top of the point, too. He seems like he's known this lineup for a good amount of time. A lot of froth on this wave. Makes it back to the open face. Lovely 5 after the initial carve. Great style. Not many team members for Team Chile. They're traveling with a smaller pack for this one, especially with Jose Bosa already moving through from the previous round. This would be a huge heat if Rafa is able to make it through. That means that both of them would be at least making it to repechage 3. Back to the nose right here. Slightly touches it. He's going to fade back. Lovely style as the Chilean just moving through to the inside. As he gets to the final section, he's going to be able to straighten it out. Great start for him in the red jersey.
Yeah, great way to kick things off. Always nice to be able to stand up on that first wave and get it all the way to the beach, knowing that you've definitely done some work to get some points, as we see the wildest takeoff ever from Tariq.
Yeah, that was a weird one because it doubled up. It almost even tripled up at a point. He made the initial drop, but just couldn't control his weight distribution afterwards, it seemed. There we see our Japanese competitor coming in from the previous heat as Rafa's making his way back out. Han up and riding into the 5 right there. Holds it for a while. He's going to go back into the power source of the wave to the white water. Drops the knee for the carve. Has to pet the kitty just slightly in order to make it back into the strong part of this wave. As he's still kind of just cruising through this one. Nice pace and tempo. 14:35 remaining. Still just waiting for this wave to stand up on the inside. He's been very patient so far. Once he gets to the nose, he does some great work, though. Kind of a tight 5 right there. And he's going to kick out while we have a break in the action. Let's go down to Ben Way with the local surfer, Amado Alvarado.
Thank you so much, Mitch. So here's winning his second heat of the day, Rep 3, heat number 1, representing our host nation of El Salvador, Amado Alvarado. Felicidades.
Muchas gracias.
So I'm going to ask him, in the morning we had these nice glassy conditions. The waves were a little bit more spelled out for you with this wind. It looked a little bit harder to find the good ones, and we saw everyone a little bit lost out there trying to find the good scoring waves. Of course, I'm sure his local advantage came into his advantage. We're going to see how that worked out. En la mañana, bueno, estaban perfectas las olas, unas líneas muy limpias, y bueno, antes del takeoff era muy claro que era la buena ola. Pero ahora, en este heat, más viento, era un poquito más difícil, casi nadie agarró buenos puntuajes, y en ese caso, que es casi tu playground aquí, tu backyard, encontraste unos muy buenos puntuajes y puedes enseñar muy buen surfing. ¿Cómo te sentiste?
Me siento súper contento, gracias a Dios, pues, que nada, darme las mejores olas. Estoy concentrado entrenando todos estos días atrás, las condiciones súper malas. Yo entreno verano e invierno acá y me siento súper contento, la verdad.
So first he wanted to thank God for sending him the right waves. He said he always practices winter, summer in horrible conditions or the best conditions, and he's been out up until this World Championship in some pretty bad conditions up until the event, and so he was pretty much prepared and ready for this. I'm going to talk about all of his different variations of body positions. It seemed like he put a little bit more flair. I think he kind of loosened up by winning that heat. He came in with a little more confidence. I'm going to ask him about some of those moves because he's got some really unique turns. Bueno, en la mañana habías enseñado tu backside cross-step cutback, algunos soul arch bottom turns y los cutbacks. Mucha variedad, pero en este heat te vi más flojo, más loose, más relajado y enseñando más y más. Y hiciste un super show ahí.
Muchas gracias, la verdad estoy súper contento porque me permitieron las olas hacer lo que me gusta. Falta más, falta mejor estilo, pero espero la siguiente ronda del día de mañana esté más grande para mí, va a ser mejor y demostrar el surfing del Salvador que sí se sabe.
So he really wanted more. He doesn't feel like he found waves that really gave him the potential to do his best. He's hoping the waves are bigger tomorrow so he can show this surfing that El Salvador knows of him. Y bueno, unas palabras para la gente local. Escuché gritos desde adentro de la gente local aquí que te están apoyando. Casi todo el pueblo vino a verte.
La verdad que es primera vez. Como te dije temprano, gracias a Morena Valdés que está haciendo posible este evento. Toda la gente está afuera, te motiva más cuando llegas a una ola afuera y te comienza a decir El Salvador, y como que eso te motiva más a seguir más, remando más fuerte, a buscar la otra ola que te va a hacer pasar. Y nada más decirme gracias a toda la gente que está atrás de las cámaras, a los periodistas que están apoyando, Porfirio Miranda que está en su casa apoyándome, ahí en la mañana me estaba mandando un audio diciéndome que sí podemos y sí se puede, la verdad.
Y por supuesto el presidente y sus hermanos también, sus esfuerzos.
Sí, gracias al Comité Olímpico, a Yamil Bukele y al presidente del gobierno que está haciendo posible estos eventos y nos está apoyando bastante, la verdad.
Muchísimas gracias. I'm going to leave Mitch to explain some of those last words as we have a little break in the action, looks like, out there. Muchísimas gracias y mucha suerte en la próxima.
Gracias.
Back to you guys.
Gracias, Ben, and felicidades to Amado Alvarado. Moving through, he didn't seem like he was fully content with his heat win this afternoon, but guess what, Shannon? 2 heat wins in one day. You got to be very happy with that.
That is a very consistent performance, which is not to be said about many surfers in the draw, you know, to be able to get those double heat wins in a single day. Advancing through, you'll see a lot of surfers making it through, but either in that first or second place position. So well done to the local, and I am excited to see how he goes as those conditions shape up in his opinion. But man, during that interview, Mitch, that last wave of Joe Marie was absolutely insane.
I concur. Long 5 on the outside, maybe a bit out of the pocket at the end, but boy, it's just amazing to see him hold a 5 for that long and nose right on the outside. Should be scored well. 9:45 on the clock. Han Sung Ling with an opener of a 5.67. Rafa Cortez with a 5.17. Our surfer from Morocco, Tariq, so far, nothing better than a 1. He still has a lot of work to do, but as we were saying, the surfer from the Philippines with a great opening ride, that should move him up into the top 2.
Yeah, that will definitely put him into that conversation. Exceptional nose rides all throughout. I just kept having the feeling while watching him and listening to that interview of how nice it would be to be perched in that same position right now after a day of watching waves like this. I think that's one of the resounding things. I ran into another one of our staff members, Megan, just during that break, and she's like, wow, wouldn't it be so fun to be out there? And neither of us could travel with our longboards just because of our flights and the airlines that we were with, and we're both longboarders, and so we were watching it like, I didn't realize that El Sunzal got this good for longboarding specifically. So it's definitely sparked it more over the years that I've come here as a spot that we need to come back to just for a surf vacation.
I'm actually surprised that you say that because you've been here quite a few times already, and I know you've seen El Sunzal quite a bit. You surfed here before as well, but this is a premier destination within the Latin American region for all surfing types. There's Zawi Po. He's coming up in heat number 3 of Reprecharge 3 for the men. He is from Punta de Mita, Nayarit, Mexico. Both Bonilla sisters moving through in the Reprecharge, by the way. So they have 3 surfers still alive. If Zawi is able to make it through, he's coming up against Costa Rica's Anthony Mesen as well in the blue jersey. Great heats coming up to finish off day number 4 of competition. Joe Maria Buesa in the green jersey gets a 6.83. It's the best wave of the heat so far. Han Sun Ling down to 2nd place. He's only looking to better a 0.6. Meanwhile, Tariq El Basiti from Morocco gets a 4.6, his best. And Rafa, with first priority, has a 5.17. Decent scores to start things off, Shannon.
Yeah, very decent across the board. Looking at the 6s and the 5s, those are really good scores to build from, or even just to now look for that backup score. A 4 in that range, you're looking to hopefully put something bigger on the board now as we take a look at some live action from Rafa.
Rafa on the first wave of the set. As you saw right there, got to the nose immediately after he stood up. This wave a bit choppy, being the first one out of the incoming waves. Has done very well, though, just to navigate all those bumps and lumps on this face. Get a variation right there as he grabs the rail. Maybe a bit more of a progressive maneuver, but still a lot of functionality when it comes to this midsection where it goes very flat. Great tempo so far. Hailing from Pichilemu. Hasn't really surfed too many lefts over the last year or so, Shannon. But a good result here could maybe give him a spot into getting that one local spot for the team at the Pan American Games in 2023 Chile. As we see Tariq, that's much more like it from him. Already had a 4.6 on his previous one. This should help. Han up and riding on the outside now. More of a setup turn. Patiently waiting for this wave through this midsection. Slowly touches the 5 and tried to go for an awkward floater there at the end. Was it me, or did he actually try to grab his rail when he was coming out of it?
Yeah, I think so. I felt like he just realized suddenly it might not pan out the way he was hoping for that board to just connect with that lip and land down really easily. Goes for the rail grab and just flipped the board underneath him. So he looks like he's fine. But yeah, this has been quite a lot of action at the start of this heat. There's been a lot of really good moments at the start of the waves as well as those connections. I think for the surfers today, it's been a little hard, especially with the changing of the tides, to be staying right in the pocket because the wave is breaking so spread out. So that's been something that's really set apart some of those bigger scores. As we take a look at these replays, that was a great opening nose ride from Tariq. And then that bottom turn off the top now, grabbing that rail second time in a row.
That was cool.
Love that. And I love the way that he's drawing that turn down to the bottom of the wave as well instead of just bouncing off the foam. Now setting himself up here, we're going to need to see some footwork, which we haven't. You've noticed maybe that's 3 turns in a row of really stagnant feet, just really surfing kind of from the tail instead of through those rails specifically or anything else, but then finds that nose ride outside of the pocket, so not super critical, but again, it's in that shore break section, which has been challenging to see those surfers stay in the pocket anyways. Having a look at this one now from Han, goes by Dasu, great competitor coming out of Chinese Taipei. Loves surfing at beach breaks, but you don't get nose rides this long at beach breaks, so I think he'd be feeling maybe he should change up and start thinking about, the idea of loving point breaks more often because the type of surfing that he's bringing here, that very long stretched out 5 into that drop knee cutback, the kind of time that he's spinning in these maneuvers is really something you can only find on a beach break. And he's doing a really impressive job. Nice bit of cross-stepping, finds that hang 5, and then this is where things go a little funny. Tries to grab that rail, maybe even just to catch that board so it doesn't slap back into his face.
And now the surfer in red. A lot of work ahead here, Shannon, as Rafa Cortez was also in the mix.
That's right. So many great waves being ridden. So choppier face, first wave of the set, not super clean, but he was able to get to that nose ride and then puts that board on rail really well. Those are a couple of beautiful turns. Goes for that sort of drop knee rail grab back up into the foam and then starts kind of driving it through. That was a little bit more of a traditional cutback. Almost like a knock knee stance with that back knee tweaked a little bit, but looks really stylish and smooth and controlled. Gets that hang 5, a little bit of water shooting off of it, so not super critical, and then he decides to kick out before the shore break. So a good exchange overall. Those scores seem like they're in, and I like where it's sitting with our surfer from Chinese Taipei in the lead.
Yeah, 6.33. The third best wave of the heat, but he does have the best backup out of everybody, a 5.67. Tariq, though, gets a 6.4. They love that wave, especially the critical nose ride on the outside, as you were saying. Rafa in second, a great heat total. Don't get me wrong, 10.44 for the conditions right now. That's quite well, a couple of 5s. It ain't cutting it in this heat, though, as he needs a 5.74. And Joe Marie, with the best wave of the heat right now, a 6.83. Only needs a 4.17 with just under 3 minutes.
Not much time left on the clock. Joe Marie does have priority next to his name, so he's in a good position. He also has that highest score of the heat as that 6.83. And I think for me, looking at the draw coming into this heat, he was the one that stood out to me as the one I would have expected to walk away with the win specifically. I think he's been surfing with all of the criteria that, kind of is summarized by that style, flow, and grace. I think he's been putting together some really dynamic maneuvers, some of that variety, but also really committed to those hang 10s out the back. And that's the resounding message from the judges, the resounding conversation that every surfer I run into is saying is, yeah, we really understand we need to do nose rides as soon as we stand up. That's how we get a score that's going to be above that 5-point range. Anything near that excellent range has to be those really good pocket nose rides from the start. And someone like Jean-Marie has absolutely heard the message and has been delivering that so far. So I feel like, though he's chasing a 4.17, if a wave comes, he's going to get the score. That's my call, but only if he gets a chance to get a wave.
Especially outstanding that he's in fourth, considering his monster performance earlier today, near the 16-point range. But as you said, all he needs is a shot. He's up and riding here, gets to the nose immediately. That's more like it from the serve from the Philippines. Once again back there. He'll just slowly fade back towards the white water. This wave has a 4 written all over it and more. Lovely footwork, touches the nose once again. And he's just going to cruise through to the inside. And especially with just over a minute to go, this is where you add a little bit more to each wave that you get in the last 2 minutes. Because, you know, okay, if I reach that 12-point heat total, that means that I was needing a 4. Somebody now is going to need a potentially 8.
That's right. There's could be the possibility that other surfers catch waves. We've seen that in quite a few where everyone gets an opportunity right before the buzzer and those scores are delivered on the sand and the positions shift around because someone gets what they need, but then the requirement got higher for someone else and then they end up getting it and all those changes. So that wave to me, I really liked. He got 2 critical hang 10s on the opening section. It was a smaller size wave, but those were very good 5 to 10 combinations with those tight 10s hooked in as well. It would have been really solidifying had he been able to finish that wave off on the shoreline, but that wave completely dissipated. There was nothing else to it. He stuck with that whitewater as long as he needed to, and I'll be, very surprised if he doesn't get the score on that last one as we see him up once again.
Yeah, so would I. And we saw a paddle there from Rafa just before the horn, too. He used first priority, wasn't able to get the wave. And as we said, 5.3 for Rebuesa, more than enough. El Basiti down to third, Han Sung Ling in second, and Rafa Cortez was only needing a 6.73. So this gentleman on screen, whether or not this goes into his top 2, he's going to end up winning the heat. Another masterclass performance, 2 heat wins again for him.
Great performance, a 5.3. Great scoring for that as well, where it could have gone back into those 6s had he had that extra bonus inside section with another nose ride or 2. But some excellent surfing from another one of Team Philippines, and they are really proving themselves to be in the running for gold.
Yeah, so Ebuesa and Han Sung Ling will be moving through as we see the surfer from the Philippines right there with another heat win. And just want to point out that last 2 heats won by the surfers in green. Last 2 heats that have been won, both surfers have won both of their heats today too. So they're on a roll. They found some rhythm out there, both of them goofy footers as well. Something might be brewing here, Shannon Hughes, and I think I like seeing some new names in these finals out here in El Salvador.
Oh, I am a huge fan of it. This is what the ISA World Longboard Championships is all about. It's what the ISA is all about, is showcasing those new names, reaching into those developing countries for the sport, giving that assistance, and seeing those new generations come to the forefront.
Absolutely, and we're here for it too. So Rapid Charge Heat 3 in the water now as we see a beautiful shot of the lineup. There's Mitchell's left over there to the right part of the screen. Nobody really surfs there except a few people when it's a bit smaller. It's kind of closing out right now, but every now and then there's a decent left. So this is Alessandro De Martini from Italy. Now lives in the northern coast of Spain. The goofy footer who made it through earlier today in Rapid Charge round 2. Some nice nose riding at the beginning of this one. Lovely fade right there. Once again, back to the whitewater. You know, I've been very impressed with Italy so far, not only in this event, but I think the last 2 or 3 years just overall. They've had some great stand-up paddlers, especially with the races. I feel like they've always been in contention for a majority of the races, subsurfing too. But both in the longboard and the shortboard, I think they've really come into their own groove, Shannon.
Yeah, they have really shown themselves to be a strong surfing nation with a stumble on the finish. Grabs that leash super quick, and you can sense that hunger as well. Alessandro, in his last heat, just barely made it through on the finish, ended up getting the score. We'd nearly run to the commercial break, and we were still waiting. I think we'd thrown to commercial, and we're still waiting on the score, so he would have found that out on the sand. He doesn't want to risk that again in this heat and wants to get off to that early start.
And there's Han Sung Ling. all smiles. While on the other hand, Rafa Cortez, a bit disappointed, is thinking to himself, if that wave would have stood up a bit more, I would have been able to get into it. Either way, decent result for the Chilean there. As we are live from El Sunsal in El Salvador. Look at how green it is, Shannon, and it hasn't even started to rain yet. We are going into what is called winter season here. Really, the rain season, there ain't really no winter. It doesn't get below 80 degrees here in El Salvador.
It is so warm. The water is warm. The weather is pretty amazing once you climatize to it. And that haze actually comes from the Sahara Desert. It blows over every year, which creates this hazy environment here. Once those rains come through, we'll start to see those skies get a little bit clearer. But it's crazy that effect can come all the way from Africa.
I honestly think it's unbelievable. I can't believe that dirt can actually travel all the way through the Atlantic Ocean, go over the Caribbean side, and then end up on the Pacific side too. So let's go down to Ben Way. He has the winner of the last heat.
Thanks, guys. Here's the winner of the Rep 3 heat number 2 representing the Philippines, Joe Maria Buesa. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so stoked to win, and I thought I don't gonna get my last wave. So happy to advance in Repertage 4, and let's go. And thank you so much Philippine Sports Commission para sa Next Gen and UPSA and lahat ng mga tao dyan sa Pilipinas. Maraming salamat sa inyong pagpupuyat and whew.
So Joe Marie, just one question. You surfed twice today. In the morning it was much cleaner, a little more powerful, maybe more clean, and now you have this wind, kind of similar size, but it looked a long time waiting for a score. You had one score, you were very low in the scoring, and finally you get that wave and you move to the top. What was the difference in the wave of the morning to now?
The difference wave this morning, the wave in the morning is so glassy and big sets, and this afternoon it's too windy and it's too bumpy. It's too hard to get a nose ride at the peak because it's too much bumpy and it's hard. And it's hard to go back because it's so far to go back. Thank you.
Very good. Great explanation for all the rest of the surfers who will have to go in the next heats. Thank you so much. Congratulations, and you're doing a great job for the Philippines.
Maraming salamat sa lahat ng nanonood dyan sa Pilipinas and maraming salamat sa iyong pagpupuyat and hi nga pala sa anak ko dyan si Kai and kay Azalea. See you soon and God bless.
Thank you very much. Back to the booth with you guys on the live action.
Thank you, Ben, and congratulations to Joe Marie. You see the claim right there from Ignacio Nacho Pignataro from Uruguay. This is Sawi Po from Punta de Mita, Nayarit in Mexico. And he is a great shortboarder as well, besides being a shaper of his own boards. Miklan Surf School present here in El Salvador. We shall see if that is deemed complete or not in the shore break. As the answer back from Alessandro De Martini, his opening score at 3.83. Lovely touch of the nose right there. Great style has the goofy footer from Italy. So Anthony Messen opened up with a throwaway score, 0.5. 13.45 remaining, Shannon. Great exchange there between red and green. We also saw white on the board as well.
Yeah, this is a great way to get this heat moving. It's been a little bit quiet. Now we've got a couple scores that are coming through. That 3.83 for Alessandro is not a good-looking score. It's nice that he's got that first wave underway, but he's going to have to probably replace that. Looking at the surfers in the draw and the scores that we've been seeing through now in the last few heats, where really the conditions are so good. Although that wind is up and it's more difficult, as we were hearing from Joe Marie from this morning, the quality of waves is still so high, and the potential for getting solid scores is out there.
Yes, it is, as we see Anthony Messen now. That's a cool-looking 5. As you were mentioning to me earlier this morning, and, provide an explanation for our viewers, too. there's a sense and a degree of difficulty that involves being all the way to the nose, regardless if it's a tight 5, regardless if it's a 10, or more of a, cheater kind of 5, a stretched out 5. But still, when you see somebody really wrap their toes all the way around the nose, it just shows a lot of commitment to that first section on the outside.
It's so true. It also shows that footwork was probably really good. Not all the time. Occasionally you'll see surfers land a bit shy and then they'll be able to shuffle, like shove that foot forward to get over the nose. But often the surfers that have really good footwork, their front foot literally already lands halfway over the nose of that board. So those toes are hanging no matter what. And that shows that they're comfortable on their equipment, that they're comfortable on the wave as well. As we take a look at this replay here from Zowie, and you can see with him, he's getting all of those nose rides very easily. His front foot is landing way over the nose of that board, which is exactly what you want to see. Now that was, some bumpier sections. He had to do a little pumping to make it through there. Goes for that cross step cut back just to throw in some variety. That was a really challenging section to throw that in as well. And then he looks for some more effort here. But you can check that footwork, that front foot planted straight away, and claims it as he gets absolutely swallowed by the whitewater.
And this was De Martini behind him. Already had the 3.83 as his opener. Looking to get his best score.
All right, so big carve to start. Now sets himself up high here for the nose ride. He's got a bit more rocker in the nose, a little more lift in it. So that's going to facilitate him to nose ride maybe a little bit more out of the pocket even. As we see him with another great bit of footwork. Love that drive off the bottom. And I really like this line that he's drawing through this critical section. That's really nice. The only challenge is that with the rocker and the performance shape, not performance, but the rocker through that board, it's not allowing him to get as much lift maybe out of his nose rides as some of the other equipment that maybe has just a little less rocker or is a little bit flatter through that nose. Often those boards will lift and have distance off the nose ride, as opposed to water being shoved out from under their feet as if they've got that sprinkler hose shining out from their feet.
That's one of my better dance moves at weddings. So
the sprinkler.
I might be bringing it out later this event. There's Jose Bosa at Chile, from Chile, excuse me. He'll be coming up in the next heat, the last heat of our 4th day of competition. The last Chilean alive, and he is looking for a good result for his home country. Going up against David Chiafino from Canada, Jon Garmendia from Spain. And you can see that Team Chile is pumped up for his performance. Jose Bosa about to paddle out. 7.67 the score for Nacho. 6.33 for Zowie. And Alessandro De Martini gets his best of 5.07. Meanwhile, Anthony Massen also with a 4.5, Shannon.
All right, so some solid scores have come through. And I've just remembered you could put those dance moves to work tonight because it is our co-commentator, Alex Gutierrez's birthday today. Axel. Who is in the booth next to us. He's been hosting in on the Spanish side of the broadcast alongside Mateo Rojas and Carolina, and they've been doing an amazing job. But it's Axel's birthday today, so you could get those dance moves out there and show us the sprinkler.
Potentially, we are staying in the same room, so I don't want to give too much incentive for, me to have to give him lessons eventually, but we shall see.
That was a beautiful carve to start things off for Alessandro.
And then touches the 5 right there. I really like the use of his hands and his arms throughout the entirety of this wave. It just seems like a lot of these maneuvers wouldn't be as pronounced if he didn't have that kind of exclamation use of his arms as well.
Yeah, I love that style. It's one of those kind of personal preferences. It also shows that he's just engaging his entire body in the feeling of that wave. Great footwork here as he comes through to the inside, gets that tap to the nose, nearly loses it, and just ejects at the right moment to make it over that lip like a dolphin and land in the water.
Yeah, luckily for him, that could have gone way worse. He ended up in flat water on the outside. Big paddle here for Pignataro. The Uruguayan opened up with the best score of the heat so far, 7.67, once again straight to the nose. And Nacho looking for a big performance to join his teammate Julian Schweizer in the next round. Nearly loses it a couple times due to those chops. The wind's still veering quite strong. At least it's from a better direction now. But these first 2 waves of the set tend to be quite choppy. He's done super well on this wave so far. Lovely style. Once again, great nose ride from the Uruguayan. Goes all the way to the white water, kind of banks off of it too. And decision-making time right here, Shannon, as he nearly loses it. And let's see if he can fit in one more nose ride. I think it just seemed like once he was off balance, he was never really able to recover after that.
I still say, though, from the takeoff, he deserves a 10-point ride just for staying on his feet that whole wave. Like, there was like 15 different ribs that were, 10 feet tall that hit him on his way down the face at the start of that wave. So that was exceptional balance and just poise, and the grace that he maintained throughout that up until the end where everything just went crazy was amazing. Not going to be a huge score because he didn't get any real work done, but man, that showed the challenging aspects of Sunzal on a big day.
Well, he got a 4.03. That is now
All
his
right,
backup
that's good.
score.
Yeah.
As we see Zawi. I think Zawi might have lost his hat out there during that explosion on the inside.
Might be a little sun kiss when he comes in.
Could be, but he's also in the sun most of the time in Nayarit, so wouldn't be surprised that it's no issue for him. And way out in front of this wave, looking to get back into the whitewater section of it, navigating this section in the middle part of it. Gets to the nose, nice nose ride, and the wave just kind of fattens out right there. 6:20 to go. Was only needing a 3.84. De Martini drops a 5.1. His personal best. 6 minutes. Is this the wave that will move him up into the top two?
Scores to come through, and I've just kind of got that feeling those last two waves. Maybe it was because we had such a tight pulled-in angle of it. All those big Wednesday vibes coming out of this break here at Sunzal.
Could be. I see a little Peter Townend every now and then in a lot of these surfer styles. There's Team Canada. David Chiafino coming up, originally from Peru, been living in Canada for some time. You saw Dom Domick from Surf Canada there. Liv Stokes, who already made it through her heat earlier today. And there is Kai Hamase from Japan coming up. Great surfer. Excuse me, that is not Kai Hamase. That is our surfer from Chinese Taipei. Getting my surfers confused now. That's what happens when you have so many repecharge heats and all of a sudden you don't know which person's surfing at which time, what round we're in, what day we're on. This is day 4. That is Yuan Sheng-Chi from Chinese Taipei. He's coming up against Jose Bosa and Yon Garmendia from Spain as well.
It's going to be another great heat as we start to round out the day. Only 5 minutes left on the clock. Oh, and there's that score that we've been waiting for. So Zhao has just jumped up into second with a 4.2. Nacho sitting in the lead. So having a look at the draw for this one, this would have been my gut feeling coming into it. Would have been Nacho and Zhaoyi that would have been sitting in those leading positions coming down to the last few minutes. Can see this hands up, though, for our surfer in blue, Anthony. He hasn't had the best connection with the break so far in this heat. Only those 2 waves ridden, a 4.5 being his best. He doesn't have a huge score requirement of that 6.04, but he's going to need things to kind of work on his favor and really be able to connect with that wave, stay in the pocket the whole way through, and get those nose rides to get a score like that.
11.7 point heat total for this afternoon. Quite good. 12 points is usually getting you through a heat with these kind of conditions. There's Team Mexico supporting Zawi out there in the water. 4.2 his last. Moves him up into second. De Martini down to third. Doesn't need much, though. Would have to be his best, though. A 5.44. Mesen with first priority. He's in fourth place. Needs a 6.04. Plenty of time. 3:45 on the clock. This gentleman from Costa Rica traveling with Dorian Torres as his teammate. Has competed throughout the Alas Tour for many years as well. So has Zawi. And Nacho Pinataro, no stranger to those sort of events as well throughout Latin America. But when you talk about competing at the highest level, no doubt a lot of experience for both the Uruguayan and the surfer from Mexico, Zawi Po.
Canadians flying the flag and feeling proud of the performances they put together so far. Very far away from the cold weather that they're used to in this tropical location, as we've got a little set that's rolling through here, Mitch.
A small one, it seems, but, I mean, with 3 minutes, you have priority. You need a 6. Would have to be one of the best waves of the heat. It might come down to this set right here and whether or not the surfer in blue and white can make it out of this heat. So 2:45 on the clock. Shannon, you're in this position. You, as Messen, you got to be thinking, okay, I want to be on the second or third wave of the set because I know the first one's choppy. But it comes down to the wire. Are you leaving in enough time if it comes down to 30 seconds and that second wave might not come?
It's really a challenge, and even if those waves come, do you have enough time to get yourself into position depending on how big that set is? Because you don't know how big the set is it's going to roll through. We had that a few heats ago in the women's last main round. I can't remember the surfer, but she had that priority. She was waiting for those waves and just got caught in the wrong position with one of the biggest sets of the day that rolled through. And although that time was clicking down, she wasn't able to get up to her feet in time. So that is a bit of a risk as we come down to those last couple of minutes, and one of the risks of holding on to priority for too long.
And here's De Martini. Messen's going to let him go on the first wave of the set. Lovely nose ride, great wrap, all the way through it as well. Needs his best ride, a 5.44. Great footwork, once again gets to the nose, impressive by the Italian surfer. And as I say, that goes down with 90 seconds to go. Pablo Bonilla doesn't believe it's enough. He's confident that his surfer from Mexico will be moving through. But De Martini did some great work before the fall, though, Shannon. Remember, they score you based off of what you did and not what you can't do.
Right, absolutely, as we take a look at this last opportunity for Anthony.
6.04 is what he needs. Great nose ride for Anthony to start things off. Controls his board by grabbing his rail just for a slight moment. Slowly navigating through this white water. 55 seconds to go. Once again grabs that rail a la Aki on the backhand. Gets the 5. Nice surfing so far from Messen. A lot of body language in there too that indicates some positivity. And let's see what he's able to do here with the send section. Going for a turn. He's just going to kick out 35 seconds. And here's Nacho. It seems like Zowie might have paddled for a wave because I feel like he had higher priority at a certain point than Nacho.
Now I want everyone to pay attention closely to the footwork that we see from Nacho on this wave in comparison to those moments of shuffling from both Alessandro and Anthony on that last wave. Great bit of footwork all the way through here. Opened up with that great nose ride, Mitch. Now kicking back into that section. Starting to set himself up here for the inside. But you'll notice that he doesn't have any of that kind of jump back after those first couple of steps. It's those clean steps up to the nose, and it's that clean footwork off the nose all the way until he's planted solid for where he wants to be heading next.
No, it is incredible nose ride. Oh, really? Allowing a massive fall at the end. As Zowie, this wave will count. He might be needing a score. It gets to the nose. Important section here at the end. Touches the 10. And unfortunately will not be able to ride out of it. Great effort. But wow, what a finish to that heat. Nacho had the lead. De Martini had a wave. Messen had a wave at the end. And we just saw Zowie Po with what could be a necessary wave in the final second, Shannon.
Okay, Alessandro drops a 3-2-3, so unfortunately the Italian is out. It's not enough to get him out of that third place position. The Costa Rican still with a chance with the scores to drop, but he's now chasing at least a 6.04.
And there's De Martini saying thank you. We appreciate it. All the support. I feel like he's had a few fans this week here on the beach. Last of green, massive score for Nacho, 7-2-3. He was in the lead, though. So, really, the battle for second here is going to be close. Messen needs a 6.04 or better. And the question remained, did Zowie Po better his 4.2? Because if he did, that means the Messen is going to need something larger than the 6.04, Shannon.
Judges are going to be checking those replays tightly, just the same as we are. So let's take a look at this last one of Zowie. Quick tap to that hang 10, gets great footwork, nice S-turn in that top third of the wave. Back to that hang 5, little pump there as he goes for the cross step cutback. Little bit of kind of rail to rail here. Here you can see he's needing to generate his own speed rather than that smooth transition of being able to have the board in the right trim spot. That would be my only hesitation with this wave as far as that flow is concerned. Some great footwork here, though. Goes again for that cross-step cutback, throwing in that variety. Has absolutely lost his hat somewhere through this heat. One of these big sets has taken it home to the ocean. But great footwork and great nose rides as he comes off of the 10, cannonballs into the shore break, and makes it a really challenging situation.
And look at the last in Messen. So regardless if Zawi betters or not, Messen doesn't get the score. It's a 5.23. That means that Ignacio Nacho Pinataro and Zawi Po will be moving through into Repechage round 4. What a finish to the heat.
And how close is that for Anthony Messen? A 5.23 when his requirement was like a 5.6. So just shy of what he needed. But great work from the judges. Regardless of that, Zawi did end up improving it on his heat total. So it would have made the challenge even that much harder for the Costa Rican.
Great sportsmanship there between Po and Messen too. Seems like Zawi might be a bit injured. We shall see if he will be able to surf late on this event. Knowing him, he probably will. Don't go anywhere. Last heat of the round, last heat of day number 4, coming up from beautiful El Salvador.
When we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, my friends, my brother, I said, you're really gonna put your energy in this? Let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I've never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality. It wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
Final heat of day number 4 of competition from El Sunsal. It's been a pleasure to have you here for the 2023 ISA World Longboard Surfing Championships. Last heat of Repechage round 3 for the men. Yuang Chengqi from Chinese Taipei, David Chiafino from Canada, Jose Bosa from Chile, and Jon Garmendia from Spain out there in the white. Mitch and Shannon here with you. What a great shot of La Bocana, El Tunco. We'll be there later this month for the ISA World Surfing Games. La Bocana's been pumping this last well too, Shannon.
It is always pumping. And earlier on, you asked me how I, hadn't maybe realized the quality of longboard potential here for Sunsal. It's because every time I come, we're just so focused on La Bocana, on that great trestles-like A-frame peaks and those powerful waves that come through there. They just haven't spent that much time being able to even watch it here.
This is the opening ride of the heat. Our surfer in green from Chile, Jose Bosa.
Great looking nose ride to start things off. Super frothy section. Finds that high line to start. Real wide stance as he grabs that rail. Sets himself up off the bottom here. Now we'll be looking for him to find a little bit more footwork. Great cross step cut back to add in that variety. Nice little engagement of the rail to find some speed and set this high line for a great looking hang 5. Cross steps off the nose, that 1 foot forward again. Even those little maneuvers of just putting 1 foot forward and then back again without even going into a complete step forward with your second foot. Those are all those little elements that just show the judges that you're being fluid, you're connected to your board, you're adding in that little element of flow as we take a look now at some live action.
David Chiafino from Canada up and riding. Been residing in Canada for quite a few years now. His wife's Canadian. Originally from Peru, decided to compete for Canada once he started doing their national events. Great carve right there for the surfer in his early 40s. So no stranger to competition. Really does like competing despite, being in the older side of events and whatnot. But especially when it comes to longboarding, he will be able to do it as long as he can. Still working this wave all the way through to the inside. Great footwork from David. and just waiting for it to really stand up as patiently as he can. Really milking it for what it's worth. I mean, man, he's been riding on this wave for 30-plus seconds and trying to fit in one last turn before the wave finishes, as David's going to be done. Let's go downstairs to Ben Way with Nacho Pinataro.
Thank you very much, guys. As a winner of that Rep 3, Heat number 3, representing Uruguay, Ignacio Nacho Pinataro. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I'm super stoked.
You looked really, really good out there. Bumpier conditions, you kept a lot of rail control, still a lot of footwork. Even with the bumps, we saw a lot of people having to kind of shuffle and reposition. You just did it Nacho style, just beautiful, one foot over the other. And noticing your board, you've got, I don't know if they're medium size or large size future John fins on the side, which is pretty big side bites on there. And it just shows all the rest of the field that you can do a beautiful classic style surfing on a tri-fin.
Yeah, actually those are the small ones. But yeah, so we've been talking with Sam. That board that I'm riding right now, it used to be a single fin. It was like a little more performance-y version of my actual log. And then when we're noticed about coming to Sunsal for this event, I said I have to put side bites. And
so are you meaning that this actual board or that model used to be a single fin?
The exact same one.
So you added the boxes after?
And I tried it like for this year. It was like, okay, this is what I found when it gets big, because you can still engage the rail. It's not like super loose performance board, and it holds really good in the nose. So actually, it's all about like trying to make it smooth and beautiful, and yeah, for turning it's really good, and it holds really, really good in the nose. So first 2 hits I didn't ride it. I was like, shit, I should have ridden that board, but that's what Repicharge is for.
I think that it worked beautifully, and on a lot of those insides, we knew that you were really like, you'd had the rail game. You were trying, I could tell you really kind of buttering on the back rocker, trying to slow it down and set it to get ready for that last nose ride. On a single fin, do you think it slows down a little bit easier than having those side fins?
Yes, for sure. I mean, that was like a pretty sort of loggy move, but I always prefer like try to do a turn in order to position the board to get to the nose. But I actually thought that third day I was like a bit like don't wanna say tired, but yeah, a little bit. So it's like, okay, I'm not gonna do a turn in order to fall, just like adjust the board and try to make one more touch to the nose. And I know that was gonna be the last wave.
And red boards are known for going too fast, of course.
Yes, red boards are going fast.
So that's a Neco Carbone shape for New Advance. We also have the same shaper under Chloe Calmon's feet, and we have quite a few New Advance boards here in the competition. And I have a good feeling that a lot of people might actually try adding some side bites to their boards.
Yeah, I mean, Neco and all the New Advance team, it's amazing to work with them. How we work together in order to get like to the perfect board. Like everyone that is riding them are super. I mean, Chloe was killing it. Inez from Uruguay as well. Evelyn from Argentina. So yeah, they work really good. And I think the best part is when you can work with the shaper in order to get to the good board for the conditions that you're looking for. So, obrigado.
And for all of you surfers at home who have a single fin, maybe only have one longboard, don't forget that you can add boxes at a good factory or repair shop to have the option of tri-fin.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, it's a matter of what you want to do on the board and try to make it fun. That's what mostly all about.
Well, I had tons of fun watching you. I'm going to have tons of fun watching you again tomorrow. Have a great night. Get some water, rehydrate, get some rest. No going into Tunco and partying. We wait for that. And if you want to say anything to anybody at home.
Yeah, gracias a todos por los saludos, de verdad. Esto sigue. Quiero agradecer a mis sponsors, Howler, Cherry, Corona, New Advance, Eche y el Hospital Británico por todo el apoyo durante todo este tiempo. Así que a seguir metiéndole. Corre Uruguay, carajo.
Muchísimas gracias y mucha suerte.
Gracias.
All right, back to you guys.
I feel like we should just start a show with those two gentlemen, and we should just let them ramble about anything and everything, especially when it comes to board talk. Interesting that he's riding John small fins on the sides. Definitely the size for it right now, I can tell you that, with those kind of tech flick fins from Future. Great choice by Nacho Pinataro moving through. Yuan Cheng Ti from Chinese Taipei. They call him Lucas. This is his first ride so far in this heat. Got to the nose. He's just kind of waiting this wave out. And you mentioned in the previous heat, Zowie had a couple of those moves too, where instead of trying to generate speed naturally with the wave, he's almost trying to pump and force that the speed generating moment throughout the middle section of the wave. That is a lovely fade by David Schiaffino before he even stood up.
That was a great entrance.
Just the read of the wave before he even stood up was incredible. I truly admire somebody that can read a wave and predict basically the future, what a wave's going to do before it even breaks.
Yeah, that was a really beautiful fade entrance, or like a fade takeoff. That's something that's a really great aspect of riding longboards, is that you're able to take more time getting up to your feet. You can kind of have a slower pop up, read where that wave is going. A lot of times longboarders will paddle into a wave, kind of check left to right, thinking about a beach break scenario where you're like, all right, am I going to go to the left? Am I going to go to the right? Ride that wave for a bit while you're still like almost in a push-up position. You're not fully laying down. Slowly stand up to those feet, and then as soon as you stand up, you can get that back foot right onto the tail and put that board on rail and set the line that you want to have. And that was the sort of style that we saw from David, especially coming at it from a different angle, like fading into it from the left and whipping it back around to the right, which we would be seeing if this was a beach break probably every heat from somebody. But with it being just this right point break, it's not as common.
That's what makes it so cool, because you don't see it all the time. It's really unique. And, I mean, just a great day of competition so far. We've obviously seen some great surfing, but look at what the schedule has been before that. Managers meeting on the 6th, opening ceremony on the 7th. That was on Sunday, and competitions day going all the way to May 12th, up until finals day on Saturday, 2 days from now, Shannon.
Yeah, it's crazy how quick it's come. I mean, it feels like it's been a long week. We're passing hump day.
It has.
Think everyone feels like that, but it's been so fun, and there's just so many ways to be able to check it all out online.
Yeah, you can follow us at ISAsurfing on YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. Remember to use the hashtag ISAsurfing. Follow us on Facebook, International Surfing Association, and check us out online, isasurf.org. Been great working with you so far this week, Shannon. Obviously having Ben, Sam, and Rachel here as well. Remember, you can always listen to us in Spanish as well with our broadcast partners in Espanol. This is Jon Garmendia from Spain. Has a couple of threes in a scoreline so far. Great couple of nose rides to start this wave off. Had a chance to meet Jon at the Mexi Lockfest in 2019. Great guy from Zarautz. Loves to shape his own boards, by the way. Is riding one of his own personal shapes under his feet. He was telling me that he was having some problems with his ribs during the lead up to this event just because he was surfing so much and he's so used to wearing a thicker wetsuit. His body was actually having some issues adapting to not only the heat but not wearing a rash guard or a wetsuit top for most of the time.
Yeah, even just that little, millimeter, a couple millimeters of wetsuit of neoprene material is such a good protection. That little bit of thickness just adds that kind of soft protection that you need from the hard surfboard, from that wax scratching you as well. So it is a pretty challenging thing to get used to.
Here's Jose Bosa, currently in the lead with a 6.07 and a 4.67. Some lovely nose riding there from the Chilean. He goes back to the whitewater. They call him Manduck because you can't get him out of the water. Been surfing since he was 14. Still a young kid in his early 20s. Started surfing way later than most people, too, which is very impressive considering that he's at a Longboard World Championship right now. More of a cheater 5 right there, Shannon, but he did some great work on the outside, and he's going to finish up by straightening out and doing an ollie again. As we see Lucas now from Chinese Taipei. Opened up with a 4.43. That'll be his backup. And now David, the surfer from Canada, had a 5.17 on his second ride, a 3 on his opener. Almost loses it right there. And he'll go down with 6.45 to go. So some scores to come in. Should be a decent one for Bosa. Also in the exchange were Garmendia and Lucas from Chinese Taipei.
This has been such an awesome day of surfing. I know everyone kind of down and around the contest site through the conversation yesterday was a little bit worried about what today might bring, knowing that yesterday afternoon was very solid, very big, with super, super solid sets coming through. And the fact that it was going to be peaking out today is, what the conversation was. And when we showed up this morning, it was really big. There's been some solid sets all the way through. But I think that everyone, competitors, coaches, teammates alike, have been really stoked to just see how well this wave can handle the size. That even though it's been really big, that it feels a little bit slower and softer because of that. The larger the wave is, it seems like it just hangs on a bit longer. You've got more time to be able to kind of work through with it. And it's led to being a pretty incredible day of surfing, especially for these repicharge rounds, which sometimes don't get run in the best of conditions, just the way the draw goes.
That's
so for
true.
them to be able to land in some really incredible opportunities for great waves and excellent scores has been really fun. As we see this replay here from Lucas of Chinese Taipei, part-time, work in the workplace, part-time surfer, and he's got a child as well. So he's a dad, and he is just making the family proud back home with some great surfing here. Love that variety. Already threw in that drop knee, some good footwork. Pets the kitty as he'll have to back out. That's the tail end of that wave that we saw before. David from Canada, originally Peru. Nice drive out of the tail. Board's looking really loose under his feet. And then it's just this moment here where he tries to commit. I like that kind of stall S-turn off the top of the wave, right off the lip, to try and set up for that nose ride. But that is often a maneuver where we see surfers, if they haven't done it right in the right pocket, they might lose that wave and not be able to continue in the trim like we saw for that last one.
Here's the answer back from Garmendia. Got a 3.83 on his previous one. Needs a 6.24 or better for second place. Looks to get to the nose to finish this wave off. Cap it off with a little cherry on top of the cake. 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Bosa extends his lead, a 6.33 on his last. Paired up with a 6.07, he has a 12.4 heat total. David with a 4.9 on his last. That helps him. Lucas gets a 5.13. The surfer in red now needs a 4.95. And Garmendia, who we just saw on screen, needing a 6.24 or better. Doubt we'll see that from him. It would have to be one of the top 3 waves of the heat. We shall see if he is able to get another chance with just under 4 minutes to go, Shannon.
Solid looking set out in front. Already breaking, so let's see if our surfer in red's going to flip to go. He might just try and punch through.
Oh.
And that is breaking way sooner than I expected to. Now, that's a great example of 2 ways to get a longboard through a big lineup like this. On our red surfer, he flipped over literally upside down, flipped that board, whack side into the water, held down the nose probably as much as he could as a turtle roll. And then our other competitor just kicked that board straight up and over the foam. And this is great, too, because you kind of look at that and you're like, oh, that didn't look that big. And now we get this angle from the land and see that that is a huge wave.
Well, to quote North Shore, nobody listens to Turtle. So the turtle roll does work, ladies and gentlemen.
It does work.
Just as you saw right there, as Lucas right here nearly loses it a couple times. A 4.95 is what he needs. Lovely 5 right there from the surfer from Chinese Taipei. Once again, back to the whitewater. Great footwork. Touches the nose. He's going to kick out with complete control. That obviously presents the ride in a great way. He even looked back. He's like, what's up? You guys think I got it? 2 minutes 40 to go. As Jose Bosa still in the lead. Schiaffino was outside with Lucas, by the way. He tried to take off on that same wave. And Young Garmendia gets his best of 4.07. Before the last of red, he was needing a 6-point ride. So that might change even a little bit more after that last one.
Couple more opportunities rolling through here. I love it at the end of the heat when there's waves. I think that's just the best. I find it so stressful just watching the surfers when it's like counting down and there's nothing coming through and you're like, is it just going to end this way? Love it when there's an opportunity. And that is a great long 5 from Jose. Nice cross-step cutback and just the way that he uses that clean cross-stepping footwork as well and then repositions that back foot so that he can engage that single fin with some good power. That's really nice speed generation, that proper rail to rail. Almost like, the way you get squirt out of the fins on a shortboard. That nice rail-to-rail engagement gives that speed, but it looks smooth and clean. Oh, that looked really bad. That did not look smooth and clean.
Ouch. That looked horrible. The board just went underneath him. It nearly, hit his back. I hope he's all right. That end section is for real, though. I'm very surprised that a lot of people haven't tried to straighten out before or kick out before they get there.
I am just so surprised we haven't seen more broken boards in that section today.
Yeah.
It really is like deathly, and it's pretty shallow once you're on the inside position of that whitewater.
And, whoa, another thing, too, is that there's a lot of sand on the beach, by the way. There's usually a lot of rocks where they're falling right there at the end. So here's the replay of this last part. I mean, you got to really give him the credit for committing to this. But, I mean, look at how he tries to straighten out right here. And then this wave is just going to catapult him forward. So he does the one carve, but instead of going straight down with it, oh, my. And you can't even see it right there, but those are the most dangerous ones.
And you could tell, though, that that board went backwards towards him, not away from him. And that's what's really sketchy as we see David up and riding.
So let's hope he's okay. He drops a 617, slightly improves the situation. Schiaffino still in second as the last of Lucas, not enough. A 4.53, he still needs a 4.95. Important wave from David. He'll kick out 5 seconds. Garmendia's up. He needs a 6 or better. That is, if Schiaffino does not improve, you can see the face of exhaustion right there from Jan. So we have a couple of scores to come through here. Last of blue, last of white. But, man, Lucas with a great performance just wasn't able to reach the 10-point mark. And how about David Schiaffino? If he makes it through this heat, it's a huge performance for him and for Team Canada as well.
Yeah, this will be a massive result for them, continuing to keep their name in the draw moving forward. As we've got some scores to come through. I mean, this is definitely a tight finish. Jose did well throughout that heat to maintain the lead from early on.
Right. He never lost it, which was the very impressive thing for the young surfer from Chile. But we did see another wave from Schiaffino, the surfer who was in second for the majority of the heat. Jon Garmendia from Spain, needing a 6 or better. That is if Schiaffino does not improve on his situation. Everybody's on the beach now. The heat is over. That was the final heat of day number 4. You can even see some members from the Canadian team just shrugging their shoulders. I don't know. It might come down to whether or not he does improve. And last of white, Garmendia, not enough. That means that Bosa and Schiaffino moving through. It's a 3.9 for Jan. Huge performance from Chile and from Canada. Moving through once again. You see the celebration right there. Liv Stokes is happy. David's happy. And unfortunately for Jan Garmendia, great sportsmanship right there. He is out of the running for the gold medal for Spain. Well, Shannon, day 4 is done and dusted. How about we do tomorrow for day 5, 8 a.m. start?
Ready for it. 7:30 maybe? Capitalize on the good swell in the morning?
Oh, could be. We never know. But for now, we shall see you tomorrow morning. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon, and hope you enjoy the highlights of day 4, some of the best stuff that happened so far here at the 2023 ISA World Longboard Surfing Championships.